In a city besieged by relentless rain, droplets cascaded onto the pavement. Suddenly, a colossal raindrop plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto a man clad in a dark red robe. He barely had time to let out a cry before being reduced to a bloody pulp. This enormous droplet then gulped and opened its eyes, revealing itself to be a person. "What the hell?" he muttered, gazing at the gruesome mess beneath him, a visceral reaction escaping his lips. Hastily, he rose to his feet, grateful for his experience as a mercenary. Having encountered such bloody scenes before, otherwise, he might have fainted from shock. Black robe adorned with dark red clouds, was this man cosplaying? He glanced at the clothing of the remains on the ground, recognizing it as the Akatsuki robe from the anime Naruto, a series he was fond of. "Regardless, my apologies. One life for another. Without you, I would have been doomed. If I were to learn your identity, I promise to take care of your wife. Fear not." Swish, swish. Just then, a sound akin to rustling filled his ears. He looked up, utterly astonished, more so than when he beheld the bloody mess. Pain? Before him stood 5 figures, none other than the puppets of Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki from Naruto. "You know us?" inquired the short-haired Devapath Pain, confusion etched on his face. His identity was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. How could this stranger possibly know? "What? How could I know? I'm in a—" He realized he must feign ignorance. In that fleeting moment, it dawned on him had traveled through time and space. Although he possessed significant combat prowess, engaging in battle with ninjas, especially those wielding the Rinnegan, would be akin to courting disaster. "You must die here." Devapath Pain's brow furrowed as the 5 Pains produced black rods from their sleeves, advancing towards him. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear, "Beep, beep, beep." Detecting a traveler, activating Modifier, detecting imminent danger at the traveler's location, initiating forced teleportation. Beep, beep dot beep. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. The 5 Pains were left grasping at air. Was that a space ninjutsu? Devapath Pain pondered, eyeing the spot where he had disappeared. "Why the hell am I flying again?" The man found himself plummeting from the sky once more, though this descent was far lower, perhaps the height of a tree. Just as he spoke, he landed with a thud. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He scrambled to his feet, clutching his waist as he sat on the ground. What in the world is happening? "Who are you?" As he settled down, a voice called from behind him. He turned to see a white-haired, middle-aged man alongside a yellow-haired youth. "Jiraiya and Naruto. What a day this has turned out to be." He murmured under his breath. "Your attire suggests you are not from Konoha. What brings you to the woods of Konoha?" Jiraiya inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the man as he positioned Naruto protectively behind him, hinting at a readiness to engage in combat. "I am a good person, a truly good person," the man quickly replied, stepping back a few paces. As he felt the dampness beneath his feet, he turned to see a river, its waters remarkably clear. In the reflection, he noticed that his appearance had transformed into that of a youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years old. He must have fallen from the tree. Was he trying to pick fruit? Naruto observed, glancing upward at the tree, which bore unfamiliar fruit. "What is your name? Where do you come from? What is your purpose in Konoha? Where did you arrive? What are you doing here? Speak," Jiraiya demanded, throwing a barrage of questions at the M.A.N.U.M. "I am Inseong. I hail from the land of fire, an orphan with no family, wandering aimlessly. I was just passing through, feeling hungry, so I attempted to pick some fruit, only to lose my footing and fall." Inseong fabricated hastily. "You seem evasive. I think it would be prudent for you to accompany me back to Konoha for further questioning," Jiraiya asserted, flipping his white hair dramatically. With 2 fingers forming a seal, his hair elongated instantaneously, ensnaring Inseong. No chakra fluctuations detected. At that moment, Jiraiya sensed the absence of chakra emanating from Inseong, easing his initial wariness. Perhaps the boy's tale held some truth. Nevertheless, bringing him back was imperative given their proximity to Konoha, which posed a risk of him being a spy. "Naruto, bind him," Jiraiya instructed. "Sure thing," Naruto replied, nodding as he retrieved a rope from his pack and proceeded to secure Inseong's hands. Jiraiya then retracted his hair. "Returning from training to capture a potential spy will surely earn you praise from Lady Tsunade, you lecherous sage. I've told you not to call me that in front of others." Jiraiya shouted at Naruto, "Let's make haste." He led the way, with Naruto trailing behind while tethering In Xiang. As In Xiang trudged behind Jiraiya and Naruto, a panel materialized in his mind, accompanied by a woman's voice resonating in his thoughts. Intrigued, he realized he could manipulate this so-called modifier simply by envisioning it without closing his eyes. The modifier presented an array of options: strength, agility, intelligence, physical endurance, and more, leaving In Xiang in a state of astonishment. Additionally, it appeared he could alter external factors, such as wealth. However, he currently possessed not a single coin, rendering any modifications moot. As he perused the modifier in his mind, his gaze settled on learning ability, that if he could maximize this talent, he believed his capacity to learn would surpass even that of the Sharingan. With determination, In Xiang chose to enhance his learning ability. The value of learning power on the modifier panel stood at 60, rapidly surging upwards with remarkable speed. Within 5 seconds, it displayed that In Xiang's learning power had reached an astonishing 99.99. Delightful, In Xiang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, prompting Jiraiya and Naruto to pause and glance back, discovering that In Xiang seemed on the verge of jumping for joy. Perverted sage. Could this person truly be foolish? How can he be so elated even after being captured? Naruto whispered to Jiraiya while casting a sideways glance at In Xiang. It appears so, Jiraiya replied, also regarding In Xiang with a N-O-T that moment. In Xiang was completely oblivious to their scrutiny, cheerfully striding forward. Chapter 2. Entering Konoha, encountering Uchiha Bido. Soon, I shall storm the Umbu and strike down Danzo. In Xiang, still immersed in excitement, walked without paying attention and collided head-on into Naruto, unexpectedly resulting in a mouth-to-mouth encounter due to their similar heights. A humorous homage, the protagonist is not that kind. What? Naruto leapt back, clutching his throat as he knelt on the ground, retching violently, while In Xiang finally snapped back to reality, only to find himself not merely gagging but outright vomiting. After years of nightlife, I ended up kissing a man today? In Xiang screamed internally. Could it be that you have a preference for this? Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering what on earth was transpiring. What are you doing? After retching for a while, Naruto sprang up from the ground, yelling angrily at In Xiang. Thankfully, Naruto had prior experience with kissing men, otherwise, he would have surely lost his stomach. What are you doing? Why did you stop? Turn back. In Xiang also stood up, wiping his mouth with his sleeve as he shouted at Naruto. Are you placing the blame on me? Hearing In Xiang's words only fueled Naruto's anger as he advanced toward him. Am I the one leading the way? In Xiang shouted back, closing the distance between them, their foreheads almost touching as if they were on the brink of a fight. Are you two preparing for another kiss? Jiraiya interjected, delivering a punch to each of their heads, sending them both crashing to the ground. Enough of this nonsense, Konoha is right ahead. Jiraiya then helped them up, saying, just in case, I'll hold on to him. He took the rope from Naruto's hands and continued onward, with Naruto and In Xiang hastily following. Along the way, Naruto occasionally shot angry glances at In Xiang, who glared back with gritted teeth. While others come to this two-dimensional world to conquer alluring women, I ended up kissing Naruto right off the bat. This is truly the pinnacle of disgrace for a traveler. Not long after, they indeed arrived at the grand gates of Konoha. Naruto's spirits lifted instantly, and he no longer glanced back at In Xiang. In Xiang, too, gazed at the gates of Konoha, feeling a thrill far surpassing that of watching anime. It wasn't until he faced the gates directly that he realized just how massive they were. It was morning, with a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, and combined with the grandeur of the Konoha gates, it evoked a sense of serene tranquility. Hurry up. Jiraiya noticed In Xiang lost in thought and tugged on the rope, prompting him to take 2 steps forward, and only then did he catch up. Casually, In Xiang glanced at Jiraiya's feet, and in the next moment, his steps synchronized perfectly with Jiraiya's. Is this the power of maximum learning ability? In Xiang mused internally. This is astonishing, to learn a stride with just a glance. Would mastering ninjutsu be as effortless? As I stepped into the Hidden Leaf Village, I noticed 2 guards dozing off at their posts. A fleeting glance revealed them to be none other than the longtime gatekeepers, Uchiha Bido and... Wait, no, It was Kankuro and Kimizuki Izumo. Upon seeing Naruto and Jiraiya approach the gate, they sprang to their feet, their faces alight with excitement. "Hey, isn't that?" Kankuro exclaimed, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm as he looked at Naruto and Jiraiya. "Indeed, there's no mistaking it," Kimizuki Izumo replied, nodding his head in delight. Observing their reaction and recalling the earlier conversation between Naruto and Jiraiya, along with Naruto's current demeanor, I quickly realized that this marked the beginning of the Naruto Shippuden saga. As Naruto and Jiraiya had just concluded their training and returned to the village after an absence of nearly 2.5 years. "It's been almost 2.5 years since I last set foot here," Naruto mused as he walked down the street. "Yes," Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. 2.5 years? At the mention of those words, an inexplicable sensation stirred within me, causing my shoulders to involuntarily shift forward. I twisted awkwardly a couple of times, and upon realizing the peculiarity of my actions, I hastily ceased my movements. Just then, Naruto abruptly halted in front of a telephone pole, flinging his backpack to the ground. With chakra emanating from his feet, he began to run up the pole. By observing Naruto's movements, I swiftly grasped the technique of utilizing chakra and adhering it to my body. Even the method for refining chakra materialized in my mind. Yet, I pondered, is it truly wise for me to learn chakra control from Naruto? In the next moment, I too attempted to channel chakra into my feet. Unfortunately, on my first attempt, I mismanaged it, resulting in a loud crash as the ground beneath me collapsed, creating a massive pit right at my feet. Much to the astonishment of Jiraiya. "Did you do this?" Jiraiya exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Of course not. I don't even have chakra," I quickly retorted. "The ground in this village is just too unstable. This modification tool is remarkable. Just a glance, and the method of using chakra is etched in my mind. I exerted just a bit of force, and the ground caved, and conquering the ninja world is within my reach," I mused internally. "Everyone, Uzumaki Naruto has returned," Naruto proclaimed from atop the telephone pole, seemingly oblivious to the commotion below. His exclamation drew the attention of many passers-by, yet at that moment, Naruto had not yet attained the status of a hero in the village. Numerous onlookers regarded him with disdain, ignoring him altogether. "Is that Naruto?" A girl with pink hair rushed towards us, and as I turned to look, I recognized her as Sakura, followed closely by Konohamaru and his companions. In reality, Sakura had a certain charm about her. Naruto leaped down, finally taking note of the enormous pit at my feet, and regarded me with a puzzled expression. "This is strange. He truly lacks chakra. Could it be that the ground is simply old and worn?" Jiraiya mused, scrutinizing me further, leaving me feeling quite uncomfortable under his gaze. Who is this person? Sakura and Naruto had yet to reminisce when their attention turned to Incheon, who appeared ragged and disheveled, his entire being cloaked in dirt, and his hair reminiscent of someone who had long neglected a haircut, resembling a vagabond. They had encountered this peculiar individual on their way back and were about to deliver him to Granny Tsunade. Naruto glanced at Incheon and remarked to Sakura, "Naruto and I." Konohamaru called out to him from the side, prompting Naruto to turn and face him. With a resounding thud, Konohamaru executed the transformation technique, morphing into a voluptuous woman with an alluring figure, clad in scant attire. "Ah!" Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, his blood surging with excitement. "Quite impressive," Incheon exclaimed, thoroughly entertained, while simultaneously his mind registered the transformation technique, along with the prerequisite for employing the alluring technique. Chapter 3. Such a gigantic Tsunade. Not only did the transformation technique come to mind, but also the methods of using the shadow clone and substitution techniques. This modifier is truly a divine artifact. Ahahaha. "Konohamaru, I am no longer a child. You should refrain from playing with such ninjutsu," Naruto chuckled and said. Konohamaru paused for a moment, realizing that only Naruto's words resonated with him, just when everyone thought Naruto had finally matured. "Your ninjutsu is far too lacking now. Observe closely. For I have developed a new seduction technique," Naruto shouted, clenching his fist, and charged forward. Bang! Sakura delivered a punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming, "You big fool." Naruto was sent flying a great distance. Sakura approached and lifted him from the ground by his collar, shouting, "It's been over 2 years since we last met. And after just 2 minutes, your true nature is already exposed. What am I to do with that charming youthful sentiment I just had for you? The sheer force and intensity he displayed were reminiscent of Tsunade herself. Jiraiya silently thought to himself, recalling the times he had been tormented by Tsunade, his face twitching at the memory. Indeed, Sakura had not changed. She had only become more violent. As Sakura vigorously shook Naruto, he contemplated the situation. Well done, Inxiong suddenly exclaimed. One reason was Sakura's punch, which had inadvertently taught him the art of brute strength, and the other was that Naruto had finally vented his frustration. Hey, who do you think you are? Upon hearing that his older brother Naruto was being struck, Konohamaru pointed at Inxiong and shouted, I'm just passing through. This man called Jiraiya indiscriminately tied me up, Inxiong replied, realizing that the other party was the grandson of the third Hokage. And perhaps he could find a way to escape from Jiraiya. All right, Naruto, we must find Tsunade, Jiraiya interjected, not giving Inxiong a chance to escape. As he pulled him forward and addressed Naruto. Sure, Naruto nodded in agreement. You all can continue with your missions. I will take them to Lady Tsunade, Sakura instructed, sending Konohamaru and the others on their way. Under Sakura's guidance, the three of them met Tsunade. Tsunade's first question was not a nostalgic greeting to Naruto and the others, but rather pointing at Inxiong and asking, who is this guy? We found him lurking suspiciously near Konoha on our way back. He spoke hesitantly, raising suspicions of being a spy, so we brought him along. However, he shows no chakra fluctuations, so he should be an ordinary person, Jiraiya explained. Since you already know he is an ordinary person, why bring him back? Are you seeking credit? Tsunade remarked with a sarcastic expression directed at Jiraiya. At that moment, Inxiong was too distracted to pay attention to their conversation. With his long hair covering his face, he fixated on a certain object on Tsunade's chest, marveling at its sheer size. You little brat, what are you staring at? Jiraiya, aptly named the pervy sage, instantly detected Inxiong's gaze, as he too was a master of voyeurism with his long hair. What are you saying, Lord Jiraiya? In an instant, Inxiong assumed the guise of a tragic actor, parting his hair to reveal a pitiful expression as he gazed up at Tsunade. Are you truly the Hokage? You must advocate for me. With that, Inxiong knelt before Tsunade. Since my parents perished in the war, I have been wandering the streets since the age of 5, barely surviving by scavenging and gnawing on tree bark. Today, I merely wished to climb a tree to pluck some fruit, but I fell by misfortune. And Lord Jiraiya apprehended me. You must take my plight to heart. Is it true that the legendary Sannin can be so tyrannical? Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. When he found he could not summon more tears, he discreetly pinched his thigh, resulting in a heart-wrenching display of sorrow that left both Jiraiya and Tsunade utterly bewildered. Is it true, everything you have said? Naruto, observing Inxiong's every gesture, began to weep as well. What are you crying about? Sakura exclaimed, directing her ire towards Naruto. I was inadvertently moved by him. My apologies. Naruto quickly collected himself and wiped away his tears. Is that so, Jiraiya? Tsunade seemed genuinely touched by Inxiong's earnestness, compounded by the absence of any chakra fluctuations emanating from him. This child's story seemed, indeed, to hold truth. She fixed Jiraiya with a piercing gaze. Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine under her scrutiny. I cannot ascertain the veracity of his background, but it is indeed true that he fell from the tree, he replied awkwardly. Shizen, please take him to bathe and provide him with clean clothes, Tsunade instructed her companion. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizen nodded, and Jiraiya promptly loosened the bindings that restrained Inxiong. Thank you, Hokage, he exclaimed gratefully. However, Inxiong's subsequent actions were even more audacious as he rushed forward to clutch Tsunade's leg, wailing. You rascal, Jiraiya shouted, recognizing with his seasoned insight that the boy was taking advantage of the situation. Now, he is still but a child, Tsunade interjected, addressing Jiraiya before adding. You should accompany her and tidy up. Very well, thank you, Hokage. With his fill of mischief, Inxiong released her and followed Shizen away. Are you truly letting him go just like that? Jiraiya inquired after Inxiong, and Shizen had departed. What else should I do? A wandering boy from the land of fire, bereft of family due to war and devoid of chakra, apprehended by the legendary Sannin of Konoha and detained for interrogation, Well, what would the villagers think? I am merely cleaning up the mess for you, Tsunade replied pointedly. Meanwhile, Inxiang, under Shizun's guidance, arrived at the bathhouse. Shizun instructed him to bathe while she prepared his clothing. Upon entering the bathhouse, Inxiang found himself alone. The proprietor, noticing his disheveled state, refused him entry into the bath and insisted he wash himself outside instead. At this moment, he decided to test the techniques he had acquired along his journey. Transformation. Inxiang formed seals with his hands, and a cloud of smoke billowed away, revealing his likeness to Naruto. With another transformation, he effortlessly morphed into Jiraiya. Following this, he employed the body replacement technique, utilizing the shower water to simulate an attack on his adversary. Inxiang formed seals once more and executed the technique, instantly swapping places with the droplets of water in the bath, while simultaneously channeling chakra to stand upon the surface of the water. Chapter 4. Repay Me. This is the art of ninjutsu. Inxiang stood upon the water's surface, attuned to the surge of energy beneath him. The azure ripples at his feet were indeed chakra. Through the repeated scrutiny of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had mastered the method of detecting chakra. He soon realized that his chakra only manifested when he employed ninjutsu. During moments of inactivity, regardless of their attempts to sense it, he appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any chakra fluctuations. Perhaps this power of his should not be termed chakra, for it seemed inexhaustible. Lion's main technique. With a series of hand seals, Inxiang flung his hair outward, which elongated and ensnared the pillar before him. Earlier that day, he had witnessed Jiraiya use this technique, and to his surprise, he had successfully learned it without even modifying his learning capacity. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and promptly released the chakra beneath him, plunging into the water with a splash, retracting his elongated hair. Hey, you little rascal, did I not tell you to stay out of the pool? It was the owner of the bathhouse, calling out to Inxiang. But I am already clean, Inxiang replied. Such a waste of water, honestly. The owner noted that the shower Inxiang had previously used was still running and went over to turn it off. If it weren't for Lord Hokage's orders, I wouldn't let you in here. Humph. With a disdainful grunt, he exited. You're in for it, old man. I'll have your establishment demolished tonight, Inxiang muttered to himself. Watching the owner's retreating figure, once he had thoroughly washed himself and left the bathhouse, Shizun had already placed his clothes in the changing room. It seemed the owner had come in solely to inform him of this, but upon discovering him in the pool, had become angered and departed. Inxiang picked up his garments and discovered an undergarment that Shizun had thoughtfully prepared for him. Unsure of the size, she had chosen a one-size-fits-all option, which fortunately fit him. Although it felt a bit snug, he donned a black and white striped Japanese kimono. After dressing, Inxiang dried his hair, letting his long locks cascade down either side. If he allowed it to be a bit tousled, his appearance bore a resemblance to Uchiha Madara. What a handsome young man, he praised himself in the mirror, eagerly anticipating Shizun's astonished expression upon seeing him. When Inxiang emerged, Shizun stood waiting outside the door, casting a glance at him before averting her gaze, seemingly not recognizing him. Eh? She turned back, scrutinizing his attire. Isn't this what I bought for you? Could you possibly be Inxiang-kun? Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed. Sister Shizun, Inxiang replied with a nod and a smile. Your expression is exactly what I imagined. Yin's smile effortlessly captivated Jingyin, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Shall we go? Next, we need to get a haircut, she said, turning away, her face still crimson. He nodded, following closely behind her, attracting the attention of several young girls along the way. Beep, beep, beep. Second stage task initiated. Successfully charm Tsunade. Gain 1 modification opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yin's mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. Charm Tsunade? What does that entail? Gaining her favor, dating her, or perhaps even seducing her? A shiver ran down his spine. Although Tsunade appeared youthful, she was actually in her 40s or 50s. Was this modification tool a reckless endeavor? However, the prospect of seducing Tsunade wasn't entirely unappealing. Despite her actual age, her unique technique preserved her in a youthful state. Possessing Tsunade meant having the essence of her entire lifespan. Beep, beep, beep. Engaging in a romantic relationship with Tsunade or seducing her is deemed a successful mission. Current favorability, 10, Psi. The difficulty level is rather high. Inside. Tsunade was not someone easily swayed. Had he known, he would have saved his first modification ability to elevate her favorability to 100% immediately. Wait, can I retain the modification opportunity? In pondered in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Affirmative. Excellent. If he could retain the modification opportunity, he could directly adjust any future challenges he faced. Wouldn't he that render him unrivaled? Just imagine altering Uchiha Madara or no. Otsutsuki Kagaya or Sage of Six Paths, to obey him without question. The mere thought exhilarated him. Weevee arrived, Jingyin announced, halting her steps. Thank you for your generosity. In said, revealing a smile that made Jingyin blush once more. Beep, beep, beep. Jingyin's favorability increased. 18. Goodness, could it be that before charming Tsunade, I've captured Jingyin as heart instead? In mused upon seeing the rising number. No worries, it's all Tsunade's money. You go ahead. I'll wait for you outside, Jingyin informed him. All right, Ian nodded, pondering, Tsunade's money? Where did she acquire it? As he entered the barber shop, he emerged a moment later with a fresh haircut, leaving Jingyin stunned. The adage rings true, a hairstyle can transform a person. With his new look, Ian could not only captivate countless young girls, but even astonish the pig from old Wang's family at the village's edge. Beep, beep, beep. Jingyin's favorability increased. 20. Could Jingyin be a superficial admirer? I haven't even done anything yet, and her favorability is soaring. Ian couldn't help but scoff at the situation. Now, Jingyin felt too shy to speak with Ian, leading the way ahead as they sought out Tsunade. Upon arriving at Tsunade's office, she too was taken aback by Yin's appearance. Jingyin, who is this? Where is that Ian? Tsunade inquired, pointing at him. Lady Tsunade. This is Yin Xiang, Shizen whispered to Tsunade. What? Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly regained her composure. Truly, as the Hokage. Her admiration for the dashing Yin Xiang did not waver. She was taken aback to discover he was such a handsome young man. Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama, and for your generosity in allowing me to bathe, Yin Xiang responded promptly, sounding somewhat sycophantic. This is not a free ride for you, Shizen. How much did it cost in total? Tsunade inquired with a radiant smile. It amounts to 5,000, Shizen calculated. You must repay me. Tsunade extended a hand towards Yin Xiang. What? Chapter 5, The Loan Shark and the Trafficker. I have no money, Yin Xiang lamented, rummaging through his pockets that were cleaner than his own face. No money? How unfortunate, Tsunade feigned confusion. Then you might as well stay and work. Ah. So this is your true intention, Yin Xiang silently exclaimed, recognizing Tsunade as a cunning merchant. However, this arrangement suited him perfectly, as it would facilitate the completion of his mission. Will there be meals and accommodation? He inquired. Meals and accommodation? Let me calculate. Tsunade's eyes darted around. And after a brief moment, she clapped her hands together. You owe me 5,000, with daily interest of 50. Adding meals and accommodation, that's an additional 50. So you would owe me 100 each day. By the second day, that will amount to 5,002, and the interest for the next day will be 52. Interest accumulates daily. This is usury, Yin Xiang exclaimed, taken aback. What? You unwilling? Tsunade, hearing his outburst, immediately adopted a stern demeanor, perfectly embodying the principle that a quieter voice often commands greater authority. I am willing to serve Lady Tsunade, Yin Xiang promptly shouted in response. Now that's a good child. Tsunade replied, her face transforming into a smile. Ding, ding, ding. Face-changing technique skill learned to max. Is that even a skill? Yin Xiang thought to himself. Oh, genuinely impressed. What might Lady Tsunade want me to do? I can't even perform ninjutsu. What use am I? Tsunade pondered for a moment, realizing she had been so focused on tricking him that she had forgotten to assign him a role. Given your appearance, I think you would do quite well as a host in a tavern. Yin Xiang gasped in shock. Her heart seemed as cold as ice. And no, that wouldn't be appropriate. He stammered. Just kidding. How about this? You can stay here and be my secretary, Tsunade suggested after some consideration. She needed someone to fill in for Shizen, who was occupied at the Konoha hospital and this young man could perfectly assume her responsibilities. That sounds splendid. In Xiang nodded eagerly, grateful for Tsunade's understanding of his desires. This arrangement would certainly make his pursuit more convenient. You will need to hand over your duties to Shizun, and then accompany me shortly, Tsunade instructed. Acknowledging that her decision to keep In Xiang close stemmed from two reasons. He was a child who had lost his family in the war and had been wandering for years. And even if she sent him away, he would have nowhere to go, leading to his inevitable demise. Thus, she masked her care under the guise of a debt repayment. Soon, Shizun guided In Xiang to the adjacent room, cluttered with files, some untouched by Tsunade, others already processed. Shizun briefed him on Tsunade's schedule, which was nearly filled to the brim with engagements as well as some of her personal quirks. In Xiang listened intently, committing every detail to memory. These insights would undoubtedly serve as shortcuts in his endeavor to win over Tsunade's heart. In Xiang's capacity for learning revealed itself to be remarkably formidable. Every word spoken by Jing Yin seemed to be etched indelibly in his mind, impossible to forget. Moreover, he demonstrated an ability to extrapolate. After listening to just a few of Jing Yin's remarks, he instinctively understood how to handle the documents at hand. After imparting a wealth of information to In Xiang, Jing Yin posed a series of questions, to which In Xiang responded flawlessly, reciting every detail verbatim. Jing Yin nodded in satisfaction, witnessing the boy's intelligence. Her fondness for him swelled to 25%. Once Jing Yin had adequately briefed In Xiang, Tsunade approached him. It was then that In Xiang learned that following Naruto's return, Tsunade had arranged for Kakashi to evaluate the training progress of both him and Sakura over the past 2 years, and the session was about to commence. Tsunade intended to observe, hoping to broaden In Xiang's horizons and ensure he would not falter should he ever witness a ninja battle. Naturally, In Xiang was eager. The opportunity to witness such a confrontation was invaluable for learning various ninjutsu. Upon arriving at the training ground with Tsunade, they found Jiraiya already waiting there. In Xiang, fully aware of his role as her assistant, remained half a step behind Tsunade. "Who is this?" Jiraiya inquired upon noticing the youth accompanying Tsunade. "Your boy toy?" "What?" Tsunade's fist connected sharply with Jiraiya's head, offering him no courtesy. "This is In Xiang, the little brat you brought back. He will henceforth be my secretary." "What? This little brat is your secretary?" Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. He was well aware of the boy's mischievous nature, having seen him engage in antics that were far from virtuous. Is he even capable? Lord Tsunade rises at 7, has breakfast ready by 7:30, prepares the day's documents by 8, takes a 10-minute sake break at 10, has lunch prepared by noon, and enjoys a nap from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. "All right, no need to share so many details," Tsunade interrupted In Xiang, inquiring, "Is that acceptable?" Jiraiya's expression was one of defeat. He had no further retorts. Just then, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi arrived at the training ground. "Sure," Tsunade gestured for silence, and the three of them focused intently on the impending battle. They exchanged pleasantries, during which the topic of Sasuke arose. His defection remained a poignant loss for Team 7. After expressing their sorrow, Naruto rallied his spirits. Their objective was to seize Kakashi's bell, similar to their previous assessment, though this time without the variances in individuals and abilities. Naruto was the first to strike, leaping into the air and hurling several shuriken. Kakashi crouched low, evading the projectiles and retaliating with a few shuriken of his own. Observing this exchange, In Xiang's keen learning ability allowed him to grasp the concept of multiple shuriken techniques. As Naruto found himself unable to dodge in midair, he utilized the shadow clone technique, deftly maneuvering his true body to safety. Shadow clone technique, duly noted. In Xiang smiled behind Tsunade, exhilarated by the unfolding events. As Naruto descended, he transformed his shadow clone into a massive shuriken. Kakashi seized the opportunity, clasping the shuriken with one hand while the other firmly grasped Naruto's head, rendering him immobile. Behind Kakashi emerged another of Naruto's shadow clones, brandishing a kunai aimed at Kakashi's waist. "Not bad," Tsunade remarked. "Heh, that's my apprentice," Jiraiya replied with a proud grin. As dusk settled, In quietly utilized a shadow clone to create another duplicate, reminding everyone that they had previously vowed to demolish the bathhouse. It was a promise that must be fulfilled. Chapter 6. I am the king of the night. In Xiang's true self remained here to study ninjutsu. While his shadow clone transformed into a cloaked figure clad in black, donning a mask as it made its way to the bathhouse. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the clone proceeded to dismantle the bathhouse with great haste. Such impatience. Nothing has changed. I hadn't even signaled to start yet. Kakashi glanced at the kunai behind him and declared, "Prepare, begin." Upon Kakashi's command, a plume of smoke enveloped him, making him vanish. To others, it might have appeared as a shadow clone or a substitution technique, but In Xiang instantly discerned it as earth release. With a thought of the decapitation technique, he recognized this as one of the many advantages of the modifier. As soon as an opponent utilized ninjutsu, he could identify it immediately. Naruto and Sakura began their search for Kakashi, exploring all four directions: up, down, left, and right, only to conclude that the only possibility remaining was below. Sakura showcased the fruits of her 2.5 years of training. Her right fist clenched tightly, she concentrated her chakra and struck the ground with immense force. The ground trembled violently, fissures opening as it split into several large boulders. Naruto stood aghast. What would happen if Sakura landed a punch on him in the future? Kakashi, hiding underground, quickly evaded, startled by the overwhelming power. What terrifying strength. Well done, Tsunade remarked with a smile, leaning against a tree, pleased with her disciple's progress. Kakashi-sensei, I've found you, Sakura exclaimed, directing her gaze at Kakashi underground. With resignation, Kakashi emerged, ready to engage in tactical analysis with Sakura. Come on, come on, In Xiang silently urged, yearning for the appearance of the Rasengan and Chidori. Once he witnessed these two techniques, he was confident that his capacity for learning would enable him to master the Rasen Shuriken immediately. Kakashi then retreated into the woods, and upon exchanging glances, Sakura and Naruto followed suit. Once they entered the forest, they found themselves embroiled in a protracted battle as ninjas. They had to conceal their presence and catch their opponent off guard. The trio dispersed, each hiding in their respective locations within the trees. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was nearing its descent, yet they had yet to engage in combat. Had it been the Naruto of old, he would have rushed forward to attack long ago. After a prolonged wait, Naruto finally spotted Kakashi charging at him with a kunai in hand. Kakashi promptly met him with his own kunai, and the two clashed mid-air. Kakashi then pivoted and hurled his kunai at Naruto, who deftly used the trees for cover. What followed was a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Kakashi and Naruto were locked in combat while In Xiang meticulously recorded every move, absorbing their techniques. After evading, Sakura rushed in to confront Kakashi, each of her punches imbued with formidable chakra. Kakashi could do little but evade as Sakura's fist struck a tree with such force that it shattered. Soon after, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique to engage Kakashi, but all were swiftly dispatched by Kakashi. Then, Kakashi leapt into the air, targeting the three Narutos from behind, executing the shadow dance leaf technique, binding the clones with bandages and slamming them into the ground, a maneuver that In Xiang instantly mastered. Alas, they were merely clones. So, where was the true body? Kakashi descended, commencing his search for the true identity. Here, Naruto leaped from the thicket, his hands clasped together, extending 2 fingers, secret technique. The ultimate taijutsu. 1,000 years of pain. Let us not go there. In Xiang promptly shut his eyes, as Naruto always employed such excruciatingly embarrassing techniques. By this time, the sky had darkened, and In Xiang's shadow clone began to take action. Clad in a black cloak, In Xiang leaped high into the air, crashing down with tremendous force onto the bathhouse, causing it to collapse instantaneously, leaving not a trace behind, and creating a massive pit in the ground. Who are you? The bathhouse owner, who had just emerged from the establishment, was struck with despair at the sight, shouting at In Xiang. In Xiang picked himself up from the ground, perched upon a nearby utility pole, illuminated by the streetlight. The wind billowed his cloak dramatically as he proclaimed, "I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the god of night. You seem rather like an overly dramatic youth." At that moment, In Xiang's essence of melodrama reached its zenith, having traversed into another dimension. How could he not indulge in such theatrics? Who goes there? At this juncture, the Konoha Guard ninjas arrived, calling out to In Xiang atop the pole. Observing the situation, Inxiang feigned grandeur once more. Humph, a bunch of feckless drunks. If you can catch me, then do try. With that, he vanished with a resounding pop from the utility pole. Is that a shadow clone? The Konoha ninjas exchanged perplexed glances, having not even glimpsed the assailant's face. Good heavens! Is there no law? Is there no justice? Look at this chaos. The bathhouse owner lamented, pointing at the enormous pit. There is nothing left of my bathhouse. What on earth has transpired? The leader, Kamizuki Izumo, approached the owner, inquiring. That fellow claimed to be the king of the night, calling himself the god of night. He leapt from the sky and single-handedly reduced my bathhouse to this state. The owner exclaimed, gripping Kamizuki Izumo's arm. One punch? Upon hearing it was done with a mere punch, Kamizuki Izumo was astonished. There were hardly any in the entirety of Konoha capable of such feats. And when considering the power behind a single punch, he could only think of the current Hokage, Tsunade Senju's extraordinary strength. Now, do not panic. Return home for the time being. We will report this incident to the Hokage, Kamizuki Izumo reassured the bathhouse owner. You must ensure justice is served, the owner implored, clutching Kamizuki Izumo's arm. Rest assured, we shall bring him to justice, Kamizuki Izumo comforted, subsequently seeing off the bathhouse owner. He proceeded to the Hokage's office in search of Tsunade, but finding her absent, he made his way to the hospital to locate Shizune. Shizune informed him of Tsunade's whereabouts, and he instantly used the body flicker technique to arrive at her side. Oh my! Inxiang was startled by the sudden appearance of Kamizuki Izumo, nearly losing his composure. What did you say? Tsunade turned to Inxiang, having heard him utter something incomprehensible. It's nothing, just startled, Inxiang replied, patting his chest. Lady Tsunade, Kamizuki Izumo knelt before her. What is the matter? Tsunade inquired. Just moments ago, the Konoha bathhouse was besieged by an unidentified assailant, leading to its complete collapse, with the ground itself caving in. According to the bathhouse owner, the perpetrator referred to himself as the king of the night, Yagami, who single-handedly obliterated the entire establishment with a mere punch. Shinjutsu Izumi reported this incident to Tsunade. I am the king of the night, the malevolent enforcer, Yagami. So incredibly magnificent. At that moment, Inxiang stood nearby, reveling in delight. Chapter 7. The film emperor begins his performance. What? Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, and Jiraiya immediately leapt from the tree. A single punch dismantled the bathhouse, leaving the ground indented. Tsunade, who had been leaning against the tree, stood upright to gaze at Kamizuki Izumi. From Kamizuki Izumi's perspective, Inxiang looked up at Kamizuki Izumi, which was precisely beneath Tsunade's chest. There is but one bathhouse in the hidden leaf. Where am I to gather material now? Jiraiya exclaimed, cradling his head. Now is not the time for such concerns. Lord Jiraiya, Inxiang interjected, attempting to play the Good Samaritan. Based on our on-site investigation, it is believed he may have utilized extraordinary strength. As Kamizuki Izumi spoke, he occasionally glanced at Tsunade, implying, Is this the doing of one of your disciples? How could it be? Tsunade furrowed her brow in response. The only one who possesses such extraordinary strength is Sakura. And how did that fellow, Yagami, infiltrate the hidden leaf so stealthily? Let us investigate further. With that, Tsunade prepared to depart. Lady Tsunade, what about this side? Inxiang was reluctant to leave, as such a splendid opportunity to learn ninjutsu could not be squandered. Let it be for now. We have seen what we needed to see. Tsunade declared as she strode away. Since it relates to extraordinary strength, I shall take a look as well. Jiraiya yawned and followed suit, while Kamizuki Izumi swiftly moved ahead to lead the way. Inxiang quietly created a shadow clone to observe from the side. The group soon arrived at the site of the bathhouse, gazing at the expansive crater before them. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were taken aback. This is indeed extraordinary strength. But it seems even more potent than yours, Jiraiya remarked, examining the ground. In the center of the massive crater lay a fist imprint, confirming that this was indeed the result of a single punch. Such a vast area could not have been produced by Tsunade's own strength. Has an S-rank individual infiltrated us? Tsunade pondered, biting her thumb, a small habit she exhibited when deep in thought. The S-rank she referred to was that of rogue ninjas, commonly understood as shadow-level powerhouses. Aside from myself and Sakura, No one in the Hidden Leaf can wield extraordinary strength, and I have never taught it to anyone else, Tsunade frowned. Could it be that someone learned it while you were teaching Sakura? Jiraiya suggested. Even if someone did learn it, there is no way they could wield such immense power. Tsunade asserted decisively, extraordinary strength requires the complete concentration of chakra throughout the body and demands precise control over that chakra. When I taught Sakura, it was impossible for anyone to overhear our conversation. I am quite confident in my sensory abilities. Then, this may prove difficult to investigate. Jiraiya sighed upon hearing her words, realizing they would never suspect it was In Xiang's doing. By the way, when we arrived, he vanished instantly, not using the body flicker technique, but a shadow clone. Kamizuki Izumi remarked, a mere shadow clone can possess such strength? It seems we are dealing with a character even more formidable than an S-rank, Jiraiya responded seriously. Abandoning thoughts of gathering material, for the Hidden Leaf now faced an unprecedented adversary. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed, prompting everyone to turn around. It was Danzo. Surrounded by a throng of Umbu, he approached Tsunade. And how do you intend to handle this? Tsunade retorted, casting a disapproving gaze at Danzo, that meddlesome individual. I have investigated. There was only one person who clashed with the bathhouse owner today, Danzo asserted, then turned his gaze toward In Xiang, as several Umbu appeared behind him and pressed him to the ground. It was now the moment for In Xiang to deliver an Oscar-worthy performance. Why are you arresting me? What does this have to do with me? Lady Tsunade, save me, please. In Xiang cried, his face pressed into the ground as he pleaded with Tsunade. Stop it. Tsunade immediately commanded the two Umbu, but they, being directly under Danzo's command, disregarded her orders. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? At the time of the incident, In Xiang was with us. Didn't Kamizuki Izumo say they saw a shadow clone? Danzo replied calmly, his expression utterly unperturbed. No one besides him had any conflict with the bathhouse owner. He is merely an ordinary person without chakra. Tsunade shouted at Danzo. Is it truly that he lacks chakra? Or has he sealed it away? We shall see. Take him away, Danzo instructed the two Umbu, who hoisted In Xiang from the ground and escorted him toward Danzo. Lady Tsunade, save me. I am innocent. In Xiang implored pitifully, casting a desperate glance at Tsunade, while inwardly reflecting, this Danzo is indeed ruthless. He would rather wrongfully execute 100 than let one slip away. Do you now suspect him to be a spy? If he were indeed a spy with such abilities, he would have resisted by now. Tsunade pointed toward the nearby ruins, refraining from interfering with the Umbu. As Hokage, it was already embarrassing enough to be unable to command her own village's Umbu. Intervening further would only exacerbate the situation. What if he is merely feigning vulnerability to elicit your sympathy, to approach you and steal Konoha's secrets? Danzo countered defiantly. What a thrilling day this has been, within mere hours. I have vanquished Pain's clone, encountered Jiraiya, been captured, and now serve as Tsunade's secretary, only to be apprehended by Danzo. The days ahead seem increasingly hopeful. Externally, In Xiang appeared flustered, yet internally he remained as composed as a seasoned veteran. He discerned that Tsunade's favor toward him had risen by 2 points, evidently. His act of feigned vulnerability had sparked her protective instincts. However, when Danzo made his statement, Tsunade's inner resolve wavered, and her favor plummeted by 5 points. That scoundrel Danzo, always looking for an opportunity to undermine you, In Xiang mused inwardly, and perhaps even to gouge out your eyes. Now, in pursuit of completing his mission and enhancing his attributes, In Xiang could not directly resist. Otherwise, this task would forever remain unfulfilled. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to further elevate Tsunade's favor toward him. I share that sentiment. Perhaps we should allow Danzo to take him for interrogation. Jiraiya whispered discreetly into Tsunade's ear. You old rascal. In felt an overwhelming urge to curse under his breath. How could Jiraiya also side with Danzo? It is worth noting that Jiraiya has always perceived himself as less than virtuous, and it appears he is far more cautious around Danzo than he is with Tsunade. If the interrogation concludes and it bears no consequence for him, what form of compensation could be expected? At that moment, Tsunade turned to Danzo and spoke. Please, Lady Tsunade, I have done nothing wrong. Upon hearing this, In realized it was time for him to exercise his role as the quintessential voice of the marginalized. Chapter 8. Entering Tsunade's chamber. Who are these individuals? Release me. In Xiang struggled against the Umbu's grasp, only to be swiftly rendered unconscious by a precise strike. Compensation? We'll discuss that when he is still alive. Subsequently, Danzo led the Umbu and In Xiang away. First, funds must be allocated to reconstruct the bathhouse, and then personnel should be dispatched to enhance security in Konoha. To prevent the reemergence of Yagami, Tsunade watched as In Xiang was taken away, then turned to Kamizuki Izumi and said, "Understood." Kamizuki nodded and departed. "Do you not believe that In Xiang is indeed Yagami?" Jiraiya inquired after Kamizuki left. "Of course. Does he appear to be someone of such formidable prowess?" Tsunade cast a glance at Jiraiya and remarked, "This is an opportunity to suppress Danzo, to temper his arrogance, though it is unfortunate for In Xiang." At that moment, In Xiang found himself bound to a cross. A bucket of icy water splashed upon him. "Ah," he gasped, feigning unconsciousness. In reality, he had not been knocked out at all. So cold, so cold. "Lord Danzo, I am truly not Yagami," In Xiang exclaimed desperately. "Humph." Danzo scoffed dismissively. Employing his preferred method of simplicity, he gestured, and an Umbu ninja approached, placing a hand upon In Xiang's head. In an instant, he truly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet within his mind, he received a notification that he had mastered the shifting mind technique of the Yamashiro clan. A member of the Yamashiro clan explored In Xiang's consciousness. But alas, due to the presence of a protective modifier, even in unconsciousness, In Xiang's awareness persisted. Utilizing the shifting mind technique, he conjured images he wished to reveal. The visuals mirrored the tragic tales he had narrated to Jiraiya and Tsunade: devastation, loss, and wandering. After the exploration concluded, the Umbu retracted their hand from In Xiang's head, and he awakened, feigning ignorance. "What has transpired? What is happening to me?" he exclaimed as he opened his eyes. "Not him." The Yamashiro member shook his head, subsequently relaying the contents of the vision to Danzo, who appeared visibly disheartened. It seemed he had erred in his assumptions this time. However, as the leader of Root, he could not simply acquiesce. He then gestured to a nearby Umbu, who approached with a whip and struck In Xiang, eliciting a cry of anguish from him, followed by a relentless barrage of lashes. "You may leave," Danzo instructed the Yamashiro Umbu, who nodded and departed. In truth, he was not a subordinate of Danzo, but rather a temporary aide, as the Yamashiro clan's member Shinkeis was currently engaged on a mission outside. Upon exiting Root, he hastened to the Hokage's office to relay all he had witnessed in the cell to Tsunade. Slamming her hand upon the desk, Tsunade rose abruptly, making her way to Root. By the time she arrived, In Xiang had been mercilessly beaten, his body drenched in blood, and had fallen unconscious. This time, I truly find myself in a state of confusion. After all, In Xiang has merely acquired the art of ninjutsu. His physical condition remains unenhanced. Since the investigation revealed no issues, why not release him? Tsunade directly intervened, seizing the whip from the Umbu member's grasp and casting it aside into the corner. "Humph." Danzo let out a cold snort before rising and departing with the Umbu, unable to provide any explanation at that moment. Tsunade hurriedly lowered In Xiang from the cross, lifting him onto her back and carrying him to her home, where she laid him on her bed to tend to his injuries. Tsunade's healing techniques proved remarkably effective. It wasn't long before In Xiang regained consciousness. The instant he beheld the green chakra emanating from Tsunade as she treated him, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded his mind. "Lady Tsunade," In Xiang weakly murmured, gazing at her, noticing her blood staining her attire. "Hold your tongue for now," Tsunade instructed, continuing her ministrations. "What did I do wrong?" In Xiang lamented in a feeble voice. Tsunade's heart ached. He truly had done nothing amiss. Perhaps, as she looked upon him, memories of her brother surfaced, causing her fondness for him to surge by several degrees. "You have done nothing wrong. Rest assured, I shall seek justice for you." She comforted him. In Xiang closed his eyes, relishing the warmth of her healing touch, and soon drifted into slumber. When In Xiang awoke the following day, his wounds had nearly healed, and he had no trouble standing. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 5 in the morning. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found himself in a room adorned with dark green sheets and blankets. with Tsunade's clothing hanging on a nearby rack, her undergarments particularly conspicuous. Yet, In Xiang was not so depraved as to dwell on that. It was evident he was in Tsunade's quarters. Exiting the room, he discovered Tsunade asleep on the couch in her pajamas. He gently draped a blanket over her and settled beside her, eager for her to awaken and see him there, believing that his kindness would surely endear him to her. However, rather than merely wait, he ventured out to procure ingredients and prepared breakfast for her at her home. With the blanket, companionship, and a lovingly made breakfast, he was determined to win her over. As In Xiang completed the meal, Tsunade stirred awake, stretching and yawning on the couch, rubbing her eyes. Observing her, he immediately approached her side. "Lady Tsunade, you're awake." "Huh." Tsunade blinked, her guard lowering upon seeing him. "Are you already able to get up?" "Indeed. I prepared breakfast for you. Once you freshen up, you may enjoy it," he replied, waving the plate in his hand. "I entrusted you to Danzo. You don't hold it against me?" Tsunade inquired, regarding him with concern. "Not at all. I understand that it was unavoidable, especially since I bore suspicion. After all, you came to save me." In Xiang smiled. "You, indeed." Upon hearing this, Tsunade revealed a reassuring smile. She was inherently a kind-hearted individual, and to receive In Xiang's understanding brought her great joy, coupled with the warmth of the blanket and the breakfast. Her fondness for In Xiang soared to an impressive 35%, a significant leap indeed. "I shall go freshen up first," Tsunade declared as she rose from the sofa, preparing to carry the blanket back to her room. "Allow me to assist you," In Xiang said, placing the plate on the coffee table and taking the blanket from Tsunade's hands. She did not resist his help. However, just as In Xiang was about to enter the room, Tsunade seemed to recall something important. "Wait for me," she shouted, her cheeks flushed, causing In Xiang to halt abruptly at the threshold of the room. Chapter 9. The plea for help from Sand Hidden. "What's wrong?" In turned around in a daze, though he already harbored an answer within. "You mustn't go. Allow me to handle it." Tsunade deftly slipped from Yin's grasp, tossing the blanket into the room before shutting the door behind her. Her cheeks flushed throughout the entire ordeal. "It's nothing. You need not enter," she said to Yin before hastily retreating to the washroom to freshen up. By the time she emerged, Yin had meticulously arranged the breakfast on the dining table. Naturally, it included sharing the morning meal with Tsunade. Having spent a night under the same roof, the two solitary souls seemed to embody the essence of cohabitation. After their breakfast, Yin took the initiative to tidy up the dishes and the table. "You can no longer wear those clothes. I purchased a few new outfits for you last night. Please change into them." Tsunade indicated towards the garments on the coffee table. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," Yin replied with a nod, taking the clothes and stepping into the washroom. He removed his blood-stained attire and donned the fresh garments, which were quite similar to his previous kimono. As Yin stepped out in the morning, adorned in the bloodied outfit, he attracted quite a few curious glances. Subsequently, the two made their way to the Hokage building, where the clock read 7:30, just half an hour before Tsunade's work schedule commenced. Their first task of the day was to allocate missions to the ninjas at the assignment office. Yin held a notebook, standing behind Tsunade, embodying the role of a dutiful secretary. "Ah, and then there's that Naruto character. Just thinking about assigning him a mission gives me a headache," Tsunade sighed, nodding in resignation. "It's almost time. We should head over," Yin remarked, glancing at the clock. "Indeed," Tsunade concurred, rising from her seat. And together they proceeded to the mission assignment room. Shortly thereafter, Naruto arrived. "Huh, a transport escort mission for gold bars." Upon hearing Tsunade announce the task, Naruto's discontent was apparent. "What? Are you unhappy, you rascal?" Tsunade supported her head with her hand, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. "This is clearly a C-rank mission. Such tasks are hardly commendable," Naruto retorted. And among the inhabitants of Konoha, only he and Konohamaru dared to speak to the Hokage in such a manner. Kakashi and Sakura bore expressions of expectation, as last night, Yin's shadow clone had mastered numerous jutsu, including the fire style, fireball technique, water style, water dragon bullet, and earth style, earth wall. Unfortunately, he had yet to witness Naruto's Rasengan or Kakashi's Chidori. Perhaps this was due to Kakashi having once instructed Sasuke that Chidori was not intended for use against comrades, a sentiment echoed by Jiraiya in his counsel to Naruto. After revealing the conclusion of the intimate paradise, Naruto ultimately secured the bell, thus forming a trio with Kakashi that no longer resembled the previous teacher-student dynamic as they embarked on missions together. Naruto, your mentality has shown no growth whatsoever, Iruka remarked, exasperated, as it became evident that Tsunade was not the sole person in charge of issuing missions. Otherwise, she would surely be overwhelmed each day. Naruto, considering this is your first mission upon your return, I have assigned you a relatively simple task. Tsunade had barely finished her sentence when Naruto interrupted her. You don't need to meddle, he retorted defiantly. Sakura, noticing the tension, swiftly wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck to silence him, apologizing to Tsunade. I'm sorry, master. I will ensure he behaves. The details of the mission were laid out before them. Tsunade would not allow Naruto to refuse, pushing the task details forward. Understood. Kakashi stepped forward to retrieve the mission details. Honestly, the third Hokage was far more understanding than you, Naruto muttered, stifled by Sakura's grip. What did you just say? Tsunade glared at Naruto, her expression darkening. Enough. Sakura tightened her hold on Naruto, nearly choking him. At that moment, the door burst open, and a short-haired woman rushed in, an operative from the code-breaking team. Kakashi barely had time to grasp the mission details before she approached Tsunade urgently. What is the matter? Tsunade inquired, noticing the woman's distress. We just received an urgent message from Sunagakure. Here is the deciphered content. She handed a notebook to Tsunade. Upon reading it, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, and Ian glanced over as well. The message revealed that the Akatsuki organization had launched a surprise attack on Sunagakure the previous night and had abducted Gaara. What? Iruka exclaimed, equally astonished. What is happening? Naruto asked, sensing the gravity of the situation as he witnessed their anxious demeanor. The Kazekage of the Sand has been kidnapped by an organization called Akatsuki, Tsunade disclosed without reservation. Their expressions reflected shock, while Ian appeared somewhat pleased. Having merely glanced at the deciphered code, he had already acquired the skill to interpret such messages. Moreover, engaging with the Akatsuki would afford him the opportunity to learn numerous ninjutsu techniques. We possess more intelligence regarding the Akatsuki, which is why Sunagakure has issued a request for assistance. Tsunade addressed Naruto and the others. Ian promptly crossed out Kakashi's team's escort mission in the notebook. This is an urgent situation. We lack the luxury of time to select personnel carefully. Moreover, some of you have already encountered the Akatsuki directly. Kakashi's team is hereby reassigned to a new mission. Proceed immediately to Sunagakure, gather intelligence, and relay it back to Konohagakure. Afterwards, follow Sunagakure's directives for support. Tsunade looked at the three members of Kakashi's team. Understood. This time, Naruto agreed decisively, and the three promptly departed, needing to prepare their gear for the lengthy journey ahead. Tsunade, too, was no longer inclined to remain and issue further tasks. She accompanied Ian to the village gate to await Naruto and his companions. They arrived shortly. We shall take our leave now, Master, Sakura informed Tsunade before departing, to which Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, Naruto, off to undertake a mission? Just then, Jiraiya leaped down from above. Indeed, Naruto replied with a smile and a nod. Be careful. Jiraiya conveyed a message to Naruto before approaching Tsunade. I have just received news that the Kazekage of Sunagakure has been. I am already aware of this. The shinobi are en route to provide support, Tsunade interjected. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Naruto and Tsunade, before lowering his voice further. You are also aware of Naruto's connection with Akatsuki, which is why I believe they should go. 2.5 years prior, members of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, had targeted Naruto. Had it not been for Jiraiya's intervention at that time, they would have succeeded in their endeavor. Chapter 10, Cohabitation with Tsunade. At present, there are no more suitable candidates, so let them be, Tsunade declared. This, Jiraiya sighed, realizing there was no alternative. The other Jonin were currently engaged in missions. He could only offer Naruto a few words of caution, urging him to be prudent, to refrain from utilizing the Nine-Tails' power. and reminding Kakashi to look after Naruto diligently. Naturally, Naruto responded with assurances of, "Don't worry, I've got this. Enough dawdling, off you go." Tsunade called out to Naruto and the others. "All right," Naruto exclaimed, charging ahead. Meanwhile, Inxiang discreetly created a shadow clone and vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique. A fleeting act that went unnoticed by anyone. As the secretary to the Hokage, lacking chakra, he could not request to accompany them. Inxiang's absence of chakra could also be interpreted as possessing limitless chakra. Thus, his clone was akin to his entire self, without dispersing any chakra. "Is Lord Jiraiya not joining us?" Inxiang inquired, recalling the storyline where Jiraiya, being in Konoha, should have accompanied them. "I have received other intelligence from the Akatsuki that requires my investigation. I cannot join you," Jiraiya replied, casting a glance at Inxiang. The fact that this lad had managed to survive an encounter with Danzo indicated that he was indeed capable, alleviating Jiraiya's concerns. "I see," Inxiang nodded in understanding. "All right. Let us return. There are numerous documents to attend to," Tsunade said, turning away. The perspective then shifted to Inxiang's clone, where Naruto and the others were progressing swiftly. Inxiang's ninjutsu proficiency now surpassed that of any of them, enabling him to conceal his presence and follow undetected, even from Kakashi. Along the way, Naruto recounted his battle from 2 years prior against Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, naturally mentioning Sasuke Uchiha as well. Sakura informed Naruto that Sasuke, in his quest for power, was now in the company of Orochimaru, whose sole aim was to possess Sasuke's body. Furthermore, Orochimaru had once been a member of the Akatsuki. Thus, the closer they drew to the Akatsuki, the closer they came to Orochimaru, and consequently, to Sasuke. Sakura expressed her unwavering devotion to Sasuke. Despite not having seen him for over 2 years, her feelings remaining steadfast. Naruto nodded in agreement, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Meanwhile, the situation in Sunagakure was dire. Kankuro, in pursuit of the assailant who attacked Sunagakure and abducted Gaara, had clashed with Sasori and succumbed to a deadly poison. Now bedridden, he could only relay the enemy's name to the medical team through sheer will, Sasori of the Red Sand. This name resonated prominently within Sunagakure. As the former leader of Gaara's team, Baki was now part of the higher echelons of Sunagakure. In such circumstances, he could only seek assistance from the 2 advisors. Subsequently, the group encountered Temari, who was returning to Sunagakure. Temari had arrived in Konoha the previous morning to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams with Shikamaru. After their discussions, she departed that morning and was soon met by Kakashi and the others on their journey. "What brings you all here?" Temari inquired, sensing urgency from the pace and direction of Kakashi and his companions. "Irika has been abducted by the Akatsuki, and we are heading to provide assistance," Naruto replied hastily. "What?" Temari exclaimed, startled. "Then we must hurry." With that, she leaped into the trees, joining them in their swift pursuit. Throughout the day, they pressed on. Yet rest and sleep were still necessary. Otherwise, they would be ill-equipped to face any sudden adversaries due to their exhaustion. This predicament was particularly challenging for Inxiang, who had set out without any supplies, food, drink, or weapons. While the others consumed their rations, he scavenged for fruits. At night, he could not afford to sleep deeply, remaining alert to the possibility of being discovered and also mindful of when they would resume their journey. Their rest was brief, lasting only 4 hours. As dawn broke, they were compelled to continue their trek. Naruto, consumed by worry for Gaara, had not slept a wink. This left Inxiang in a dire situation. He could hardly risk slumber, fearing the repercussions if Naruto were to discover him. At this juncture, they were still a day's journey from Sunagakure. Inxiang resolved that upon arrival, his first priority would be to find something to eat. "All right, let's set off," Kakashi called, rousing Temari and Sakura. While addressing Naruto perched in the trees, the group resumed their relentless pace, unaware of what awaited them throughout the day. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Kankuro had endured relentless torment from poison for an entire day and night, teetering on the brink of death. Despite the efforts of the Sunagakure advisor, Chiyo, who had come at the behest of Gaara and treated him throughout the night, there was little hope. "This is the end, even with my knowledge of toxins. I cannot counteract this level of venom," Chiyo lamented. The medical ninjas around her shared her despair. Kankuro had but a day left, and Shio sighed. That boy, Sasori, has certainly improved. What can we do? Gaara asked anxiously, unable to bear the thought of losing his brother. If there is anyone more adept at detoxification than I, it would be Tsunade of Konoha. During the war, she neutralized all my toxins and developed antidotes, proving to be quite troublesome for us. Now that we are allied with Konoha, it seems we must request her assistance. Meanwhile, in the residence of Tsunade, the previous night had seen her arrange for a stay in her home, specifically in the adjacent room. This arrangement was convenient, given their prior cohabitation, and moreover, In Xiang's culinary skills were notably commendable. With each meal prepared by In Xiang, Tsunade's fondness for him increases by a point. The reason for this is that In Xiang deliberately enhances the flavor of each meal, making it more delectable than the last. Consequently, each day brings a delightful surprise for Tsunade. For In Xiang, however, it merely signifies a return to his usual culinary proficiency. I shall dispatch reinforcements to support Sunagakure. Tsunade declared to In Xiang the following morning. Reinforcements? In Xiang pondered. Kai's team should be on their way back to Konoha. Shall we notify them? Indeed. Tsunade replied with a satisfied nod. Despite having served as her secretary for merely 2 days, In Xiang had already gained a clear understanding of the ranks among the ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 11. The Sky as a Blanket. The Earth as a Bed. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. In Xiang, who had only served as his secretary for 2 days, had already grasped the delineation of the Konoha ninjas quite well. Moreover, he had offered numerous valuable suggestions regarding the tasks at hand. He was undoubtedly a born leader. Yes, I will notify them right away, In Xiang affirmed, making his way to the entrance of Konoha village to await Team Guy. Glancing at the time, he surmised they should be returning soon. Indeed, it wasn't long before he spotted 2 round-headed figures racing towards the village gate, seemingly in a competition to see who was faster. Following closely behind were a boy and a girl, maintaining a moderate distance. Upon noticing a strikingly handsome figure standing at the village entrance, the girl surged ahead, overtaking the 2 boys and arriving right in front of In Xiang. Hi there. I'm Ten. Are you lost? Would you like me to show you around Konoha? She inquired. No, thank you, In Xiang replied, shaking his head. I must maintain an air of aloofness. I know Ten is the type who prefers someone as cool as Niji. How cool. As anticipated, Ten's demeanor shifted, her admiration for him visibly increasing by 20%. I won. Just then, the larger round-headed boy leaped ahead of the smaller one, bounding through the gates of Konoha. Curse it, I've lost count of how many times this has happened. The smaller boy lamented, following closely behind. Ah, so this is the legendary Guy Sensei. Seeing him in person is truly something. Is that a bit too tight? Upon seeing Guy, In Xiang mused. Excuse me, who are you? Guy turned his attention towards In Xiang, noticing the unfamiliar face. I am the new secretary of Lord Hokage. Those 2 over there can vouch for me, In Xiang said, gesturing towards Steel and Kamizuki Izumo, who had just arrived. Guy and the others turned to them, and they nodded in unison. Then, as the secretary of Lord Hokage, is there something you need from us? Guy inquired. Last night, Gaara of the Sand Village was ambushed and captured by an organization known as Akatsuki. This morning, Kakashi's team has already departed to assist the Sand Village. Lord Hokage has requested that you all head out for reinforcement, In Xiang explained, producing the mission details. Understood. Team Guy is ready to depart, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Got it. Lee chimed in. Understood, Ten and Niji echoed. All right, everyone, let us reach the Sand Village within a day. Guy addressed his disciples. Sensei, let us aim for half a day, Lee suggested enthusiastically. Realistically, it should take at least 3 days, Niji interjected, shaking his head. Stop with the nonsensical remarks, honestly. Niji and Ten teased in unison. Let us go. Everyone, follow me and unleash your youth, Guy declared, raising his right hand in excitement. Hi, Guy Sensei. Only Lee raised his fist in response before the duo turned and dashed off. How embarrassing, Ten muttered behind them, especially in front of this new handsome face. Give it up, Ten. Ningji also advised Tian to abandon his complaints, asserting that such lamentations were futile, and then immediately followed suit. Truly, He is worthy of being called the Emperor of the Sea. Let him unleash his youth. How splendid. In Xiang observed their departure. Standing in place and mimicking a Kai's call, Gongzi, Tai, and Xinwei looked at each other, their expressions rife with embarrassment. Ahem. In Xiang glanced at the man. Clearing his throat awkwardly, hastily departed. Once out of the goalkeeper's sight, In Xiang created a shadow clone to follow Akai and the others, subsequently returning to the Hokage building. Lady Tsunade, they have already left, he announced upon entering the office, carrying a stack of documents. Today's tasks assigned by Tsunade. Shall I assist you with these? Haha. That would be a great help. Tsunade replied without reservation. Not a bother, it is my duty, In Xiang responded promptly. Beep beep beep. Tsunade's favorability. 50. Only 2 days have passed. What a remarkable leap. While maintaining a facade of calm as he sorted through the documents, In Xiang's heart raced with excitement. Tonight, I must deal with that scoundrel Danzo. I was too exhilarated to do so after staying at Tsunade's yesterday. Beep beep beep. Side quest triggered. Dismantle route. Earn 1 talent point. Excellent. Unable to contain himself, In Xiang slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. This task is splendid. What is the matter? Tsunade, who had been lost in thought watching In Xiang, was startled by the sudden noise. Nothing. Nothing at all. In Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at the documents. Konohamaru and the others have tamed a wild boar to serve as a food supply for the village. Well done, he pointed out. Just capturing a wild boar. And look at how excited you are, Tsunade chuckled in response. Haha. In Xiang, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued to sort through the papers as Tsunade smiled and gazed out the window. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, en route to Sunagakure, traversed a desert where a sandstorm erupted, compelling them to seek refuge in a cave temporarily. Conversely, In Xiang's shadow clone, proficient in earth release and the decapitation technique, burrowed underground, heading directly towards Sunagakure, where he indulged in a hearty feast at a restaurant. Wow, delightful. This journey has left me famished, he exclaimed, devouring meat and drinking water voraciously. If this continued, he would grow emaciated. After satisfying his hunger, In Xiang patted his round belly, reclined in his chair, and stretched lazily. Excuse me, sir. We are closing for the day. Please settle your bill. A waiter approached to inform him. All right, I'll pay. In Xiang nodded, reaching into his pocket. Only to be struck with embarrassment, he had no money. He glanced at the waiter, then at the table, and finally blurted out, Look, a flying saucer. A flying saucer. Where? The waiter instinctively turned to follow In Xiang's gesture, and he swiftly used the body flicker technique to escape. By the way, what is a flying saucer anyway? The waiter turned around, only to find no trace of In Xiang. Someone has dined and dashed, he exclaimed. At that moment, In Xiang had found a corner to conceal himself. Fortunately, prior to his pursuit, he had employed a transformation technique to don a cloak, ensuring that his appearance remained unrecognizable. Otherwise, if his true self were to arrive in Sunagakure, he would undoubtedly be pointed at as a scoundrel who had evaded payment. After indulging in a hearty meal, it was only natural to seek some rest. Lacking funds, In Xiang simply utilized the earth-style, earth wall technique to construct a makeshift room and bed, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mattress, laying down to sleep right there. Chapter 12. Strike at the Root. Under Yin's diligent efforts, Tsunade relished a rare day of leisure and joy. By 9 o'clock in the evening, she returned home with In. In had prepared a late-night snack for Tsunade, accompanied by a small bottle of sake. These were all low-calorie foods, ensuring she wouldn't gain weight, and the sake, with its moderate alcohol content, complemented the dishes perfectly. In arranged everything on the table and said to Tsunade, This is splendid. Tsunade nodded in agreement, eagerly sipping a glass. Ah, how delightful, she exclaimed after downing her drink. As long as you enjoy it, In replied with a smile. I'll take a rest now. Please leave your leftovers on the table, and I'll clean up tomorrow. Sit down and join me for a couple of drinks, Tsunade insisted. I've never had alcohol before, In admitted, feeling anxious about seeking revenge from Danzo. There's always a first time for everything. Come, have a seat. Tsunade pointed to the chair before her. Very well, but I'll only have 1 glass. I wouldn't want to delay your plans for tomorrow, In said as he sat down. How responsible of you, Tsunade chuckled, pouring a glass for Ain. Cheers. They clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Although Ain was not unfamiliar with alcohol, he had never tasted the beverages of this world. As the liquid slid down his throat, he grimaced at the flavor, which resembled nothing more than rice-washing water, and its potency was far inferior to the spirits he had known in his past life. Tsunade's sake barely sufficed. Ugh, this is rather bitter. Ain feigned a look of agony as he swallowed. Haha, look at your tolerance. You'll need to practice more with me in the future, Tsunade laughed. All right, I want to push you further. Go rest. Understood, Ain nodded. Rising to return to his room, he then utilized the shadow clone technique, instructing his clone to feign sleep while he quietly slipped out through the window. Clearly, dealing with Danzo was something he wished to witness firsthand. Transform. Ain employed a transformation technique, assuming the guise of the night god, and stealthily infiltrated Danzo's lair under the cover of darkness. The lair was located in the woods of the training grounds on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, beneath a massive tree where a secret passage lay hidden. With a powerful punch, he smashed the entrance, creating a large hole, and leapt down. Who goes there? The Umbu members promptly reacted, surrounding Ain in an instant. I am the king of the night, the malevolent. That's the night god. Capture him. One Umbu member interrupted before Ain could finish, charging toward him. How dare you come here so brazenly without even chakra? Another Umbu shouted. Don't interrupt others while they're speaking, Ain retorted, seizing the charging Umbu by the mask and lifting him into the air. With a firm grip, he crushed the mask. Burn. Boom. As Ain Xiang's voice fell, flames ignited in his hands, spreading across the entire body of the dark operative. He struggled within the fire. Yet Ain Xiang showed no intention of relinquishing his grip until the operative was reduced to ashes. This was the result of Ain Xiang mastering the Great Fireball technique, honing it to a level where he could unleash flames without hand seals, and it will truly a terrifying feat. The surrounding dark operatives were taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, exchanging glances before charging toward Ain Xiang once more. Unaware of the peril they faced, Ain Xiang merely smiled, teleporting swiftly behind one of the operatives and delivering a powerful punch to his spine, imbued with immense strength, ensuring the man's demise. The struck operative coughed up blood, which then erupted into a spray of crimson, splattering onto his comrades, while not a single drop stained Ain Xiang. Wasn't it you who claimed I lacked chakra yet dared to be arrogant? Ain Xiang teleported again, this time behind the operative who had mocked him, delivering a crushing kick that sent him into the ground, shattering his mask and dislodging his eyes. Realizing they were outmatched, the remaining operatives swallowed hard. Astonished by his uncanny speed, could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? No, it was merely a simple teleportation technique. Ain Xiang's figure materialized before another operative, his hand piercing through the man's chest. The operative, in disbelief, glanced down just in time to witness Ain Xiang extracting his heart, crushing it before his very eyes. With widened eyes, he collapsed to his knees, then fell forward. Run. The remaining operatives, terrified by Ain Xiang's brutality, turned to flee. But Ain Xiang was relentless. Aren't you the ones seeking me? Why run? He pursued them, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far. Yet they could not shake him off. The faster they ran, the quicker he matched their pace, making it impossible to escape his grasp. After an unknown distance, they arrived at an underground intersection constructed from steel mesh, where an elderly man leaning on a cane coughed, prompting the fleeing operatives to halt in their tracks. Looking up, Ain Xiang recognized the figure. Danzo. Why are you running? Danzo inquired calmly, observing his subordinates. The operatives exchanged anxious glances, knowing they were deserters, and that deserters faced dire consequences under Danzo's command. As expected, more dark operatives soon appeared, swiftly eliminating the fleeing few. Are you the night god? Danzo then addressed Ain Xiang, lifting his gaze. Ah, I am the king of darkness, the embodiment of evil. Kill him. Just as Ain Xiang was about to boast, Danzo issued a direct order, and over 20 operatives surged toward him. I told you to let me finish speaking. Now truly incensed, Ain Xiang could not tolerate Danzo's interruption, especially when he appeared to carry a higher air of authority. As the protagonist, he would not allow such indignities to occur. Ain Xiang immediately struck the steel frame with a powerful punch, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Danzo leapt up, positioning himself atop the pipes, while the members of the Umbu also sprang into action, hanging upside down from the pipes as they rushed towards Yin Xiang. Fire style, great fireball technique. The leading Umbu swiftly unleashed a great fireball aimed at Yin Xiang. In response, Yin Xiang formed hand seals with one hand and, in an instant, summoned a water dragon bullet. The formidable water dragon bullet, conjured even in the absence of water, surged forth, sweeping away all 20 or so Umbu members. Chapter 13. A swift kick to Danzo's head. Earth release, earth flow wall. In a state of panic, one of the Umbu activated the earth flow wall, but it was swiftly obliterated by Yin Xiang's water dragon bullet. The force was overwhelming. The earth flow wall proved utterly ineffective. The Umbu member ascended to the surface, standing atop the torrent. At that moment, the route was transformed into a river by Yin Xiang's water dragon bullet, with the Umbu members scrambling to stay afloat on the water surface. Danzo's expression shifted. The casual water dragon bullet was already astonishing, yet it had conjured such a powerful surge of water in an arid environment, something even the second Hokage might struggle to achieve. Fire release, great fireball technique. This time, Yin Xiang unleashed the great fireball directly from his mouth, a spectacle that transcended mere fireballs, resembling a meteor that evaporated the river in an instant. The Umbu who had previously faced Yin Xiang's great fireball was instantly reduced to ashes, with most of the remaining Umbu engulfed in the inferno. Had Danzo not fled promptly, he too would have met his demise. Such immense power in ninjutsu left the Umbu in a state of bewilderment. The great fireball, a mere C-rank technique, in Yin Xiang's hands, seemed akin to an S-rank. Stop him. Danzo, positioned at the rear, began to release the seals on his arms. Stop him. Yin Xiang swiftly appeared behind Danzo, drawing a kunai from his pocket and pressing it against Danzo's throat. The reason for utilizing Danzo's kunai? Simply because Yin Xiang lacked the funds to procure one of his own. Danzo's lifeless eyes widened, his movements freezing in a state of trepidation. The remaining 8 or 9 Umbu rushed to encircle Yin Xiang, but what use was mere encirclement? What are your intentions? Danzo asked, unwilling to turn and face Yin Xiang. Intentions? What intentions could I possibly have? Haven't you been searching for me incessantly? Yin Xiang replied to Danzo. Are you truly Yin Xiang? Danzo continued to inquire. Yin Xiang? Who might that be? I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the god of night. Yin Xiang finally articulated his dramatic monologue, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I detest being interrupted while speaking, and I particularly loathe those who presume to hold a higher status than I. With that, Yin Xiang executed a reverse hold, wrenching Danzo's arm behind him while simultaneously stepping on Danzo's back. At this juncture, the route had been reduced to ruins. Ding. Mission to destroy route completed. Awarded 1 talent point. Would you like to use it now? The modifier appeared promptly, and Yin Xiang pondered briefly before deciding to reserve it for later, to be selected at his leisure. At that moment, Danzo, pinned beneath Yin Xiang, wore an expression of agony, not merely from physical pain, but also from the humiliation of being overpowered. What do you want from me? Danzo implored Yin Xiang. I merely wish to clarify that I was passing through Konoha and accidentally destroyed the bathhouse. Please do not pursue me any further. It is quite bothersome, Yin Xiang replied, still pressing down on Danzo. I understand. Danzo nodded in compliance. Oh, quite cooperative indeed. Yin Xiang pondered inwardly, surprised by the unexpected cooperation from his adversary. I won't pursue this any further. Let this be our parting. You may go. Tuanzang declared to Yin Xiang. After some contemplation, Yin Xiang discerned that this scoundrel Tuanzang was surely plotting something. What could he possibly do, given Tuanzang's nature? He likely intended to lower Yin Xiang's guard and exploit the opportunity to utilize the Sharingan in his right eye. This old rogue aimed to control him with Shirsui's Sharingan, intending to make him a tool for his own ends. A smirk crept across Yin Xiang's face. Let the game begin. He promptly removed his foot from Tuanzang's body and released him. As anticipated, the moment Yin Xiang relinquished his hold, Tuanzang tore away the bandage from his right eye and pivoted to face Yin Xiang, ready to unleash the Kodo Amatsukami. However, to his astonishment, he found himself staring at Yin Xiang's hand. Without hesitation, Yin Xiang thrust his hand into Tuanzang's eye. wrenching out the Sharingan and delivering a powerful kick that sent Tuanzong crashing against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. The Umbu, witnessing the chaos, rushed at Yin Xiang. In response, he ignited flames around himself, the intense heat incinerating them into ashes. 7 Umbu perished instantaneously, while 1 remained, barely clinging to life. Naturally, Yin Xiang wished to spare a witness to his exploits. Subsequently, he extracted his own right eye, implanting the Sharingan he had just acquired from Tuanzong. Utilizing the medical ninjutsu he learned from Tsunade, he restored his vision in mere seconds. With a decisive motion, Yin Xiang crushed his original right eye, adapting seamlessly to the Sharingan now swirling within his eye socket. Remarkably, he had mastered its use the moment Tuanzong attempted to employ it against him. To what extent had he mastered it? He could effortlessly revert the Sharingan back to a normal eye. As the smoke dissipated, Tuanzong beheld the spectacle of Yin Xiang exchanging his eyes, clutching his bleeding right eye while glaring at him with his remaining left eye. Yin Xiang contemplated whether to eliminate Tuanzong. If he were to control him with Kotoamitsu Tsukumi, would it not be a significant loss? Admittedly, Tuanzong possessed a keen aptitude for training the Umbu, yet these operatives were solely at his disposal. Yin Xiang held confidence that his own trained Umbu would surpass Tuanzang's. Upon reflecting on Tuanzang's utility, Yin Xiang concluded it was non-existent. With a nod of affirmation, he materialized before Tuanzong and, with a single, lethal kick, obliterated Tuanzang's head, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse. Then, Yin Xiang used a kunai to sever Tuanzang's arm, which was adorned with Sharingan. He intended to exchange his own Sharingan for one of Tuanzang's, potentially developing several Manjiki Sharingan in the process. Perhaps he could eventually attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and, ultimately, the Rinnegan. With an air of leisure, akin to strolling through a park, Yin Xiang stepped over Tuanzang's remains and began his search in the root's chamber. He discovered the necessary nutrient vials for eye implantation, carefully placing 10 Sharingan into 10 separate containers before departing from the root. Regardless of the world, the security forces always arrive last. When Kamizuki Izumo and his companions finally made their appearance, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. A headless, dismembered corpse lay sprawled on the ground, alongside a dark operative clinging to life. Who could have perpetrated such a heinous act? Kamizuki Izumo exclaimed in astonishment as he surveyed the chaos. Even if the majority of the core members were away on missions, it was inconceivable that the organization could be reduced to such a state. Chapter 14. The actors returned when Yin Xiang stealthily returned home. It was already 10:30. Tsunade had also retreated to her own chamber for the night. Yin Xiang quietly slipped in through the window, and his shadow clone immediately dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a frantic knocking echoed at Tsunade's door. In a rush, Yin Xiang hastily stowed the Sharingan he had retrieved beneath his bed, donned his pajamas, and emerged from his bedroom, feigning drowsiness. As he stepped out, Tsunade appeared, clad in her pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, draped in her outerwear. Goodness, Lady Tsunade. Yin Xiang yawned, inadvertently catching sight of the subtle curves beneath her garment, nearly causing him to lose control. Tsunade nodded, seemingly aware of his gaze, tightening her coat around herself. Knock, knock. The knocking grew increasingly urgent. I'm coming. Yin Xiang hastened to the door and opened it, revealing Gongzi Tai. Oh. Gongzi Tai paused upon seeing Yin Xiang at the door, his eyes widening. The rumors claim you are Lady Tsunade's favored companion. Is that true? He whispered. What? Yin Xiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Without a doubt. This gossip originated from Jiraiya. I merely reside at Lady Tsunade's home. What brings you here at this late hour? Ah, how careless of me. I nearly forgot the crucial matter. Is Lady Tsunade not present? She is. What is it? You may speak freely. Yin Xiang feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Just now, the root was attacked, and Danzo has perished. Gongzi Tai stated gravely, his expression serious. What? Yin Xiang gasped in feigned astonishment, demonstrating his remarkable acting skills. What did you say? Tsunade, hearing the commotion, swiftly emerged from her chamber. Lady Tsunade. Upon seeing her, Gongzi Tai immediately knelt, reporting, we just rushed to the root. There was only one survivor left. He informed us that the assailant was Yagami, and then he breathed his last. That Yagami again? Recently. Danzo has been pursuing him relentlessly. Has he retaliated? Tsunade remarked thoughtfully. Ever since the last incident where In Xiang was wronged, Danzo has been quite agitated, dispatching numerous Umbu to gather intelligence on Yagami. They have been patrolling Konoha every night in search of him, resulting in a significant depletion of personnel at their headquarters, which caused In Xiang to miss numerous opportunities for elimination. Let us investigate. In Xiang turned to Tsunade. Indeed. Tsunade nodded in agreement. I shall change my attire. You go ahead. In Xiang then addressed Gongzi Tai. Understood. Gongzi Tai nodded before vanishing in an instant. In Xiang closed the door and returned to his room to change. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, Tsunade emerged, a smile gracing her face. Danzo's demise is indeed a fortunate turn of events, is it not? In Xiang remarked. Observing Tsunade's reaction, I have considered it as well. It is indeed a good thing. From this point forward, the route, under Danzo's direct command, can be freely managed. Tsunade affirmed. However, it must first be approved by the 2 advisors. In Xiang added. Indeed, Danzo was a venerable elder of Konoha. His demise necessitates an explanation. Let us proceed. Tsunade remarked to In Xiang, turning to exit her residence, harboring no suspicion that In Xiang had a hand in Danzo's death. For such a notion was utterly implausible. In Xiang's current standing was impeccably pristine. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Root, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of Konoha ninjas, alongside numerous members of the Root's Black Ops. These individuals had returned hastily upon discovering the dispelling of the tongue seal, only to find Danzo lifeless, leaving them in a perplexing state, unsure whether to rejoice or react otherwise. Tsunade, what on earth is happening? Just as Tsunade and In Xiang arrived, 2 elderly figures, a man and a woman, approached them, none other than the esteemed advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado. I have just arrived and am equally in the dark. Tsunade replied, her tone dismissive as she regarded them. Do you know who the perpetrator is? Hamura inquired. It is said to be an individual who goes by the name of Yagami, shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring his visage, Tsunade elucidated. Since you are aware of the assailant's identity, this person has committed murder within the confines of Konoha, taking the life of the leader of Root. Should we not immediately issue a manhunt for this individual? Koharu exclaimed. Do you think such news would be palatable? To have slain the leader of Konoha's Black Ops and escaped, would that not disgrace both Konoha and the Land of Fire? As the Hokage, I shall certainly provide a suitable explanation for this matter, Tsunade retorted firmly in response to Koharu's outburst. Are we simply to allow this to go unchecked? Koharu cried out. Tsunade-heim, as advisors to Konoha, any decisions you make must be discussed with us. Such capriciousness cannot be tolerated. Enough, enough, Koharu-san. Do not let your temper flare. In Xiang interjected hastily. Let us discuss this matter in a more private setting. He then guided Koharu and Hamura to a nearby tree, addressing Koharu with a sweetly delivered Koharu-san, which struck a chord within her heart. After all, it was unlikely she would ever have grandchildren, and no one in Konoha dared to refer to her as such. The endearing address from this dashing young man immediately softened her demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am In Xiang, the new secretary to Lady Tsunade. Rest assured, Lord Danzo has already verified my identity. I am not a spy from another nation, he stated, offering a courteous introduction to the 2 advisors. Since becoming her secretary, I have delved into Konoha's historical records, and you both are renowned figures, having made indelible contributions to our village. It was indeed your support that led to Tsunade's ascension as Hokage. Thus it is only natural that she should heed your counsel, In Xiang said, his tone respectful and diplomatic. You speak wisely, young man. However, this girl is exceedingly headstrong. She fails to inform us of such critical matters. Had it not been for the members of Root who alerted us, we might have remained unaware. Hamura responded, Grandfather Min-yin, do not be troubled. I am aware that Lord Danzo was once your comrade, and his demise must surely bring you a measure of sorrow, as it does to me. My connection with Lord Danzo was immediate and profound. After the verification of my identity, he expressed a desire to take me as his god-grandson. Alas, he departed before that could come to fruition. In Xiang spoke, managing to squeeze out a couple of tears, his acting skills having reached a remarkable level. Oh, do not be too despondent. said T-Rin Komatsu and Mito Minyan, noticing In-xiang's distress as they gently patted his back in comfort. Rest assured, both of you. I shall endeavor to persuade Tsunade to engage in more discussions with you, In-xiang added, seizing the moment to assure them. Chapter 15. A Little Sample. Isn't this enough to control you? This time, Lady Tsunade found herself in a predicament, and I shall assist you both in enlightening her. So let her take the lead this time, In-xiang said through tears. If Danzo were to learn of In-xiang's fervent discourse, he would surely be infuriated. The familiarity between them, the term grandson, Danzo would relish the idea of skinning In-xiang alive, using his hide as a mere insult. My dear child, Sukun Kobayashi gazed at In-xiang with compassion. I lost my parents to war when I was young and have never known my grandparents, wandering aimlessly ever since. Initially, I was elated that Grandpa Danzo wished to adopt me as his grandson, but now, this is all too sudden. As In-xiang spoke, his sobs grew louder. His theatrics were all a fade, orchestrated to shield Tsunade from Sukun Kobayashi and Mito Minyan, thereby enhancing Tsunade's affection for him. Otherwise, he would not be lamenting before Danzo. Child, do not be sorrowful. We shall be your grandparents from now on, Sukun Kobayashi said, patting In-xiang's back with an expression full of kindness. In In-xiang's system, Sukun Kobayashi's affinity for him was nearing its peak. Indeed, one must employ familial affection to deal with the elderly. Yes, we are willing to consider you our grandson. Although we are not a couple, we can each take our own stance, Mito Minyan added. No, you two must not say such things, In-xiang interjected hastily. He truly did not wish to be anyone's grandson. My life has been fraught with misfortune, causing the demise of my family, first my parents, then Grandpa Danzo. I do not wish to burden you. This child speaks nonsense. We have faced countless life and death situations on the battlefield without faltering. Why should we fear such superstitions? Sukun Kobayashi remarked. Indeed, rest assured, we shall accompany you for a long time, Mito Minyan affirmed. I cannot be at ease. Your goodwill is etched in my heart. From this day forth, I shall regard you both as family, but you must not entertain the notion of treating me as a grandson. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall me, I truly cannot bear it, In-xiang said, gripping their hands with fervor. What is this child up to? Tsunade observed In-xiang engrossed in conversation with Sukun Kobayashi, her brows furrowing. While their distraction was welcome, her curiosity piqued at the content of their dialogue, watering the seeds of their shared understanding. Mito Minyan and Sukun Kobayashi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, we promise you, Sukun Kobayashi declared to In-xiang. We shall not regard you as a grandson but as family. You and Tsunade will handle this matter. Really? Thank you, Grandma Kobayashi, In-xiang replied immediately, wary of their potential claim to him as a grandson, lest he find himself in dire straits. My home is the third house to the right of the Hokage building. Feel free to visit whenever you wish, Sukun Kobayashi added with a nod. I will remember, Grandma Kobayashi, In-xiang nodded vigorously. Then we shall take our leave. Mitarashi Inazuma nodded slightly, and after exchanging glances with Tsunade, they departed. In-xiang discreetly wiped away the tears on her face and hurried back to Tsunade, who had nearly concluded her tasks. She first summoned all the members of the root organization back, then proceeded to empty the headquarters, awaiting Tsunade's unified arrangements. What did you say to them? Why did they leave? Tsunade inquired upon seeing In-xiang return. They agreed to let you handle this matter on your own, In-xiang replied cheerfully. Really? Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. It was astonishing that they would allow her to manage such a situation independently. Of course, why would I deceive you? In-xiang replied confidently, causing Tsunade's favorability towards her to rise to 60%. How exactly did you persuade them? Tell me. Tsunade leaned closer, curiosity evident in her voice. Although In-xiang was merely 17 or 18 years old, she stood at over 1 meter 80, making Tsunade appear almost like a little wife when she leaned beside her. I'll tell you later. It's embarrassing to say it in front of so many people, In-xiang whispered into Tsunade's ear. The breath against her skin made Tsunade's ears flush. A wave of indescribable feelings surged within her, prompting her to step back and repress those sensations. All right, Tsunade nodded, feigning nonchalance, while In-xiang smirked, knowing that her earlier action had further increased Tsunade's favorability by another 3 points. After finishing their affairs, it was nearly 1 o'clock. They returned home, and although Tsunade felt exhausted, she did not forget to inquire about what Inxiang had said to them. Inxiang honestly recounted the events to Tsunade. Haha. So Danzo, and you hit it off right away? You were quite bold. Tsunade exclaimed, laughing heartily and slapping the table. Well, I just wanted to ease the old man's worries, Inxiang chuckled. And he wants to adopt you as his grandson? Those two old geezers must be out of their minds. Tsunade continued to laugh, declaring, keeping you as my secretary was indeed the right decision. Stop laughing at me. It's getting late, so let us get some rest. Inxiang feigned embarrassment, scratching her head. All right, Tsunade nodded, and then stood up, saying, You've made me laugh so hard my stomach hurts. As Inxiang rose as well. She pretended to trip, causing Tsunade to stumble right into her embrace. Tsunade's laughter abruptly ceased as she found herself firmly held by Inxiang. Tsunade, are you all right? Inxiang awkwardly raised her hands, now suspended in the air, addressing Tsunade in her arms. I'm fine, Tsunade finally realized. Swiftly extricating herself from Inxiang's grasp and darting into her room. Before closing the door, she called out, Make sure to get some rest too. Okay, Inxiang nodded, revealing a triumphant smile as Tsunade's favorability increased to 65%. What is happening to me? Tsunade leaned against the door after closing it, touching her flushed cheeks and pondering. Could it be that I am developing feelings for Inxiang? He is still just a child. No, he is already of age. But that is still unacceptable. The age difference is too significant. Tsunade leaned against the door, engulfed in self-doubt. Unbeknownst to her, Inxiang had already shifted his address from you to thou, drawing them closer in their relationship. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, isn't this enough to keep you under my control? With that thought, Inxiang glanced at Tsunade's room before joyfully retreating to his own, realizing it was time to bestow upon himself a stroke of talent. Chapter 16, Talent Points Max. The Power of the Kaleidoscope. Upon returning to his room, Inxiang retrieved the Sharingan hidden beneath his bed. He ventured outside through the window and buried it under a tree by the window. Keeping it at home was rather unwise, and naturally, to prevent any mischief from children. Inxiang buried it quite deep. Returning to his room, he reclined on his bed, joyfully selecting talent points within the system. Achieving maximum affection with Tsunade? That would be an utter waste. Although it could expedite the process and swiftly grant him the next talent point, the efforts he had invested thus far were significant. A few more days of cultivation were in order. Once Jiraiya met his demise, it would be the perfect opportunity to win over Tsunade. Of course, Jiraiya, despite often being at odds with him, merely recognized his true nature without truly complicating his life. Thus, Inxiang had no intention of allowing Jiraiya to perish. Instead, he would orchestrate a feigned death, win over Tsunade, and then bring him back. With the option of maximizing Tsunade's affection ruled out, should he consider other female ninjas? Karui? The younger version of Karui was quite appealing, possessing a shapely figure that was both voluptuous and delicate, exuding femininity that rivaled Tsunade's. 2 years hence, Ino appeared quite enticing as well, often flaunting her slender waist, which was rather alluring. And then there was Temari, who also seemed quite captivating. Wait. I must first enhance my own strength. Why is my mind so consumed with thoughts of women? Inxiang chastised himself, shaking his head to dispel such distractions late at night. Recalling the last time he fainted after enduring a few lashes, he realized that while his ninjutsu was formidable, his physical resilience was lacking. If he overexerted himself with ninjutsu, his body could not withstand it. Indeed, it was imperative to first bolster his physical prowess. Nodding to himself, Inxiang promptly increased his physical strength to the maximum level. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, dissipating in under 5 seconds. His eyes darted around, attempting to discern any changes. Subconsciously, he touched his abdomen, where his single abdominal muscle had transformed into an impressive 8-pack. Not merely superficial, these muscles were remarkably firm. With a mere thought, the 8 abs melded back into one, indicating that his physical strength was entirely within his control. This was quite a pleasant discovery. Let me test this. Inxiang retrieved a kunai he had pilfered from Danzo, and, having enhanced his physical strength, he drew it across his hand, leaving no trace. He then thrust it with force, and the kunai snapped effortlessly. Goodness, This must be on par with Susanoo. Observing the results, Yin Xiang was thoroughly satisfied. Storing the broken kunai in his nightstand. Speaking of Susanoo, he recalled his right eye, taking out a mirror to examine himself. He transformed his right eye into the three-tomo Sharingan, which then morphed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, revealing a quadrilateral shuriken shape within his gaze. This is indeed the kaleidoscope of Shirzue. However, its utility seems somewhat trivial, requiring a cooldown of several decades after a single use. As Yin Xiang gazed upon this kaleidoscope, he pondered that rather than employing this device, it would be far more advantageous to cultivate another eye, which could then be fused with this kaleidoscope to create an eternal kaleidoscope. If this were to transpire, could it not allow the divine beings to wield it indefinitely? Being a pragmatic individual, Yin Xiang resolved to act upon his thoughts. He excavated a Sharingan from below ground and exchanged it with Shirzue's eye. Upon the Sharingan entering his pupil, he experienced a sharp pain, transforming it into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This exemplifies the potency of the modifier. Regardless of whether one wields ordinary ninjutsu or bloodline limits, a mere glance suffices to master them all. After wiping away the blood, Yin Xiang lifted his gaze to the mirror. This kaleidoscope resembled a four-pointed star, contrasting sharply with Shirzue's horizontally aligned eye. Should these two Sharingan merge, the result would surely be harmonious in appearance. However, therein lies a dilemma. To activate the eternal kaleidoscope, one must utilize a kaleidoscopic Sharingan from a blood relative, which complicates matters significantly, as Yin Xiang is utterly unaware of which pairs are indeed siblings. With the medical ninjutsu, he had surreptitiously learned from Tsunade. It might be feasible to merge two non-sibling kaleidoscopes, yet having never attempted such a feat, he could not be certain. For the time being, he stowed Shirzue's Sharingan beneath his bed, intending to investigate the capabilities of this kaleidoscope. At the moment of its awakening, the modifier had already imprinted its abilities into Yin Xiang's mind. The ability of this kaleidoscope is known as dream theft, permitting control over the dreams of an individual during their sleep or Jinjutsu state, inflicting mental damage. This Jinjutsu state encompasses not only the user's application of Jinjutsu against an adversary, but also includes instances where others employ Jinjutsu on each other or on Yin Xiang himself. Thus, if someone were to ensnare Yin Xiang in a Jinjutsu while he possessed the Sharingan, the control within the Jinjutsu realm would not reside with the caster, but rather with Yin Xiang, the one ensnared. In other words, all Jinjutsu would be rendered ineffective before the Sharingan. This is quite promising. At the very least, when confronting Uchiha Itachi, this kaleidoscope would catch him off guard. After his examination, Yin Xiang nodded in approval, murmuring, "Time for some rest." After enhancing his talents and studying the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he noted that the hour was late and it was prudent to sleep for a while. As for the other Sharingan, he would deliberate on them at a later time, envisioning a scenario where he might wield them as weapons, switching between them during combat. The following morning, the sandstorm surrounding Naruto and the others had dissipated, and they hurried to Sunagakure. Upon learning of Kankuro's poisoning, Sakura volunteered to administer treatment, and the four of them promptly made their way to the infirmary. The moment Chiyo laid eyes on Kakashi, she exclaimed, "Konoha's White Fang," and charged toward him. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, Kakashi would undoubtedly have faced her wrath. "Why are you suddenly attacking my teacher, you wrinkled old hag?" Naruto shouted at Chiyo, to the surprise of all. The old woman refused to heed Naruto's words. "Accursed Konoha White Fang, how dare you come here? I shall exact vengeance for my son today." "No, I am not." Kakashi hastily attempted to clarify. "Enough of your nonsense." Chiyo remained obstinate, preparing to strike again, when her brother, Eyes, stepped in front of her. "Sister, take a good look. Though he bears a striking resemblance, this young lad is not Konoha White Fang." Chapter 17. The atmosphere between Yin Xiang and the others was palpably awkward. It was only through the words of his younger brother that the tension eased. Chiyo observed closely and confirmed that it was indeed not the famed Konoha White Fang. Moreover, the White Fang had perished many years ago. And at the time of his death, you had wept inconsolably, unable to avenge your son, hadn't you, sister? Spoke Hsuki. "What nonsense! I was merely feigning ignorance." "Ha ha. Chiyo suddenly recalled that Konoha had come to provide support and, in an attempt to alleviate the tension, chuckled lightly. Everyone wore an expression of discomfort. Ah, Ultimately, it was Kankuro's anguished wail that shattered the awkward silence. Allow me to administer treatment. Sakura immediately stepped forward, tying her hair back with her forehead protector. Transforming into a serious demeanor, Kakashi-sensei, you all should wait outside for now, she instructed the group. The reason for their wait was to ascertain the direction in which Gaara had been taken. All traces had been erased, rendering them unable to pursue. Upon hearing this, the group retreated, leaving only the medical ninjas and Temari behind. Sakura, after a swift diagnosis, confirmed the presence of toxins within Kankuro, astonishing the sand ninjas. She then proceeded to commence treatment, instructing the other medical ninjas to prepare necessary supplies. Sakura began extracting the toxins from Kankuro's body, collecting basin after basin of clear water that had transformed into the extracted poison. After a protracted period, she managed to remove all the toxins, ensuring Kankuro was no longer in mortal peril, though she herself was utterly exhausted. While she had removed a significant amount, it was impossible to eliminate every last trace. Some remnants would inevitably remain. This ordeal was a testament to the results of Sakura's 2.5 years of training in medical ninjutsu, proving her aptitude for the role of a medical ninja as she meticulously organized the concluding treatment procedures. Last night, Tsunade had arranged for a hawk from the Sand Village to deliver a message, and now Kakashi and the others had received the news that Team Guy had been dispatched to provide support. Incheon, I'm feeling quite famished. Have you finished your tasks? In Tsunade's office, she lounged comfortably in her chair while Incheon diligently processed the mountain of paperwork accumulated before him. Very well, I shall prepare your meal. Incheon nodded. Setting down his pen, their conversation had become devoid of formalities, with Tsunade even displaying a hint of playful affection. All right. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement as she watched Incheon depart. The reason she called for him was to savor the meals he prepared, which were far superior to anything offered in Konoha's restaurants. To save time, Incheon had previously arranged for a shadow clone to handle the cooking at home, allowing him to simply retrieve the meal. After a leisurely 30 minutes, ensuring he did not raise Tsunade's suspicions regarding the cooking time, Incheon returned with the meal, presenting it to Tsunade while he resumed his work with the remaining documents. Katsu gazed at the diligent Incheon, engrossed in handling documents, and glanced at the meal in her hand. Perhaps she had indeed pushed him a bit too far. Thank you for your hard work, she said to Incheon. Oh, Incheon paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to Katsuya. Not at all, it's no trouble, he replied with a smile. Katsuya nodded and turned to eat, though Incheon could not see the flush creeping onto her cheeks. Her fondness for him had already reached 70%. Meanwhile, after the awakening of Kankuro, Naruto requested his puppet. Within it lay a fragment of clothing obtained from a fierce battle with Sasori. With this fragment, they could trace the whereabouts of Sasori and his comrades. Summoning technique. Kakashi swiftly formed seals, calling forth his ninja hounds. Find out where this person is. He placed the fragment of Sasori's clothing among the 8 ninja dogs, allowing them to sniff it. Upon confirming the scent, the hounds immediately dispersed. At the same time, the Akatsuki were absorbing the tailed beast from Gaara. Had it not been for the 3-day duration of the illusory Dragon 9 Seals technique, they would have long since fled, leaving no time for Konoha's reinforcements to arrive. A shadow clone stationed in Sunagakure had also recovered and was covertly observing from the rooftop where Kakashi and his companions were located, his concealed presence ensuring he remained undetected. Pakin's trips back and forth lasted the entire night, returning only the next morning. While Kakashi and Naruto were afforded the comfort of beds, Incheon had no choice but to use the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, a most painful ordeal. I must learn these ninjutsu quickly so I can return. This is unbearable, he lamented. After informing Kakashi of the Akatsuki's location, Pakin was dispatched to reunite with Guy and his team, directly leading them to the lair of the Akatsuki. It is worth noting that Guy's team consisted entirely of adept taijutsu practitioners, making them significantly swifter than Kakashi's group. Meanwhile, Incheon continued to endure the pangs of hunger. Once Kakashi and his companions had prepared their gear, they regrouped with their allies from Sunagakure, ready to rescue Gaara. However, on the way, Temari was intercepted by Maki, who instructed her to remain and guard the borders. Though Temari protested, she had no choice but to comply with orders from above. Ultimately, Temari and her subordinates were left behind, replaced by Chiyo, whose formidable abilities were a reassuring alternative. Just as Guy's team was about to take a moment's respite, they encountered Pakin. Wait, Guy. Huh? Pakin? Guy momentarily paused upon seeing him. By Kakashi's orders, our 8 ninja dogs dispersed to track the scent of the Akatsuki, and we discovered they have moved to the land of rivers, situated between Konoha and Sunagakure. Therefore, the closest to the Akatsuki are you, hurrying from Konoha to Sunagakure. Pakin informed them. I see. Lee nodded, while Tintin appeared somewhat anxious, having heard tales of the Akatsuki's formidable strength. Please follow me. We will discuss the details as we go, Pakin continued. Just as he prepared to lead the way, he suddenly twitched his nose. Wait, there is another scent here. Oh no. In Xiang, concealed not far away, hastily retreated underground to escape, for he could not withstand the might of Kai's foot. What? Where? Upon hearing this, Kai and the others became vigilant. He has slipped away, Parker remarked after carefully sniffing the air. It is likely one of the Akatsuki members. Let us hasten our pace, Parker urged. Agreed. Kai nodded, leading Xiao Li and the others to follow. Have we been discovered? At that moment, a figure emerged from a tree beside them. It was Zetsu of the Akatsuki. Zetsu immediately used the H-Rin technique to relay this information to the Akatsuki members. The enemy is approaching our gathering place. The H-Rin technique involved Akatsuki members sitting and releasing thought waves converted from chakra, which Pain, acting as the command tower, received, amplified, and projected as illusions at specific locations. This illusion differed from ordinary imagery. Through Pain's mediation, various techniques could be activated. Enemies? Deidara inquired. Moreover, they are quite skilled. The name is Mike Guy, Zetsu reported. If Yin Xiang were present, he would surely commend him. What a perceptive young man. And who is he? Pain inquired. Having spent much time in the land of rain, he was not well acquainted with such matters. A jonin from Konoha, proficient in taijutsu, and quite formidable. You would do well not to underestimate him, Itachi Uchiha interjected. Ah, so it is that rare beast, Kisame Hashigaki remarked. Back when he and Itachi visited Konoha, Kakashi had fallen victim to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Had it not been for Kai's timely intervention, Kakashi might have perished at Kisame's hands, leaving a profound impression on him. Use that technique, Pain suggested. Then allow me to go. I have been unable to locate the Jinchuriki, and my patience is wearing thin, Haiden stated. No, let me go? I have a personal vendetta against him, Kisame countered. Indeed, among the Akatsuki, you, with your abundant chakra, are the most suitable for this task, Kakuzu affirmed. Yes, at last. I can avenge that kick from back then, Kisame chuckled. Subsequently, Kisame and Itachi, who were near the land of rivers, employed the SZ technique. This technique involved Pain distributing the chakra of Akatsuki members to a living sacrifice, creating a sophisticated entity to engage in battle. The strength of this entity was determined by the amount of chakra allocated, allowing it to utilize the abilities of its original form. However, if the chakra was exhausted, the technique would automatically dissolve, resulting in the immediate death of the sacrifice, a merciless ninjutsu that even drained the sacrifice's chakra. Detected by Parker, In Xiang had no choice but to hasten to the land of rivers, which he had overheard from them. His speed far surpassed that of Kai and his companions. Upon arriving in the land of rivers, In Xiang located the cave where the Akatsuki resided. After surveying the surroundings, he found a suitable tree and ascended to its highest point. As soon as In Xiang climbed the tree, he exclaimed in surprise. He looked and realized it was none other than the shadow clone he had previously dispatched. What a coincidence. You two are hiding to learn ninjutsu. The earlier In Xiang addressed the later In Xiang, saying, it is no surprise that I have chosen the same location. The latter nodded in agreement and replied, So, are you the original? The earlier In Xiang responded, Not at all. I too am but a doppelganger. Having accompanied Kai and the others. I see. In Xiang nodded, and the two found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. Do you have anything to eat? The later In Xiang timidly inquired, gazing at the earlier In Xiang. What a coincidence. I just pilfered 2 large pancakes from Sunagakure. The earlier In Xiang produced 2 sizable pancakes from within his robes. Wonderful! Exclaimed the later In Xiang, snatching the pancakes and devouring them with great fervor. Chapter 18. A glimpse of a remarkable ninjutsu. While In Xiang was preoccupied with his meal, Akai had already encountered Kasame, and Itachi had joined Kakashi and the others. You are. Akai furrowed his brows as he gazed at Kisame. What's the matter, Teacher Kai? Do you know him? Shaoli inquired, looking at Akai. Who? Akai retorted, fixating on Kisame, just as Itachi appeared before Naruto and the others. This fellow possesses an immense chakra, apart from Naruto. I have never seen such a vast chakra before, Niji remarked, observing Kisame. Is it truly that astonishing? Shaoli responded, astonished by Niji's comment. Do you genuinely not remember? Kisame addressed Akai, his tone teasing. You. Could it be that you are? Akai's eyes widened in realization as he stared at Kisame, seemingly recalling something. Seeing Akai's reaction, Kisame assumed he had jogged his memory, a smile adorning his face. Have we met before? However, Akai's subsequent remark caused Kisame's smile to falter, gradually morphing into an awkward expression. After a brief silence, Kisame slightly inclined his body, preparing to strike. It appears that your mind is as wild as that of a beast. Fear not. I shall assist you in recollecting soon enough. With a chuckle, Kisame hurled Samahata into the air, invoking water release, exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging toward Akai and his group like a colossal wave. I'm about to make my move, Kisame declared, riding the crest of the wave. Hey, there's a fight breaking out over there. Aren't you supposed to learn ninjutsu from Akai? Hurry and take a look, In Xiang urged, noticing the massive chakra from afar. What a hassle. With a resigned sigh, In Xiang devoured the last of his pancake and sprinted toward Akai. By the time In Xiang arrived, Shaoli was already charging at Kisame. Konoha Whirlwind. Shaoli executed a powerful kick, striking Kisame's Samahata and sending him flying a considerable distance. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Niji followed suit, launching an 8 trigrams empty palm at Kisame, further propelling Samahata aside. Take this. Tion hurled a large iron ball, which Kisame managed to block with one hand. However, the next moment, the ball exploded as it had been rigged with explosive tags. Did you attach hidden weapons to it? Kisame found himself at a disadvantage. Powerful counterattack. Akai charged at Kisame, delivering a kick that sent him soaring, while Tion and Niji continued their assault from the side, yet their efforts proved futile. Water clone technique. Kisame, overwhelmed by the 4 opponents, resorted to creating water clones. This unexpected tactic ensnared Niji, Shaoli, and Tion in a water prison. Well done. In Xiang's clone, hidden in a nearby tree, observed the skirmish, having swiftly learned Konoha Whirlwind and Konoha Great Whirlwind from their exchanges, even mastering Niji's 8 trigrams empty palm. Not merely the 8 trigrams empty palm, but even the ninjutsu associated with it has been mastered by In Xiang. He has acquired the 8 trigrams 361 palm and the returning heaven technique. Although In Xiang lacks the Byakugan and cannot discern chakra points, his command of the most advanced medical ninjutsu allows him to pinpoint every chakra point on an individual at a glance, rivaling the Byakugan in efficacy. Concealed among the trees, In Xiang sensed a fluctuation in chakra. Kakashi and Naruto were approaching, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar chakra signatures. One belonged to Chiyo, while the other, recalling the storyline, belonged to Itachi Uchiha. How amusing. I too am quite occupied, In Xiang sighed as he made his way towards Kakashi and the others. While his shadow clones were bustling with fervor, In Xiang was preoccupied with courting Tsunade. In recent days, Tsunade had grown dissatisfied with merely having In Xiang assist her with paperwork and prepare her meals. She had begun requesting him to feed her as well. The reason for this sudden whimsy eluded Tsunade herself. It was merely a spontaneous urge to tease In Xiang, and she casually asked him to feed her. To her surprise, In Xiang, without hesitation, abandoned his paperwork and his own meal to oblige her. Taken aback yet enjoying the attention, Tsunade found herself relishing In Xiang's service. Puzzled by her own feelings, could it be the sensation of love? Meanwhile, In Xiang maintained an air of calm as he fed Tsunade, striving to alleviate her embarrassment. while internally he was overjoyed. If one were to inquire about Tsunade's current affection for him, it had already reached an impressive 80%, all within just a few days. Indeed, my charm with the ladies shows no signs of waning. In Xiang silently cheered. I wonder how Naruto and the others are faring, he mused while feeding her. They must be engaged in battle with the Akatsuki by now, Tsunade speculated. Meanwhile, the battle raged fiercely. Hoshigaki Kisame was akin to a ninjutsu automaton, effortlessly weaving hand seals to summon a torrential waterfall, transforming the entire arid expanse into a vast lake, rendering Guy and Tenten unable to approach. Itachi and Kakashi found themselves in a tense standoff, with Kakashi instructing Naruto and the others on how to combat Itachi, emphasizing the importance of avoiding eye contact. Itachi did not intervene. After all, his arsenal extended beyond mere genjutsu, and he had no intention of harming them. He was merely executing Akatsuki's directives to impede their progress. Splendid. Excellent work. In Xiang exclaimed inwardly as he observed the clash between Kisame and Gai's group, eagerly documenting the ninjutsu in excitement. Keep fighting, keep fighting. However, as he watched Itachi, he grew anxious seeing them engage in conversation. Simultaneously, In Xiang discerned that this was not Itachi's true form, but rather a technique of transformation. He too had mastered this ninjutsu, though it held little significance for him, as each of his shadow clones possessed their full strength. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. As Kisame formed seals with his hands and struck the ground, a swirling vortex of water emerged. From within this whirlpool, a formidable shark surged forth, charging towards Guy, a testament to Kisame's immense chakra reserves. With a resounding impact, Guy clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the water shark, shattering it instantly. Undeterred, he pressed on to confront Kisame, the two locked in an intense battle. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame deployed a water clone to obstruct Niji and the others. 8 gates released. 6th gate, the gate of view, open. A surge of potent chakra erupted from Guy, causing the surrounding water to be lifted into the air. Now fully committed, Guy intensified his efforts, allowing Niji and the others to exploit this moment to defeat Kisame's water clone. Chapter 19. The Assault of Pain. Is this the 8 gates of bypass? Such a formidable aura. In Xiang's clone observed Kai, who was exuding an overwhelming presence, silently documenting the 8 gates of bypass. This technique would become In Xiang's most potent physical skill. Who are you? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind In Xiang's clone. In Xiang turned to see Ju. No wonder he had failed to notice someone behind him. It was indeed Ju. This individual possessed the ability to remain undetected, even when one actively sought him out, let alone by mere chance. I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the god of night. In Xiang adjusted his mask and regarded Ju with a composed demeanor, maintaining an air of superiority despite his earlier embarrassment. You are the one who visited the land of rain a few days ago, aren't you? Ju remarked, presumably relying on his instincts rather than chakra. Indeed, In Xiang replied, not concealing his identity, and instantly countered, universal pull. In that moment, he was drawn towards a distant point by an immense gravitational force, startling him. He had not anticipated that Pain would arrive here as well. Pain's purpose for coming was none other than to confront In Xiang. Throughout the journey, In Xiang had been tracking Akai and others, while Ju had also been monitoring them, having already reported In Xiang's whereabouts to Pain, who resolved to intervene personally. Of course, the figure before In Xiang was none other than the Deva Path of Pain, utilizing the technique of the 6 Paths Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. As In Xiang was being pulled in, he immediately unleashed a massive fireball. No hand seals? Upon witnessing this, Pain swiftly countered with Shinra Tensei, repelling both In Xiang and the fireball away. In Xiang fluidly rolled in the air, landing gracefully on the ground. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. He promptly extended 2 fingers, summoning an enormous torrent that surged towards Pain. What? Ju's eyes widened in astonishment. Its power exceeds that of Kisame's jutsu. Who is this person? Boom. A colossal wave of water surged toward Pain, who, taken aback, utilized Shinra Tensei to redirect the torrent to either side, standing unscathed in the center as he weathered In Xiang's technique. In the next instant, In Xiang appeared right before him. Wah! Pain's pupils dilated as In Xiang extended his left hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Centered around Yin Xiang, a tremendous repulsive force erupted, sending Pain hurtling away, crashing into a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Is that Pain's technique? How could that night god? Zhu found himself increasingly perplexed, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yin Xiang's Shinra Tensei was not the authentic version, as he lacked the Rinnegan to wield the genuine technique. The earlier manifestation was a result of his uncontrolled chakra surge. If he wished to utilize universal pull, he would be unable to do so. Pain, are you alright? Zhu turned to see Pain rising from the ground. His expression void of emotion, a perfect puppet. Who are you, really? Pain walked back to Inxiang, gazing at him intently. Night God, Inxiang addressed. Behind Pain. The manipulator Nagato was already sweating profusely, bewildered by the origins of this individual who, despite lacking the Rinnegan, could wield the Rinnegan's powerful celestial technique, Shinra Tensei. Konoha. Great whirlwind. As Pain stood in a stupor, Inxiang swiftly appeared before him, and despite Pain's immediate attempt to defend himself, Inxiang delivered a powerful kick, sending Pain flying. What incredible speed! Zetsu marveled upon witnessing the event. What are you looking at? Inxiang reappeared in front of Zetsu, uprooting him from the ground with a single kick. So fast! Nagato exclaimed from within a chamber in the Land of Rain, preparing to command the Deva Path to rise. However, Inxiang was already upon him. Seizing the head of Deva Path Pain, initially intending to extract the Rinnegan, he reconsidered, realizing that this body was merely a facade, and so too was the Rinnegan. With that thought, he exerted force, crushing Deva's head and erupting a cloud of blood mist, the corpse gradually morphing into that of another individual. Inxiang turned to resolve Zetsu, only to find that the latter had burrowed underground to escape. You're delaying my learning of ninjutsu. He kicked the lifeless body and hurried back to the battlefield where Guy and Kisame were engaged. In an instant, Deva was eliminated. Nagato was astonished by the night god's prowess. Although the body was a mere illusion, it exhibited the strength of his true self, approximately 30% of his original power, which was effortlessly dispatched. Surely, if his true body had been present, even a single Deva would not stand a chance against that individual. It appears we have a formidable opponent, Deva proclaimed before the Outer Path Golem, where all members of Akatsuki stood upon its fingers. While the absorption of the tailed beast from Gaara was nearing its final phase, when Inxiang returned, Guy had already opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates, his overwhelming aura causing the water created by Kisame to shatter. Meanwhile, Niji and the others were ensnared by Kisame's water prison jutsu. Seizing the moment, Niji unleashed the 8 trigram 64 palms, breaking the prison and rescuing Tintin and Lee. Guy's immense chakra stirred several water columns, instantly propelling him towards Kisame, who, sensing the dire situation, fled to a distance. Guy pursued without hesitation. The battle involving Itachi had commenced as well, beginning with his Jinjutsu. Despite Kakashi's warnings against making eye contact, Itachi merely raised a finger to cast a Jinjutsu on Naruto. Wow, his level is extraordinary. I've learned something new. Inxiang exclaimed joyfully from afar. When it comes to the art of showing off, the Uchiha of Konoha surely excels. After falling under Itachi's Genjutsu, Naruto suddenly went berserk, unleashing a Rasengan in a deserted area. Finally, Inxiang witnessed the jutsu he had longed to see. After mentally recording the Rasengan, he attempted to replicate it. Channeling wind-released chakra, transforming it into a spiraling shuriken. He quickly withdrew the shuriken, aware that continuing would draw their attention. Noticing that Naruto had fallen under an illusion, Sakura and Chiyo swiftly seized him, channeling chakra into his body to disrupt Itachi's Genjutsu. Though the entire process lasted merely 7 or 8 seconds, for Naruto, it felt as though an eternity had passed within the illusion. Kakashi also launched an assault on Itachi, employing a technique of earth release, with a decisive intent to sever. He executed a maneuver that Itachi adeptly evaded by leaping away. Following this, Itachi performed a rapid sequence of 6 hand signs, unleashing a fire release technique. After Kakashi narrowly avoided the fiery onslaught, Itachi instantly formed another set of seals, directing a colossal fireball toward Naruto and his companions. Chapter 20. The commander of the Roots. After evading the great fireball, Kakashi swiftly employed the S-rank jutsu, Raikiri, which had long captivated Inxiang's thoughts. Whether Raikiri is an upgraded version of Chidori or merely a renaming remains shrouded in ambiguity. Inxiang's recollections do not explicitly categorize Raikiri and Chidori as the same technique, nor do they dismiss the possibility of their distinction. Nevertheless, Inxiang harbored no concern about such nuances. Mastering the technique was all that mattered. Kakashi unleashed Raikiri, propelling himself across the ground towards Itachi. Yet, this formidable S-rank technique was effortlessly evaded by Itachi, who merely leapt high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto launched a Rasengan at the airborne Itachi, who exhibited no inclination to dodge, allowing Naruto to strike him directly. However, as the smoke dissipated, it became clear that Itachi emerged unscathed. Naruto had inadvertently attacked a mere shadow clone. They were entirely oblivious to when Itachi had performed the necessary hand seals. At this juncture, Kakashi resorted to the hidden mist technique in an attempt to evade Itachi's genjutsu. "Can we not cease this childish game of hide and seek, Kakashi?" Itachi remarked with a calm demeanor. "Damn it, he has outsmarted us again," Inxiang thought, mentally applauding the Uchiha clan for their cunning. Meanwhile, on Guy's end, he executed a single strike aimed at the peacock, delivering a flurry of fiery punches to Kisame's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Moments later, the water below vanished entirely, indicating that the caster had been defeated. Truly, the prowess of the Hokage, Inxiang quietly commended. Shifting the perspective back to Tsunade, she had finished her meal and, with Inxiang's assistance, had successfully processed the mountain of paperwork that had accumulated over time. From this point forward, as long as Tsunade completed her tasks punctually, there would be no further backlog of documents. By the way, all members of the Roots have returned. I intend to appoint you to manage them. What are your thoughts?" Tsunade remarked to Inxiang, who was stretching leisurely. This leaves me quite perplexed. Is that really appropriate? After all, the Roots represent a significant power within Konoha, and as an outsider, I might not be suitable for such a role," Inxiang replied. "What is inappropriate about it? You are my secretary, directly under my command. It is only natural for you to oversee the Roots," Tsunade smiled. "Only under you?" Inxiang seized upon that phrase, though they were not speaking of the same implication. "Indeed, wait." Tsunade initially nodded before pausing, realization dawning upon her. Well, look who dares to jest with me now," she said, her cheeks flushing. Where did that come from? I didn't mean to imply anything." Inxiang feigned innocence in response. "Enough with the banter. Come with me to meet the members of the Roots," Tsunade instructed as she rose and walked out. "Very well." Inxiang nodded and immediately followed her. "Later, I shall teach you some chakra extraction methods. For now, you may begin practicing ninjutsu at your own pace," Tsunade said as they made their way to the Roots. "Does this mean I should start calling you master?" Inxiang chuckled. "Sure," Tsunade replied, sharing a smile. Subsequently, the two arrived at the Root, which had been completely buried. All the members of the Root organization awaited on the training ground, clad uniformly in masks and black cloaks, all dark operatives. Upon the arrival of Tsunade, they collectively knelt in reverence. "Is this everyone?" Tsunade inquired, addressing the dark operatives before her. "Indeed," responded the leader among them. After Danzo's departure, the highest authority within the Root organization now resided with this individual, Yamanaka Torian, comprising a total of 120 members. 120 dark operatives. Quite formidable, Inxiang mused inwardly. The presence of 120 operatives equated to that of 120 special jonin, even including elite jonin, which indeed constituted a powerful force. From this day forth, the title of the Root organization is abolished. You are all to be classified as a dark division. Under the command of Inxiang, Tsunade announced, gesturing towards Inxiang. Understood. Most of the dark operatives, characterized by their obedience, responded instantly, though a minority remained unconvinced. "Tsunade-sama, forgive my bluntness. This individual even lacks any chakra fluctuation. How can he lead the dark operatives?" Yamanaka Torian remarked. "Indeed, Tsunade-sama," echoed Yamashiro Aki, both revealing their disdain for Inxiang without reservation, igniting a spark of animosity within him. These two had already secured a spot on Inxiang's death list. Huh? Are these the Root ninjas under Danzo? They refuse to obey commands? Tsunade's countenance darkened as she gazed down at the half-kneeling Yamanaka Torian and Yamashiro Aki. "No, that is not the case," Yamanaka Torian hastily replied. "But this person is not even from our village." "In this village, who holds authority, yourself or me?" Tsunade demanded, fixing her gaze upon Yamanaka Torian. "Naturally, it is you," he answered promptly. "Then, is Inxiang not a member of Konoha? Who decides that, yourself or me?" Tsunade continued. "It is you," Yamanaka Torian conceded. "Thus, I now command you to obey Inxiang. Do you have any objections?" "None," Yamanaka Torian affirmed instantly. "Well, no need to be so fierce," Inxiang murmured quietly behind Tsunade, ensuring only she could hear. Tsunade relaxed slightly and turned back, saying, "Isn't this a chance for you to vent? Upon returning, focus on honing your ninjutsu. Do not bring disgrace upon me. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently." Inxiang nodded in response. "Now, let Inxiang issue your first command," Tsunade announced, turning to the assembly. You may all return to your homes and reunite with your families. Tomorrow, we will commence organizing our division," Inxiang addressed the crowd. "Families?" The dark operatives exchanged glances, quietly discussing among themselves, leading to a sudden clamor. Most among them had no families. They had been cultivated by Lord Danzo from a young age to become members of the Root organization. Yamanaka Torian remarked to Inxiang, "How could there be no families?" Inxiang smiled upon hearing their words and remarked, "Having spent every day together, do you truly perceive your relationship as merely one of hierarchy? Is there not a bond of affection between you? Surely, you can consider one another as family?" As he gazed at the members of the covert division, it became evident that his words served as a revelation. Once, their minds were consumed solely by the notion of obedience, neglecting the realm of personal emotions. However, with the advent of a new leader, perhaps this shift could be a welcome change. Reiterating his point, Inxiang promptly adopted a serious demeanor and, with utmost gravity, addressed the assembly. "I am Inxiang, and from this day forth, I shall be your new leader. While a ninja's compliance with orders is paramount, it is imperative to remember that ninjas are also human beings and should not forsake their emotions. Henceforth, you shall no longer be mere machines of destruction." Chapter 21. The final phase now. Shed your dark attire and indulge in revelry. Go drink, dine, gather, and unwind. Understood? Inxiang commanded the assembly, exuding the formidable aura he had cultivated as a special forces instructor in his past life. Understood. The members of the dark faction responded in unison. Who would have thought he possesses such commanding presence when he is serious? Tsunade mused inwardly, observing Inxiang with an affectionate gaze akin to that of a devoted wife. "Disperse," Inxiang declared, and instantly, 120 individuals dispersed. "Impressive indeed. With just a few words, you have endeared yourself to them," Tsunade remarked to Inxiang after the dark faction had departed. "Hee, strike while the iron is hot. These fellows yearn for the life of an ordinary person, don't they?" Inxiang replied, reverting to his previous demeanor of feigned weakness, recognizing that such a fade was essential to navigate Tsunade's protective nature towards her younger brother. "The hour grows late. We ought to return," Tsunade said, glancing at the setting sun. "It's only 7 o'clock. You still have 3 hours before you can clock out," Inxiang pointed out. No matter. Today's tasks have been completed," Tsunade replied, then took off with determination, exclaiming, "Let us head to the tavern for a drink." "Is it truly wise to abandon your comrades who are still laboring outside?" Inxiang inquired, trailing after Tsunade. "They will manage just fine," Tsunade confidently asserted. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his team had already vanquished Itachi's shadow clone, and upon examining the figure sprawled on the ground, they realized it was not the original but rather an elite shinobi from their village. "It seems your side has also concluded," the distant Kisame remarked, as both he and Itachi opened their eyes simultaneously. "Indeed, my chakra is depleted," Itachi nodded in agreement. Approximately 30% of the chakra was expended on the sacrificial clone. While the technique allows for the creation of our parallel forms, the chakra allocated was not substantial, and consequently, the powers and techniques available to us are curtailed, Kisame explained. "However, it suffices for stalling for time," Itachi replied, after which both redirected their focus back to the cave where Gaara was sealed. After defeating the transformed Uchiha Itachi, Chiyo enlightened Naruto and the others about the Jinchuriki, finally revealing to Naruto his own identity as a Jinchuriki, a revelation that marked their first exposure to the concept. Upon learning that Naruto was also a Jinchuriki, Sakura felt a surge of anxiety for him. She did not wish for Naruto to become a weapon of war. Zetsu, dispose of the bodies used for the transformation technique, Pain instructed. Understood, Zetsu replied, promptly attending to the task. Itachi, inform me of their numbers and characteristics, Pain continued, fixing his gaze on Itachi. The team consists of Kakashi Hitaki from Konoha, Sakura Haruno, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, and the consultant Chiyo from Sunagakure. Upon hearing Chiyo's name, Sasori was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had arrived. One could only imagine the thoughts swirling in his mind. So, you resort to calling for reinforcements when you can't defeat me, huh? Kai felt somewhat fatigued due to having taken on 6 classes. And although he claimed to be fine, he found himself unexpectedly colliding with a tree, a clear indication that he was indeed not well. Every day, we await the fall of someone from the tree, Tintin remarked, observing Kai. There's no choice, having just employed the morning peacock technique. It would be wise for us to find a place to rest, Niji suggested, prompting the group to halt their journey. Meanwhile, Naruto's team also decided to pause, preparing to engage with the Akatsuki the following day. After days of relentless travel, their condition had become quite poor. Thus, they rested through the night, with the added necessity of taking turns to keep watch due to their proximity to the enemy. It could be said that the Akatsuki members were enduring the most hardship, tirelessly extracting tailed beasts without rest for the past few days. All right, rest time is over, Kai suddenly exclaimed in the middle of the night, startling his companions awake. It was now Niji's turn to keep watch. Kai-sensei, are you all right? Lee inquired, observing Kai's demeanor. Yes, I feel remarkably invigorated. What a refreshing awakening. Kai responded, giving Lee a thumbs up. Niji? Pakin looked up at Niji, who was on watch, signaling whether they could resume their journey. No problem. My recovery speed is astonishing, Niji affirmed with a nod. Indeed, Pakin agreed, then turned his gaze to Tintin, who promptly stood up, declaring, I'm fine as well. To make up for lost time during our rest, we must advance at double the speed, Kai announced with a smile. Tintin nearly fainted at this proclamation, realizing they had been traveling at full speed all along, and as a girl, her stamina was not comparable to theirs. No, we should move at triple the speed. That way, we can arrive ahead of schedule, Lee suggested, clenching his fist beside Kai. Very well, everyone. This is a rare opportunity. Let us proceed at quadruple speed, Kai declared, raising 4 fingers. Niji was taken aback, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tintin's forehead. Oh, what's wrong? Kai inquired, noticing the expressions of the 3. No matter how one thinks about it, that's impossible, Niji remarked resignedly. I have repeatedly stated that you should cease with these antics, Tintin exclaimed, raising her hands in exasperation. Kai-sensei, that's why I suggested moving at triple speed, Lee interjected amidst their complaints. Lee, that's not what we meant, Pakin could not help but critique. Nevertheless, the 4 continued their journey at their previous pace through the night, with dawn approaching swiftly. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki was also entering the final phase of their plans. Soon, the sun would rise, and both Kai's group and Naruto's team were nearing their destination. This is rather uncomfortable, Niji suddenly remarked. What's wrong, Niji? Lee asked, looking at him. The enemy? Tintin inquired. No, quite the opposite. The enemy's presence is entirely imperceptible, which leaves me somewhat perplexed. After all, they were willing to resort to such ninjutsu merely to delay us. Niji shook his head and remarked, So? Does that mean there is no longer any need to impede our progress? Tintin spoke hesitantly. Is it truly too late? Lee added. Naruto, too, had come to this realization. Reflecting on Gaara's plight, he became increasingly anxious, his eyes transforming into those of the Nine-Tails, prompting him to quicken his pace to the point of nearly leaving Kakashi and the others behind. Observing Naruto's urgent demeanor, Chiyo felt a twinge of confusion. So Kakashi took it upon himself to elucidate Naruto's situation, informing Chiyo that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, akin to Gaara. For Naruto, Gaara represents a comrade who understands the same suffering. Chapter 22. The Five Seals. It is nearly time to conclude. Pain observed the eyes of the outer path golem, which had begun to reveal its pupils, and spoke. Gaara, too, was losing consciousness. Though it had been stated from the outset that he was unaware, he could at least still feel pain. Now, even that sensation had faded. The outer path golem had drained the last drop of chakra from Gaara, and his pupils fully manifested in his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, rendered lifeless. In the end, it took 3 days and nights. Deidara remarked, lowering his hands from the seals. It is always like this. It is truly vexing, Kisame added, also dropping his hands. Ah, my shoulders are going numb, Haiden said, gripping his own shoulders. Thank you all for your hard work, Pain said to them in a gesture of acknowledgement. Moments later, Guy and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the cave, where they found a massive stone blocking the way, upon which were inscribed forbidden symbols. This is the place, Guy said, gazing at the stone. Gaara is behind that rock. Pakan nodded in agreement. It appears to be a barrier, Guy observed as he stepped forward. What should we do? Tintin inquired. Let us charge in, Lee shouted to Guy. No, Guy shook his head, then turned back, just as Kakashi and his group arrived. You're slow, Kakashi. I encountered a few troublesome matters along the way, Kakashi replied as he stood. Naruto, Sakura, Lee exclaimed with joy upon seeing them. Kakashi, you're not referring to me as a troublesome matter, are you? Chio glanced at Kakashi. Everyone. Naruto raised his thumb and called out to Guy and the others. You all arrived a step ahead, Sakura said as she and her companions joined Guy's group. Who is this elder? Tintin asked, observing Chio. This is Chio, the advisor from Sunagakure. Sakura introduced her to the group. Please take care of me, Chio said, appearing quite aged yet remaining cheerful and optimistic, flashing a peace sign with a smile. Now, let us proceed, Kakashi, Guy urged. Indeed, Kakashi nodded. And everyone turned to the stone behind them. Let us take action, Niji. Let us first ascertain the situation inside, Guy instructed. Niji nodded and activated his Byakugan, peering into the cave, which appeared to be quite expansive, yet the view was not entirely clear, and he could not grasp the precise circumstances. It seemed there were several individuals within. Niji, is it Gaara? What has happened to Gaara? Naruto shouted at Niji. Hold on, I am searching, Niji responded, scanning the cave until he spotted Gaara lying on the ground. Niji, Naruto shouted anxiously. Don't rush me, Niji retorted, continuing to assess the interior of the cave, witnessing the eyes of the outer path golem slowly closing. What is that? What is inside? Niji. Naruto anxiously shook Niji's body, inquiring. What did you see? Let go of me, Niji replied, prompting Naruto to release his grip on Niji's arm. What did you witness, Niji? Sakura asked. It is beyond words, Niji said, lowering his gaze as he recalled the colossal entity he had just encountered. It appears I must see it for myself, Lee remarked, glancing at the rock. Then the matter becomes straightforward, Guy stated as he patted Lee on the shoulder and then rolled a considerable distance before charging forward, delivering a powerful punch to the rock, which remained unscathed. A barrier, perhaps. The outside is becoming lively, Pain observed, sensing the disturbance in the barrier. It seems reinforcements have arrived, Kisame noted, arms crossed. Which reinforcements? Are they the ones you delayed, Kisame? Deidara inquired. It seems they have indeed arrived, Zetsu reported after surveying the situation outside. What a coincidence that they arrived simultaneously, but, alas, they are a tad late. I heard there was another Jinchuriki. He chuckled. Don't blame me. Itachi. Scorpion added, smiling, as he apologized to Itachi for intending to usurp his mission target. Outside, Guy reluctantly returned to his team. What now? Lee asked upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of Guy's attack. First, we must dispel this barrier, Guy instructed Lee. How do we do that? Tintin queried. We need to understand the nature of this barrier first, Sakura said, gazing at the rock. Indeed, Guy nodded, then turned to the rock. So, we must first ascertain the type of barrier, correct, Kakashi? What do you think it is? Chio asked Kakashi. It is likely a 5-seal barrier, Kakashi responded. Agreed, Chio acknowledged. A 5-seal barrier? Naruto asked, puzzled. A 5-seal barrier is formed by placing seals inscribed with forbidden words at 5 distinct locations. in addition to the seal before us. There are 4 others that must all be removed simultaneously to dispel the barrier, Kakashi explained. They must be removed at the same time? Sakura asked Kakashi. Precisely. If the 5 seals are not removed concurrently, the barrier cannot be breached. This is the first seal, Kakashi confirmed. Meanwhile, the 2 Eens were also engaged. How is it on your end? En 1 inquired of En 2. I learned an incredible jutsu, the 8 gates. En 2 exclaimed excitedly. Really? En 1 echoed joyfully. Thrilled at mastering the 8 gates. What about you? I have learned Raikiri and Rasengan, but that is not the most important part. The highlight is that Itachi and I developed a flawless technique for showing off. Just thinking about using Itachi's lines to impress others gets me quite excited. This should make the original very happy. Both Ens smiled, giving a thumbs up. We still have 4 more seals to deal with. Kai lifted his gaze towards the talisman and inquired, then where are the other 4 talismans? Naruto turned to Kakashi, who merely shook his head. Kakashi then glanced at Neji, who understood the unspoken message. Neji nodded, activating his Byakugan, and began to search the vicinity for the talismans. After a thorough inspection, he successfully located their positions. Neji, where are they? Naruto asked anxiously. They are situated to the northeast, approximately 500 meters from here, on a rock. The second one is located in the southeast, about 350 meters along the riverbank on a tree trunk. The third is found to the northwest, roughly 650 meters on a cliff face. Lastly, the final one can be found in the southwest, less than 800 meters within the woods, Neji reported while scanning the surroundings. Chapter 23. Tsunade's longing aim began to strategize regarding the members of the Umbu, with the foremost task being the meticulous arrangement of his new division. This new branch was located within a cavern behind the Hokage Rock, a seldom visited place with ample space, making it an ideal site for the establishment of the Umbu. From this day forth, our organization shall be codenamed Shadows. Unlike before, when we were solely under Danzo's command, we shall also heed the words of Lady Tsunade. Our primary responsibility is to safeguard the Hokage. Our secondary duty is to ensure our own protection, and only then shall we focus on executing our tasks. Is that understood? En addressed the assembly. Understood. The members replied in unison. The previous night, they had embraced Yin's suggestion to partake in revelry and camaraderie. In an unexpected revelation, they discovered that life was not solely a relentless cycle of killing and obeying orders. There were countless beautiful aspects to experience. They were astonished to find that their previously unseen comrades were remarkably attractive, and in that moment, life seemed to gain profound significance. All right, our task today is to expedite the excavation of our division, En announced. Although the cavern was usable, it was still too small for their needs, necessitating further digging either backward or downward. The members of Shadows promptly began their work, 100 ninjas digging with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Tsunade felt a twinge of loneliness in Yin's absence. How could it be so dull without you? She pondered, resting her head on the desk. Surrounded by the completed documents of the day. In recent days, En's playful presence had significantly uplifted her spirits, alleviating her burdens in governance, and even relieving her of the need to prepare her meals. Now, with En gone, she felt an inexplicable void within her. I should go find him, Tsunade resolved, standing up and donning her coat before exiting the office. Entirely oblivious to the fact that her actions were indicative of a deep longing she could not control or recognize. Upon her arrival, she found the Shadows diligently engaged in their excavation, while En sat to the side, yawning. Without Tsunade to provoke him, he too felt a hint of boredom. En, Tsunade called out upon spotting him, her voice betraying an uncontainable joy. Huh? What brings you here? En responded, rising to greet her, noticing the momentary happiness in her expression, which further elevated his fondness for her to 85%. Let me see how things are progressing here, she remarked casually, attempting to feign indifference. However, this ruse did not escape Yin's notice. I thought perhaps Lady Tsunade missed me, he teased. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade playfully punched him lightly, a gesture that would have prompted a far more forceful response had it been Jiraiya in her presence, illustrating Yin's esteemed position in her heart. All right, no more banter. You must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal for you when we return, En said with a light-hearted chuckle. every word laced with genuine concern for her well-being. Gurgle. At that moment, Tsunade's stomach emitted a sound, causing her face to flush, rendering any response to Yin Xiang unnecessary. Haha, indeed. Let us together procure some ingredients. I shall see what you desire, Yin Xiang subsequently proposed. Oil woman, bring me a root. Tsunade called out to the cave. Here. Oil woman promptly appeared before Yin Xiang. Following Yin Xiang's suggestion from the previous night, she attempted to return to the Oil Woman clan's base to reconnect with her kin, who were overwhelmingly joyful and surprised, as they seemingly had not anticipated her return. This revelation opened a new realm for Oil Woman. She realized the significance of family, which consequently altered her perception of Yin Xiang, despite his evident lack of prowess. I shall leave this in your capable hands while I accompany Lady Tsunade for a brief moment. If I return and you have arranged everything according to my design, please proceed to move in and set things up, Yin Xiang instructed. Understood, Oil Woman nodded. Subsequently, Yin Xiang and Tsunade departed, strolling together to the market. As Yin Xiang walked ahead, selecting vegetables, he inadvertently imparted to Tsunade a sense of tranquil contentment. Though this boy possessed no ninjutsu. He exuded a protective aura that made Tsunade feel safeguarded and cared for. Had Yin Xiang been aware of her sentiments, he would surely have dismissed them as mere illusions. After their shopping excursion, Yin Xiang discovered that Tsunade's fondness for him had risen to an astonishing 87%. He was bewildered, pondering what actions of his could have stirred such emotions within her. Upon returning home, Yin Xiang began to prepare dinner, and after their meal, they made their way to the shadow base. Are you not returning to the office? Yin Xiang inquired, gazing at Tsunade, who simply shook her head in silence. Oh, right. I haven't had the chance to attend to today's documents. Once I organize things over there, I shall return to handle them, Yin Xiang remarked, though his intent was deliberate. As for the documents, I have already completed them, Tsunade replied. Oh, I also have yet to tidy the office today. I shall do so shortly. I have already taken care of it, Tsunade reiterated, shaking her head once more. Then, you wouldn't happen to wish to keep me company, would you? Yin Xiang suggested playfully. Of course not. Tsunade initially nodded absent-mindedly before realizing and exclaiming, having fallen into his trap once again. Kiki, Yin Xiang chuckled, choosing not to pursue the conversation further as he walked ahead. Tsunade paused momentarily behind him, then composed herself to follow, as if she had grown accustomed to this dynamic with Yin Xiang. Upon their return to the base, they discovered their efficiency was commendable. The layout had been established, and all that remained was to move in the furniture, rendering the base operational. Yin Xiang had also arranged dormitories within, intended for brief respites after missions or as shelter for the homeless. Of course, Yin Xiang could also reside in the base, but as Tsunade did not propose it, he chose to remain silent. The two shared a profound understanding, choosing not to mention the matter at hand. In the future, should you need to undertake or submit a mission, please seek me out at the window of the Hokage's office, as I will generally remain there. Yin Xiang instructed Young Chigan. Understood, Young Chigan nodded in acknowledgement. Besides the essential missions, you are also welcome to accept additional tasks from the mission hall, as earning a bit of pocket money can be beneficial. Yin Xiang continued, noting that in the past, accepting missions from the hall was not permitted for the roots. Chapter 24. The Ways of Men. Yes, Young Chigan nodded. Once the matters here are addressed, those who are to lie in wait shall continue to do so, while the intelligence gatherers shall persist in their endeavors. Prepare a list for me, clearly indicating what each individual is currently engaged in, distinguishing between those with tasks and those without. Young Chigan nodded in agreement, expressing admiration for Yin Xiang's clarity of thought. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rivers, the group had begun to unveil the 5 seals. The members of Akatsuki had successfully absorbed Shikaku from within Gaara. Except for Deidara and Sasori, the others had simply vanished as illusions. Deidara and Sasori, however, needed to carve their own path to freedom. Failure to do so would result in their demise, a prospect that Nagato did not regard with much concern. Confirm the details of the operation. After locating the talismans, the members of Team Guy shall remain on standby until everyone has gathered, at which point they will follow my instructions and simultaneously remove the seals. Understood? At that moment, Guy spoke. Everyone acknowledged their understanding, Naturally, Kakashi's team would also remove their seals simultaneously, thus unraveling the 5 barriers. As the seals were lifted, Sakura shattered the rocks at the entrance, providing the signal for a sudden onslaught to reclaim Gaara. Kakashi stated, and they were already positioned. Busy on the outside while Sasori and Deidara grew increasingly impatient inside. Listen closely, everyone. On the count of 3, we will all remove the talismans together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. As Guy counted to 3, the 5 members simultaneously tore away the talismans, while Sakura delivered a powerful punch to the rocks, successfully breaching the entrance. However, just as Akai and the others prepared to depart, figures emerged from the stone wall, the grass, the water, and the trees, each a reflection of themselves. Kakashi's team of 4 entered the cave and beheld Gaara, Sasori, and Deidara, with Gaara being unceremoniously seated beneath Deidara. So which one is the Jinchuriki? Deidara inquired. Observing the 4 before him, recalling Itachi's earlier description, the first to shout would be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, awaiting the initial outburst, upon witnessing Gaara's lifeless form. With Deidara perched atop him, Naruto could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes transformed once again into those of the Nine-Tails, fists clenched in fury. You bastards! I will shatter you into pieces. Naruto yelled at Deidara and Sasori. The first one to roar in fury is indeed him. Sasori remarked, eyeing Naruto. It appears that way. Indeed. Deidara chuckled, also observing Naruto. Those are Deidara and Sasori, 2 members of Akatsuki, leisurely conversing atop a tree. I recall that Sasori meets his end here. Defeated by Chiyo and Sakura, quite a humiliating fate, isn't it? Inseong-1 laughed. Sasori simply did not wish to confront his own grandmother. It was tantamount to self-destruction. Inseong-2 commented. But those details are trivial. What truly matters is that we can learn the pinnacle of puppet techniques from the Naruto world here. Later, I will study the art of puppetry while you pursue Deidara alongside Kakashi. Inseong-1 declared. Why must I pursue? Am I not already burdened enough? Inquired Inseong-2. Very well, let us resolve this in a manner befitting men. Responded Inseong-1. Agreed. With that, Inseong-2 rolled up his sleeves, and simultaneously, they both threw their punches. Rock, paper, scissors. Inseong-1 retracted his scissors. I concede. I will chase after them. As expected of me, a man of my word. Inseong-2 chuckled, patting Inseong-1 on the shoulder. Just then, a voice cried out, You scoundrel. Halt. Deidara soared out of the cave on a great bird, carrying Gaara, while Naruto immediately gave chase. Sakura, Granny Chiyo, I leave this rascal to you. Kakashi exclaimed. Dashing out, but pausing midway to address Sakura and Chiyo. Understood, Sakura nodded. Go now, loser, Inseong-2 said, giving Inseong-1 another pat on the shoulder. With a resigned sigh, Inseong-1 sped off. Gaara, I shall rescue you, Naruto shouted, leaping from a pillar to deliver a punch at Deidara. In response, Deidara launched a clay projectile that sent Naruto crashing into the rock wall. In that fleeting moment, Inseong had already discerned how to utilize Deidara's clay technique, swiftly acquiring this unique skill. He even took the time to extract clay from the wall, quickly amassing a substantial amount. Meanwhile, on Inseong-1's side, Sakura and Chiyo had begun their battle against Sasori. Chiyo struck first, using a kunai to tear through Sasori's garments, revealing his true form. So this is Sasori's puppet, the Hiriko, thought Inseong-1, who had stealthily infiltrated the cave, concealing himself in a shadowy corner. As Sasori unveiled his Hiriko, Inseong comprehended the methods of its creation and manipulation. His aptitude for learning was remarkable, fortuitously. His first talent point was dedicated to this very skill. Kakashi and Naruto commenced their pursuit of Deidara. With the enemy airborne, Kakashi activated his Sharingan. Yet the challenge of the chase amplified. Meanwhile, Deidara unleashed chaos, far less riveting than the action unfolding with Inseong-1. The Hiriko spewed forth an array of poisoned kunai and senbon, each expertly dodged by Sakura and Chiyo. While it was expected for someone as seasoned as Chiyo to evade, that Sakura managed to avoid Sasori's sweeping attacks left him perplexed. Are the ninjas of Konoha truly this formidable? However, Inseong soon realized that Chiyo was manipulating Sakura as a puppet, guiding her to evade all of Sasori's strikes. This old woman possesses remarkable skill. Able to evade while simultaneously controlling Sakura, her observational prowess is commendable, and it inadvertently benefits me, In Seong mused, having absorbed this keen insight. Elevating his own observational talent to its maximum potential without expending a point. This was akin to reaping the rewards of a talent point without the cost. Under Chido's manipulation, Sakura, with her extraordinary strength, delivered a single punch that shattered Sasori's red sand puppet into countless pieces. From the wreckage emerged a shadowy figure, revealing Sasori's true form. "You have finally emerged," Chiyo remarked, gazing at the dark silhouette. "After traveling such a long distance to catch a glimpse of my grandson. I never anticipated it would come to this. After 20 years, can't we at least reminisce?" Chapter 25. A new mission at that moment. The severed head of Scarlet Flow Ruby suddenly stirred, soaring into the air, from which countless Senbon shot forth. Chiyo promptly guided Sakura to evade the incoming projectiles. A few of the Senbon even aimed towards In Seong's direction. Damn it. In Seong quickly sidestepped, realizing that his disguise had been compromised. Seizing the opportunity before they noticed him, he dashed away. Is it just an illusion? Chiyo pondered, glancing towards the spot where In Seong had been hiding. Indeed. It is as I suspected. My grandmother is remarkable. No wonder even the young girl could evade my attacks. After discerning my strategy, she manipulated the girl using the chakra threads of her puppetry. Scorpion remarked, turning his back to Sakura and Chiyo. Sakura thought, I truly do not wish to love him. Yet he is so handsome, with a melodious voice, and he even calls me young girl. Moreover, he had considered every detail, even entwining chakra threads around the tail of Scarlet Flow Ruby. I had no inkling that the tail's movements were restrained. I have made every effort to suppress my chakra so it remains undetected. I commend you for uncovering it, Chiyo stated. At that moment, In Seong once again submerged into the previous hiding spot. Of course, the one who taught me the art of puppetry was none other than you, Scorpion replied, turning to Chiyo and placing his hand atop the black cloth covering his head. However, the game ends here today, Chiyo declared. Indeed, but will you find it so easily? Scorpion retorted, tearing away the black cloth with a grin. As the cloth was pulled away, revealing his countenance, Chiyo was left astounded. How can this be? Unchanged compared to before. Beneath the grotesque visage of Scarlet Flow Ruby lay a face that, while slightly inferior to In Seong's, was nonetheless strikingly handsome. What is happening? Sakura was equally bewildered. They were aware that Scorpion had defected from Sunagakure 2 decades prior. Yet the youth before them bore no semblance to someone in their 30s or 40s. Beep, beep, beep. The puppet creation technique of Akasuna no Scorpion has been recorded, and a mission has been dispatched. Subdue Akasuna no Scorpion. Reward, talent point X1. At that moment, the system chimed, and not only In Seong, who was situated in the cave, but also his clones tracking Kakashi and those in Kanahegakure received the same mission. Oh, it appears they have encountered Scorpion, In Seong mused as he busied himself teasing his beloved Tsunade, receiving the mission. I trust my clones are well aware of this. He dismissed the thought, confident that his doppelgangers would handle it efficiently. Report complete. Mission assigned. Yamanaka Ino came before In Seong. Very well, everyone may rest. Those with infiltration missions that require immediate return may do so, In Seong instructed. Understood. Yamanaka Ino nodded, handing the list to In Seong before proceeding with her tasks. Capturing Akasuna no Scorpion will indeed prove challenging. It seems a direct approach is the only option. Upon receiving the mission, In Seong contemplated the fact that the true essence of the Scorpion, known as Sasori, had been reduced to but a heart. He understood that the key lay in absconding with the heart before Chiyo and Sakura made their discovery. The challenge did not reside in saving Sasori, but rather in subduing him. Would this individual even heed his call? At that moment, Sasori unveiled a scroll, from which emerged a puppet crafted from the remains of the third Kazekage. Although In Seong grasped the technique for creating a third Kazekage puppet instantaneously, it was crucial to possess an appropriate corpse for the human puppet creation technique. Sasori was the sole puppeteer capable of transforming the deceased into human puppets, and he did so while retaining the chakra of the original, thereby preserving all of their jutsu and bloodline limits. This was the paramount advantage of human puppets. Chapter 26. Luck not as fortunate as Tsunade's. As the third Kazekage made his entrance, he immediately unleashed a barrage of shuriken, all of which were deftly evaded. Subsequently, his right hand transformed into a multitude of blades, swiftly charging towards Sakura. In a moment of desperation, Chiyo utilized the tail of her scarlet flow amber to deflect the onslaught. However, this was merely the beginning. With a subtle flick of his pinky, the Kazekage's right hand opened into 3 layers, each adorned with a series of intricate seals. Upon releasing these seals, countless arms surged towards Sakura, ensnaring her within their grasp. Chiyo promptly yanked Sakura to safety, but the Kazekage swiftly bound her with ropes and unleashed a dense cloud of toxic mist. Had Sakura not detonated an explosive tag to disperse the poison, it would have surely claimed her life. Such tenacity. No wonder she is Tsunade's apprentice, thought Inxiang. Nodding in approval, clearly pleased with the prowess of his mentor's disciple. The ensuing battle was even more exhilarating. Chiyo summoned the puppets crafted by Sasori, her parents, and together they showcased the true art of a puppeteer to Inxiang, their hands dancing with precision as the blades of the puppets clashed in a dazzling display. The speed of their movements was astonishing. Within 2 seconds, they had swung their weapons over 10 times, and only when both sides' weapons shattered did they momentarily cease. Yet, there remains an inherent distinction between puppets and their human counterparts, and Sasori promptly employed the third Kazekage's most formidable technique, Iron Sand. The instant the iron sand erupted from the Kazekage's mouth, Inxiang had already grasped its usage, mastering the bloodline limit of such a powerful figure with a mere glance. If only he had known, he could have truly thrived. Under the relentless assault of the iron sand, Chiyo's parental puppets were rendered inoperable, and she suffered the loss of one of her prosthetic arms. Sakura, ever courageous, volunteered to become Chiyo's puppet in the fray. The intensity of the battle escalated dramatically, as Sakura's immense strength combined with Sasori's iron sand dismantled the very cave around them. Meanwhile, Kabuto engaged in a fierce duel against a counterpart of equal strength, while Kakashi's struggle was marked by frustration, as he could not lay a finger on Deidara, who repeatedly sent him crashing back to the ground. Inxiang, observing from the sidelines, found the situation rather dull. As for Inxiang's main body, having resolved matters concerning shadows, he returned to the office with Tsunade. With the pile of documents cleared away, they indulged in a game of chance, an opportune moment for Inxiang to potentially outsmart Tsunade. However, he remained acutely aware of the stakes. Tsunade had recently seized all assets belonging to Danzo, transforming her into a small fortune holder with just enough funds to establish a new division. Thus, she was now truly affluent. To manipulate this newfound wealth, Inxiang discreetly employed Chakra to rig the dice during their gambling session, ensuring his losses. Finally, I have found someone who can lose even more than I can. He chuckled. Tsunade won 9 out of 10 games, her spirits soaring. Despite her nagging suspicion that her gambling victories heralded impending misfortune, she reasoned that such a streak could only signify catastrophic events, unless, of course, Inxiang possessed worse luck than her own. After much effort, I managed to save a few coins, and now they are all gone. Inxiang pushed his coins towards Tsunade, stating, I owe you support here. Tsunade, with a flattering demeanor, accepted the coins and replied, You still owe me. If this continues, I shall work for you my entire life. Inxiang feigned a look of grievance, knowing that such a young and handsome fellow could easily capture the heart of a wealthy woman. Rest assured, I'm quite affluent now. I can support you for a lifetime, Tsunade said while patting Inxiang on the shoulder. All right, you said it. You can't abandon me halfway, or I might starve. Inxiang grinned, pleased with his scheming success. Don't worry. Tsunade nodded. Let's continue. She shook the dice cup. Good. The more I owe, the more the wealthy woman will spend on me in the future. Just then, the office door swung open to reveal Shizen. Hey, what are you two doing? Inxiang, didn't I tell you that you shouldn't gamble with Lady Tsunade? Shizen exclaimed, immediately scolding Inxiang. It's fine. It's fine. I've already finished my work, and this guy has worse luck than I do. He's lost everything. Tsunade said as she embraced Shizen's neck, inviting her to sit down. Really? There's someone with worse luck than Lady Tsunade? Shizen was taken aback. It seemed impossible. Just watch. Tsunade said to Shizen, this time we'll guess high or low. Whoever has the higher total wins. All right, I will definitely win. Inxiang nodded as both shook their dice cups. Upon revealing, Inxiang, using his Sharingan, discovered that Tsunade had rolled 5 once. This. Shizen raised an eyebrow. Ha, ha ha. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head. Oh no. I dropped a die, leaving only 4. At that moment, Yin Xiang used chakra to vibrate his dice, causing one die to disintegrate into molecules and vanish into thin air. Don't worry, even with just 2 dice. You can still win, Shizen reassured him. However, when Yin Xiang opened his cup, he astonishingly found 4 ones inside. What? This is possible, Shizen exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Haha, I told you, Yin Xiang's luck is even worse than mine. Tsunade generously opened her cup, revealing her 5 ones. I can't believe I lost. Forget it, I'm done gambling. Yin Xiang feigned panic. No way. You now owe me 200. Keep going. Tsunade was not about to let Yin Xiang, the easy target, escape. She was accustomed to being the one who dispensed wealth, and now she was relishing in receiving it. Yin Xiang, I advise you to steer clear of gambling in the future. Don't end up losing your underwear, Shizen cautioned him. Ah, by the way, Shizen, what brings you here? Yin Xiang changed the subject. I have come to observe Lady Tsunade's work situation and, at the same time, to assess the performance of your secretary. I did not expect that Lady Tsunade had managed to complete so many piled-up documents, Shizen remarked. Those matters were all taken care of by Yin Xiang, and each arrangement is meticulously organized. I have reviewed everything, Tsunade replied to Shizen. Thus, with Yin Xiang here, you need not worry. Is he truly that remarkable? Shizen exclaimed. Yin Xiang has only recently joined, yet he is already capable of independently managing documents and has earned the recognition of both Lady Tsunade and the daimyo. It appears we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 27, The Astonishing Amount of Chakra. Well, seeing Lady Tsunade safe and sound brings me peace of mind, Shizen remarked with a nod, cradling the little piglet in her arms. Is this piglet intended for raising and eating? Yin Xiang inquired, pointing at the adorable creature. Upon hearing this, the piglet widened its eyes and began to squirm in Shizen's embrace, seemingly preparing to flee from the man who had uttered such alarming words. Don't worry. Don't worry, Shizen gently patted the piglet's head to soothe it. He is just joking. Can it actually understand what I'm saying? Is it a summoning beast? Yin Xiang asked. Intrigued. It's merely an ordinary pet pig, not one intended for consumption, Tsunade clarified, affectionately patting the piglet's head as well. Although it belonged to Tsunade, it was mostly cared for by Shizen. I see. It looks quite intelligent, possessing potential to become a summoning beast, Yin Xiang nodded thoughtfully. Contemplating whether he should acquire a summoning beast for himself. After capturing Scorpion, I could transform him into a summoning beast, he mused in his mind, envisioning a scenario where, while others summoned their beasts, he would call forth a dashing figure, which in turn would summon countless puppets. The thought was indeed amusing. Don't try to change the subject. Let us continue. Tsunade suddenly exclaimed at Yin Xiang, shaking the cup in her hand. But I have no dice left, Yin Xiang pointed out, indicating his lack of dice. This thing. Tsunade picked up the dice in front of Yin Xiang, performed a hand seal, and instantly created a clone of the dice. Hey, is that how you use your ninjutsu? Yin Xiang shouted in surprise. Hee, here you go. Tsunade returned the dice to him. Reluctantly, Yin Xiang had no choice but to continue with Tsunade, which was all within his expectations. Shizen had left during the course of the game, and after gambling for an entire afternoon, Yin Xiang now owed Tsunade 5,000, totaling over 10,000, with daily interest accruing. The road to repaying this debt was indeed long and arduous. Yin Xiang sighed, resolving to prioritize money in his next upgrade, aiming for infinite wealth. All right. Don't be too disheartened. Victory and defeat are common in battles, Tsunade consoled him, though her expression was unable to conceal her delight, as she smiled radiantly. Here. This is for you. Tsunade produced a piece of white paper from her bosom. What is this? Yin Xiang asked as he accepted the paper. This is chakra testing paper. It can assess your chakra attributes. But I don't possess any chakra at the moment, Yin Xiang replied. I completely forgot about that. Let me teach you how to refine chakra now, Tsunade said, rising to stand by the office wall. Come over and sit against the wall. All right, Yin Xiang nodded, tucking away the chakra testing paper and approached Tsunade, sitting down against the wall. Tsunade also sat down facing him, their knees pressed closely together. Listen carefully. Refining chakra is a process through which the human body perfectly fuses various components of energy to generate a unique form of energy. It pertains to the application of ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or the creation of linear bindings to restrain adversaries or sever the energy source of substances composed of chakra. The methods of cultivation are twofold. First, the extraction of bodily energy from the 130 trillion cells within the human body, one cell at a time. Second, the accumulation of spiritual energy through extensive training and experience. Given your capabilities, I trust you can comprehend what I am conveying, right? Tsunade turned her gaze toward Yin Xiang. Indeed, Yin Xiang nodded in affirmation. Of course. There is also the extraction of chakra from natural energy, known as sage techniques, but that is presently beyond your reach. What I am about to teach you is the first method. In the ensuing moments, Tsunade elaborated on the process of refining chakra. However, at that moment, Yin Xiang wished to interject. If you could demonstrate, I would grasp it instantly. After approximately half an hour of explanation, Tsunade declared, "Now, I shall demonstrate. So observe carefully." Subsequently, Tsunade began to meditate, refining her chakra while simultaneously channeling it into Yin Xiang's body from her knee, mimicking Tsunade's posture. Yin Xiang also commenced the refinement of chakra. In an instant, an immense surge of chakra erupted from Yin Xiang, overwhelming Tsunade and sending her sprawling. Oh no, I lost control, Yin Xiang thought, realizing it was too late. This was the chakra he had just refined. This was true chakra. Whereas what he had previously utilized could perhaps be termed the power of a modifier, or more simply, the power of an Azura. Tsunade, having been knocked back, sat on the ground, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Yin Xiang. Although he could rush to her aid, he refrained, opting instead to feign an inability to control this chakra. What an immense chakra! Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes wide as she urged, Yin Xiang, quickly, feel this chakra. Seize it and absorb it for yourself. In this context, Tsunade called out to him. Yin Xiang nodded, pretending to be in great agony as he gradually compressed the chakra. Even the shadows he had stationed around the Hokage felt this power and rushed to the window, prepared to protect both Tsunade and Yin Xiang, only to be met with the sight of their leader. Such colossal chakra, it appears we truly underestimated our leader, Oil Woman remarked, observing Yin Xiang. Is this chakra comparable to that of an elite Jainin? Is this truly his first experience in chakra extraction? When did the mountain commented from within? Under Yin Xiang's control, the leaking chakra slowly flowed back into his body. He then closed his eyes to meditate for a moment, feigning the absorption of chakra's residual energy. After 5 minutes, he finally opened his eyes. Excellent. It worked, Tsunade exclaimed with excitement. Yin Xiang first waved at the shadow members, signaling them to depart. Once they had left, Tsunade was so exhilarated that she embraced Yin Xiang, exclaiming, "You are a natural-born ninja." To refine chakra for the first time and already achieve the chakra level of an elite Jainin is simply remarkable. Yin Xiang was taken aback by the sudden embrace, pondering whether Tsunade truly believed she had stumbled upon a treasure. With such an individual in Konoha, the future seemed promising, yet it ultimately felt like a mere exploitation. However, Tsunade was genuinely happy for Yin Xiang, considering his tragic upbringing. Starving and sleepless, he had endured relentless bullying from Danzo upon his arrival in Konoha. Now, at last, he possessed the strength to protect himself. As for Tsunade's current fondness for Yin Xiang, it had astonishingly soared to an impressive 92%. Chapter 28. Yin Xiang takes action. Tsunade dismounted from Yin Xiang and exclaimed with excitement, "Quickly, let us see what chakra attribute you possess." All right, Yin Xiang nodded. Producing a chakra test paper. Which attribute should I choose? He pondered, but the paper seemed to have a mind of its own, splitting into 5 distinct parts. The wind attribute chakra divided the paper into 4 sections, while the lightning attribute crinkled one. The fire attribute ignited a corner. The earth attribute shattered another, and finally, the water attribute dampened one of the pieces. 5 attributes. Tsunade was taken aback, for ninja possessing all 5 attributes were exceedingly rare. The only ones she knew of were her master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and Kakashi Hitaki. You might truly be a natural-born ninja, she remarked, gazing at Yin Xiang. Ha ha, is that so? In Xiang chuckled awkwardly, internally thinking, why won't this hand obey me? Is it trying to show off? Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you some basic body techniques, beginning with the fundamentals to enhance your chakra control, Tsunade instructed. Sounds good, In Xiang agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, on In Xiang's second front, Sakura feigned poisoning to catch Scorpion off guard, causing the third Kazekage puppet to charge at her, only to be shattered by her punch. Marking the defeat of Scorpion's puppet, Scorpion was baffled. Despite having been poisoned, how could his opponent still move so freely? In truth, Sakura had concocted the antidote to Scorpion's poison prior to their encounter, thanks to the treatment she received from Kankuro. Scorpion's overconfidence in his toxin led him to employ only a single type of poison. What comes next will be even more formidable. In Xiang's second self mused as he observed the shattered puppet. Meanwhile, Kakashi was still in pursuit. Deara, frustrated by Kakashi's relentless chase, infused chakra into his feet to accelerate, only to trigger one of his own explosive clay bombs. This could go on indefinitely. Can't Deidara just run away? In Xiang pondered as he chased from behind. Perhaps I should take care of him myself. With that thought, he surged forward, bypassing Kakashi and Naruto. What was that? Kakashi and Naruto gasped, caught off guard by the figure that zipped past them, landing on a fallen tree trunk in the canyon as if it were a shuriken, launching himself into the air. What? Deara exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of this swift figure. He quickly hurled several bird-shaped clay bombs. But In Xiang was enveloped in lightning, rendering the bombs ineffective. He soared into the air before Deidara, declaring, "Can we cease this childish game of hide and seek, Deidara?" With a swift kick, he sent Deidara tumbling off his giant bird. Taking Deidara's place, In Xiang raised 2 fingers, commanding the bird to circle in the air. The words of Itachi are indeed impressive, he mused, cloaked in black, concealing his face. Could it be that he was the infamous Shinigami? The news of the night god had long since circulated among the ninjas of Konoha, and everyone was urged to pay heed to this individual. Kakashi was taken aback by the unexpected presence of this figure. Deidara's body collided with a tree trunk, nearly causing him to spew blood, as the earlier kick from In Xiang had already left his face swollen. "Who are you?" Deidara shouted at In Xiang as he clambered up from the ground. "Return Gaara to me." Naruto was indifferent to identities, focused solely on the figure of Gaara within the beak of the enormous bird. "I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the night god," In Xiang proclaimed towards Deidara. "The king of the night?" Deidara glanced at the sky, incredulous. "Whom are you trying to deceive?" "It is broad daylight," he retorted. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Just then, Kakashi approached Deidara from behind, delivering a kick aimed at him. Deidara, quick to react, raised his remaining right arm to block Kakashi's attack while retreating simultaneously. Kakashi pondered the night god's intentions, recognizing that he seemed to be aiding them for the moment. Naruto charged toward In Xiang in the air, who showed no intention of dodging, seizing the opportunity to avenge a past affront. "Naruto!" Kakashi urgently called out to stop him. But it was too late. Naruto had leaped onto the bird's head, throwing a punch at In Xiang. "Left, right, jump back," In Xiang recited, evading each of Naruto's strikes with ease. "Before my eyes, your attacks are transparent." Hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, Naruto instinctively gazed into In Xiang's eyes, only to discover they were entirely ordinary. "Return Gaara to me." Naruto unleashed a Rasengan in his hand, directing it at In Xiang. However, In Xiang stepped forward, grasping Naruto's wrist and channeling his chakra, disrupting Naruto's own chakra flow. The Rasengan dissipated in Naruto's grasp. "What?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and he was promptly kicked away by In Xiang, though the blow was measured, sending him crashing against a tree trunk. "Calm down, Naruto. The opponent is a foe even stronger than the Akatsuki." Kakashi, engaged in a fierce battle with Deidara, called out to Naruto, recognizing that In Xiang had indeed shown restraint. "Here you go. Leave me out of your troubles." In Xiang leaped high, commanding the enormous bird to hover before Naruto. "How can this guy control my clay?" Deidara watched, perplexed, as In Xiang manipulated the bird effortlessly. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to make the bird explode before Naruto's eyes. "Ha!" Deidara shouted as he completed the seals. However, the bird showed no response. Has it completely lost control? Deidara was left in utter confusion. Kakashi seized the moment, launching a Raikiri towards Deidara. Reacting instinctively, Deidara extended his right hand to defend, realizing too late that it was Raikiri, and hurriedly leapt aside. Kakashi swiftly hurled a kunai, which was deftly intercepted by Deidara. Undeterred, Kakashi seized another kunai to pursue Deidara, and taking advantage of his momentary instability, he severed one of Deidara's arms. Deidara, gazing at his dismembered limb, let out a cry of despair. I must devise a means of escape now. With both arms compromised, he resolved to flee. Leaping away from the canyon and retreating deep into the forest, while Naruto excavated Gaara's lifeless body from the clutches of the giant bird. Chapter 29. Subduing Deidara. As for Inseong number 1, he took the opportunity to depart. Was that fellow here to assist us? Kakashi pondered to himself as he watched Inseong no. One leave. Isn't he supposed to be in Konoha? How did he end up in the land of rivers? Could his objective be Naruto? Kakashi also refrained from pursuing Deidara, contemplating in place. What was Inseong number 1 up to, since the battle here had concluded under his intervention? Although the mission did not specify capturing Deidara, Inseong still wished to give it a try. Inseong hastened after Deidara, and with his speed, he soon spotted Deidara sprinting through the jungle, appearing before him. Deidara immediately halted, pulling a chunk of clay from his bag with his mouth and began chewing it. You wouldn't be interrupting my resistance, would you? Inseong remarked, gazing at Deidara. Deidara ignored him, continuing to chew his clay. Seeing Deidara so engrossed, Inseong felt inclined to play with him. He placed his hand on the ground and instantly extracted a large mass of clay, towering above him. Witnessing this, Deidara finally spoke. You can use this ninjutsu as well. No wonder, he said, observing Inseong. Indeed, while Deidara shaped his clay using his mouth, Inseong molded it with his hands, swiftly crafting several small spiders and hurling them towards Deidara as he advanced. Fully aware of the spider's potency, Deidara quickly retreated. Inseong then launched a moderately sized bird towards Deidara, which exploded right before him, sending him back into the swarm of spiders, resulting in a double explosion that Deidara had to endure. Damn it! Deidara, determined to retaliate, stood up and spat out clay, transforming it into a large bird. Taking flight upon it, Inseong promptly created a large bird of his own to follow suit, both soaring through the air, with Deidara in the lead and Inseong at his side. You're chasing too closely. Deidara promptly accelerated. Let's see how you keep up. Believing his speed to be remarkable, he glanced back only to find Inseong still beside him, brazenly waving his hand. Huh. Deidara leapt from the large bird and detonated it. However, during the descent, he noticed Inseong had used lightning release to embed his hand into the bird, preventing it from exploding. This guy, Deidara, was nearly speechless. Such a ninjutsu was beyond anyone's knowledge, and he doubted anyone could be more proficient than himself. As Deidara prepared to flee upon landing, Inseong had already appeared before him. Deidara quickly turned, but behind him stood the very large bird he had just created. Huh. Inseong detonated the bird, sending Deidara crashing to his feet. Deidara looked up at Inseong, who pointed a finger at him. In an instant, Deidara found himself ensnared in a genjutsu, a technique Inseong had learned from Itachi. Within the illusion, Deidara transformed into a burning piece of paper. What is happening? Deidara gazed at his burning self with a face full of panic. Burned to ashes, Deidara, the figure of Inseong, appeared before him, speaking eerily. In the next moment, Deidara's entire body turned to ash, while in the real world, he inexplicably screamed and rolled on the ground. Illusions can be quite amusing. Inseong chuckled, then bound Deidara's feet with his satchel before dispelling the illusion. When Deidara regained his senses, he found himself utterly immobilized, his hands gone and his feet bound. He resembled a mere stick figure. Let me go. What do you want from me? Deidara shouted at Inseong while lying on the ground. I wish to create an organization called Shadow. How about you join me? Inseong squatted down to speak to Deidara. Join you? Could you not have mentioned this earlier? Must you beat me first? Deidara replied immediately, appearing somewhat irate. Oh, does that mean you were quite willing? Inseong looked at Deidara. You are far more entertaining than those dull Akatsuki members. Of course, I am willing. Deidara exclaimed. Pray tell, what makes me interesting? Inseong, intrigued, inquired. You are quite the edgelord, Deidara stated bluntly. Inseong's smile froze. How dare he call me that? Subsequently, Inseong subjected Deidara to a relentless torment. scratching the soles of his feet with leaves until he nearly fainted from laughter. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Deidara pleaded from the ground. And only when he seemed on the verge of laughter-induced collapse did Inxiang relent. After this, come back to Konoha with me. Ding ding ding. Hidden mission completed. Recruit Deidara. Gain talent point X1. At this moment, all three of Inxiang's clones received the notification. Quite capable, my clones. Thought the main body of Inxiang, who was currently celebrating with Tsunade in a tavern, rejoicing over the successful extraction of chakra, now a 5-element ninja. While the clones battled fiercely, the main body enjoyed the company of a beautiful companion. How delightful. I did not anticipate a hidden mission. The main body must be thrilled. Inxiang number 1 pondered. Recruiting Deidara? That task is already complete, thought Inxiang number 2. Meanwhile, he observed that Scorpion had used his true body, only to be obliterated by a punch from Sakura. Just when Sakura and Chiyo believed the battle was over, Scorpion's shattered form astonishingly reassembled. Thus began the 4th battle, and Chiyo unveiled her trump card, the White Secret Technique. According to Scorpion, this technique possessed the power to annihilate a city. The strength of a puppet master is determined by the number of puppets they can control. Truly, Chiyo is remarkable. However, as Scorpion spoke, he produced a scroll from behind, unleashing countless puppets into the sky. Scorpion opened his chest to release chakra threads, taking command of all the puppets. This is a quantity capable of destroying a nation. As Scorpion remarked on the prowess of Granny Chiyo, he unleashed a multitude of puppets, which bore a somewhat humiliating connotation. Red Secret Technique. The performance of 100, he proclaimed, eager to showcase their might. With that, the 100 puppets raised their weapons in unison, creating a spectacle that obscured the heavens. Inxiang gazed up at the myriad of puppets and mused. If we were to take these back, they would surely fetch a handsome price, wouldn't they? Perhaps we should suggest they cease their display? Chapter 30. Mastering the Scorpion of Red Sand. While Inxiang was deep in thought, the battle among the three had already commenced. The puppeteers of Chiyo's group. The ninjutsu of Kinsuk exhibited craftsmanship far superior to that of the Scorpion's creations, and their combat prowess was equally remarkable. On the other hand, although the Scorpion commanded a multitude of puppets capable of manipulating them all, the sheer number of over 100 puppets rendered him unable to maintain control over each one. Many of his puppets fell victim to the swift blades of the Kinsuk, akin to vegetables being cleaved, while Sakura, with a single punch, obliterated numerous puppets. Despite the loss of so many puppets, the remaining ones became more manageable, free from the distractions of their fallen counterparts. Inxiang observed as the aerial puppets grew increasingly agile, contemplating the turn of events. 3 of the Kinsuk, under Chiyo's guidance, employed ninjutsu to draw a multitude of puppets toward them, forming a cluster that rendered them immobile. However, their sheer quantity was still overwhelming. One puppet, stealthily approaching from behind Chiyo, managed to inflict a wound upon her arm. Though the injury itself was minor, the ensuing poison posed a grave threat. Now, only one antidote remained between her and Sakura, and should Sakura sustain further injury, they would find themselves in dire straits. Sakura, take this and launch a direct assault on the Scorpion, Chiyo exclaimed, tossing a circular object to Sakura. Understood, Sakura responded, dashing toward the Scorpion under Chiyo's cover and hurling the object. It expanded in midair, transforming into an object resembling the head of a shikaku, which clamped down upon the Scorpion, sealing his chakra. In that instant, the surrounding puppets lost their control, collapsing to the ground, while Chiyo, succumbing to the poison, fell as well. This will seal his chakra. He can no longer move, Chiyo remarked, gazing at the Scorpion pinned against the wall. At last, we have succeeded. Sakura sighed in relief, then hurried toward Chiyo, intent on administering the antidote. Just then, a puppet stirred behind Chiyo, brandishing a blade aimed at her. Chiyo Granny, Sakura cried out, rushing to shield her mentor. Just as the blade was about to pierce Sakura's abdomen, the Scorpion's hand halted mid-air. What? The Scorpion was taken aback, as were Sakura and Chiyo, both wearing expressions of confusion. Why, has it stopped? Sakura murmured, quickly retreating 2 meters with Chiyo. I cannot move. This is chakra threads. The Scorpion glanced at his arms, where chakra threads were affixed on both sides, as well as on his head, legs, and waist. Is this the art of puppetry? It was indeed Yin Xiang who had intervened. He emerged from his concealment, simultaneously commanding the scorpion to leap backward. In that fleeting moment, a sealing technique manifested at the scorpion's previous location, with his parents emerging to strike at the spot. This was Chiyo's handiwork. You have noticed, haven't you? Yin Xiang declared, controlling the scorpion to land beside him. Who are you? The scorpion inquired, regarding Yin Xiang with suspicion. I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher. The god of night, Yin Xiang proclaimed. The god of night? Who is that? Sakura, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression, apart from the elite ninjas. The others were oblivious to any news regarding Yashing, unable to break free. A puppet technique more formidable than that of Granny Chiyo and myself. Scorpion attempted to escape from the chakra strings wielded by Yin Xiang, yet he found himself utterly ensnared by the unyielding force that held him captive. What do you mean he has discovered it? Sakura inquired, directing her gaze at Yin Xiang. Scorpion has long been aware of the trap I laid, and has deliberately come here. Chiyo remarked from behind Sakura, simultaneously injecting herself with an antidote. What it implies is, this fellow. Sakura expressed her astonishment as she glanced at Scorpion, realizing that he still possessed a semblance of humanity. What do you intend to do? Scorpion questioned Yin Xiang. Isn't it evident? I aim to save you, Yin Xiang replied, gesturing with his eyes towards the earlier trap. Why save me? Scorpion continued to probe. Sakura, it seems the other party appears to be here to rescue Scorpion. Prepare yourself for battle, Chiyo commanded as she manipulated all her remaining puppets with chakra, prompting Sakura to nod in readiness for combat. Hey, I just saved your life, and now you're gearing up for a fight? Yin Xiang chuckled at the sight. Do you have anything to say to them? If not, come with me. He then turned his gaze towards Scorpion. Scorpion fell silent for a moment before addressing Sakura and the others. As a reward for your victory over me, I shall divulge this, at noon 10 days hence. You are to be at the Earth and Sky Bridge in the Hidden Grass Village. What do you mean? Sakura asked, looking at Scorpion. Do you not wish to know about Orochimaru? 10 days from now, he will meet me there. No sooner had Scorpion finished speaking than Yin Xiang took control of him and departed. Hey, brother, Yin Xiang said as he reunited with Scorpion, Yin Xiang 1, and Deidara. Upon seeing Deidara, he greeted Scorpion, who remained bound. Deidara? Scorpion, momentarily perplexed, remarked, aren't you supposed to be capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki? What is the meaning of this? Failed. Aha. Deidara laughed in response. You wretched fool, Scorpion retorted. Do not speak so, brother. Did you not also fall into his grasp? Deidara replied. What are your intentions? Scorpion inquired. Scrutinizing the two Yin Xiang figures, unable to discern their identities beneath their masked uniforms. Brother, they seek to establish an organization called Shadow and have invited us to join. I have accepted. And you should too, yes? Deidara asserted, nodding to himself afterward. Shadow? Why would I wish to join such an organization? Scorpion scoffed. Because my explosive release surpasses Deidara's. Yin Xiang 1 declared. And my puppet mastery is superior to yours, Yin Xiang 2 added. What kind of reasoning is that? If you are both stronger than us, what purpose would our joining serve? Scorpion countered. We are merely shadows of our true selves. Our essence does not reside here. To establish an organization, individuals like you are essential. We can empower you to achieve greater strength, Yin Xiang proclaimed to number 2. Shadows? Deidara and Scorpion exchanged glances, astonished that mere shadows could possess such power. They were unaware of Yin Xiang's true nature. His shadows embodied the full extent of his capabilities. Utilizing the power of Azura, a multitude of shadow clones could be summoned. If 1,000 Yin Xiang were to manifest, the entire ninja world would surely be overwhelmed. Chapter 31. To act or not to act. That is a question worth contemplating. I have no reason to join such a perplexing organization, Scorpion declared, plopping down onto the ground. The two Yin Xiangs exchanged a glance, both exuding a sense of resignation, for this was indeed within the realm of expectation. What shall we do? The two Yin Xiangs moved aside to deliberate. Perhaps we should take him back first and let the main body deal with the headache, suggested Yin Xiang number 2, demonstrating that these two were indeed mere shadow clones of Yin Xiang, both equally exasperated. Good idea. Yin Xiang number 1 nodded in agreement. Then let us seal him. Remove his heart, and directly confine his body within the scroll, proposed Yin Xiang number 2. Do you have a scroll? Yin Xiang number 1 asked excitedly. Hurry and bring it forth. I shall perform the sealing. I do not possess a scroll. I can hardly afford a meal, Yin Xiang number 2 replied. The two Yin Xiangs fell into a moment of speechlessness, enveloped in silence. At that moment, Daedara interjected, prompting both Yin Xiangs to turn their gaze toward him. I have one. Daedara pointed to his backpack. Daedara, Scorpion shouted in response. Truly a splendid teammate. Both Yin Xiangs nodded in unison, and shortly thereafter, Yin Xiang number 1 retrieved the sealing scroll from Daedara's bag. Then you shall seal him here. I recall Chiyo intends to use that technique to resurrect Gaara. Such a ninjutsu is certainly worth learning, Yin Xiang number 2 remarked. What use is there in learning such things? The main body would resurrect someone at the cost of its own life? Yin Xiang number 1 retorted. Indeed, Yin Xiang no. 2 conceded with a nod. Subsequently, the two employed the scroll to seal Scorpion within, holding his heart in their hands. Now, who shall be responsible for returning the two of them? Yin Xiang number 1 inquired, looking at number 2. The two exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously rolled up their sleeves, opting for a manly approach. Had they known, they could have simply fled. Ultimately, it was Yin Xiang number 1 who faced defeat, while Yin Xiang no. 2, filled with joy, dispelled his clone and returned to the main body, leaving only Yin Xiang no. 1 to employ Daedara's ninjutsu to conjure a great bird to fly back. Ha ha ha, you are indeed quite amusing, Daedara chuckled from behind Yin Xiang. Be quiet. Yin Xiang shot a glare at Daedara, feeling quite irked. These two are truly a burden. Yin Xiang promptly received all the information relayed back from his clone, which had mastered Kisame's ninjutsu, the 8 gates, universal pull, puppet manipulation techniques, as well as the creation of both human puppets and ordinary puppets, with the most significant achievement being the mastery of iron sand. Truly, I am remarkable for throwing such a conundrum upon myself. At this moment, Yin Xiang was tending to a tipsy Tsunade, assisting her into her room and helping her remove her outer garments. His hand inadvertently brushed against Tsunade's sensitive areas, causing an involuntary reaction within him. Gulp. Yin Xiang could not help but swallow hard, his gaze fixated on the dangerous allure before him. Who could withstand such temptation? No, it is not yet the time. Yin Xiang swallowed hard for the second time, relentlessly pressing down his weapon, with his favorability not yet reaching 100. Who could tell what would happen if he acted against Tsunade at this moment? He pondered whether all his efforts would be in vain come dawn. It was imperative to strike only when he had complete assurance. After neatly covering Tsunade's blanket, Yin Xiang hastily exited her room, realizing that if he continued this way, he would indeed have to take action. He swiftly returned to his own chamber, retrieving the Sharingan from beneath his bed. The simplest and quickest method to deal with Scorpion was, of course, the use of the deity's descent. Without hesitation, he exchanged his eyes for the Sharingan and subsequently employed the shadow clone technique to unite with his doppelgangers. Speaking of which, once he acquired them, where would he place them? Sitting on his bed, Yin Xiang contemplated his current state of utter poverty. Preparing a base outside seemed implausible, and aside from thievery, he had no other recourse. He promptly dismissed the previously dispatched shadow clone, creating a new one to venture towards the borders of the Fire Country, seeking a suitable town, village, or base to seize before merging with Yin Xiang number 1. The clone immediately set off on its task. Before long, it arrived at the outskirts of the Fire Country, discovering a small village. Yin Xiang observed his surroundings. The nighttime village was enveloped in silence, save for the chirping of insects. The village appeared quite backward, with houses constructed from mud, rendering it an unsuitable base. If a base were to be established, it would be prudent to seek out a cave or a similar location. After a moment's reflection, Yin Xiang departed the village and journeyed further into the borderlands, where numerous peaks loomed. Navigating between the mountains, he ultimately halted in a canyon nestled between 2 substantial mountains. There, halfway up the slope, lay a cave, and without hesitation, he leaped inside, only to find a nest of snakes. Meanwhile, in the land of rivers, the battle involving Akai and his clones had drawn to a close, with Daedara and Scorpion both having been dealt with by Yin Xiang, just as the Sand Village reinforcements arrived. Upon reuniting with Naruto and others, Sakura and her comrades encountered the lifeless Gaara. As expected, Chiyo utilized her resurrection jutsu, sacrificing her own life to restore Gaara's. Not only Temari and Kankuro, but a majority of the elite and mid-ranking ninja from Sunagakure had rallied, mobilizing the entire nation to rescue Gaara, albeit a tad too late. While the crowd rejoiced at Gaara's revival, they mourned Chiyo's demise. At this moment, only one person felt elated, Inseong. He retrieved the money Tsunade had given him for groceries and, using the hidden task of subduing Deidara to acquire talent points, modified the amount to 9999, 999, 9999, nearing infinite wealth. All of which was stored within the confines of his modifier space. This unexpected boon activated a new realm for his secrets, allowing him to stow away all 10 pairs of Sharingan within this space. The sensation of wealth was exhilarating. Inseong murmured to himself, his head bowed, before raising it, only to find a pair of large eyes looming above him. Inseong emerged from beneath those large, expressive eyes and found Tsunade gazing intently at him. "What are you so entranced by?" he began to ask, but before he could utter another word, Tsunade collapsed onto his bed with a resounding thud, falling into a deep slumber. This unexpected turn of events made Inseong raise an eyebrow. Was this not an invitation to transgress? To act or to refrain from action? This was a dilemma worth pondering. Slowly, Inseong's hand reached toward the pair of captivating eyes that had previously obscured his view. Chapter 32. Entering the Thief's Den, a rather impoverished lair. At this moment, Tsunade let out a soft moan, clutching onto Inseong's hand, pressing it firmly against her alluring bosom. A shiver cascaded down Inseong's spine. The sensation was indescribably exquisite. If he hesitated now, could he still consider himself a man? With this thought in mind, Inseong's hand began to wander restlessly, kneading gently for a moment. Goodness, with that single motion, Inseong's restraint was undoubtedly slipping away. At that instant, Tsunade seemed to sense something, her brows slightly furrowing as she rolled over, pinning Inseong beneath her, his hand firmly trapped. Observing Tsunade's reaction, Inseong dared not move his hand further. Should she awaken, all his efforts would be in vain. A new thought crossed his mind. Spending the night like this could suffice. Come morning, Tsunade would undoubtedly be quite bashful, unable to face him. Moreover, the fact that he refrained from any impropriety would surely lead her to question his allure, prompting her to take the initiative instead. When that time came, he would have the perfect opportunity to claim Tsunade without resistance. Alas, this night would be a trial for his little brother. On the other hand, Inseong's shadow clone had already tidied up the cave, utilizing earth manipulation to reshape the cavern's layout. His mastery of this technique transcended mere earth manipulation. It was akin to wielding dominion over the very ground itself, with the soil yielding to his command. Once this was accomplished, the clone swiftly joined forces with Inseong No. 1. With remarkable speed, they returned to Konoha, converging at the border of the Land of Fire. There, Inseong's clone called out to the sky, and Inseong No. 1 descended rapidly. "You must be a clone as well?" Inseong No. 1 remarked, casting a glance at the clone. "Indeed," Inseong nodded. "The base is secured. Follow me." The clone then leaped onto the great bird, seizing control and guiding them towards the gorge. Upon arriving at the base, they were met with utter darkness. "This is exceedingly dark," Deidara noted, surveying their surroundings. "Could this truly be our base? While it appears spacious, it is rather rudimentary. We'll manage for now. Necessary supplies will be procured gradually," Inseong's clone replied. "Where is Scorpion?" "Right here." Inseong No. 1 presented a heart and scroll. "Is there a solution?" "Don't invoke the heavenly god." "Don't invoke the heavenly god?" "During my absence, has the main body already dealt with Danzo?" Inseong No. 1 queried, recalling that he had not yet confronted Danzo when he departed. "Yes. You may withdraw for now," the clone nodded. Inseong No. 1 acknowledged and vanished from sight. Subsequently, Inseong utilized the scroll to summon Scorpion's puppet body, initiating repairs before inserting the heart. As Scorpion opened his eyes, before he could utter a word, Inseong swiftly employed the heavenly god technique, issuing commands for him to obey. "Brother Scorpion?" Deidara, lacking an arm, intended to wave but ended up moving his leg instead. "Step aside, Deidara." Scorpion glanced at Deidara and remarked, "Something seems off about you. I expected you to resist." Deidara looked back at Scorpion and replied, "Resist? I only heed the commands of Lord Inxiang." Scorpion, initially puzzled, then said, Your change in attitude is rather abrupt. You even refer to him as Lord now." Deidara was taken aback, realizing that even in obedience to Inxiang, such a title felt excessive. This is the power of the Sharingan. Are you not acutely aware of its influence? Inxiang turned his gaze, looking at Deidara through his kaleidoscopic eyes, clearly causing Deidara to retreat a couple of steps. It was the very reason he had joined Akatsuki. Itachi had defeated him with just a single glance. "Don't fixate on that kind of thing," Deidara said, his expression becoming increasingly uneasy as he lowered his head, unable to meet Inxiang's Sharingan gaze. Inxiang then withdrew his eyes. "I have made some basic repairs. Now you should gather materials to complete the restoration, and while you're at it, provide Deidara with a couple of arms," Inxiang instructed Scorpion. "Understood," Scorpion nodded, feeling his body. Although he termed it a simple repair, this body had nearly returned to its original state. "For today, let us leave it at this. Inside, there are tables, beds, and chairs. You may make yourselves comfortable for now. Tomorrow, I will arrange proper furniture," Inxiang told the two, referring to the items he had created using Earth Release. "Yes," Scorpion replied. "Well, the accommodations here are not as good as in Akatsuki. At least there I had a soft bed to sleep on," Deidara complained. "Fine. Then everyone can have soft beds, and you shall sleep on the floor," Inxiang responded, looking at Deidara. "Come on, Scorpion, let us squeeze together." Deidara immediately called out to Scorpion. "Get lost," came the succinct and powerful reply. After Inxiang's clone finished instructing them, it vanished with a loud bang. "We've joined a rather impoverished organization, haven't we?" Deidara remarked, observing the situation. "Surely, this organization cannot consist solely of the two of us?" Scorpion asked, glancing at Deidara. "From what we can see, there is also an unknown figure who claims to be the leader, or rather, a clone of the leader." Deidara nodded in agreement. Sighing, Scorpion lamented, "What a den of thieves this is." The following morning, Inxiang was awakened by Tsunade's piercing scream. "Ah!" Tsunade shouted, subsequently delivering a kick to Inxiang. Thud. Inxiang collided with the wardrobe and then crashed onto the floor. Fortunately, her kick lacked tremendous force, or he might have been left in dire straits. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Inxiang groaned, clutching his abdomen as he rose from the ground. "What was that for?" he protested, looking at Tsunade with a sense of grievance. "What are you doing in my room?" Tsunade shouted, wrapping herself in a blanket. "Dear sister, take a good look. This is my room," Inxiang replied. Inxiang addressed Tsunade, prompting her to survey her surroundings. It became evident that this was indeed Inxiang's chamber. She glanced at her own attire, which, albeit somewhat disheveled, remained relatively intact. "You haven't done anything peculiar to me, have you?" Tsunade then called out to Inxiang. "What strange thing could I possibly do? You barged into my room, pinned me down, and then fell asleep. I was afraid to disturb you, so I refrained from moving all night, and now my arm is completely numb," Inxiang replied, rubbing his abdomen and arm. "I was rudely awakened by a kick this morning. Why must my fate be so cruel?" Chapter 33. Affection is of utmost importance. Tsunade's romantic mind. Tsunade gazed at Inxiang's demeanor, rendered momentarily speechless. It suddenly occurred to her that she had indeed wandered into Inxiang's room in a daze and had even pressed his hand against her chest. Her face flushed crimson as she dashed out of the room, exclaiming, "You mustn't tell anyone." Before departing, she called back to Inxiang. At that moment, Inxiang ceased his pretense. With his current physical prowess, even if Tsunade were to land a full-force punch, it would merely feel like a tickle. After tidying up the bed, Inxiang discovered that Tsunade's affection for him had risen to an impressive 97%. Surely, after some contemplation in her room, she had concluded that Inxiang was indeed a paragon of virtue. Otherwise, she would have acted differently the previous night. This realization further enhanced her fondness for him. Just a smidgen more, just a touch. Inxiang chuckled at the thought and proceeded to allocate his talent points. He had yet to increase his talent points as a reward for subduing the scorpion. Intelligence? He lingered at the maximum intelligence level for a moment before dismissively swiping past it, proclaiming with a hint of arrogance, "My IQ is unparalleled. Such trivialities are beneath me." He then noticed the Sharingan at its maximum capacity. If he could elevate the Sharingan to its pinnacle, Would that not result in the Rinnegan with 9 Tomo? Previously, when his clone encountered pain, he had managed to use a pirated version of the almighty push, but as the protagonist of a story imbued with extraordinary abilities. How could he fail to master ninjutsu? That would be laughable. With this in mind, Inxiang resolved to upgrade his Sharingan to its maximum, only to halt abruptly. The 9 Tomo Rinnegan would possess the capabilities of both the Manjiki Sharingan and the Rinnegan, yet this was merely Shirsui's Sharingan, with its primary ability being Kodo Amatsukami. Even if he attained the 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Kodo Amatsukami would still have a cooldown period. Unless he modified that cooldown, it would remain somewhat impractical. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he discovered a more suitable Sharingan ability before proceeding with the upgrade. Nodding in agreement with his own reasoning, Inxiang opted to forego the Sharingan for the time being and instead chose to enhance his swordsmanship to the maximum level. Through his recent studies of ninjutsu, he realized that even though he had learned the Leaf Great Whirlwind, he only possessed that single technique, with no understanding of other taijutsu. Rather than learning slowly, it would be more efficient to utilize the modifier for immediate enhancement. Upon completing the upgrade of his swordsmanship talent, a wealth of knowledge flooded Inxiang's mind, which he absorbed instantaneously. He dared to assert that his swordsmanship was now unmatched. Now, he merely awaited the moment he could win Tsunade over, eagerly anticipating the talent points that would follow. The thought of winning her affection stirred a palpable excitement within him. Having completed these preparations, Inxiang ventured out to prepare breakfast for Tsunade. With a swift motion, he wielded his knife, transforming the ingredients before him into a neat arrangement. If one day I can return, I must write a book entitled Opening a Restaurant in the Naruto World, he mused with satisfaction as he admired his own culinary skills. At this moment, Tsunade remained secluded, feeling utterly embarrassed to face Inxiang. Were it anyone else, she would have nonchalantly stepped out. Yet the fact that her fondness for Inxiang had reached a staggering 97% rendered her shy beyond measure. Why had he not made a move? Did I lack allure in his eyes? Sitting on her bed, she glanced at her chest before hopping down to scrutinize her figure in the mirror. It was undeniably appealing. Could it be due to my age? She pondered, looking at her reflection, which appeared to be in her late 20s, just shy of 30. Surely that couldn't be the issue? Was it my lack of charm? Tsunade shook her head, questioning her own thoughts. What am I even thinking? Inxiang is still a child. It would be utterly sinful. At that moment, 2 miniature versions of Tsunade, visible only to her, appeared beside her. The angelic Tsunade remarked, "Indeed, he is still just a child. You too are ill-suited." Conversely, the devilish Tsunade countered, "What does unsuitability matter? Love is love, even if marriage is unattainable. One must first claim him." Marriage? Upon hearing the devilish Tsunade utter the word, Tsunade felt a blush creep over her cheeks. I've never even considered marriage. Inxiang is still young, with a promising future ahead. How could I bring ruin to him? The angelic Tsunade interjected immediately. Indeed, Inxiang is still young. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Is age truly a barrier? Love is what truly matters. The devilish Tsunade proclaimed. Yes. It seems I have indeed developed feelings for Inxiang, Tsunade admitted. However, before the angelic Tsunade could speak again, the devilish Tsunade silenced her with a punch, vanishing her from sight. Love is the paramount concern. Tsunade lingered in her thoughts, savoring the delightful aroma of Inxiang cooking, a wave of happiness washing over her. Suddenly, a notification flashed in Inxiang's mind. Tsunade's fondness for him had soared to 99%. What had she been imagining in there? Inxiang raised an eyebrow. Glancing back at Tsunade's room, women truly possess wild imaginations. Dinner's ready. Shortly thereafter, Inxiang set the table and called out to Tsunade's room. Coming. Tsunade promptly responded, quickly changing her clothes and dashing into the bathroom, not daring to meet Inxiang's gaze. By the time she finished washing up, the food was nearly cold. She sat across from Inxiang, her eyes cast down at her bowl. What happened last night must not be spoken of. Understood? Of course not. Inxiang replied decisively, having done nothing to warrant concern. I have no friends here, nor acquaintances. There's only you. Who else could I tell? Inxiang, not forgetting to feign vulnerability, knew that as long as he hadn't achieved a complete victory, he wouldn't relent. Unyielding in his pursuit, that is Inxiang's way. Hearing him speak thus, Tsunade felt a pang of sympathy. especially at his words of being alone. Those words struck deep into her heart, causing it to race. She hurriedly composed herself and began to eat. After their meal, the two individuals arrived at the office, just in time for the returning messenger, Ninja Hawk. Upon receiving the letter, In-Xiang began to read it aloud to Tsunade. The battle had concluded, with only the Sand Village's advisor, Chiyo, having perished, while there were no other casualties reported. The letter mentioned that it was Yagami who had defeated Deidara of the Akatsuki and who had also taken away Sasori. Their current whereabouts remain unknown. Yagami? How could he have appeared there? Could he possibly be affiliated with the Akatsuki? At the mention of his name, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Chapter 34. The Traces of the Night God. The five shadows are about to be defeated. In a letter, Kakashi conveyed specific news regarding the Night God, stating that he would provide a detailed report upon his return. Subsequently, In-Xiang handed the letter to Tsunade, who nodded in acknowledgement and set the letter aside. Additionally, Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino had returned from their mission. Very well, Tsunade remarked, nodding again. I have arranged for them to rest first. As for the reinforcements for Kakashi's team, I have also prepared them, Sasuke. In-Xiang called out toward the window, and a shadow materialized, removing his mask to reveal Sasuke. Tsunade did not turn to look. She simply waved her hand dismissively. I trust your arrangements. Is there anything else? Not for the time being. In-Xiang replied thoughtfully. 3 days later. First place. At the entrance of Konoha, a round-headed boy burst in, pointing towards the sky and shouting. Following closely was another boy with a smaller round head, who exclaimed, Second place. Your training is still lacking, Lee. Guy admonished his young pupil. Yes. I will strive harder next time. For Steel and Kamizuki Izumi, this scene was already a familiar sight. Behind them, Naruto and the others arrived soon after. Thank you for waiting. Kakashi, Guy, follow me to the Hokage's office. I have matters to discuss with you. The rest of you may disperse. In-Xiang announced as he stepped out from the entrance. Ah, it's In-Xiang. Understood. Guy nodded in agreement. I also have something to discuss with my master. Sakura interjected. Then let us go together, In-Xiang responded, turning to lead the way, with the three following closely behind. This is the situation we encountered with the Night God, Kakashi reported to Tsunade regarding both his and Sakura's battles. The Night God defeated Deidara and even saved Sakura? Tsunade exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Moreover, from their conversation, it appeared that the Night God did not resemble a member of the Akatsuki. Sakura nodded in affirmation. What could he intend by taking Deidara and Sasori? Tsunade pondered, biting her finger. In-Xiang gently removed her hand from her mouth, causing Tsunade to pause and recall his previous remark about this being an unhealthy habit. Furthermore, before he took Sasori away, Sasori uttered a phrase to me. 10 days from now at noon, at the Heaven and Earth Bridge in the Grass Village. Orochimaru will meet him there. It seems the Night God deliberately allowed Sasori to leave this message, and Sasori appears to have intentionally informed Orochimaru, likely to incite conflict between us. Sakura continued, addressing Tsunade. That leaves us with 6 days, Tsunade noted. From what you've said, the Night God is aware of Sasori's message, hence allowing him the time to convey it. But how did the Night God come by this knowledge? In-Xiang interjected, deepening the air of mystery surrounding the Night God. Could it be that the Night God is affiliated with Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Sakura was taken aback and remarked that although Yagami had not displayed any combat prowess in front of her, merely the ease with which he controlled Sasori was already quite remarkable. Such a formidable individual would not be subordinate to anyone, nor would he be under Orochimaru's command. Kakashi shook his head in response. Moreover, if Orochimaru had already acquired a vessel like Yagami, you would have no need for Sasuke. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating that from now on, in addition to gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki, they must also investigate this Yagami further. Then, what about the Tenchi Bridge? Sakura hesitated to ask. Can we trust what he said? Tsunade inquired. Given the circumstances at that time, it should be credible, Sakura affirmed. But what if it's a trap? What if the Akatsuki members are lying in wait at the Tenchi Bridge? Tsunade continued. In that case, we would have no choice but to engage in battle, Sakura replied. Since Sasuke's departure, Kakashi's team had been lacking a member, and they needed to recruit new personnel to form a new team. Wait, Guy interrupted Tsunade's discourse. Let us proceed. The Akatsuki's target is Naruto, and we cannot allow Kakashi's team to take unnecessary risks. There is no time, Incheon interjected. And everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. What do you mean there is no time? Sakura asked, perplexed. Bring him in, Incheon called out to the window. And the oil girl Shino and Kankuro promptly brought Naruto to the window. Quickly, go find new members. Although Naruto was captured, he was still exuberantly shouting. For he had finally obtained news of Orochimaru and was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. I'll go first, Naruto exclaimed as he broke free from the two and dashed away. Honestly, can he wait until we finish speaking? Tsunade sighed, exasperated by Naruto's hasty departure. Wondering where he would find his teammates, Zetsu, Incheon then called out to the window, and Zetsu promptly appeared outside. Go meet your new teammates. Understood, Zetsu nodded before vanishing. If I'm not mistaken, those are root ninjas, right? Kakashi pointed outside. Yes, Tsunade confirmed. What is going on here? Kakashi inquired. Tsunade then explained the situation to the two, both of whom were astonished. I can't believe Yagami actually killed Danzo, Kakashi exclaimed, his remaining eye widening in shock. Danzo was a figure in Konoha so powerful that even the Hokage and the daimyo could not challenge him. It was astonishing that Yagami had single-handedly taken him down. Incheon listened with excitement as Tsunade and the others recounted Yagami's heroic deeds. Indeed, those who lived in legend were undeniably impressive. Wait a moment. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Yagami killed Danzo the day after we left Konoha, and it takes 3 days to reach Sunagakure. Thus, what followed us must have been a shadow clone, which means Yagami's true body is still in Konoha. Kakashi truly lives up to his reputation, Incheon thought, mentally giving him a thumbs up. Kakashi, you should refrain from participating in this mission. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately spoke. You have encountered Yagami. Remain in Konoha and seek traces of Yagami. Incheon. Arrange for the Jonin to accompany Sakura and her team. Then, shall I lead my squad alongside Sakura's? Guy inquired. Given the prior events, it is evident that this individual named Yagami possesses formidable martial arts skills. Your expertise in this area is essential, and you two must stay within the village. Incheon will select suitable candidates, Tsunade remarked, gazing at Guy before signaling to Incheon with her eyes. Understood. Incheon nodded and communicated something to the oil woman outside the window before promptly departing. Chapter 35. Entering the Salty Fish Organization Sakura. You should go and inform Naruto about the temporary change in team leader and members, Tsunade instructed Sakura. And keep the news about Yagami confidential. Understood, Sakura nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Naruto was wandering the streets in search of his teammates. He encountered Kiba Inuzuka and Shino, who were gathering, and then spotted Hinata. However, upon seeing Naruto, Hinata fainted. After a series of entanglements, none were able to accompany Naruto. He then sought out Shikamaru. But Shikamaru was preoccupied with arranging the Chunin exams and had no time to join Naruto. Choji, on the other hand, agreed, but he needed to seek Asuma's approval first. At that moment, Sai made a move against Naruto. Very well, Team Guy shall rest for a day before embarking on the search for Yagami, Kakashi concurred. After Sakura's departure, Tsunade addressed the two, and they nodded in agreement. I will assign Iin to lead the rebranded Root members, along with Yuhi Kurenai's team in the Inuzuka clan, to assist in the search for Yagami. Once located, signal immediately to gather everyone for confrontation, Tsunade declared. Understood, they nodded once more, glancing at Iin, who appeared serious and stoic beside Tsunade. They pondered internally about his newfound authority over the Root and sensed an underlying tension between the two. The written report can wait until tomorrow. Return to rest, Tsunade instructed, and the two departed. Shortly after, Iin summoned the oil-wielding shinobi, but instead of members of the Shadows. It was an Umbu operative under Tsunade known by the codename Alpha. Effective immediately, you will temporarily assume Kakashi's duties and manage his team. The codename is no longer necessary. Henceforth, you shall be known as Yamato, Tsunade stated. Yin's choice of Yamato was primarily to maintain the narrative. For the greatest advantage of a time traveler lies in their familiarity with the storyline. Without Yamato's presence, Naruto's Ninetales transformation could lead to unpredictable outcomes, a scenario Iin preferred to avoid. It is an honor to temporarily fill in for Kakashi-senpai, Yamato replied, removing his mask. The youthful Yamato, once a part of the route, had long since departed and no longer resembled the wooden figure he once was. Before Yamato could leave, a familiar face appeared, Jiraiya. So this is Yamato? He inquired, eyeing him. Jiraiya? When did you return? Tsunade expressed her surprise upon seeing him. I heard Naruto and the others were back, so I thought I would check in. I also heard that Kakashi's team has a temporary captain, Jiraiya declared as he leaped through the window. If it's a leader you're seeking, I have some matters to discuss. Is it regarding Naruto? Yamato asked, aware that the existence of the Nine Tails within Naruto was common knowledge among the villagers of Konoha. Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. Jiraiya nodded and subsequently informed everyone that Naruto's chakra occasionally goes berserk, forming a layer of chakra armor known as the Demon Fox Cloak. Does the Demon Fox Cloak occur frequently? Yamato inquired, his anxiety palpable. So far, I have nearly perished twice, Jiraiya recounted, removing his clothing to reveal a grievous injury. Once, I suffered 6 broken ribs and multiple internal ruptures. That was when Tsunade struck me for peeping at the women's bath. At this, Tsunade appeared somewhat embarrassed. Inxiang swallowed nervously. He certainly did not wish to provoke Tsunade, fearing she might unleash her fury upon him as well. And another time, Jiraiya peeled off his inner lining, exposing a ghastly scar across his chest. During training with Naruto, I witnessed his 4 tails. Inxiang gazed at Jiraiya's horrific scar, pondering the true potency of tailed beast chakra. He wondered if his own modifier could ever learn the essence of the tailed beasts, having yet to witness it firsthand. Jiraiya then explained to Yamato how to suppress Naruto's rampaging chakra, teaching him the necessary seals. Yamato is the only ninja in the village capable of using wood release, which is why I summoned him. He can handle emergencies, Inxiang remarked. A wood release ninja is indeed splendid, Jiraiya agreed, nodding in approval. Yamato then departed to reunite with Naruto and the others, but as he gathered them, Naruto and Sai nearly clashed once more, only to be pacified by Sakura and Yamato. Will you be heading out again? Tsunade asked after Yamato's departure. If not, you could join Naruto and the others. It would be an opportune moment to meet Orochimaru. Jiraiya shook his head. I fear I must venture out. We are close to uncovering the whereabouts of the Akatsuki's headquarters, he stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Yet, in the next moment, Jiraiya reverted to his playful self. I never imagined that in just a few days apart, your male companion would already possess chakra, he remarked to Inxiang. What did you say? Tsunade's fury ignited at the mention of male companion, and she delivered a punch that sent Jiraiya flying. The third near-fatal injury has arrived, Inxiang observed, raising an eyebrow as Jiraiya spun mid-air before landing and fleeing. Don't run, you scoundrel! Tsunade shouted from the window, her exasperation evident. I still wish to live, Jiraiya retorted, hastening his escape. Tsunade's fondness for him had grown far quicker than he had anticipated. He could have likely won her over before Jiraiya set off for the Hidden Rain village, thanks to her own imaginative embellishments. Meanwhile, the affluent Inxiang dispatched clones to rendezvous with Deidara and the others, embarking on a quest to procure supplies needed for their base. What exactly is our objective? Deidara inquired, regarding Inxiang intently. Nothing, Inxiang replied, shaking his head. What shall we do now? Deidara inquired. Wait, In replied. Can we go out and find some amusement? Deidara asked again. No, In shook his head. What a dreary organization we've joined. Deidara sighed, then nodded. Let's not dawdle. I might as well rebuild my puppets during this time, Scorpion shouted at Deidara. Chapter 36. Who has deceived me? One must pay heed to Sai. Having grown up en route, he possesses considerable abilities, yet his demeanor is notably aloof. His super beast imitation technique can indeed be of assistance, but there exists a high probability that when danger befalls, he will act in the most judicious manner. Inxiang also cautioned Sakura about this. The most judicious manner? What does that imply? Sakura inquired, puzzled. For instance, if both you and Naruto were on the verge of death, he would decisively choose to save Naruto, disregarding you entirely, regardless of the peril you face. Alternatively, if he and Naruto could only escape by sacrificing one, he would not hesitate to take his own life. Do you comprehend my point? He asked, gazing at Sakura. I think I understand, Sakura nodded. He will make the most accurate judgment in an instant and may even abandon both you and Naruto to carry out his mission alone. At least, that was how Sai was in the past. I believe that after this period, he might have undergone some changes, albeit you will need to experience it firsthand. Thank you for the reminder, Sakura replied, nodding repeatedly, using honorifics in her speech. In Xiang had gained significant status in Konoha. He was not only Tsunade's secretary, but also held sway in the higher echelons of the village as he managed the Konoha Shadow organization. Currently, In Xiang had nearly supplanted the former Danzo, and both Kurama and Mito appreciated him highly. Their admiration stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, their fondness for In Xiang, and secondly, his adept handling of governmental affairs resonated with their views. Furthermore, his meticulous management of the shadows was commendable. These three factors combined rendered the two advisors rather complacent, reluctant to intervene unless absolutely necessary. As for Tsunade, her favor towards In Xiang had approached near perfection. She heeded his opinions and even entrusted him with the authority to oversee the Hokage's direct umbu. In essence, In Xiang had become the de facto ruler of Konoha, effectively wielding Tsunade's influence to govern the village. Subsequently, Sakura bid farewell to Tsunade and returned home to prepare her belongings for the mission the following day. That super beast imitation technique, could it be considered a secret art? Tsunade inquired after Sakura's departure. One could say so. Currently, it seems that only Sai in all of Konoha possesses this ability to summon creations through the union of painting and chakra for combat. This ninjutsu is virtually limitless, relying solely on the imagination of the practitioner. In Xiang's knowledge on the subject was thorough, as he had already mastered the super beast imitation technique. A significant advantage of managing the shadows was the freedom to train them, allowing them to demonstrate a myriad of ninjutsu. Observing this, In Xiang had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, while he may not have mastered every ninjutsu in the world. He had learned all but the forbidden and secret arts within Konoha. There was one technique that particularly piqued his interest, the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the Flying Thunder God, along with numerous forbidden and secret arts devised by the second Hokage, remained sealed within scrolls that In Xiang had yet to access. Should I accompany them on this trip? In Xiang tentatively suggested to Tsunade. That is not permissible. As anticipated, Tsunade decisively refused. Your ninjutsu is still lacking. Going there would only cause chaos. I should be fine with the wind and root supporting me, In Xiang said while scratching his cheek. That's not acceptable. What if something goes wrong? You saw how severely Jiraiya was injured. Besides, there is a possibility of encountering Orochimaru. You should stay by my side and remain safe. Tsunade's tone revealed her concern, primarily fearing for In Xiang's safety. If only you had been this resolute when Jiraiya wanted to go to the Rain Village. Very well. In Xiang nodded. You have barely grasped the basics of superhuman strength, let alone other ninjutsu. Until you can defeat me, you should stay comfortably in Konoha. Tsunade instructed In Xiang. In truth, In Xiang's display of strength was already sufficient to fell two trees with a single blow. Although Tsunade's words suggested otherwise. She believed In Xiang possessed remarkable talent and would soon become a prominent figure in the ninja world. The next morning, Yamato and the others prepared to depart. They were to heed Yamato's commands and support their new companions. In Xiang cautioned Sai, worried he might let the team down. Understood. Sai replied with a smile that seemed somewhat unsettling. Put away that forced smile. You must use your heart to perceive genuine emotions and smile sincerely, In Xiang said, pointing to Sai's heart. Heart, huh? Sai retracted his artificial smile and placed a hand over his heart, as if attempting to feel its rhythm. I understand. Afterward, Yamato and the others set off, and In Xiang sent a shadow clone to follow them, determined to learn the tailed beast chakra. The two then returned to the office for breakfast. Just as In Xiang's spoon hovered near Tsunade's lips. Tsunade-sama. At that moment, Shizun dashed in without knocking. What's the matter? Why the rush? Tsunade nearly spat out her bowl of kanji, while In Xiang quickly pretended nothing had occurred, both behaving as though caught in a secret affair. Observing Shizun's flustered demeanor, Tsunade sensed something was amiss. Tsunade-sama, I just received this news. Shizun, panting heavily, handed a letter to Tsunade, seemingly oblivious to their earlier actions. Tsunade opened the letter, and Shizen continued, "We've received word that Yagami has established an organization called Akatsuki. The known members include Sasori and Deidara, and they are recruiting widely. Any capable ninja can join, whether rogue ninjas or those from villages." "How audacious!" Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. "What?" Inxiang wore a look of disbelief, having only intended to disseminate information about the organization without mentioning recruitment. "They're even accepting rogue ninjas. Isn't that tantamount to declaring war on the entire ninja world? Is this fellow truly aiming to oppose the entire ninja realm?" Tsunade promptly reacted, crumpling the letter in her hand. "We must absolutely contain this information. It cannot be revealed that Yagami made his debut in Konoha, for it may provoke an all-out war." "Indeed," Shizen immediately replied. "Furthermore, gather all the remaining Jonin and Umbu of Konoha and convene an urgent meeting." Tsunade then addressed Inxiang. "Understood." Inxiang quickly nodded and vanished using the body flicker technique. Who could have ensnared me in this predicament? Chapter 37. The Gathering of All Jonin and Umbu in the Village. In dispatched a shadow clone to scout the base while summoning all the remaining Jonin of Konoha, Kakashi, Gai, Yugao, Asuma, as well as the Jonin from the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans. Additionally, the special Jonin from Konoha were also called forth, and the Umbu were assembled as well. It was indeed a rare occasion, with Jonin, special Jonin, Umbu, and even shadows and clans gathering in one place. Kakashi observed the scene around him and remarked that this was essentially a precursor to war. "Ah, youth is truly ablaze," Guy exclaimed. "Is that the one who has taken over the root and renamed it Shadow?" Yugao mused, glancing at Iin, who was surrounded by shadows and seated regally above. "The young man is rather handsome." "Hey," Asuma sighed in resignation, calling out to Yugao. "You are indeed far inferior to him," Yugao softly retorted. The two still caught in a haze of romantic tension. "What is the purpose of this gathering? Are we perhaps mobilizing against the Akatsuki?" Akane anxiously surveyed the crowd, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The matter concerning the Akatsuki had only reached them following the recent support to Sunagakure. Even if it were an assault against the Akatsuki, it hardly warranted such a grand display. Perhaps war was truly imminent, as Marino Ibiki remarked beside Akane. In contrast to the banter among the Jonin and special Jonin, the members of the Umbu and Shadows remained notably silent. Soon after, Tsunade arrived with Shizen in tow. "Silence, please," Iin called out to the assembled crowd, who promptly obeyed. He leaped down from beside the Shadow members to stand beside Tsunade. "Esteemed colleagues," Tsunade addressed the gathering, raising a crumpled piece of paper that she had just smoothed out. "As you are all aware, we have been tasked with locating the Night God. Just moments ago, I received word that this Night God has established an organization called Shadow, which already boasts two S-rank rogue ninjas, Sasori and Deidara." At the mention of the name Shadow, all eyes instinctively turned to Iin and the Shadow members behind him. "Hiss. This has nothing to do with me. He might just be imitating me," Iin hastily interjected, his thoughts racing. "Damn, I was careless. Why are you so agitated?" "No one suggested any connection to you," Tsunade said, casting a knowing glance at Iin before addressing the assembled ninjas, who all redirected their attention to her. "Moreover, they have been actively recruiting rogue ninjas from all over the world. Any rogue from any nation and ninjas from within the villages can join. We must immediately suppress the news of the Night God's first appearance in Konoha, lest it provoke other ninja villages into war against us. Lady Hokage, there are only 3 of them. Compared to the Akatsuki, perhaps we need not mobilize such a force?" Akane suggested, looking towards Tsunade. "The prowess of the Night God is inscrutable. A mere punch from him caused the entire bathhouse and the ground beneath to collapse. With singular might, he penetrated the depths and eliminated Danzo, while Kakashi and his companions were embroiled in a grueling battle with the Akatsuki. The Night God effortlessly dispatched 2 members of the organization in the blink of an eye, likely employing shadow clones to achieve such feats." Tsunade gazed at Hondo and remarked, "Is it truly possible for mere clones to possess such formidable strength?" Upon hearing of the Night God's exploits, the crowd instinctively widened their eyes. It was evident that this night god was indeed an exceedingly perilous individual. Intelligence reports suggested that he was likely concealed somewhere within the hidden Leaf Village. From this moment forth, entry into Konoha would be subjected to stringent scrutiny. The barrier squad would maintain a 24-hour watch over the protective barrier, ensuring that not even a fly could evade detection. Find the night god. Tsunade commanded the assembly. Yes, they responded in unison. Until we locate the night god. No information regarding him is to be disclosed to anyone outside this gathering. Disperse. Tsunade swiftly instructed, and the crowd immediately scattered. Such a grand commotion. I fear the night god may have already caught sight of us, remarked Inxiang to Tsunade after the crowd had dispersed. Let him see. I refuse to believe he can single-handedly eliminate all of Konoha's elite in Umbu. At this moment, he must be devising a means of escape, providing us with the perfect opportunity to capture him. Tsunade replied with a smile. He is already ensnared in my grasp. Is that so? Haraha. Inxiang chuckled awkwardly. The night god stands before you, dear sister. I wonder how Naruto and the others are faring. Ino expressed her concern from the sidelines. At that moment, Naruto and his companions were en route to the grass-hidden village. Although Inxiang had briefed Sai along the way, Sai's blunt manner led him to refer to Sasuke as a traitorous pest. This provoked not only Naruto but also Sakura, who could no longer contain her frustration and sent Sai flying with a punch. The trio began to quarrel, but their conflict was ultimately quelled by Yamato's intervention. Utilizing wood release, he performed the 4 pillars of strength technique, and with this display of power, the 3 dared not voice any dissent against their team leader. Falling in line to continue their journey, Inxiang was exceedingly pleased. With this achievement, he had mastered all forms of wood release. Henceforth, in similar tracking missions, there would be no need to sleep rough outdoors. His clone mused happily. Having acquired mastery over wood release meant that constructing a shelter was as simple as a wave of his hand. No longer would he need to endure the elements. Simultaneously, Inxiang arrived at the Akatsuki's base, where 2 versions of him began to bicker. What were you thinking, unilaterally recruiting rogue ninjas? Now we've placed ourselves at the center of controversy. The arriving clone exclaimed to the original. What are you talking about? What recruitment of rogue ninjas? Inxiang responded with a perplexed expression. Are you still playing coy? We are the same person. There is no need for deception between us. The clone retorted. If you know we are the same person, then what benefit is there in deceiving you? Inxiang countered. Who leaked the information? The clone inquired. Of course, it was Scorpion. He replied. The 2 Inxiangs turned their gazes towards Scorpion, who had just reconstructed his crimson flow sphere and was now nestled within it. Do not look at me. I did not engage in such actions, Scorpion promptly declared. I merely followed your orders to disseminate the members of the Shadow Organization and nothing more. Both Inxiangs furrowed their brows, and after a moment of contemplation, they arrived at a conclusion. Someone is impersonating us, they exclaimed in unison. They disseminated the information 2 days prior, and now individuals had begun to recruit under their names, primarily leveraging the esteemed reputations of the S-rank rogue ninjas, Scorpion and Deidara. Chapter 38. The Base of the Imposter Scorpion. Investigate who is responsible, Inxiang instructed, glancing at Scorpion. Understood, Scorpion nodded, his heavy form gradually moving forward. Hurry up. Both Inxiang's clones shouted in unison. Scorpion darted out from the shadows, accelerating with his true form, 6 elongated arms grasping the walls as he moved. Reminiscent of Dr. Octopus from Marvel. Now, both Deidara and Scorpion donned black cloaks and masks, altering their appearances to such an extent that the average person would hardly recognize Scorpion in his current guise. Where is Deidara? Inxiang's clone inquired. He went out to capture a ninja puppet and has yet to return, Inxiang replied. All right, let us resolve this matter swiftly. The situation in Konoha is chaotic. With all the village Jonin and Umbu mobilized, it seems challenging for the original body to emerge. I possess more information. I will remain here while you return. Inxiang's clone stated. The previous Inxiang nodded, subsequently dispelling the shadow clone. Scorpion immediately sought to reunite with his informants, as numerous individuals had been summoned under the name of the Night God. Upon hearing of Scorpion and Deidara's presence, many rogue ninjas converged upon the hidden dragon village. making it easy to discern that the one masquerading as the night god resided there. The Hidden Dragon Village is a small settlement situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, distanced from both the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Most of the recruited ninjas hailed from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, drawn by the renown of Daedara and Scorpion, while those from the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning were intentionally excluded to avoid conflict with those nations. Thus, the chosen location proved to be quite strategic. To approach them, one would have to traverse through the territories of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, which would not permit any forces to enter their lands. The Hidden Dragon Village indeed served as an excellent stronghold. At this moment, Scorpion had arrived at the village. 2 arms pressed against the ground, his body towering high above, observing the comings and goings of numerous ninjas through a conduit, most of whom were rogue ninjas. It appears this is the place, Scorpion confirmed. After pinpointing the location, he produced his puppet bird to send a message to Yin Xiang. Upon receiving the message, Yin Xiang promptly arrived to join Scorpion. That's it, isn't it? Yin Xiang indicated towards the conduit. Yes, Scorpion nodded. What do you intend to do? I plan to eliminate everyone I see, displaying their heads upon the walls of their nation to let them know these individuals have no association with me, the Night God. In doing so, I shall also assist in purging the rogue ninjas, Yin Xiang declared, already equipped with a sword on his back, having mastered the art of swordsmanship. Such a feat. Most of them are jonin, do not boast. Even someone like Pain would find it difficult to contend with them. Scorpion expressed skepticism regarding Yin Xiang's words. Then you may observe here, Yin Xiang retorted before darting forward, drawing his sword, and in an instant, he appeared before the conduit, severing 3 heads. Who goes there? The assembled ninjas grew increasingly vigilant, brandishing their weapons and directing their gaze toward Yin Xiang. Among them, 2 guards stationed at the pipeline bore an uncanny resemblance to him. I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the god of night. Yin Xiang rose from his bent position, wiping the blood from his blade, which gleamed ominously in the dim light, juxtaposed against the 3 headless corpses at his feet, evoking a chilling dread. Those 3, if I recall correctly, are elite ninjas from the Land of Earth, right? Did he dispatch them with a single strike? They didn't even have time to react. The other 2 ninjas began to whisper among themselves. What? You claim to be the god of night? Our leader is inside recruiting. Do not feign ignorance. One shouted, brandishing a kunai as he advanced toward Yin Xiang. Do you know the fate that befalls those who impersonate our leader? The other also approached, flanking Yin Xiang from behind. Allow me to enlighten you regarding your fate. Yin Xiang replied with a smirk. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth to collapse. And the ninjas stationed by the pipeline were swiftly engulfed. With a graceful leap, Yin Xiang soared into the air, noticing a few ninjas attempting to escape. Without forming any seals, he simply waved his hand. An invisible force cleaved through the air, severing their necks. Had he not intended to keep their heads as trophies, he would have incinerated them to ashes with fire techniques. The others below were not spared from Yin Xiang's wrath. He effortlessly manipulated chakra threads to ensnare them, exhausting them to the point of lifelessness before decapitating them. Slaying a dozen elite ninjas felt as effortless as taking a sip of water. How formidable is he? From a distance, Scorpion observed Yin Xiang's prowess with wide eyes, wondering just how powerful this individual truly was. After dispatching the foes, Yin Xiang ventured into the pipeline, traversing deeper into a spacious chamber where numerous foreign ninjas had gathered. At the center stood a table, around which 3 men cloaked in black sat. The one in the middle lounged comfortably, his feet propped on the table. Oh, have we new arrivals? The ninjas noticed Yin Xiang's entrance and turned to face him. His blade was stained with blood, indicating he was not there to join the Shadow Organization. Some ninjas reacted swiftly, drawing their kunai, while others brandished various weapons. Yin Xiang began counting the heads, pointing at each individual sequentially. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clearly, the newcomers were not friendly. Boys, eliminate him, the man in the center commanded the ninjas. What is he counting down to his demise? One ninja, a rogue from Sunagakure, stepped forward, observing. Are you tallying the number of your ancestors you've slain? In the next moment, a head fell to the ground. 17, 18, 19. Yin Xiang continued his count. What? Did he do that? So swift, I didn't even see him strike. The assembled ninjas were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them, as this individual exuded an aura of formidable prowess. What are you afraid of? There are so many of you. The cloaked figure in the center appeared to share their trepidation, urging the ninjas to take action. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. A ninja from the ranks unleashed a volley of flames directed at Yin Xiang, who calmly extended his left hand to catch the inferno, extinguishing it effortlessly. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, he turned his gaze towards the ninja who had executed the Phoenix Fire, stating, 35, it has begun. Chapter 39. The Tree of Heads. What has commenced? Upon hearing Yin Xiang's words, the assembled ninjas appeared somewhat perplexed. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yin Xiang nonchalantly extended 2 fingers, and a wall of earth arose behind him, obstructing the passage. Are you severing your own retreat? Among the ninjas, one slender, tall figure with a menacing scar along his mouth, wielding a large blade, stepped forward toward Yin Xiang, and the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. That is the S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, known as the Beheader, Bansaka Kataru, murmured someone in the crowd. It is said that his swordsmanship rivals that of Zabuza from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. No one survives beneath his blade. Should he engage, he will invariably sever his opponent's head. Come on, kill him. The ninjas shouted at Kataru. Amidst the clamor, Katara leaped high into the air, raising his great sword to strike down at Yin Xiang. Hiya. Yin Xiang glanced up at him and then extended his left hand, pinching the blade between 2 fingers. What? Katara's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. He had exerted all his strength, and it could not have been so easily thwarted. The crowd's uproar fell silent. I cannot move. Katara strained to withdraw his sword, but the blade remained immobile, wedged between his fingers. As a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the night god. You who impersonate my identity, masquerading as my organization, be prepared to pay the consequences. As Yin Xiang's voice resonated, he exerted force, and Katara's great sword shattered into fragments. In a swift motion, Yin Xiang darted past Kataru, instantly placing a blade at the throat of the ninja who had previously employed the Phoenix Fire technique. In the next moment, Kataru's head tumbled to the ground, followed by another, as Yin Xiang dispatched the ninja before him. Wood release, birth of the tree realm. Yin Xiang extended 2 fingers, causing countless branches to sprout from the earth, ensnaring the remaining 32 ninjas within the trunks and lifting them aloft. Help! My chakra. My chakra is being absorbed. The throng of ninjas found themselves ensnared within the trunks, their chakra siphoned away, leaving them utterly powerless. It is indeed would release. The figure in black, witnessing this, panicked and attempted to flee, with the other 2 following suit. Susanoo. In the next instant, Yin Xiang summoned Susanoo, and with a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, creating a vast crater. What? Upon breaking the ground, Scorpion also beheld the scene. It is indeed would release and Susanoo. Yin Xiang commanded Susanoo to deliver a punch, smashing the 3 assailants into the earth. Subsequently, a sword materialized within Susanoo's hand, cleaving through the 3, reducing their forms to mere mush, leaving only their heads behind. The Tree of Strangulation. Yin promptly released the Susanoo, extending 2 fingers to manipulate the branches, which directly severed the heads of the ninjas one by one. Their severed heads were hung from the tree, while their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Yin then set the scene ablaze, cleansing it with fire. He further commanded the trunk to retrieve the heads of the previously slain ninjas, as well as the heads of the 3 ninjas who had impersonated him, all of which were hung upon the tree, resembling a gruesome arboreal display of human heads. The entire process took less than a minute. Scorpion approached the sanguinary spectacle, observing that not a single corpse remained on the ground. Only the heads were left behind. Yin, his blade stained with fresh blood, inscribed for ominous characters upon the tree, impostors dead. With the use of wood release and Susanoo, one could not help but ponder his true identity. Scorpion, a seasoned killer himself, felt little disturbance at the sight. His curiosity lay more in the prowess of Yin. The king of the dark night, Yin mused, send word to the 5 great nations, informing them of this place. Scorpion nodded in acknowledgement. By now, evening had descended, cloaking Konoha in an aura of mystery, although the villagers and lower-ranked ninjas remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The occasional sighting of the elusive Umbu and shadows darting through the village suggested that something was amiss. What on earth is happening? Ino, now a striking beauty after 2.5 years, remarked as she dined with the Ino Shikacho trio, her figure accentuated by her alluring waist and romantic inclinations. It was likely that a spy had infiltrated the village, Shikamaru deduced, and a powerful one at that. The absence of notification implies it's beyond our capacity to handle. Then let us not concern ourselves with it. Let us just enjoy our meal. Eating is the most important thing, Chuji interjected, stuffing grilled meat into his mouth. Shikamaru cast a disbelieving glance at Chuji before anxiously peering out the window. With the Chunin exams approaching, this situation is truly troublesome. Meanwhile, In and Tsunade were at a tavern, indulging in their daily ritual of drinking. After downing 10 bottles, Tsunade was utterly inebriated, lapsing into unconsciousness. "Oh, Lady Tsunade is drunk again," In remarked to the owner while settling the bill, his expression one of nonchalance. "Indeed," he replied with a smile, "but I must say, your tolerance for alcohol is impressive. You don't appear inebriated at all," the owner complimented. "Not at all," In replied with a nod. "With this rice water you serve, it would be remarkable if I were to get drunk." As he contemplated this, he lifted Tsunade onto his back, the sensation of her form igniting his mischievous thoughts. With their rapport at an astonishing 99, he mused, "Tonight is the night." He could hardly believe that the 1% chance of Tsunade being angered would come to pass. After returning home with Tsunade, Inxiang promptly removed her coat and guided her to her own room. After tucking her in, he returned to his room, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Given Tsunade's proclivity for indulgence, it was certain she would come to him after a few drinks. This time, Inxiang had stripped down to merely his underwear. Should Tsunade dare to approach, he was prepared to cooperate fully. Even if she were displeased later, she would find herself at a loss for words. Before long, a gentle knock echoed from his door. Tsunade, having donned her nightwear, ambled towards him in a daze, sans lingerie. The sight made Inxiang swallow hard. Chapter 40. The reactions of the 5 shadows. Let us first revisit the concluding remarks of the previous chapter. The night of intimacy has drawn to a close, leaving Tsunade utterly exhausted, and her affection level has reached a perfect 100. Beep, beep, beep. The mission to win Tsunade's heart has been successfully completed. Reward, Talent Point X1. Tsunade's affection level, 100. Obedience level, 60. Beep, beep, beep. The next phase of the mission begins. Win over Yamaika Ino. Reward, Talent Point X1. Current affection level of Yamaika Ino, 0. What you possess is not merely a talent modifier. It is evidently a system for conquering female ninjas. Upon observing the information displayed by the modifier, Inxiang mused inwardly. He also took note of the obedience level, which implies that Tsunade would comply with most of his words, given that it stands at 60%. This suggests that a significant portion of his directives would be adhered to by her, while the remaining 40% likely pertains to matters of the village that she might disregard. Should the obedience level reach 100%? Would he not then be entitled to establish a harem without reservation? This thought ignited a flicker of exhilaration within him. The upcoming target is Yamaika Ino. Thus an initial meeting with her is imperative. Beep, beep, beep. Side mission. Defeat the Konoha Jonin. Might Guy. Mission reward. Lottery draw. Lottery draw? The modifier can also conduct a lottery? The prospect of a lottery thrilled Inxiang, as such events typically promise splendid rewards. Amidst his excitement, Tsunade, unclothed, wrapped her arms around Inxiang, pressing her bosom against him. Unable to resist, he engaged in yet another delightful interlude with her. The following morning, Inxiang emerged from his room, invigorated, having prepared breakfast for Tsunade. She, however, had slept soundly until 10 o'clock, far past the time for work, only stirring upon catching the enticing aroma of his cooking. As Tsunade opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, her hands instinctively moved to her bare form, prompting her to dive beneath the covers. I thought I was dreaming. It's real. What do I do now? It seems I took the initiative. With her face flushed crimson, Tsunade furiously raked her fingers through her hair. What have I done? Reflecting on her actions from the previous night, she realized she had explored every possibility, even employing her mouth. Now, she truly felt ashamed to face In Xiang. In Xiang? Where is he? Tsunade pondered, peeking out from the covers only to discover that he was absent from the room. Surely, hasn't he fled out of fright? With that thought, she leaped from the bed, neglecting to don any clothing, and flung open the door. Good morning. In Xiang intended to greet Tsunade, but was taken aback when she rushed out in her nakedness, catching sight of him seated at the dining table. They exchanged a long, silent gaze. Ah! Ultimately, Tsunade shrieked, her face ablaze, and swiftly slammed the door shut. How bold indeed, In Xiang mused, raising an eyebrow to himself. At that moment, a knock echoed at Tsunade's door. In Xiang swiftly approached to open it, revealing a member of the Shadow Organization. The figure half-knelt, presenting a letter to In Xiang before departing. Upon opening the letter, In Xiang discovered it contained information from the Shadow Organization, stating that the rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations had been dealt with in Longyin Village, and arrangements were to be made for the retrieval of their bodies. In Xiang had already overheard the conversation between 2 clones, realizing that the imposters had been eliminated. He then called out towards his room. A letter regarding the Shadow Organization has arrived. Would you care to take a look? Tsunade emerged from her room, already clad in her pajamas, and took the letter from In Xiang's hands. Last night. I understand. Rest assured, I won't speak of it, she assured him. In Xiang interjected. Indeed. Tsunade, blushing, nodded and proceeded to read the letter. In Xiang sighed in relief. He preferred not to bear the responsibility for such matters. After reading the letter, Tsunade adopted a serious demeanor, her mind no longer dwelling on the previous night's events. Gather Yugao and Kankuro. We must venture out together. You intend to go personally? Allow me to accompany them while you remain in the village, In Xiang suggested. No, this could be a trap set by the Shadow Organization. I must go myself. Since the 5 great nations have received this letter, I suspect those individuals will take action as well. In the land of Earth. Within Awagakure, the diminutive elder slammed the letter onto the table and exclaimed to the 2 individuals beside him. This man was the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. You're going in person, old man? Exclaimed Akatsuchi, astonished. It is imperative that I do, Anoki declared resolutely. Simultaneously, in Kumogakure, the 4th Reikage, dashed out after reading the letter, with Darui and Kira promptly following him. In the Wind Village, Gara accompanied Temari and Kankuro towards Longyin Village. While in the Land of Water, Mizukage Terumi Mei led Shojuro and Ao in the same direction. Under In Xiang's influence, a 5 Kage summit was about to be convened. Tsunade and In Xiang hastily consumed a meager meal before summoning Yugao and Kankuro, setting off for Longyin Village. You too, if danger arises, protect Lady Tsunade at all costs. Do not concern yourselves with me, understood? In Xiang instructed Yugao and Kankuro along the way, maintaining formalities before outsiders. Understood. Both individuals, dutifully obedient, nodded in affirmation. Tsunade cast a grateful glance at In Xiang, but now was not the time for sentiment. The 4 hastened towards Longyin Village, with In Xiang deliberately slowing his pace to conceal his abilities, prompting the others to match his speed. Remember to stay behind me if we encounter danger. Tsunade whispered to In Xiang. What do you mean by that? I am a grown man. I cannot hide behind you, In Xiang retorted. I would certainly take refuge behind Yugao and Kankuro instead. Tsunade was rendered speechless, exchanging a glance with Kakashi, a hint of amusement rising within her, which she resolutely stifled. After a day's journey, the group arrived at Longyin Village by dusk. The ominous tree of heads was not far from the village entrance, easily noticeable. By the time Tsunade and the others arrived, he had already made his presence known. It appears you have received the news as well, Hokage, remarked, fixing his gaze on Tsunade. What is this? Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the tree of heads. How could it have come to this? Chapter 41, The Gathering of the 5 Kages. The Arrival of the Night God. Gazing at the tree trunk, AI pointed to the blood-written characters upon it. Indeed, I anticipated your arrival. At that moment, Terumi Mei descended between Tsunade and AI, accompanied by CHJR and AO, while Noki and Gara also descended from the skies. Thus, the 5 Kages had assembled. Their respective guards, upon seeing one another, assumed defensive stances. "Look, there's a charming young man," Terumi Mei remarked, her gaze lingering on Yin Xiang, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, captivating Yin Xiang in a spellbound daze. Terumi Mei's physique rivaled that of Tsunade, perhaps even surpassing it, with a taller stature and significantly less age. Cough, cough. Tsunade cleared her throat twice, prompting Yin Xiang to feign interest in Ao. "Why is that person covering one eye?" he pretended to inquire, oblivious to the fact that Tsunade had already discerned his gaze fixated on Terumi Mei. "It appears you all have received the news," Noki observed, as the 5 Kages formed a semicircle around the tree adorned with human heads. "Is this the doing of the night god?" Temari remarked, her voice trembling as she gazed at the grotesque sight before her. "Look at the tree. It reads imposter dead," Ao noted, directing everyone's attention to the blood inscriptions. It seems someone, under the guise of the night god, had summoned rogue shinobi, and in a fit of rage, the night god had executed them all. Most of these individuals were J-Nin, with some even at the elite J-Nin level, indicating the formidable strength of the night god, Gara remarked, surveying the gruesome display. "I shan't be embarrassed to admit that many from our Kumogakure sought to ally with this individual, yet most were turned away. Only 3 from Kumogakure remain on this tree," Ai observed, gazing at the heads. These 3 were the ones Yin Xiang had beheaded at the entrance of the tunnel, who had yet to enter. "There are no Leaf Village members," Tsunade stated after surveying the area. "Our Awagakure and Sunagakure contingents are quite numerous," Noki noted, examining the tree. "There are also a few from Kirigakure," Terumi Mei added. "Who knows the origins of this night god?" Ai addressed the assembly, yet silence enveloped the group. After a brief pause, it was Tsunade who broke the silence. "I possess some intelligence regarding him." All eyes turned to Tsunade at her words. "During our last support mission to Sunagakure, we encountered members of the Akatsuki. Our village's J-Nin, Kakashi Hitaki, alongside Sunagakure's advisor, Chiyo, found themselves in a fierce battle." Tsunade recounted. "Ultimately, this individual claiming to be the night god effortlessly defeated the Akatsuki Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara in an instant, whisking them away. He donned a black cloak, obscuring his face beneath a hood, rendering his features indiscernible. To subdue those 2 in a mere moment?" Terumi Mei gasped in astonishment. "Lord Mizukichi. That must be Keitar," Ao remarked, having spotted the head of the renowned S-rank rogue named Keitar among the grotesque display. That look of shock in his eyes. Could it be he was defeated in a single blow? Keitar's eyes were wide and unblinking, as if he could not fathom that he had met his demise. As for this tree, no one ever considered it to be a manifestation of would release ninjutsu. Rather, it was simply perceived as a natural part of the landscape, for who could fathom that there are still individuals in this world capable of wielding would release, including Noki and his companions who remain oblivious? Regarding the Akatsuki organization, would you be willing to divulge more information? Noki inquired, gazing at Tsunade. Presently, Konoha and Sunagakure are allies, while relations with other nations remain adversarial. Thus, Tsunade is understandably reluctant to discuss the Akatsuki in depth. Understood, Noki acknowledged Tsunade's reaction with understanding. "What about this night god? Aside from the Hokage, has anyone else encountered him?" Aoi posed the question to the group. Everyone shook their heads in response. At that moment, Temari stepped forward. "I have received reports of an individual resembling the Hokage's description who dined and dashed in our village, and he also pilfered 2 buns. It is uncertain whether he is indeed the night god. Clones, oh clones, you are truly a source of embarrassment." Yin Xiang's face flushed red upon hearing this. The impeccable image he had crafted, instilling fear in the hearts of the 5 Kage, was now at risk of being shattered by Temari's words. It was also his fault for lacking funds at that moment. If one can establish an organization, it stands to reason they would not lack for sustenance. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Yin Xiang ultimately decided to defend his honor and said to Temari, "Who are you?" Temari nodded thoughtfully and then inquired further. "Let us discuss this privately," Yin Xiang suggested, as revealing himself as a mere secretary in front of such prominent figures felt beneath him. While claiming to be the administrator of the Hokage's shadow might incite resentment. The earth, lightning, and water nations have been plagued by disturbances from shadows recently. Should his identity be exposed, conflict would surely ensue. "Very well," Temari acquiesced with a nod. Ding, ding, ding. Temari's affection level increased by 5. The system notified. It seems that possessing good looks truly holds merit, for a mere glance from Temari stirred a flutter of interest within her. Indeed, such a powerful and dangerous individual would not engage in such demeaning acts, Karui concurred, casting a glance at Inxiang, whose affection level increased by 1%. As there is no further information to be had, let us each take care of the rogue ninjas from our respective villages and disband, Alwhite declared to the assembly. Being rather impatient, since no one was willing to provide intel on the night god, remaining there was futile. Come forth and flaunt your prowess. Now is the perfect time to showcase your grandeur with all the Kage present. Hurry out, Inxiang thought to himself, believing his clone would share his sentiments and seize the moment to impress. Just as the Kage were arranging for their guards to apprehend the rogue ninjas from their villages, Inxiang's clone descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, a shadow landed before the head tree, creating a massive crater upon impact, sending forth a billow of smoke. The crowd was startled by the tremor, retreating a couple of steps, shielding their eyes from the swirling dust as they peered toward the center. As the smoke began to dissipate, all eyes turned to the center where a figure cloaked in black, concealing their visage beneath a hood, emerged. Could this be the night god, as described by Tsunade? You bastard, are you truly the night god? Oh exclaimed, directing his ire at Inxiang. I am the king of the dark night, the malevolent punisher, the night god, Inxiang declared, drawing a blade from his waist and pointing it defiantly into the air. Stand behind me, Tsunade commanded as she grasped Inxiang's arm, pulling him protectively to her rear. In that moment, Inxiang was momentarily taken aback. Yet his heart raced with exhilaration at the gravity of the situation. This was undeniably a moment of grandeur. You scoundrel! Oh exclaimed without hesitation, raising his fist. Crackling with the energy of lightning, and in an instant, he had already appeared behind Inxiang. Chapter 42. Mission: Defeating the 5 Kages. Oh, such is the speed of the rakeage. Inxiang turned his gaze towards the rakeage, who met his eyes in midair. He was astonished that this individual could actually match his velocity. A display of formidable prowess. A's hand transformed into a knife-like strike, aimed at the back of Inxiang's head, just as everyone struggled to catch a glimpse of A's figure. Inxiang astonishingly pivoted in an instant and seized A's wrist with his hand. In that fleeting moment, the distance between them shrank from 3 meters to a tense standoff. Indeed, there is some skill here, A remarked, observing Inxiang, who was a head shorter than him. You're too kind, Lord Rakeage, Inxiang replied with calm composure. To think he could keep up with such speed. She widened her eyes, astonished by Inxiang's silhouette. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara immediately sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of sand from his gourd towards Inxiang. Observing this, A swiftly retreated. Just as the sand was about to envelop Inxiang, he extended his hand, and a surge of black gravel erupted from the ground, colliding with Gaara's sand, even consuming it entirely. It's iron sand, Temari exclaimed, and Gaara was momentarily taken aback. The unique ninjutsu of the 3rd Kazekage? Why is he employing it? Kankuro shouted at Inxiang. The iron sand surged to a halt before Gaara and the others, scattering harmlessly to the ground, devoid of any intent to harm. What does this mean? Gaara questioned, looking at Inxiang. Inxiang was about to respond when the modulator chimed in. Beep, beep, beep. New task: defeat the 5 Kages. Reward: talent point X1, lottery X1. What the hell? Inxiang cursed internally. Defeating the 5 Kages? What about Tsunade? Moreover, if he were to defeat the 5 Kages, would he not have to reveal his would release in Sharingan? I was merely toying with you all, can't you see? Initially, Inxiang intended to express that he had no desire for enmity, but upon receiving the modulator's task, he altered his tone, infusing it with sarcasm. The Kages of the 5 great nations are nothing extraordinary. I might as well unify the 5 nations myself. From now on, I shall be the sole one worthy of the title Kage. What did you say, you little brat? Inoki could not contain his fury and immediately began to hand sign. Stone climbing technique. His arm transformed into a rock-like appendage, crashing down towards Inxiang. Old man, Kuratsuchi cried out in concern as she watched Inoki charge forward, anxiety overtaking her. Having witnessed that person's display of strength, her worry was palpable, yet it was too late to intervene as Inoki was already airborne. Then let us begin with you. Just don't die on me, old man, In Xiang declared, manifesting an arm akin to Inoki's and clashing with him. Their arms shattered simultaneously, and in a flash, In Xiang appeared before Inoki, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Lightning release. A discerned clearly. That was precisely the technique he utilized to enhance speed through lightning release chakra stimulation. At this moment, Tsunade seized the opportunity to charge at In Xiang, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. However, In Xiang, noticing her movement, extended his hand and effortlessly caught her fist while standing his ground. The ground beneath them fractured into a spiderweb of cracks, yet In Xiang remained unyielding. He had shown restraint against Tsunade as he forcefully pushed her back, allowing her to land safely. Did he truly hold back? Tsunade pondered, gazing at In Xiang, who had just pushed her back. Melting release. Melting monster technique. At that moment, Terumi Mei also made her move, unleashing her own melting release. Observing this, In Xiang immediately responded with his own melting release. The two potent and corrosive ninjutsu collided in midair, resulting in a fusion of their destructive powers. It seems he is capable of mastering any ninjutsu, including bloodline limits. Terumi Mei remarked, realizing that her earlier melting release was merely a test of In Xiang's abilities. What is this? A secret technique? A sensed inquiry arose. A secret technique? I am far beyond such trivialities, In Xiang replied with a smile. In the next instant, he ignited with lightning release, appearing instantaneously behind AI, lightning punishment level. Just as before, the roles had merely reversed, with In Xiang's palm striking towards AI's neck. Humph! AI snorted, his body crackling with electric energy as he swiftly distanced himself. In Xiang deftly redirected his strike, sending his palm crashing into the back of Darui, propelling him away. Had Darui not reacted swiftly by blocking with his blade, that blow could have proved fatal. Lightning Heat Blade. AI instantly altered his trajectory, attacking In Xiang's head with his elbow. In Xiang promptly conjured a block of iron sand to shield himself. AI strike shattered the block in half, continuing its course towards In Xiang's head. In Xiang, taken aback by the tremendous power of AI's lightning heat blade, chose to remain stationary. The attack connected with his neck, initially threatening to sever his head. Yet he stood resolute, unyielding. Impossible. AI was astonished, staring at In Xiang. What kind of physical strength could withstand such a blow so effortlessly? Is that all you've got? In Xiang taunted AI with arrogance. Quicksand explosion. Gaara launched his assault, shattering the surrounding rocks, transforming the ground into a desert. A sweeping sea of sand surged towards In Xiang, prompting AI to retreat, while In Xiang glanced back at the head tree behind him. This cannot be destroyed. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree. After some hesitation, with the quicksand approaching rapidly, In Xiang finally acted. Countless trees erupted from the ground, surging towards the quicksand, colliding and engulfing it, continuing their advance towards the 5 Kage. Seeing this, the 5 Kage hurriedly retreated, leaping onto distant trees. Is that wood release? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that a technique unique to the first Hokage? Where did he learn it? In Xiang, fully committed to the performance, feigned shock and exclaimed, Hokage, now it can be affirmed that this individual surely hails from your Konoha. Upon encountering the wood release, called out to Tsunade, stating that apart from the Senju clan, he had never witnessed anyone else wielding such techniques. However, it is not quite accurate to say that, as you have observed, he possesses the ability to master all forms of ninjutsu, Tsunade retorted in response to A. At this moment, In also ceased the birth of the trees, retracting all the trees back underground. Oh dear, the 5 Kages seemed to be scurrying about like frightened mice. Chapter 43. I have descended from the heavens. We must unite for the time being. Now is not the moment for mutual suspicion, Gaara proclaimed to the assembly. Unite? Is there anything you shinobi of Sunagakure know besides uniting? Inoki scoffed in response. This is not the time for bickering, Gaara retorted, casting a glance at Inoki. I concur with the Kazekage's sentiment. We must eliminate him here today, lest he become a future menace, Tsunade declared. Agreed, Tsunade, said Kakashi. Lightning release, explosive wave. Although A did not respond verbally, his actions spoke volumes about his willingness to collaborate. He charged towards In, His arms bent and struck downwards towards Yin's position, who narrowly evaded the blow, leaving a massive crater in the ground from A's assault. Coupled with Tsunade's earlier display of strength, the terrain had been ravaged, and further attacks would likely reduce it to a precipice. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Tsunade immediately launched her attack, summoning a water dragon that surged toward Yin. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Inoki, airborne, executed his signature technique, unleashing a transparent wave of energy that, together with the water dragon, converged upon Yin. Reacting swiftly. Yin harnessed lightning release to channel chakra, leaping high into the air. In that moment, Tsunade soared upwards, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yin's head. The trio converged on him. As Tsunade's fist struck, Yin raised his arm in defense but was sent staggering back. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Yin swiftly countered with a wood dragon that shattered the water dragon, continuing its assault towards Tsunade. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Without hesitation, Yin unleashed his own version of the technique, surpassing Inoki's in range and effortlessly consuming Inoki's attack. Sand rain. At this moment, Gaara unleashed a torrent of sand that ascended into the air, then plummeted towards Yin with lethal velocity, each grain akin to a deadly arrow. Iron Sand Shield. Yin promptly waved his hand, causing iron sand from the ground to rise and shield him, emerging unscathed when the sand rain subsided. Meanwhile, Tsunade employed lava release to dissolve Yin's wood dragon. He remained on the defensive, refraining from any proactive strikes. Tsunade noted Yin's behavior. His only assaults had been the kick to Inoki and the retaliation against A. How has he managed to replicate ninjutsu? Tsunade pondered, observing the composed figure of Yin at the center. Next came his offensive. Hearing Tsunade's words, Yin smiled subtly and whispered, "Fire release, great fireball." He unleashed a great fireball aimed at Tsunade, its S-class power forcing the 5 Kage to retreat. Seizing the moment, Yin vanished, reappearing before Gaara, who had been the most fervent in his attacks. Rasengan. A Rasengan materialized in Yin's hand, aimed squarely at Gaara's face. Taken aback, Gaara recognized the technique. It was the signature ninjutsu of his dear friend Naruto. Had he mastered it as well? The sand automaton of Gaara served as a barrier before him. Yet he was unexpectedly pierced in the back by Kankuro's kunai. In disbelief, Gaara turned around, his gaze widening upon seeing Kankuro, who exclaimed, "Not me. I was controlled." Kankuro hurriedly shouted, "It's the puppet technique." Inxiang manipulated Kankuro using chakra threads to initiate the assault. With a swift kick, he shattered the sand dispersed by the Rasengan, sending both Gaara and Kankuro hurtling away. Wind release, side weasel. Temari quickly wielded her fan, summoning a fierce gust that concealed sharp blades aimed at Inxiang. However, Inxiang effortlessly seized the scythe wielded by the scythe weasel and crushed it with his grip. Wind release, vacuum wave. Inxiang unleashed a vacuum wave that pierced through Temari's wind attack, striking her directly. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, yet Temari's attire was severely torn, leaving her in nothing but her undergarments, exposing her to humiliation. That scoundrel! Tsunade landed and immediately crouched down, using her fan to shield herself from the blatant disgrace. "Gaara, are you all right?" Gaara and Kankuro skidded across the ground, colliding against a tree before coming to a halt. Blood streamed from Gaara's back as Kankuro rushed to staunch the bleeding. "Can you not break free from his chakra threads?" Gaara grimaced through the pain in his back. "I didn't even notice. By the time I did, it was too late." Kankuro gritted his teeth in response. Water release. Water prison. Mei Terumi utilized her water release to extinguish Inxiang's great fireball. The earlier fireball had only forced Tsunade, who was closest to Gaara, to retreat to avoid injury. "Let us see how long you can keep dodging," Inxiang observed from the tree where Gaara and the others had been, contemplating that the blade would not claim Gaara's life. "This cannot continue. Not only are we unable to defeat him, but our jutsu will be continuously replicated, making him even stronger." Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Kage had gathered, their guards having had no opportunity to intervene, while Darui lay unconscious from Inxiang's previous blow. "Will the sealing technique be effective?" Mei Terumi inquired. At that speed, the sealing technique won't keep up. AI shook his head, fully aware of how fast the augmented lightning release could travel, especially since Inxiang seemed even swifter. "What exactly is this fellow's origin?" Can anyone enlighten me? Inoki turned to the three, seeking answers. I come from the heavens. At that moment, Inxiang appeared unannounced beside them, pointing to the sky with a smile. The four were startled and quickly scattered as Inxiang charged towards Inoki. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Akatsuchi swiftly cast the earth flow wall behind Inoki in an attempt to block Inxiang. However, Inxiang soared through the air using Inoki's lightweight rock technique, crashing through the earth flow wall and seizing Inoki by the ankle. So fast, Dianmu widened his eyes and turned to look, only to see Inxiang enveloped in flickering lightning. This was the remarkable fusion of his ultra-lightweight rock technique and AI's lightning release cells, which accounted for his astonishing speed. Subsequently, disregarding Dianmu's anxious expression, Inxiang forcefully hurled the old man, who crashed violently against the earthen wall of Chido. Dust release. Original realm stripping technique. Inxiang then soared into the air, gathering chakra between his hands. Although Inxiang was inherently capable of harnessing chakra without this effort, he did so merely to relish Dianmu's flustered demeanor. As anticipated, upon witnessing this, Dianmu was overwhelmed with panic, beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Chapter 44. Who will dance next? The Elder. Upon witnessing the scene, Haida promptly leaped high, delivering a kick aimed at Inxiang's head. Inxiang, however, deftly seized Haidu's ankle with one hand while the other remained poised, leaving Haidu suspended in midair. Her skirt nearly flipped over. Had it not been for the existence of those unrefined safety shorts, she would have faced an embarrassing exposure. Let me go. Haida struggled relentlessly in Inxiang's grasp, yet she could not reach him. The Elder. Chida rushed over, pulling Daimyu from the wall and hastily retreating. A subtle smile crept across Inxiang's lips as he unleashed the original realm separation technique, piercing through the wall effortlessly. That was close. That was close. Daimyu, having been rescued, was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, nearly dissipated by his own ninjutsu. This brat is merely toying with us. AI observed that Inxiang had been gathering strength for quite some time, seemingly awaiting someone to rescue Daimyu, when in truth, he had not been gathering power at all. As for saving Daimyu, they had no intention of doing so. They would rather see the other perish. The current five Kage were hardly united. Although they claimed to be allied, they remained in a state of hostility, eagerly wishing for Inxiang to eliminate someone first. Only Tsunade had dispatched a split body of the slug to heal Gaara. They were the only genuine allies among them. Let me go. Let me go. Haida continued to struggle in Inxiang's grip, exhausting every means to break free, while Inxiang observed her legs closely, clicking his tongue in admiration, truly befitting of the future Tsuchikage. Earth release. Earthstone spikes. Unable to escape, Haida hastily formed hand seals to execute her ninjutsu, causing countless stone spikes to erupt from the ground beneath Inxiang. However, he merely ascended higher, rendering the attack ineffective, before releasing Haitu, allowing her to fall victim to her own technique. Haitu abruptly ceased her ninjutsu. Yet the stone spikes behind her could not be retracted in time, poised to pierce her through. Original realm separation technique. Daimyu swiftly employed the original realm separation technique, causing the stone spikes beneath Haida to vanish, thereby saving her from a grim fate. That lecher. Hanabi, concealed behind the fan, was now unable to move freely, softly murmuring as she noticed Inxiang's lingering gaze on Haida's legs. After Tsunade's healing, Gaara managed to stand. Joining the other four Kage, he can even replicate the bloodline techniques of the Tsuchikage. At this rate, he will learn all of our ninjutsu. So he has been holding back intentionally to learn our techniques? Upon hearing Gaara, Tsunade seemed to grasp the rationale behind Inxiang's restraint. In truth, Tsunade possessed a technique capable of subduing Inxiang, the Four Red Sun Formation, a unique jutsu of Konohagakure, requiring 4 individuals of Kage-level strength to execute. Once activated, it would trap those within while preventing entry from the outside, allowing them to capture Inxiang in one fell swoop. However, this was a secret technique of Konoha, not to be imparted to the Kage of other villages. Are we to retreat? Daimyu inquired, feeling the sting of humiliation from the earlier incident before so many witnesses, determined to salvage his dignity. Certainly, retreat is not an option. Leaving now would only sow the seeds of future calamity. Behold that tree adorned with human heads. If we allow it to remain, who can predict how many more such grotesque trees may arise? AI gestured towards the ghastly spectacle. Let us attempt a sealing technique. You all focus on the assault, while I arrange the seal, Gaara instructed to the group, who nodded in agreement. I shall take the lead, Tsunade declared, propelling herself into the air towards Inxiang, leaping high and raising her right foot to strike down upon him. Ya! Tsunade roared, expending every ounce of her strength, painful heaven's foot. In the distance, protected by Kirigane and Inxiang mused. I wonder how Tsunade would feel upon realizing this is merely my clone. Bang! Inxiang extended his left hand, as if catching the earth itself, and seized Tsunade's ankle. Now, Gaara commanded, his sand shifting silently beneath Inxiang's feet. AI and Conan swiftly joined the fray. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release. AI's lightning infused with Conan's water technique, culminating in a combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet, hurtling towards Inxiang. Seizing the moment, Tsunade exerted force to free herself from Inxiang's grasp, though he had deliberately released her, unwilling to see his beloved mistress harmed. The lightning-laden water dragon surged towards Inxiang. Yet he remained unfazed, extending his hand to catch the lightning water dragon bullet effortlessly. In the next heartbeat, Gaara's sand ascended, enveloping Inxiang. Desert layer Great Burial Seal. Boom! A magnificent pyramid of sand materialized, adorned with countless cursed seals. Have we succeeded? Inoki inquired, observing the stillness of the pyramid. The 5 Kage fixated on the structure, apprehensive at the prospect of Inxiang bursting forth. Damn it, a sneak attack, Inxiang thought to himself from a distance. While he would not fear the sealing technique in his true form, a mere clone would indeed be ensnared. Inxiang sensed the disappearance of the clone within the desert and discreetly conjured another from behind. It was a shadow clone. As the seal master, Gaara immediately sensed the situation within. The clone had vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to defend himself. Sure enough, in the next instant, Inxiang's foot appeared before him. Boom! Gaara was sent flying by a kick from Inxiang, who, utilizing the momentum from striking Gaara's face, executed a spin and accelerated with lightning release, materializing before AI and delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, sending AI hurtling away. The two men were propelled simultaneously. AI swiftly regained his footing on the ground, charging towards Inxiang and throwing a punch. Inxiang reciprocated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding evenly. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of martial techniques, their strikes landing with resounding force. Each punch from Inxiang landed squarely on AI's face, while 2 kicks struck the outer side of AI's thigh, with AI's every attack deftly evaded by Inxiang. The two individuals radiated a formidable surge of lightning chakra, rendering it impossible for anyone else to approach. In a mere 2 seconds, they had engaged in no less than 20 exchanges, so swift that it was nearly indistinguishable. The velocity was astonishing. Such speed, Karatsuchi marveled at the sight. It was utterly unclear who was at a disadvantage. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Inxiang seized AI's fist and executed a shoulder throw, propelling him away and crashing through 4 or 5 large trees before coming to a halt. So, who shall be the next to take the stage? Inxiang then surveyed the crowd and inquired. Chapter 45, The Complete Form of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's lines are indeed quite impressive, Inxiang mused, nodding towards his original form from a distance, delighting in the thought. Let us all attack together. Inoki shouted to the group. Gaara and A returned to their trio as Inoki cast the super lightweight rock technique upon them, enabling all 4 to soar through the air, while Gaara relied on his sand for flight. A powerful surge of chakra erupted around the 5, propelling them towards Inxiang. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. Inxiang chuckled upon witnessing their advance. A formidable green chakra burst forth from him, and soon, a skeletal figure manifested around his form. Enveloped in flesh and chakra, followed by armor and a massive sword, culminating in the growth of legs. With a resounding blast centered around Susanoo, a violent storm erupted, scattering the 5 Kage. The green Susanoo expanded, sprouting wings, brandishing dual swords, and crushing the ground beneath its feet. Behold, the complete form of Susanoo, Inxiang commanded. Ascending into the air, gazing down at the 5 Kage, and enveloping the complete Susanoo in an additional layer of wood-release armor. Not only did it possess wood-release, but it also bore the Sharingan. Who on earth are you from Konoha? A exclaimed, directing his query towards Tsunade. He truly is not one of ours, Tsunade replied, equally stunned, rendered speechless by the sight of the complete Susanoo, a form she had never even glimpsed before. Could it be Uchiha Madara? Inoki shouted at Inxiang, awestruck by the colossal Susanoo. Uchiha Madara? Inxiang retorted coldly, what manner of being is he? The five Kage were struck with trepidation. If he dismissed even Uchiha Madara, who was he, and from whence did he come? Enough of this. Let us bring this to a close, Inxiang declared, crossing his dual swords to unleash two arcs of chakra, each soaring towards the Kage with a height of over 10 meters, carving deep fissures into the earth. Retreat. Karatsuchi, sensing the impending danger, hastily grasped Inxiang and attempted to pull him back. Don't pull me. I want to see him in action, Inxiang protested, struggling against their grip. But to no avail as they dragged him away. Kankuro and the others quickly retreated as well. Dust release, limit removal technique. Inoki swiftly invoked an even more potent technique than the original boundary removal, engulfing the two chakra blades and reducing them to atomic particles. Tsunade, undeterred, charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the leg of Inxiang's Susanoo. Yet, Inxiang remained unmoved. My apologies, dear mistress, he thought to himself, then kicked Tsunade away. Tsunade, Inxiang rushed forward, catching Tsunade just before she struck the ground. The force of that kick had drawn blood, and she was now bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Are you all right? Fortunately, Tsunade raised her head to see Inxiang and weakly spoke, simultaneously summoning a slug clone to heal her wounds. If this continues, I may have to resort to that technique, Tsunade murmured softly, and Inxiang understood that she was likely referring to the Baika no Jutsu. Tsunade hesitated, glancing at Inxiang. After all, the two had experienced a breakthrough the night before, and they were in an exceedingly ambiguous phase. She did not wish for Inxiang to witness her aging appearance. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't do it, then don't, Inxiang said as he embraced Tsunade. How can I not? After all, this guy is from our Konoha, Tsunade whispered to Inxiang, standing up again with his support. You must keep your distance. If I perish here, what nonsense about dying? You want to die? Inxiang playfully covered Tsunade's mouth, jesting that he could never let her come to harm. Tsunade looked into Inxiang's eyes and, for some reason, felt reassured, nodding in agreement. Stop flirting over there and come help, AI shouted towards Tsunade's direction. He had just charged forward and attempted to use the Raijin Retsut against Susanoo. With predictable results, utterly ineffective, and he had even received a cut from Inxiang, leaving a bloody mark across his chest. This guy is quite ruthless. Immediately using Right-Un to cauterize his own wound. How inconsiderate can he be? Inxiang thought to himself, giving a knowing glance to his clone. Now AI was bound to face hardships, and the clone understood, promptly flying towards AI. Come on. AI, undaunted, stood his ground, unleashing his chakra with a shout. Susanoo swung its blade horizontally towards AI, who leaped to evade, disappearing in the next moment, reappearing above Susanoo, and stomping down, forcing Susanoo back to the ground. Though the damage was minimal. Sunabakukyu. Gaara seized the moment to use Sunabakukyu, binding Susanoo's legs. Get back. Noki shouted at AI. Immediately, AI retreated. And Inxiang swiftly controlled his wood-release armor, firmly grasping AI's feet, shielding him in front of Susanoo. Damn it, AI shouted, employing Reijutsu to slice through the wood-release, yet an unending stream of wood-release continued to surge towards him, seemingly endless. This guy Noki gritted his teeth. Reikage. For the sake of the ninja world, you must make a sacrifice. With that, Noki's chakra surged even more densely, ready to launch an attack. I'll sacrifice your mother, AI retorted, furious. Lord Reikage. Kira anxiously watched AI, knowing that even if he rushed in, he could offer no assistance. Stop it, Suchikage. Gaara called out to Noki. If we sacrifice the Reikage and fail to defeat him, we will be in serious trouble. The young gentleman speaks wisely. You must cease at once. Meitarumi also urged Noki. In a moment of frustration, the old man complied, releasing the Doton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. Seeing this, Inxiang promptly flung AI away, sending him crashing hard into Noki. My back. In the fleeting moment of impact, Oyaki heard a sharp crack at his waist. And then he and AI were forcefully slammed against the rocks, producing a resounding thud. Before anyone could react, wooden planks emerged beneath their feet, binding them tightly, rendering their struggles futile. This is absurd. Such a contraption. Tsunade exerted all her strength, and with a resounding crack, the wooden bindings gave way under her pressure, allowing her to unleash a powerful punch towards Susanoo. Why must it be this way? Yunxiang lamented helplessly from within Susanoo, as a blade pierced through Tsunade's abdomen. Chapter 46. Capturing Kojime. In a shocking turn of events, Tsunade found herself pierced through the body by a blade, her eyes widening as she gazed at her abdomen. In the next moment, the knife vanished, replaced by Jiraiya emerging from her very core. His visage grotesquely bloodied as he glared fiercely at Tsunade, uttering, "Tsunade, come with me." Illusion. Though startled, Tsunade quickly realized it was merely a genjutsu. Release. Release. Yet, despite her awareness, her chakra paled in comparison to that of Ine, rendering her incapable of breaking the illusion on her own. Meanwhile, outside, the other four Kage were engaged in battle with Ine. Earth-style, Doton, Shinji Zanshu no Jutsu. Inoki slammed his hands on the ground, causing the earth beneath Ine to tremble, subsequently raising four barriers that ensnared him within. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara swiftly followed suit, pouring sand into the trembling earth, attempting to entomb Ine. At your age, aren't you a tad navi? Ine chuckled within his Susanoo, and in an instant, he shattered the stone barrier with a single kick, brandishing his blade toward Inoki. Earth-style, Doton, Kangai no Jutsu. Inoki, witnessing the imminent threat, quickly formed hand signs, summoning a colossal stone golem before him, which intercepted the strike with its bare hands. Yet, Ine exerted his strength, cleaving off half of the golem's body with ease. Lightning Release, Raijin no Kin. Lava Release, Waikai no Jutsu. At that moment, both Kojime and A launched their assaults. A wielded the Raijin no Kin, striking toward Yin's legs, causing Susanoo to kneel, while Kojime's lava technique struck the head of Susanoo. The lava began to corrode. Yet the Susanoo was enveloped in a layer of wood release, merely eroding the outer layer. In the next instant, Ine enveloped himself anew in wood release, emerging unscathed. His chakra seemed boundless. From a distance, Ao had lifted his eye patch, his Byakugan fixed intently on Susanoo, unable to fathom the immense chakra it possessed. After such a prolonged battle, still holding your ground against the 5 Kage, and your chakra remains unspent? You've unleashed so many jutsu already. CHJR expressed his astonishment. Hello, gentlemen. Suddenly, Ine appeared before Ao, leaving him momentarily stunned, immobilized. In his gaze, Susanoo had ceased its movements, devoid of anyone within. As Ine approached him directly, "What?" CHJR swiftly drew his twin blades, directing them at Ine, only to be sent flying across a significant distance in the next instant. Why has it stopped moving? The 4 Kage, aside from the unconscious Tsunade, pondered the motionless Susanoo. Why had it ceased its actions after cleaving through the golem? At that moment, a scream echoed from behind them. Turning around, they were met with the sight of Ine extracting Ao's Byakugan, placing it into a vial designed for eyes. "This is the Byakugan," Ine remarked with a smirk, shaking the vial. With a resounding thud, Susanoo suddenly dissipated into thin air. Release. At this moment, Gaara also noticed Tsunade's unusual state and realized she had fallen under an illusion. He approached her to help dispel the genjutsu. "Is it beyond your capability to break it?" he inquired, aware that the chakra was overwhelmingly powerful. Even recognizing it as an illusion does not guarantee its dissolution, Tsunade acknowledged with a nod. "Shikamaru, drape this over yourself," Kankuro said, as he placed his puppet's clothing over Shikamaru, finally providing her with a semblance of modesty. "What's the matter? Do you need to rest?" Inxiang casually seated himself upon a tree trunk, observing the others with an air of nonchalance, idly toying with his Byakugan. "What is your true objective?" Inoki questioned, his gaze fixed upon Inxiang. "Objective? Let me think. Perhaps it is world peace," Inxiang mused, nodding in agreement, suddenly realizing that his self-reflective dialogue bore a striking resemblance to Deidara. "World peace? A person like you would utter such words?" Kohara laughed upon hearing this. "You wouldn't comprehend. I merely dealt with those who attempted to imitate me. One must broaden their horizons," Inxiang replied. interlocking the fingers of his left hand before spreading them apart with a smile. The mission is still incomplete. Does this not count as having defeated them? In Xiang pondered to himself, recalling that they had all been incapacitated at least once, which he deemed as a form of victory. Beep. Mission progress 4-5. Koharu has not been defeated. Upon hearing the modification prompt, In Xiang turned his attention to Koharu, momentarily forgetting about the alluring beauty before him. From this angle, he could see her enticing curves, which sparked a mischievous thought in his mind. Should he abduct Koharu for some nefarious deeds? Hiss. The thought was somewhat exhilarating, but he decided to hold off for now. In the next moment, In Xiang appeared before Koharu, with A responding the quickest, suddenly materializing behind him, creating a pincer formation with Koharu. Swish. In an instant, In Xiang's blade was unsheathed, gliding toward A crouch to evade, only to be met by a swift kick from In Xiang that connected with his chin, sending him flying. Just as Koharu was about to act, In Xiang's blade was already poised at her throat. Such a beautiful woman. I find it hard to harm you, In Xiang murmured softly. Is that so? Koharu responded with an unexpected smile. Then how about you join me in the land of mist? That is a consideration, In Xiang nodded. In the blink of an eye, he activated his Sharingan, rendering Koharu incapacitated on the ground. Beep. Mission complete. Talent point reward X1. Lottery reward X1. Current talent points accumulated. X2. Speaking of which, I have yet to utilize the talent points awarded for conquering Tsunade. In Xiang glanced at Koharu, who lay on the ground in a net-like outfit, her pose seductive. A smile crept across his face as he promptly adjusted her affinity for him to 100%, knowing that their next encounter would surely ignite a passionate fire. Beep, beep, beep. Kaguya Maze Affinity. 100. Kaguya Maze Obedience. 10. It seems that whenever the affinity reaches 100%, it triggers the obedience level. Since I directly modified Kaguya Maze Affinity to 100%, her obedience is not as high as Tsunade's. I'm done playing. In Xiang then sheathed his blade and glanced at Tsunade and the others, who were still poised for battle. Playing? Do you think we are toying with you? You scoffed at In Xiang. Indeed, otherwise you would already be corpses, wouldn't you? In Xiang retorted with a tone laced with sarcasm. Chapter 47. The Confrontation with In Xiang. Remember, do not disturb me again. Those I have slain are deserving of their fate, In Xiang declared to all present before vanishing from their sight. Longing Village lay in tatters after the battle. The once vibrant woods had become lifeless trees, the ground riddled with deep craters, and the entire village was enveloped in clouds of dust, gravel, and iron shards, transformed into a desolate ruin. Yet, amidst the devastation, one thing remained unscathed. The Tree of Heads stood resolutely. Jia and Tsunade approached to dispel the illusion cast upon Konohame, who rose from the ground, her face flushed, leaving one to wonder what visions had haunted her in the illusion. Lord Mizukichi, Ch. Jur, and Ao hurried to Konohame's side, with Ao still bleeding profusely. The guards of each Kage gathered behind their respective leaders. How are you? In Xiang inquired, glancing at Tsunade. I am fine, Tsunade replied, clutching her abdomen and shaking her head. Moments ago, she had endured a kick from Susanoo, and among the injured, Konohame had suffered the least. Having experienced an illusion of 100 male lovers, one could only imagine her discomfort, now too weak to stand. Go retrieve the heads of our villagers, Ai instructed, rising to address she. Meanwhile, Dalui remained unconscious. Understood, she nodded and proceeded towards the Tree of Heads. As her hand approached, a flame erupted. It was a barrier. She quickly retreated and informed Ai. It appears he does not intend to allow us to take them. Oh, it seems that way, Noki remarked. He sent messages to the 5 great nations to inform them that it was not him who recruited the rogue ninjas from each village, right? Gaara frowned. Another troublesome issue for the ninja world, alas. Noki sighed. Since there are none from our village, shall we return? In Xiang offered his support to Tsunade, who silently nodded in agreement. Wait. Just as In Xiang was about to lead Tsunade away, Noki called out to him, and In Xiang turned back in confusion. You are the new administrator of Konoha, In Xiang, correct? Noki scrutinized him. Ah, In Xiang gasped, taken aback. How could he possibly know? Was there a traitor within the village? I am not. In Xiang shook his head in denial. Given the circumstances, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I indeed have a spy within your Konoha, but they have been withdrawn. The first appearance of Yagami was in your village, where he destroyed the bathhouse and killed Danzo. Noki stated firmly. Is that so? Very well, I am In Xiang, he conceded with a nod. Then, in that case, you shall perish here, Noki declared, promptly launching an assault on In Xiang with the rock climbing technique, striking at him with a powerful punch. Tsunade attempted to intervene, but a sharp pain in her abdomen halted her, while Kagen and Kaze swiftly shielded In Xiang. However, one individual was swifter than them all. Stop. It was Konohame. The power of 100% favorability became evident as Terumi Mei extended her arms to shield In Xiang. Naka's fist came to an abrupt halt before her. What do you mean by this? Noki was taken aback. He had anticipated that Tsunade or the two guards might intervene, or even that In Xiang could withstand the blow himself. But he never expected Terumi Mei to step in so boldly. We have only just begun to fight together. You cannot simply dismiss this, Terumi Mei stated, her gaze fixed on Noki. I refuse to believe that Brat hasn't planted spies in your mist village. Can you catch him? Noki retorted, hovering in the air, evenly matched against the Mizukage. Haven't you also embedded spies in Konoha? In times of war among great nations, it is inevitable. Terumi Mei countered. I truly cannot comprehend you. Why do you assist Konoha? Noki expressed his confusion, utterly perplexed. I am not aiding Konoha, Terumi Mei replied, casting a discreet glance at In Xiang, her face visibly flushed. In any case, I will not allow you to lay a hand on them today. With a serious demeanor, she turned away. As an ally, I will not stand idly by. Gaara joined Terumi Mei's side, asserting his support. I wonder how they would feel if they knew the very people they are protecting are those who just defeated them. Let us go, AI. Although AI wished to eliminate In Xiang, the current situation dictated a strategic retreat, as he had not anticipated Terumi Mei's assistance to Konoha. Yes, AI nodded, hoisting the unconscious Darui onto his back and following suit. With AI's departure, Noki scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave. Once the two had vacated the area, Gaara and Terumi Mei relaxed their vigilant stances. Tsunade looked up at Terumi Mei, bewildered by her intentions, as this was their first encounter, and she had not expected such support. I've already stated, I am not assisting you, Konoha, Terumi Mei replied coolly, then directed her attention to In Xiang. I have helped you this time. Remember to repay me next time, handsome Terumi Mei said alluringly to In Xiang. What? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. So your true intention was this. Hearing Terumi Mei claim a stake in her man, Tsunade felt her injuries fade away as she confronted her. What is wrong with that? I am younger and more beautiful than you. Do I not deserve him? Terumi Mei shot back, glancing at Tsunade. What did you say? Tsunade could not tolerate the insinuation of being younger and more beautiful, especially regarding youth. Do you want to fight? You rude old hag, Terumi Mei retorted. You scoundrel. Even Gaara wore a look of astonishment, raising an eyebrow. Women. So it is like this. He shook his head, then turned to leave. Let us go, Kankuro. Temari. All right. Lady Mizukage, please calm down. CHJR and JZ urged, grasping Terumi Mei's arms. Lord Hokage, you must remain composed as well. The root and the wind grasped Tsunade's arm. Had they not held on to these two individuals, a confrontation would have undoubtedly ensued. For the first time in his life, he experienced the sensation of being coveted by a woman. It was rather delightful. In Xiang observed the spectacle from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction, his hand already clutching that white eye, which he subsequently stored within the Modifier's realm. This place was truly Tsunade's paradise, brimming with wealth, an inexhaustible fortune that could sustain a lifetime without the need for sustenance. You two can ease up now, In Xiang remarked, prompting immediate silence from both parties. Chapter 48. The actions of Shao. Consider yourself fortunate this time, Tsunade called out to Konan. Humph. Konan turned her head away with a haughty demeanor and scoffed. Let's go. Chuji Ao. Before departing, she glanced back at In Xiang, adding, do remember to come visit me in the land of water. You rascal. Tsunade fumed, ready to charge at Konan, but was restrained by Kurenai and Kazekage. Seizing the opportunity, Konan made her escape. We're heading back, In Xiang said, tugging at Tsunade's sleeve. I'll carry you. You're injured. After all, he then crouched before her, and Tsunade, feeling a pang of jealousy, seized the moment and promptly climbed onto his back. Kurenai and Kazekage exchanged looks. Both resigned to the situation. They had grown accustomed to the subtle flirtation between the two during their time guarding the Hokage's office. But neither was prone to gossiping about personal matters. Meanwhile, as Inxiang faced off against the five Kage, a battle erupted at the Tenchi Bridge. The spy for Sasori was none other than Kabuto, whose internal restraints had long been lifted by Orochimaru. This time, he intended to use Sasori's plans against him, unaware that Sasori had already been taken away by Inxiang. During the confrontation, it became apparent that the opponent was actually Sasori disguised by Yamato. Under Orochimaru's prodding, Naruto was provoked into unleashing four tails. Even so, Orochimaru matched Naruto blow for blow, showcasing his formidable strength. The shadow clones trailing the battle discovered their inability to master the tailed beast's chakra, yet they managed to learn a plethora of Orochimaru's jutsu, including his shedding technique, the Orochimaru's replacement jutsu, which allows one to use their own body as a substitute, expelling themselves from their mouth to evade all harm. Despite its ghastly appearance, this technique could even dodge the damage inflicted by Amaterasu and required no hand seals, making it the most perfect form of substitution. During the skirmish, Orochimaru also employed the triple Rashomon technique, which Inxiang duly noted. Ultimately, due to physical constraints, Orochimaru could no longer persist and withdrew, while Yamato successfully suppressed the power of the Nine Tails using techniques in conjunction with the first Hokage's necklace. The four pursued Orochimaru's base, encountering Sasuke, who easily overwhelmed them. They stood no chance against him. In the end, Orochimaru spared their lives under the pretense of needing them to deal with the Akatsuki, taking Sasuke and Kabuto with him. On the following morning, Inxiang returned with Tsunade, whose injuries had fully healed under her own care, making it unnecessary for him to carry her anymore. Should we withdraw the elite Jainin, Umbu, and Shadows searching for Night God and assign them to other tasks? Inxiang inquired upon their return to Konoha. Indeed, Tsunade nodded. Even if they encounter him, they would be no match. It would only result in needless casualties. Rather than pursuing him, it is wiser to abandon the chase and redirect them to other missions. You may arrange it as you see fit. Understood, Inxiang acknowledged, leaving the office to make the necessary arrangements. With that, the tension in Konoha finally eased, allowing the captains to lead their teams in pursuit of other assignments. During the process of receiving a mission from Tsunade, Inxiang finally encountered the formidable ninjas of Konoha, including Hinata and Ino, apart from Niji and the others whom he had already met. As Shikamaru was occupied with preparations for the Chunin exams, he could not accompany the team on their assignment. Hinata's physique was utterly concealed beneath her outer garment, rendering her impressive attributes virtually imperceptible. Ino, while somewhat lacking in the bust department, still possessed many commendable qualities. Her modest endowment was merely a relative comparison. When viewed independently, she was quite appealing. Upon catching sight of Inxiang, Ino's affection soared dramatically, initially reaching a full 100% before swiftly plummeting to a steady 40%. It appeared that Ino was indeed an admirer of good looks, suggesting that winning her over for the next endeavor would be a simple task. This thought made Inxiang smirk, only to suddenly realize that this was reminiscent of Orochimaru's signature gesture. How had his clone adopted such a mannerism? Meanwhile, Naruto's fierce battle had concluded, and he was en route home. Inxiang's clone had returned ahead of them. This indicated that Deidara and Sasori had turned traitor, joining the Akatsuki organization. Concurrently, within the towering structure of Amigakure, Pain was engaged in conversation with a shadowy figure. Yes, Pain affirmed with a nod. What is the origin of that individual? The first time I encountered him, he descended from the sky, shattering one of my clones, which allowed me to discern his chakra signature. At that moment, he was disheveled, with long hair obscuring his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. Pain continued. He subsequently disappeared, seemingly utilizing space-time ninjutsu, leaving no trace behind. The second time I encountered him was during the extraction of the One Tail, where he effortlessly defeated my clone in battle. He is remarkably powerful. With an emotionless tone, Pain declared, Understood. I shall handle this individual. You continue your collection efforts. After the shadowy figure spoke, the air began to swirl, and he vanished into the darkness. This figure was none other than the newly inducted member of Akatsuki, Toby, who was also the true puppeteer behind the organization. Can the god of the night defeat him? After Toby's departure, a woman with lavender hair addressed Nagato, whose physical form had become gaunt, seated atop a machine that made him appear as though he might perish at any moment. This woman was Konan, clad in the Akatsuki's dark cloak, her figure shrouded in mystery. Perhaps, Nagato replied with a nod. When night fell, both Inxiang and Tsunade returned home. It was their first time alone together since that fateful evening. Upon entering their abode, as Inxiang reached for the light switch, Tsunade halted him, leaning in to kiss him in the darkness, leading to an intimate and meaningful exchange in the living room that night. Later, Inxiang engaged in leveling up and drawing rewards. One enhancement was allocated to Mei Terumi's affection level, while another was used to alter the perceptions of everyone towards him. If it were a system, such manipulation would be impossible. However, with a modulator, the very fabric of reality could be reshaped. Through the use of the modifier, Inxiang has now become the prodigious ninja of Konoha in the hearts of all. He can master any jutsu with merely a glance, and his innate talent is extraordinarily formidable. He stands as the sole individual in the minds of those aware of the existence of the night god who may potentially rival this deity in the future. With such alterations made, Inxiang no longer needs to feign weakness. As for the lottery. Chapter 49, The Lottery Bestows the Rinnegan. As for the lottery. This was the first time Inxiang encountered the lottery interface, which was entirely composed of blind boxes, each of which had to be manually opened. Once one was opened, the others would vanish, leaving Inxiang in ignorance of their contents. However, the very first box Inxiang opened yesterday left him utterly bewildered. A pair of Rinnegan? Was this truly real? The prerequisites for awakening the Rinnegan are exceedingly stringent. First, one must belong to the Uchiha clan. Second, one must unlock the Sharingan and possess the Mangekyou. Furthermore, one must have a brother capable of being killed to obtain the eternal Mangekyou. The conditions become even more demanding. To awaken the Rinnegan, one must be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra and locate the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, as well as transplant Ashura's cells. To acquire such a rare pair of Rinnegan so effortlessly was astonishing. Moreover, this pair belonged to Inxiang himself and would grant him unique abilities, signifying that he now possessed the power of the eternal Mangekyou. By this account, Inxiang had suddenly acquired 4 distinct powers. Upon awakening the next morning, everything around him had transformed. Tsunade's demeanor towards Inxiang remained largely unchanged, though she enjoyed clinging to him when no one else was around. Walking through the streets, however, felt markedly different. The villagers treated Inxiang with utmost respect, genuine reverence that surpassed the previously insincere gestures. It appeared that possessing strength was paramount in this world. The two made their way to the Hokage's office, where Kakashi also displayed great kindness towards Inxiang. Today, there is nothing pressing. You may practice your ninjutsu for the time being. I will instruct you when necessary, Tsunade informed him. This afternoon, Yugao will teach you Jinjutsu. All right, Inxiang nodded. Oh, an opportunity to train with Yugao had finally arrived. Setting aside the altered appearance of the middle-aged Yugao, the younger version was undeniably appealing. Inxiang brought along Yugao's favorite sake, an octopus with mustard, to training ground number 14. Yugao's team had gathered there, and in a bid to assist Inxiang. The current mission for Konoha involved providing him with training partners. The entire class would accompany Inxiang for a day of practice, and each team only had one such opportunity per week. This task might seem tedious, yet everyone eagerly vied for the chance. Hey, Sister Yugao. Inxiang greeted her while waving the sake and octopus. Hello. Yugao smiled back. Though they had seen each other numerous times during missions, they had never truly conversed until now. Let me see just how formidable this fellow is, Kiba said, rolling up his sleeves with palpable enthusiasm, while Akamaru barked in agreement. Something about him feels incredibly strong, Shino murmured to himself, only audible to his own ears. Is this the person that Naruto brought back? Hinata harbors profound affection for Naruto, remaining steadfastly unperturbed even upon encountering a handsome individual of Inxiang's caliber, her feelings for this stranger perpetually lingering at a mere 5. Is it permissible for me to pursue the crown princess? Inxiang inquired, presenting a selection of her favorite soju and octopus to Kurenai Yuhi. "Oh my, how thoughtful! You even inquired about my preferences," Kurenai exclaimed in delight as she accepted the offerings, her regard for Inxiang surging to 15. After all, who could resist a courteous gentleman? "Of course, I must express my gratitude for the time you've dedicated to training with me," Inxiang replied with a smile. "And what about us?" Kiba interjected. Inxiang continued. "Here are beef jerky for Kiba and Akamaru, a vegetable salad for Shino, and for Hinata." He then produced a kunai and brought it close to Hinata's ear, declaring, "Naruto's kunai." Hinata's cheeks flushed instantly, yet despite her embarrassment, she swiftly seized the kunai from Inxiang's grasp. Whether it was truly Naruto's kunai remained a mystery. Naruto was currently absent from Konoha, and anyone could claim a kunai was his. Hinata certainly couldn't. He inquired directly with him. Inxiang's actions effectively won him the favor of those around him, showcasing his remarkable intelligence-gathering abilities. Kurenai finally remarked, as expected of a jonin, "Your focus is distinctly different. I've heard you learn ninjutsu rapidly. As long as it's not a bloodline limit technique, you can master it with a mere glance." Indeed, Inxiang nodded in affirmation. "Now, let us commence our training and witness your capabilities." Kurenai set the items aside. "Come on, Akamaru." Kiba tossed the beef jerky to Akamaru, who promptly caught it in his mouth, both of them eyeing Inxiang, who was now poised for combat. In truth, the task of training alongside Inxiang was a request made by Tsunade, aimed at fulfilling the side quest of defeating Might Guy. If he were to engage Guy as a Konoha ninja, the latter would surely not take the encounter seriously, allowing for an effortless victory. "First, you shall battle Kiba," Kurenai instructed Inxiang. "Very well," Inxiang replied, nodding as he utilized the body flicker technique to distance himself from Kiba. "Let us see what you can do, Kiba." With that, Kiba formed hand seals, and Akamaru transformed to mirror him, both of them adopting a ready stance. "Is it really wise to start off like this?" Hinata voiced her concern upon witnessing their preparation. "Fear not," Inxiang assured her with a smile. "Here we go," Kiba shouted, spinning alongside Akamaru as they charged toward Inxiang. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kiba style. Inxiang immediately activated his Shadow Clone technique, mirroring Kiba's move. For whirlwinds collided in midair, and with Inxiang holding back, both sides landed evenly on the ground, Akamaru reverting to his original form. Before Kiba could process the surprise, Inxiang's clone launched an attack. The kunai aimed directly at Kiba's head, who adeptly dodged the strike, while Akamaru lunged forward to restrain Inxiang's clone. "Well done, Akamaru," Kiba praised. Yato called out. And before he could continue, an arm emerged from beneath his feet, dragging him down into the ground in Inxiang's true form. Utilizing the earth release technique and the decapitation technique, Inxiang's essence surfaced, brandishing a kunai aimed at Yato's head, stating, "My apologies, but I have emerged victorious." How impressive! Just a mere glance, and in an instant, he has mastered Yato's technique, Hinata remarked in astonishment. Such remarkable learning ability. Without the Sharingan, this talent is truly that of a natural-born ninja, Hong concurred with a nod. Chapter 50, The Swift Defeat of Yuhi Kurenai Impressive. "I am thoroughly astonished," Yagura remarked, his head peeking from underground. Having been decisively subdued in an instant by Inxiang, a formidable ninja seasoned in battle. Next came Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai nodded, while Inxiang pulled Yagura from the ground, causing Akamaru's shadow clone to dissipate. "Show me the gentle fist," Inxiang said as he distanced himself once more. "My apologies," Hinata said to Inxiang, assuming a combat stance. "Let us begin." Inxiang nodded in agreement, mirroring Hinata's posture. "Is it possible to employ the gentle fist without the Byakugan?" Yagura inquired, glancing at Yuhi Kurenai. "Indeed, it is possible. However, the Byakugan allows one to perceive the chakra points, thereby augmenting the potency of the gentle fist, making the Hyuga clan most suited for it." Kurenai affirmed with a nod. "Here I come." 8 trigrams air palm, Hinata announced before launching her attack, acknowledging Inxiang as a fellow villager, thus refraining from using her full strength. Chakra gathered in her hand as she struck forth. 8 trigrams air palm. Inxiang swiftly countered with the same technique, the 2 chakra waves colliding and dissipating in the air. Subsequently, Hinata charged at Inxiang, delivering a palm strike. Inxiang sidestepped, aiming a blow at Hinata's abdomen. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan, promptly leaped back to evade Inxiang's strike, then hurled two kunai, both of which Inxiang deftly deflected with his own kunai before advancing towards Hinata. At this moment, the efficacy of the Byakugan was evident, as its keen insight allowed Hinata to perceive Inxiang's movements, promptly adopting the stance of 8 trigrams 32 palms. Just then, an arm emerged from beneath her feet, pulling her down, while Inxiang appeared before her, assuming the same position he had used against Yagura. A kunai poised above Hinata's head. With a sound, the Inxiang that had emerged from the ground vanished. Shadow clone? When did that happen? Kurenai exclaimed, astonished that she had not noticed Inxiang's use of the technique. In the previous battle with Yagura, I was the main body underground, having set a shadow clone in ambush. Although Hinata's Byakugan can observe in all directions, her focus was solely on me. Thus she failed to detect the shadow clone. Inxiang explained as he pulled Hinata from the ground. Ah, I see. What a meticulous strategy, Shino remarked with a nod. Truly, you are a prodigy among Konoha's ninjas. Such talent is unparalleled through the ages, Kurenai applauded, unable to restrain her admiration. Now, it was Shino's turn, whose abilities posed significant challenges for adversaries. Kurenai turned her attention to Shino and addressed Inxiang, please, be gentle. Likewise, Shino said as he stepped forth from Kurenai's side. Do your best, Shino. This time. There are no clones underground, Hinata encouraged, having surveyed the area with her Byakugan. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious. And the reason for that is, if you are referring to this insect, I have already captured it. Inxiang interrupted Shino's words, waving the mother insect in his hand. With this creature present, he could not only lock onto a target's presence but also rapidly breed numerous insects to ensnare his foes. This would lead to the enemy's demise or incapacitation without their awareness. Shino had already arranged for the mother insect to be placed on Inxiang during his battle with Kiba, but Inxiang detected it immediately and suppressed the chakra of the mother insect, preventing it from spawning more insects. Otherwise, he would have been inundated with countless bugs by now. There was no need for Shino to finish his sentence. However, your secret technique is something I cannot replicate without a mother insect, Inxiang remarked, releasing the insect, allowing it to return to Shino's hand. According to the oil woman, each mother insect was quite precious. Then, I shall take action, he declared. Shino nodded, recognizing that even though the mother insect had been discovered, alternative methods remained available. He then extended his hand, and a swarm of insects surged forth from his sleeves towards Inxiang. Inxiang assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams 32 palms. No way. Hinata has even unleashed the 8 trigrams 32 palms yet. Kiba exclaimed, his mouth agape at Inxiang's posture. In the next moment, the insects lunged at Inxiang, who responded with the 8 trigrams 364 palms. His hands struck the air repeatedly, attacking each insect at an astonishing speed, slicing them all in half. When his onslaught concluded, the remnants of the insects lay scattered on the ground. The 4 fell into a profound silence. Ah, they collectively gasped, speechless. They knew he was a genius, but they had not anticipated his extraordinary talent. It was almost inhuman. Well, I have seen Niji use the 8 trigrams 64 palms, so I assume the 364 palms follows a similar technique, perhaps? Inxiang scratched the back of his head, a bashful smile escaping him. Absolutely correct. Hinata nodded in astonishment. The display of the 364 palms had indeed left everyone astounded. Do not lose focus during battle. In the next instant, Inxiang appeared behind Shino, his kunai poised against the latter's lower back. Feigning ignorance was merely a guise for a strategic strike. Yuhi Kurenai observed this and exclaimed, whether in tactics, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or learning speed, he is exceptionally formidable. If this were wartime, Inxiang would undoubtedly be a renowned ninja. Indeed, Kiba nodded in agreement, admitting he had never admired anyone as much as he did at that moment. Shino was swiftly subdued, confirming Inxiang's overwhelming prowess. Hinata acknowledged, Shino is arguably the most intelligent and meticulous among us, often devising our strategies. Yet, even he failed to perceive Inxiang's tactics. Come back, Shino. I shall be your opponent now, Kurenai called, a hint of anticipation in her voice. I look forward to your guidance, Sister Kurenai. Yin Xiang smiled and returned to his previous position, a smile that momentarily stunned Sunset Red. Wasn't this far more appealing than Asuma, that scruffy middle-aged man with a cigarette? I welcome your guidance. Sunset Red nodded in agreement and drew 2 shurikens. In the next moment, she charged towards Yin Xiang, leaping into the air and hurled 1 shuriken at him. Yin Xiang deftly deflected the shuriken, and before he knew it, Sunset Red was right in front of him, her shuriken aimed at his throat. Release. Ignoring her, Yin Xiang extended 2 fingers and dispelled the illusion, while the real Sunset Red was descending from the air. Chapter 51. Hold on. Acting now would spell trouble. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Yin Xiang swiftly formed hand seals, launching a standard great fireball towards the target. Yuhi Kurenai immediately retreated, executing 3 consecutive backflips to evade the fiery assault. Hey, did you see that? His hand seal speed. Kiba exclaimed, his mouth agape as he watched Yin Xiang. 1 second, 6 seals. Hinata, keen to observe the battle, activated her Byakugan. She immediately recognized it as an illusion technique Kurenai mused as she landed. To mislead Yin Xiang, she had deliberately delayed her action, utilizing the illusion only after leaping, rather than before, yet he still managed to discern her intentions. Next up is Lady Tsunade's ninjutsu. Be cautious, Kurenai, Yin Xiang shouted, then leaped high, delivering a powerful kick towards Kurenai. With a resounding impact, she was struck down, creating a large crater in the ground. Yin Xiang promptly drew a kunai to defend himself. The sharp sound of clashing kunai echoed, and behind him stood Kurenai. However, the Kurenai he had kicked was merely a wooden replica. Kurenai's figure slowly faded before him as a tree erupted from beneath his feet, ensnaring him with its branches, a technique known as tree-binding death, which he had once employed against Uchiha Itachi. With his hands bound, Yin Xiang found himself unable to form seals to dispel the illusion. Failing to release the technique would arouse suspicion, and with the Rinnegan activated, he could not risk using it. After much contemplation, he opted to employ the Heavenly Spin. Heavenly Spin. Yin Xiang spun in place, though he was not affected by the illusion. In reality, he had indeed executed the technique, forcing Kurenai back and shattering the illusory trees, thereby dispelling the illusion. To think he could even perform the Heavenly Spin without the Byakugan, this is nearly impossible. Hinata gasped in astonishment. Bang! Yin Xiang then tossed a smoke bomb and utilized the shadow clone technique, charging towards Kurenai through the smoke. 2 of his kunai struck simultaneously, but Kurenai calmly parried them and leaped to a nearby tree. At that moment, a kunai was pressed against Kurenai's back. Sister Kurenai, you have lost. A cold sweat trickled down Kurenai's forehead as she turned to see Yin Xiang standing behind her. The previous 2 clones had vanished, mere shadows. I thought you had used Earth Release again, Kurenai remarked, sheathing her kunai with a smile. Having previously relied on Earth Release, she had assumed that when he used the smoke bomb and shadow clones, he would be using it again, prompting her to leap to the nearest tree. I lay in wait, and sure enough, Yin Xiang replied, also smiling as he sheathed his kunai. Even Kurenai-sensei has been defeated. She is a Jonin, Hinata stated. Though both appeared to be taking it lightly, defeating a Jonin was no small feat. Shino nodded in agreement. This guy is incredibly cool, Kiba shouted. And Akamaru barked in enthusiastic agreement. What if I hadn't climbed the tree? Zaihong turned to ask. Then my true form would execute a surprise attack, encircling you in a triangular formation, ensuring a successful strike, Yin Xiang replied with a smile. Impressive, Zaihong said, nodding in approval. Let us descend. Subsequently, the 2 leaped from the tree, landing gracefully before Hinata and her companions. Through this sparring session, the group developed a deeper understanding of one another, marking the official commencement of Yin Xiang's training until nightfall. Hinata and the others returned home first, while Yin Xiang accompanied Zaihong to a tavern, where Zaihong indulged in her delightful habit of enjoying evening drinks. Upon spotting Zaihong, the tavern owner exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Xiang and subtly gave him a thumbs up. It was Zaihong who had invited Yin Xiang to drink, and as he addressed her as sister, it struck a chord within her heart, causing her affection for him to soar to 35% by day's end. Your tolerance for alcohol must be quite remarkable. I often see you drinking with Lady Tsunade, Zaihong remarked as they settled in. It's manageable, Yin Xiang replied, but I haven't seen you around before. Whenever I noticed Lady Tsunade present, I opted for another location. After all, she is the Hokage, and there is a certain distance one feels, Zaihong explained, placing the octopus and sake Inxiang had prepared on the table, along with some appetizers. As they began to drink, Inxiang activated his persuasive charm, and Zaihong became increasingly tipsy, their conversation growing more animated, even venturing into risky territory. As they indulged, the amount of alcohol consumed escalated, and under Inxiang's flirtatious techniques, Zaihong found herself somewhat intoxicated, her affection level rising to 55% before she succumbed to slumber, resting her head on the table. Zaihong, where's your home? Inxiang pondered as he gazed at her sleeping form. Bringing a Leaf Village genius and elite ninja to a hotel seemed inappropriate. Regardless, with her affection not yet sufficient, he decided to take her back to Lady Tsunade's residence, where he would sleep on the sofa. Resolving this, Inxiang settled the bill and hoisted Zaihong, eliciting envious glances from the tavern patrons, for her bandages elegantly accentuated her figure. As he supported her, he couldn't help but appreciate the moment. Upon returning home, he found Tsunade already asleep. Inxiang gently placed Zaihong on his bed, observing her toss off her clothing due to the warmth from the alcohol, revealing a hint of her allure. He swallowed hard, extending his hand to caress her softly. Zaihong murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. Inxiang quickly withdrew his hand. Control yourself. Now is not the time for such impulses, he admonished himself, covering her with a blanket before swiftly retreating to Tsunade's room, seeking solace. The next morning, as Zaihong awoke, she found Inxiang had prepared breakfast for three. As she groggily exited her room, she realized this was not her home. Sister Hong, you're awake? Inxiang greeted her with a smile. Where am I? How did I end up here? The once composed Yuhi Kurenai found herself in a state of bewilderment upon seeing Yuan. Her memories of the previous night were hazy, suggesting a lapse due to excessive drinking. Fear not, for you are at Lady Tsunade's residence. You slept in my room, while I took the sofa. Yuan replied with an innocuous smile. Good morning. At that moment, Lady Tsunade emerged from her room, fully dressed. The restroom is over there. Lady Tsunade. Kurenai quickly greeted her. Chapter 52. Teach Naruto Ninja Techniques. After a rather awkward breakfast, Yuhi Kurenai took her leave from Tsunade and In, and shortly after her departure, In discovered that Kurenai's fondness for him had risen to 70%. It seemed likely that she had concocted some fanciful notions in her mind. In found amusement in this development, as it suggested that he might win her over with another outing for drinks. Did you enjoy yourself yesterday? Tsunade remarked after Kurenai had left, casting a playful glare at In. Ha ha ha, indeed. Kurenai invited me for drinks, so I accompanied her. In chuckled awkwardly, adding, but I had no idea where she lived, so I ended up bringing her back here. Ah, so that sudden intrusion into my room last night was a reaction to Kurenai, was it? Tsunade teased, arching an eyebrow at him. Of course not. I just missed you terribly. In quickly retorted, I finished my meal, so I'll go tidy up my room. With that, he hastily dropped his bowl and dashed back to his quarters. The air in his room was saturated with Kurenai's delicate fragrance. In inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. He mused that had it been under normal circumstances, Tsunade would have been quite envious of his flirtations. However, her obedience to him had now reached 80%. She would heed his words without entertaining any superfluous thoughts. This level of compliance would likely extend to any future companions In might take under his wing. Provided they exhibited high obedience, they would never utter prohibitive remarks. Once Tsunade finished her meal, the two returned to the Hokage's office. Today marked the return of Naruto and his team. And the first order of business was to report on their mission, including details about the Tenchi Bridge and their encounter with Sasuke. With 6 months remaining before Sasuke's body would be taken, Naruto was intent on training diligently during this period. Kakashi, having received the news, tailored a training regimen specifically for Naruto. Today, the task of providing sparring partners fell to Might Guy's team. After thoroughly besting Guy's squad, In faced off against Kai, only to realize that despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Kai was a formidable opponent who could not be easily defeated without earnest effort. Yin's hopes of completing his task effortlessly through sparring were dashed. It appeared he would have to wait until Kai left the village to engage him as Yashiro. Speaking of Yashiro, News of the head tree had spread within the Akatsuki base, ensuring that no one would dare impersonate the organization henceforth. Ordinary ninjas would think twice before claiming a desire to join. Deidara had returned with a significant number of ninjas that could be transformed into puppets for Scorpion and Ines purposes. However, Deidara's explosive methods drew considerable attention, making it easy for many to recognize him. Consequently, the tales of the Akatsuki's ninja captures circulated, painting the organization as a den of demons. After the previous duel with Yin Xiang against the Five Shadows, both Scorpion and Deidara were left in utter admiration for Yin Xiang's prowess. Although Deidara boasted that he could handle it too, there was an unmistakable hint of insecurity in his tone, as he feared that even Noki would send him fleeing in disarray. In pursuit of his objective to defeat Might Guy, Yin Xiang reallocated his shadow clones, replacing the previous ones, and positioned himself not far from Konoha, waiting for Might Guy to emerge so he could engage him in battle. Provided he refrained from opening the 8th gate, it should be manageable. On the 3rd day, it was Asuma's team's turn. Currently, Asuma's team was in a somewhat relaxed state, preoccupied with their own affairs and refraining from undertaking missions, primarily to remain in Konoha as a safeguard against potential attacks from the Akatsuki. This time, they had gathered specifically to witness Yin Xiang's capabilities. However, Asuma appeared to harbor some hostility, likely due to hearing about how Yin Xiang had taken Hong from the tavern. Asuma's team was known for their collaborative combat style, so this time, they opted for a simultaneous assault rather than one-on-one confrontations. The Ino Shikicho trio launched their attack on Yin Xiang, with Choji as the primary attacker, Shikamaru as the distractor, and Ino as the controller. Their combined efforts proved to be quite challenging for Yin Xiang. However, he quickly discerned the key to their strategy, Ino. This beauty had already reached a 40% affinity upon their first encounter, and after receiving a welcome gift from Yin Xiang, her admiration soared to 60%, nearly rivaling Hong's. Thus, during their skirmish, Ino found herself distracted by Yin Xiang, allowing him to seize her and disrupt the Ino Shikicho formation, subsequently utilizing shadow clones to deal with Shikamaru and Choji. Following that, it was time for a one-on-one confrontation between Asuma and Yin Xiang. Fire style, Ash, just as Asuma prepared to strike. A voice from afar interrupted their battle. Both turned to see Naruto sprinting towards Asuma. Naruto? Shikamaru looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was doing there. What's up, Naruto? Asuma inquired as the boy approached. I have something I want to ask you, Asuma-sensei, about the technique for changing the nature of wind chakra, Naruto stated. Are you trying to master chakra nature transformation? Shikamaru asked, intrigued. Yes, Naruto nodded. Isn't that a bit challenging without talent? Are you sure you can handle it? Shikamaru chuckled. That's why I'm here to ask Asuma-sensei. You have wind chakra properties too, right? Naruto turned to Asuma with eager anticipation. Asuma lit a cigarette, surprised. I didn't expect you to possess wind nature. That's quite astonishing. Wind chakra is known for its destructive power and is relatively rare among chakra natures. Asuma-sensei, please tell me the technique. Naruto urged impatiently. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, pondering for a moment before revealing a sly grin. Then, how about you cover the barbecue expenses for this meeting of the Asuma squad? In return, I shall give it some thought. How despicable. Even Shikamaru couldn't help but scoff. What do you think? Asuma asked cheerfully, gazing at Naruto. Naruto, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation. Yin Xiang observed him and thought to himself that Naruto was practicing the Rasengan. However, this poor lad had been an orphan since childhood, and with Choji present, Naruto's wallet would surely struggle to accommodate a feast. Naruto pulled out his wallet for a glance, discovering it was bulging, yet mostly filled with small coins. Naruto, allow me to teach you a way to avoid spending money, Yin Xiang said to him. Eh? Naruto exclaimed in surprise, then hesitantly inquired, You can do that? Being fellow paupers, I still owe Tsunade a considerable debt. I simply cannot bear to see you squander your hard-earned money on ninjutsu. I will teach you. Chapter 53, Capturing Ino. The Sport in the Grove. Hey, you. Disrupting someone's livelihood, Asuma exclaimed, expressing his frustration at this scoundrel who not only seized women but also obstructed others' means of income. I can endure it, but enough is enough. Never mind. You don't seem like you would understand. Naruto remarked with a glance at Ino. What? Are you really taking him lightly? Shikamaru interjected, astonished. He's a genius ninja. He learned our secret techniques with just one glance. Is that true? He mastered all your techniques in an instant? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that even more impressive than Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan? Indeed, you weren't aware? The title of Konoha's copy ninja now belongs to Ino, CHG added from the side. Wait, what? I can't believe that the drifter we picked up back then is this formidable. Naruto exclaimed, astonished yet again. Then teach me. He quickly shifted his attitude, addressing Ino eagerly. All right. Ino contemplated refusing the request from someone who had previously rejected him, but recalling his past admiration for Naruto, he nodded and proceeded to explain how to control wind nature chakra, instructing him to envision it as a sharp blade, compressing the dispersed chakra at a single point. Naruto struggled to grasp the technical jargon, and it took considerable effort from Ino to convey the lesson. Ultimately, Naruto left with satisfaction, having successfully created a shadow clone. Ino, it's time to settle the score. Asuma called out to Ino after Naruto had departed, brandishing his 2 chakra blades. What? Settle what score? Ino retreated, executing 2 backflips to distance himself. Of course, it's about you stealing from Hinata. Shikamaru shouted encouragement. Go for it, Asuma-sensei. Win back Hinata. CHG and Ino chimed in supportively. Wait, how did you all find out? Asuma turned to the trio, surprised, thinking their affair had been a secret. Everyone could see it. They replied in unison, leaving Asuma blushing from embarrassment. Focus. Seizing the opportunity, Ino launched an attack. As Asuma turned back, Ino was already upon him, forcing Asuma to bend down to evade. Ino performed an aerial flip, executing a heel drop, painful heavenly foot. That was close. Asuma quickly leaped away, narrowly escaping as the ground beneath them was left with a large crater from Ino's strike. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma retaliated immediately, unleashing a cloud of smoke, which ignited into flames directed at Ino. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ino countered with a great fireball, colliding with ash pile burning, creating a thick plume of smoke in the air. Amidst the haze, Ino charged towards Asuma. Asuma smiled upon witnessing the scene, directly clashing 2 chakra blades in the air, resulting in another explosion of smoke. Is Inxiang defeated? Ino asked nervously, gazing at the smoke. No, that's not right. Look at Asuma-sensei's feet. Shikamaru immediately detected the issue, and the 3 turned their gaze downward to see a black line connecting to Asuma's shadow. It's the shadow mimic technique. Impressive, Choji exclaimed. Asuma attempted to move his body, but found himself utterly immobile, inadvertently running into the fire, becoming engulfed in the ensuing explosion. When the smoke cleared, Inxiang's figure had vanished, and even the shadow that had led Asuma into the flames was merely a shadow clone. Why isn't Asuma-sensei moving? From the perspective of the trio, Asuma had been thrown back by the explosion but remained vigilant, standing still as Inxiang approached him. In Asuma's eyes, he could not see Inxiang because the latter had employed Jinjutsu, creating an illusion of himself hiding away. Asuma suddenly realized that not only was Inxiang absent, but Shikamaru and the others had also disappeared. He promptly recognized the Jinjutsu and began to disrupt his chakra in an attempt to break free. At that moment, Kurenai, clad in revealing attire, approached Asuma, momentarily unsettling his focus. Kurenai. Asuma's eyes widened, nearly causing a nosebleed, but he quickly realized it was all an illusion and hastily dispelled it. However, Inxiang's kunai was already poised against Asuma's throat. It seems you have fallen victim to Genjutsu, Shikamaru remarked, understanding the situation. And it's a remarkably potent one, difficult to dispel. You rascal. Asuma gazed helplessly at Inxiang. The reprimand he intended to deliver remaining unspoken, as Inxiang had provided him with quite the visual treat. I concede, Asuma-sensei, Inxiang said with a smile, retracting his kunai. But is it true what they say about you and Kurenai? The tavern folks claim you carried her home. It's true, but you know, I live with Tsunade-sama. And even if I had the intention, I lack the courage, Inxiang replied, patting Asuma's shoulder like a caring older brother. So fret not. I simply don't know where her home is, and it was out of necessity. I certainly won't reveal that I have touched her all over. I see. That's good to know. Relieved, Asuma nodded. Now that the battle has concluded, let us all dine together. Sounds great. I want barbecue. Choji immediately chimed in. It had been quite some time since Team 10 had gathered, and now that they had the chance, a meal was in order, with Incheon naturally invited to join. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Ino unhesitatingly sat beside Incheon, who was more than pleased by this arrangement. Throughout the meal, he continuously served her food, causing her romantic hormones to surge. After dining, she boldly proposed a date with Incheon. Of course, Incheon agreed. Two individuals strolled through the park, leisurely walking along the path while engaging in light-hearted conversation. During this time, Incheon playfully teased Jingyi with charming words, eliciting peals of laughter from her and significantly elevating her affection for him. Faced with Jingyi, who exhibited a romantic disposition and whose feelings were rather volatile, Incheon chose to venture into a secluded grove. There, he swiftly captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Unsurprisingly, Jingyi found herself unable to resist such advances. Her affection soared to unprecedented heights, and her compliance reached 50%. Under Incheon's influence, they engaged in clandestine activities deep within the thicket. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, Jingyi would not have so recklessly surrendered her innocence. Yet the presence of a man with the ability to manipulate emotions rendered her defenseless. Chapter 54. Visitors to the Shadow Organization Base. After a fierce battle, Ino was utterly exhausted and was carried back to her home by Incheon, who gently sent her through the window. It must be said, the vigor of youth is indeed more delightful. Upon arriving at the Ino household, Incheon returned to the Tsunade residence. The hour was still early, and Tsunade had not yet retired for the night. After inquiring about Incheon's day, they each retired to their respective chambers, as the daily visits would surely wear Tsunade down. The following day, although Incheon was engaged in rigorous training, the duties of the Hokage's secretary were still to be fulfilled, for no one wished to relinquish such a capable aide. According to intelligence reports, a village near the borders of the Land of Fire had been attacked the previous night. Given its proximity to the border, it was imperative to send someone to investigate. The most suitable candidates remaining in Konoha were Asuma's team. Thus, Tsunade instructed Incheon to assemble Asuma's squad and to dispatch them immediately to the border village for reconnaissance, with few jonin present in the village. And to prevent any surprise attacks from the Akatsuki organization, it was essential to keep Naruto's whereabouts concealed. Consequently, Tsunade also sent Yamato to lead Kakashi's team on a D-rank tomb raiding mission, while Kakashi had his own plans, with Guy's team yet to return. Asuma's team dispatched on their mission, and Kakashi's team also out. Only Kurenai's team remained, currently on leave. Incheon seized the opportunity to visit Kurenai and perhaps win her over before Asuma's return. Sister Hong, I have come to see you, he called, rapping on Kurenai's door with a bottle of high-proof liquor in hand. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Shadow Organization's base, are you certain this is the place? Deidara's companions, Zetsu and Tobi, perched on a nearby tree trunk, gazed into the canyon before them. Following Deidara, we have arrived at this location, Zetsu affirmed with a nod. Have the other two not ventured out at all? Tobi inquired. Not in the slightest. Even meals are brought back by Deidara, effectively reducing them to mere errand runners. Zetsu replied with a chuckle. What manner of individual would willingly allow Deidara to assume such a role? Tobi mused, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the canyon. The three tomo in his eyes began to rotate slowly, and he spotted a hollow rock halfway up the slope, deducing that the Shadow Organization must be hidden within. What shall we do? Zetsu asked, following Tobi's line of sight. Dealing with the three of them could prove troublesome. I shall wait until Deidara next departs to take action. Tobi responded. You intend to intervene personally? Is it not premature for such measures? Zetsu queried. What do you imply by that? Tobi retorted, their eyes locking in understanding. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki are nearby, Zetsu remarked with a grin. Then you should proceed to rendezvous with them. Tobi considered before ultimately utilizing Kimui to vanish, reappearing in the Rain Village where he met Conan and Pain. The base of the Shadow Organization has been located, and Itachi Uchiha along with Kisame Hashigaki are in the vicinity. Inform them at once, Tobi instructed Pain. Exchanging glances with Conan, Pain then addressed Tobi, understood. Provide me with the coordinates. Let Zetsu guide you. The location is rather elusive and cannot be discerned through mere verbal description. Pain nodded slightly, then connected his chakra through the ring and established communication with Uchiha Itachi, akin to a wireless telephone. Upon receiving the message, Itachi appeared promptly before Zetsu and Kisame. That god of night, I've heard, possesses immense strength. What if we are not a match for him? Kisame chuckled after receiving the mission. Let us go? Itachi said nothing, addressing Zetsu, who nodded in agreement and led the way. The trio approached In's base with remarkable speed. Regarding Uchiha Itachi, the mission assigned by Danzo years ago encompassed more than merely exterminating his clan. It also involved investigating the identity of the individual who aided him in that endeavor, effectively becoming an undercover agent. Now that both Danzo and the third Hokage had perished, this task remained known only to him. At present, Itachi was indeed aligned with Yin's faction, yet he found himself unable to contact In or determine whether he should disclose his mission to him. This dilemma left Itachi torn between continuing to provide information to the Akatsuki under the new leader or fully committing to the Akatsuki as a true rogue ninja. Naturally, Itachi would unhesitatingly choose the former. However, the Akatsuki was currently preoccupied with the pursuit of tailed beasts, and with Kisame constantly by his side. Itachi had no opportunity to meet In or convey any messages, resembling an undercover agent without a superior. This also implied that he might be unable to clear his name in Konoha for the rest of his life, yet this mattered little to him. For a ninja must bear the weight of darkness. What truly concerned him was Sasuke, from whom he had received no news lately. Before long, the trio arrived at the cliff adjacent to the Akatsuki's base. Coincidentally, Deidara was just emerging, opening a rock before soaring into the sky. What should we do? Should we storm in directly? Kisame inquired upon witnessing the scene. Let us assess the situation first, Itachi replied, turning to Zetsu. Understood, Zetsu acknowledged, recognizing that he was the most suitable for reconnaissance among the three. He then melded into the stone wall and infiltrated the Akatsuki's base, gaining a vantage point deep within to observe the interior, allowing In to remain unaware of his presence initially. Zetsu slipped into one of the rooms, where hundreds of eyes fixated on him, startling him momentarily. Just puppets, Black Zetsu remarked, noticing White Zetsu's surprise. These are puppets crafted by In and Sasori over the past few days. But why do these puppets resemble real people so closely? They are indistinguishable from flesh and blood, White Zetsu exclaimed, approaching to touch one of the puppets, affirming the texture of skin. In truth, these creations were merely silicone with coloring. Designed by In to deceive the eye, beneath the silicone lay wood. Now is not the time to ponder such things, Black Zetsu interjected. True enough, White Zetsu nodded, continuing his exploration through the wall. As they neared In, he finally sensed something amiss. Hush, In gestured to Sasori, who paused his actions to attune his senses. This chakra. It's Zetsu, Sasori whispered after a moment. It seems we have guests. In Xiang set down the component in his hand and chuckled. Let us head out. I certainly do not wish for our hard-built base to be damaged. Scorpion nodded in agreement, and together with In Xiang, they proceeded towards the exit. Upon their emergence, Black Absolute communicated with White Absolute through the wall, expressing concern. Do you think we might be discovered? White Absolute replied, let us follow closely. Black Absolute then levitated off the ground, and In Xiang promptly opened the gates of the base. Chapter 55, Amaterasu. The moment Uchiha Itachi emerged from the cave, In Xiang immediately noticed him and Kisame. He was surprised that the Akatsuki organization had dispatched these two individuals. What brings you here, gentlemen? In Xiang greeted Itachi and Kisame, looking up at them. Is that the night god? Quite mysterious, Kisame remarked, observing the thoroughly wrapped In Xiang as he rested the samahata on his shoulder and smiled. From now on, let us refer to the night god as such. Otherwise, it feels rather odd. Everyone understands that this is a clone of In Xiang, he added. Itachi, utilizing his Sharingan, assessed the night god, noting the immense chakra fluctuation emanating from him, which was comparable to his own. Is that true? It seems this fellow is also quite a monster, Kisame chuckled. I am not the same as you. In the blink of an eye, the night god appeared behind Kisame. As the words left his lips, Kisame was sent flying. It's your turn, Scorpion. Leave it to me, Scorpion nodded, promptly leaping onto the cliff. The figure of Jiuejin swiftly vanished underground, as he was not one for combat. Such a rapid body flicker. Itachi thought to himself, turning to observe the night god. Although he was internally astonished, his expression remained impassive. Naturally, the night god was aware of Itachi's mission. Yet he was eager to test the extent of Itachi's abilities. He slowly drew a blade from his waist. In the next instant, the blade was before Itachi. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as kunai suddenly appeared in Itachi's hand, blocking the night god's strike. Zing! Zing! The night god's blade glimmered with lightning, and in an instant, it severed Itachi's kunai. Itachi immediately retreated, simultaneously unleashing a great fireball technique. Water style, water barrier. The night god, fully aware of Itachi's tactics, anticipated the great fireball following his jump. Having witnessed it countless times in anime, he executed the water barrier just as Itachi leaped. The two techniques collided, transforming into steam. It seemed as though both were forming seals, yet it was difficult to discern, as their speed was beyond visible comprehension. Long time no see, traitor, Kisame grumbled, having been kicked by the night god, harboring resentment towards him. Nevertheless, he was well aware that Scorpion was not to be trifled with. Enough of the pleasantries. Scorpion's tail from the H-Rin stretched toward Kisame, who promptly used Samahata to defend, deflecting the tail. In retaliation, Scorpion unleashed numerous poisonous sabon from the tail, each modified by the night god to carry different toxins. In this world, even they were unaware of the antidote's existence, it was undoubtedly the most lethal poison. Thus, they had to exercise great caution in its application. However, Scorpion was unperturbed, as he was a puppet and immune to toxins. Water style, great shark bomb technique. Kisame, the honest man, began to form seals slowly. 5 or 6 sharks soared into the air, intercepting Scorpion's sabon while he hefted Samahata and struck fiercely at H-Rin. The mouth of the crimson stream opened wide, unleashing a multitude of sharp projectiles toward Kisame. Reacting swiftly, Kisame used his shark skin to deflect the onslaught and retreated hastily. Damn it, I cannot get close like this, he exclaimed. With determination, he formed hand seals, preparing for a formidable technique. Who repaired the dam? Kisame unleashed a massive water jet technique, causing a substantial volume of seawater to rise beneath him. The water gradually elevated, forming a semicircular barrier that encased both Kisame and Scorpion. To contend with Scorpion, Kisame merged fully with his shark skin, but it proved futile. Night God had foreseen this day and had already instructed Scorpion on how to counter it. Humph! Scorpion scoffed as a pipe emerged from the mouth of the crimson stream, releasing a torrent of poisonous mist that contaminated the entire sea. Under such dire circumstances, unless Kisame held his breath or dispelled his jutsu, he would inevitably succumb to poisoning. This was the most effective strategy of deceit. Seeing the situation, Kisame, now fused with his shark skin, furrowed his brow and swiftly exited the contaminated waters, severing his fusion. Scorpion, unhurried, followed suit. Even the thought of dispelling this jutsu frightened Kisame. Doing so would unleash a deluge of toxic water, rendering movement impossible. He had no choice but to control the barrier, guiding it into the canyon. No close combat, huh? This is troublesome, Kisame remarked, fixating on Scorpion. Meanwhile, an intense battle raged on between Night God and Itachi. As expected, after Itachi's fireball technique, he initiated a genjutsu. Night God quickly dispelled the illusion, delivering a swift kick to Itachi's abdomen, which Itachi blocked with his arm, gracefully flipping backward to land atop a tree. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Itachi, hanging upside down from the tree, unleashed his fiery assault. Night God, unfazed, executed a water dragon technique without hand seals. This water dragon was significantly larger than usual, consuming Itachi's fire dragon as it surged toward him. Itachi attempted to leap from the tree, but his feet were unknowingly ensnared by wood release. Oh, Itachi thought as he beheld the approaching water dragon. In the next instant, he was struck by the water dragon, crashing into a distant tree. Cough, cough. Leaning against the tree, Itachi expelled several mouthfuls of water, thoroughly drenched and seemingly in a state of disarray unlike any he had experienced in a long time. However, Itachi was a master of his craft. In the instant he cast the genjutsu. He predicted that Night God would be able to dispel it and had already set up dozens of shuriken around Night God. With a slight tug of his left hand, numerous shuriken surged from behind Night God. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Itachi formed seals, causing dozens of shuriken to multiply into thousands, rendering escape nearly impossible. You certainly went all out against Sasuke, Night God thought, raising his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Centered around Night God, all shuriken were repelled outward, and the shadow clones of shuriken vanished. Yet, Itachi was clearly aware of Night God's capability to use Shinra Tensei. With a firm pull, the shuriken returned. And Shinra Tensei had a cooldown period. The larger the area affected, the longer the recovery time. That previous technique required 5 seconds to recharge. Would release. Wooden barrier. The Night God struck the ground with a palm, raising a wooden barrier that deflected all the shurikens. However, it was evidently within Itachi's foresight. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Itachi rose, directing the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb at the fishing line in his hand, which was connected to the shurikens, igniting the wooden barrier in flames. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Night God shattered the wooden barrier and leaped out, only to find Itachi's eyes had transformed into a kaleidoscope. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's eye. Amaterasu. Chapter 56. Confrontation with Itachi. Boom. Black flames erupted from Yagami, swiftly reducing him to ashes. Having resorted to such a technique, he surely cannot survive now, remarked Black Zetsu. Itachi, panting heavily, found his physical condition far from favorable. At that moment, a hand emerged from beneath the ground, prompting Itachi to swiftly evade its grasp. Truly, he is Uchiha Itachi. Yagami, having made his way underground, had utilized wood clone and earth release to infiltrate below the surface. He anticipated that Itachi would likely force him out and employ powerful ninjutsu. Yet, he was taken aback by the immediate use of Amaterasu. It appeared that Itachi was unwilling to linger in their confrontation. The two engaged in a terrifying game of predicting each other's moves, as noted by Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki and Sasori found themselves in a tense stalemate. Sasori seemed to take pleasure in Hoshigaki's frustrated glances, refraining from any attacks and merely observing as Hoshigaki pondered his next move. Suddenly, Sasori felt a heavy strike from behind, causing his scorpion to shatter on the spot. He quickly retreated to a nearby tree, realizing it was merely Hoshigaki's water clone. Unbeknownst to Sasori, Hoshigaki had created a water clone while executing the great exploding water colliding wave, cleverly maneuvering around to approach Sasori from behind. The honest man has turned cunning. This I did not foresee, Sasori sighed, producing a scroll from behind and unveiling a new puppet from within. I believe this will pique your interest. As he formed hand seals, the puppet emerged from the scroll, resembling the ice release ninja, Haku. This mask, could it belong to a mist ninja? Hoshigaki observed with intrigue. Although the mask indicated its origins, it was unlikely Sasori would openly admit his interest. Ice release. Ice shuriken. With a subtle flick of his hand, Sasori commanded Haku to form hand seals, summoning a flurry of water droplets that transformed into countless ice spikes, descending rapidly towards Hoshigaki. Ice release. Hoshigaki was taken aback, astonished to encounter a ninja wielding ice release Kekkei Jinkai. He quickly brandished his sword, Samahata, to deflect the incoming barrage of ice. Water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Hoshigaki ran while forming seals, causing waves to rise beneath him as he charged towards Sasori. Ice release. Ice prison. Sasori smirked, directing Haku to shield him. A pale chakra surged from his hands, freezing the waves upon contact with Hoshigaki's technique. Hoshigaki leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding being encased in ice. After excavating Haku's corpse and undergoing modifications with Sasori and Yagami, not only was ice release retained, but its power was significantly amplified, complemented by Sasori's own chakra, allowing for an extensive range of utilization. As Kisame retreated, the icy figure swiftly pursued him, reaching his feet. Without hesitation, Kisame plunged his sword, Samahata, into the ground, absorbing all surrounding chakra, which caused the icy figure to come to a halt. That blade of yours is quite intriguing, remarked Sasori. who had previously had little interaction with members of the Akatsuki. Until now, he had been unaware that Kisame's sword possessed the ability to devour chakra. Humph, Kisame, devoid of any inclination for jest, let out a cold snort. This individual was evidently equipped with various traps and jutsu tailored to counter him, suggesting meticulous preparation. A puppet infused with the ice-release bloodline limit, a rare find indeed, observed Kuro, casting a glance towards Sasori. The battle on both sides was simultaneously captivating, rendering it impossible to keep track of all the action, as noted by Shiro. Am I to employ Susanoo? Itachi pondered internally. Having been forced back by the lightning release of Yashiro, he quickly dismissed the thought. That was his trump card, not something to be revealed so readily. Ah, Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara, let me face this individual. There must be an intention to gauge my hidden strength, Itachi contemplated, aware that Zetsu was observing closely. Thus he could not afford to reveal his full capabilities. After executing 2 backflips, Itachi created distance from Yashiro. Without Susanoo, I am undoubtedly no match for this person. Itachi's Sharingan whirled in contemplation of strategies to confront Yashiro. However, he soon realized that, in light of Yashiro's overwhelming prowess, meticulous battle acumen, and lightning-fast reflexes, he stood no chance. Meanwhile, on Kisame's side, the ice ninjutsu user completely countered Kisame's water techniques. Kisame could only retaliate by absorbing chakra with Samahata. But Sasori's poison prevented him from closing the distance. All of this unfolded within Yashiro's calculated scheme. In the next instant, Yashiro extended a finger towards Itachi, who widened his eyes. That unmistakably resembled a genjutsu of his own creation. However, upon entering the illusion, Itachi sensed no immediate danger and chose not to dispel it. Nameless, devoid of emotion, lacking a past and a future. Only the mission resides in my heart. Supporting the great tree of Konoha are the roots, deeply entrenched in the earth, the will of us. Yashiro articulated within the genjutsu. You are of root? No. That cannot be. Itachi furrowed his brow upon hearing this, shaking his head. There were indeed many formidable individuals, but none could be so immensely powerful. Moreover, according to Zetsu's intelligence, Danzo from Konoha was already deceased, and now Root was under the control of a so-called genius ninja, Inseong. I am the new leader of the Root organization. Yashiro removed his hood and mask, revealing his true visage to Itachi. Upon seeing the face before him, Itachi noted that the figure appeared to be merely a youth of 17 or 18 years. This was the new leader of Root. He bore a striking resemblance to Zetsu's description, handsome, composed, and radiating a subtle authority, with a generally expressionless demeanor, standing approximately 6 feet tall. I learned from Danzo that you were on a classified mission? Yashiro inquired, gazing intently at Itachi. You are the night god. Having slain Danzo and destroyed the bathhouse of Konoha, you are also Ino, the keeper of shadows in Konoha, serving as the secretary to the Hokage. What is your purpose for entering Konoha? Itachi inquired, gazing intently at the night god. Indeed, your loyalty is commendable, Uchiha Itachi, the night god replied with a smile. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Konoha. Having assumed control of Root, now rebranded as Shadows, you will transition from direct oversight under Danzo to my direct subordinate. Continue reporting your previous undertakings to me as before. Danzo once made me a promise. Can you offer me the same? Certainly, Sasuke. I shall not waver in the slightest. Chapter 57. Disembowel the Shark. Itachi fell into a silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. Obedience to orders was indeed the fundamental duty of a ninja, even if the leader changed. One was still expected to comply. However, this particular leader bore a unique identity, having ascended to power through the assassination of the previous leader. This compelled Itachi to ponder the potential threat this individual posed to Konoha. If a threat were present, he would not hesitate to risk everything to eliminate him. Rest assured, I would never act against Konoha. I am now engaged to Tsunade, and both advisors treat me like their own grandson. How could I possibly turn against Konoha? Night God remarked, his confidence evident. You and Tsunade. Itachi paused, momentarily taken aback, his face involuntarily twitching. If his memory served correctly, Tsunade was nearing 50. Was she not? Haha, love knows no age, Night God chuckled. Nonsense. This is merely another instance of exploitation. Look, the root organization has renamed itself Shadows, and here we are in the realm of shadows. It is apparent that they belong to the same entity, both tasked with the protection of Konoha. The Akatsuki's current mission was to capture the tailed beasts, though the precise intentions behind this endeavor remained unclear. Itachi then informed Night God, "As of now, we have successfully captured the One Tail, and efforts to seize the Two Tails have commenced. We have also located the whereabouts of the Three Tails." "Is that so? Where is the Three Tails?" Night God inquired, nodding. "It is likely in the land of Rice." Though no one knows its exact location, Itachi replied, shaking his head. "Understood. Leave the Three Tails to me. I will disrupt their plans," Night God asserted. "Should you ever wish to return to Konoha, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will restore your honor." However, Itachi shook his head in response. "Regardless of my location, I remain a ninja of Konoha. I can accomplish far more for Konoha from the outside than I could within the village." Seeing the resolute glint in Itachi's eyes, Night God felt a stirring within him. Itachi was a true ninja, with only one selfish desire, his brother, Sasuke. Moreover, the act of annihilating one's clan, even under orders, constituted a grave betrayal, one for which no forgiveness could be granted. "I cannot return," Itachi concluded, a hint of relief curling his lips. Night God, who had not experienced such turmoil, could not fathom the reason behind Itachi's smile. "Fear not. Should you wish to return, I can facilitate your return. Just let me know when the time comes," Night God said, stepping closer to Itachi and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In Night God's modification tool, there existed a permanent modification point reserved for Uchiha Itachi. This tool could alter all things. Even the obliterated Uchiha clan could be rewritten as if it had never been destroyed. Itachi regarded Night God with a gaze that expressed an inexplicable trust, as if he truly could restore him to the place he cherished most. Subsequently, Itachi reported on the members, distribution, and responsibilities of the Akatsuki organization, while also revealing his awareness of Uchiha Madara's clandestine control over the group. However, the matters concerning the Rinnegan and Pain's six paths remained unknown to him. As the illusion dissipated, the two warriors engaged in battle. Night God seized the opportunity to present Itachi with a ring, identical to that of the Akatsuki, allowing for immediate communication. Kisame, in a fit of rage, was unable to contain himself. Despite possessing vast amounts of chakra and formidable power, he found himself unable to approach Sasori. Retreat? Absolutely not. I must swallow him whole today. Kisame was indignant at Itachi's suggestion to retreat. Could he really just withdraw after being subjected to such torment? What would become of his reputation as the legendary Kisame? Night God spared Itachi but unleashed his fury upon Kisame, leaping across the gorge and creating a gaping wound in Kisame's abdomen with a lightning strike. Kisame immediately spat forth a mouthful of blood, prompting Itachi to hastily pull him away. With Kisame's regenerative abilities, such minor injuries would heal swiftly. Kisame had been pierced through, demonstrating that even the formidable Uchiha Itachi was no match for Night God. "I think we should leave as well," Black Zetsu remarked. "Let us not linger any longer." White Zetsu concurred, burrowing into the earth. "How fares the new puppet?" Night God inquired, glancing at Sasori. "Quite adept," Sasori nodded, retrieving the scroll to reclaim White Zetsu. "Regrettably, the Scarlet Flow Jewel has been damaged once more. This trinket is better left aside," Night God said, kicking the shattered remnants of the Scarlet Flow Jewel. "Instead of redoing it, one should invest time in studying the new puppet." "Indeed," Sasori agreed. Meanwhile, Itachi hurriedly led Kisame to safety deep within a forest. Kisame quickly provided chakra to heal his wounds, and the injury on his abdomen was visibly mending. "That kid's speed is astonishing. I barely had time to react," Kisame lamented, clutching his wound. "It was your fault. I had advised retreat," Itachi replied, pressing a hand against his bleeding eye. This battle had proven to be a considerable loss for him. Having fought against an ally, his vision now more obscured than ever. "Are you not his equal? Why retreat so soon?" Kisame gasped, eyeing Itachi. "It is true," Itachi nodded gravely. "What will we report now?" Kisame sighed. "Zetsu will inform them," Itachi replied. At that moment, Zetsu had already conveyed the details of the confrontation to Pain and Conan, both of whom fell silent upon hearing the news. The Uchiha Itachi, whom Akatsuki had long feared, had easily succumbed to Night Goddess might. Is there any possibility of persuading him to join Akatsuki? Pain inquired. You have pursued him for so long, and now he has his own organization. He is unlikely to agree, Zetsu retorted. I can speak with him, Conan suggested, if only to prevent him from seeking vengeance against us. Naive, Akatsuki scoffed coldly. A man of that nature will undoubtedly retaliate. Approaching him now would be tantamount to courting death. I disagree, Conan countered, shaking her head. According to Zetsu, when Itachi and Kisame departed, he did not obstruct them. I believe he is open to a discussion. The hollow in Kisame's abdomen was a gaping wound. Had he not been Kisame, he would have certainly perished on the spot. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu shrugged and remarked, "That's quite terrifying. Do you still feel fear?" Black Zetsu inquired of White Zetsu. Well, White Zetsu awkwardly scratched his cheek. What are you scratching me for? Black Zetsu exclaimed, feeling the itch on his face. I scratched the wrong spot. White Zetsu switched hands to scratch his own cheek, intensifying the awkwardness. I think we could have Conan give it a try, Pain suggested. Underneath his mask. Toby's gaze seemed to penetrate deeply into Pain's eyes before he turned away. Since you are indifferent to her fate, I shall be indifferent as well. With that, Toby vanished using his Kamui. Chapter 58. Sister Conan delivers herself. Ultimately, Conan arrived at the base of the Akatsuki under the guidance of Zetsu. The surrounding battle scars had been meticulously cleared by the Night God, for it was paramount that the Leaf Village did not discover that a skirmish had transpired here. At that moment, Deidara happened to soar through the sky, inadvertently spotting Conan and Zetsu. He promptly discarded 2 clay birds. Huh? Deidara landed on the opposite cliff and detonated the clay creatures. Quickly, let's go. Zetsu urged Conan, who hastily retreated. Boom. The 2 clay birds exploded instantaneously, igniting the entire forest, leaving behind a massive crater where Conan and Zetsu had just stood. Ah, 2 old acquaintances, everything all right? Deidara called out with a grin from across the chasm. Is that Deidara returning? What is that rascal up to? Scorpion remarked upon hearing the commotion outside. Perhaps he has detected an enemy incursion. Let us investigate, the Night God replied, leading Scorpion outside. Today was certainly bustling with activity. Cease your actions. We are not here to cause trouble, Conan declared, forming wings from her paper jutsu and calling out to Deidara. Who would believe that? The second in command is also involved. It must be trouble. Deidara, that rebellious lad, dismissed her words, tossing another small spider in her direction. Seeing this, Conan was compelled to use her vacuum wave to detonate the little arachnids mid-air. Stop it, Deidara. The Night God and Scorpion emerged, the Night God admonishing Deidara. Ah, boss. The enemy's ambush was quite successful, Deidara waved in acknowledgement. Successful, you say? I had just tidied up over there, and now you've blown it all to pieces. The Night God retorted, rolling his eyes. Did you not see that we were engaged in battle here just before you left? I did see, based on that water jutsu. It must have been Kisame and Itachi. I couldn't contend with Itachi, so I did not return. Deidara nodded in affirmation. You scoundrel, the Night God replied, exasperated. Turning his gaze toward Conan, who in that fleeting moment had mastered his paper jutsu. Beneath the cloak of the Akatsuki, it was still discernible that Conan had a notable figure, suggesting that she concealed something with lethal potential beneath her attire. As she hovered above, the Night God could also observe her delicate legs from halfway up the mountainside. The Night God nodded slowly. What are you nodding about? Scorpion inquired. Observing the Night God's demeanor. Quite feminine, the Night God responded, turning back. Boring. Scorpion muttered, choosing to ignore the Night God thereafter. What brings the angel of the Akatsuki here? Are you seeking vengeance for Kisame? Is he dead? The Night God inquired, looking up at Conan. Noticing the awkwardness of the angle, Conan descended to stand on the opposing cliff. Regrettably, Kisame is not dead. I have come to discuss peace. Peace? The Night God was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the Akatsuki would exhibit such awareness. Are you all considering joining the Akatsuki? If that is the case, I could entertain the idea, he replied. You see, I told you he had no intention of negotiating, Zetsu interjected. After listening, Ju whispered beside Xiaonan, "Of course not." Xiaonan asked Yeshin, "Is it convenient to go in and talk?" Yeshin pondered for a moment. "Ju stays outside. You come in with me." "All right." Xiaonan readily agreed, thinking that even if Ju entered, it would be of no use. "Hey, are you crazy? That place is a den of tigers. Who knows what might happen?" Ju immediately intervened. "You should go back. Nothing will happen." Xiaonan turned back and then flew directly in front of Yeshin. Wood release. Earth release. Yeshin lazily raised 2 fingers. The ground previously destroyed by Deidara was restored to its original state. Seeing this, Shunan's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed as if Yeshin did not need to form hand seals. His control over chakra and ninjutsu was truly remarkable. "Deidara, come back," Yeshin called out, looking up. Hey! Hey! Deidara nodded and jumped down. Yeshin then turned around, with Scorpion and Xiaonan following behind, while Deidara brought up the rear, closing the stone wall as they entered. "This is really not good," said White Zetsu. "We should go back and inform Pain," Black Zetsu added. Subsequently, White Zetsu created a clone, leaving the main body to monitor while the clone delved underground to report to Pain. Xiaonan felt confident entering with Yeshin because Pain had already informed her that she was no match for him. If Yeshin intended to take revenge, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting for them to approach him. Scorpion and Deidara left for another room, while Yeshin led Xiaonan deeper into the base, where there was a reception room he had not anticipated using. "Have a seat," Yeshin said, sitting on the sofa. Xiaonan, feeling at ease, sat opposite him. "So, what are we discussing?" Yeshin inquired. "I won't pursue the matter of you destroying Pain's clone. I hope you can help us capture the tailed beasts," Xiaonan replied. "Not pursuing it. You just dispatched Itachi Uchiha and that tailed beast known as the Zero Tails, Kisame. Isn't it too late to say that?" Xiaonan momentarily did not know how to respond. "With such immense power, surely you've considered what to do with it. Conquer the ninja world, ascend to the moon. Become a savior?" Yeshin said hesitantly, "I truly haven't thought about it. Let us build a peaceful world together, free of war, where no one suffers loss. No one becomes an orphan, and no one goes hungry." Upon hearing Yeshin's last words about being a savior, Xiaonan responded, "Well, I'm not particularly interested in such ideals. I'm no great benefactor. As long as I'm not hungry, that's enough for me." Yeshin nonchalantly replied, "Do you really intend to kill the conversation?" Xiaonan sighed. "Isn't it good to establish a world without war? Does creating a world without war require tailed beasts? Haven't you been collecting them all along?" Night God remarked that at this moment, only he and Conan remained in the base. Scorpion and Deidara had just departed to prepare for their journey to the land of Rice, aiming to capture the Three Tails. "In order to establish this peaceful world, we require the power of the tailed beasts," Conan stated. Night God replied, "Then let me ask, if I assist you in achieving world peace, what benefits shall I receive?" Conan countered, "What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing her response, Night God's gaze roamed over Conan with unabashed intensity, and he replied, "I want you. What do you think?" Chapter 59. You are exceptionally gifted. What do you want? Upon hearing these words from Yagami, Xiaonan abruptly rose from the sofa. Yagami initially anticipated that Xiaonan might take action, yet she merely stood there, glaring at him in silence, her fists tightly clenched. Yagami remained unperturbed, quietly observing Xiaonan's next move. "If I agree, will you assist us?" After an indeterminate period, Xiaonan finally spoke. The Three Tails extended its hands in offering. Without hesitation, Yagami replied affirmatively. Subsequently, Xiaonan fell into another bout of silence. Why did Yagami directly pose such a request to Xiaonan? This was because at the moment Xiaonan appeared before him, Yagami's mind modification device had issued a new task. Beep, beep, beep. New task, conquer Xiaonan. Upon completion, receive modification points X1 and a lottery draw X1. Yagami's urgency in making this request was not solely due to the modification points, but rather the allure of the lottery. Especially after his last draw yielded an extraordinary pair of Rinnegan. He was eager to discover what the next reward would be. Meanwhile, on Kai's end, they were still waiting for their arrival, which made Yagami a tad anxious. Exchanging the Three Tails for Xiaonan and the lottery draw was hardly a loss at all. Xiaonan slowly extended her right hand, and Yagami's heart raced with caution, initially believing she was preparing to strike. To his astonishment, She simply began to unfasten the first button of her coat, followed by the second, third, and fourth, until she finally shed the coat. Revealing a white inner garment and her rather formidable assets, Yagami remained in a state of shock. Is it really this straightforward? Yagami remarked incredulously as he gazed at Xiaonan. We are all adults here. Xiaonan nonchalantly tossed her discarded coat onto the sofa, her expression unyielding as she regarded Yagami. If we can procure powerful assistance for our organization through such a simple means, why not seize the opportunity? Indeed, although Xiaonan appeared youthful, she was actually over 30, possessing a pragmatic outlook on such matters. Furthermore, considering the ages of those present when Yahiko perished, none were particularly advanced in years. Yahiko himself was merely 15 at the time, likely unable to engage with Xiaonan in any significant manner. Following Yahiko's demise, Nagato had grown gaunt, certainly lacking the capacity to impose himself upon Xiaonan. Thus, it could be concluded that Xiaonan remained a spinster, though perhaps not an old one. What's wrong? Xiaonan inquired, noticing Yagami's lack of response. Nothing. Yagami quickly replied, having momentarily lost focus in his contemplations. Then let us proceed. With that, Xiaonan removed her inner garment and reclined upon the sofa. To be honest, I lack experience. It all rests on you. Having seized this fortuitous opportunity, Yagami pondered whether his true self would bear any resentment towards him. Yet, could he afford to dwell on such thoughts in this moment? Should he really ask Xiaonan to redress and wait while he summoned his original self? Ultimately, it mattered little. After all, they were merely two facets of the same entity. After contemplating this matter, Yashin approached Xiaonan without hesitation. He straddled her, resting his knee against the inner side of the sofa while his other leg pressed firmly against the ground, leaning over her to kiss her tenderly. Although Xiaonan attempted to appear composed, she was undeniably shy at this moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson at the gentle collision of their lips. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to Yashin's advances, and under his guidance, the encounter unfolded smoothly, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yashin reflected, fortunately, I purchased this sofa at a bargain. Its spaciousness surpasses that of ordinary sofas, although it is rather firm. Amidst their fervent exchange, Xiaonan gradually surrendered to the moment, emitting soft moans as Yashin's hand deftly explored her form, proceeding to the next steps of their intimate engagement. Meanwhile, outside, Ju anxiously observed the entrance of the shadow base, pondering the whereabouts of Scorpion and Deidara. Would Xiaonan be safe inside? The tension mounted for Ju as he kept a vigilant watch. In the rain village, Nagato, unaware of the brewing storm above him, felt the pressure of Ju's report and became increasingly agitated, his capacity for rational thought diminishing. He gazed at the torrential rain outside, his thoughts consumed with worry for Xiaonan, silently wishing for her safety. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated, seemingly in sync with Nagato's turmoil. In that instant, Yashin and Xiaonan transitioned from an intimate closeness to a space of separation, their connection interrupted. Unbeknownst to him, Inxiang lay beside the contented Ino, gazing at the moon outside, reflecting on the thrill of nearly being discovered by Ino's parents. Ding ding ding. The mission to win over Xiaonan has succeeded, earning 1 modification point and a lottery draw. Inxiang exclaimed, springing upright from the bed and startling Ino awake. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she asked, What's wrong? Nothing, just go back to sleep. Inxiang reassured her, gently patting her head. Once Ino was lulled back to slumber, Inxiang stealthily dressed and leaped out of the window. Truly, his doppelganger was impressive, having swiftly captivated Xiaonan. How much time had passed? Could it be that Xiaonan had been coerced? Would Nagato be furious? Inxiang, oblivious to the events outside, could only speculate wildly. He then opened the modification interface in his mind, noting he had 2 unused modification points and 1 lottery draw. Choosing to forego the modification points for now, Inxiang initiated the lottery. 5 grand boxes materialized in his mind, and he selected the leftmost one. A flash of golden light ensued. Are you satisfied now? Xiaonan, her thighs slightly trembling, lay weakly against Yashin's muscular chest, breathing heavily. Very satisfied. You possess remarkable talent. Yashin nodded in affirmation. How can this be described as talent? Xiaonan found the description peculiar, studying Yashin's heavily masked expression, unaware of the nature of her encounter with such a man. A well-proportioned physique is undeniable, yet the question remains, is he handsome or not? Is he a youthful lad or a mature gentleman? Within Yixin's mind, it is also indicated that Xiao Nan's affection level has reached 60%. A sentiment earned solely through his own efforts. This is ample evidence that Xiao Nan possesses certain undisclosed inclinations. Otherwise, if an ordinary woman were faced with such demands and complied reluctantly, her affection level would surely be in the negative. Do not forget the promises you have made. Xiao Nan propped herself up on the sofa, supporting her weight as she spoke to Yixin. Rest assured, I will fulfill my mission. Chapter 60, The Challenge of Might Guy. Well, I shall take my leave now, Xiao Nan said, having dressed and tidied her disheveled hair, addressing Yagami. Do come visit again when you have the time. Yagami nodded with a smile. Xiao Nan, rendered speechless, exited the room. If I don't give her the 3 tails, will she bite me to death? Yagami pondered inwardly after her departure. The following morning, from Inxiang's perspective. During yesterday's lottery, Inxiang chose the leftmost box among 5. And with a flash of golden light, he obtained the rebirth eye. At that moment, Inxiang possessed the rebirth eye in his left eye and the Rinnegan in his right. Moreover, under the influence of the modifier, both eyes could transform into ordinary ones, while simultaneously possessing the abilities of the Byakugan and Sharingan, along with the power of wood release. Truly a walking anomaly. Early this morning, Inxiang prepared breakfast for Tsunade, and then brought a heartfelt breakfast for Yugao, whose favorability had already reached 90%. With Asuma's return imminent in 2 days, he was determined to win over Yugao before that time. Good morning. Yugao greeted as she opened the door, appearing as if she had just awakened. Breakfast, Inxiang said, shaking the bamboo basket in his hand. You are quite diligent. Please, come in. Yugao smiled and invited Inxiang into her home. The previous morning had been spent in delightful conversation with Inxiang until Tsunade summoned him for some matter. But what could it be, other than a longing for his presence? Did you just wake up? Although it's a day of rest, it is nearly 10 o'clock. Did you indulge in late-night drinks again? Inxiang set the breakfast on the table, taking items from the bamboo basket. Indeed, Yugao nodded. On a day off, one must relax. With that, she retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Inxiang sighed inwardly, regretting that he had sought Ino last night and missed this opportunity with Yugao. However, the dynamic between them had evolved beyond that of ordinary siblings or friends, imbued with a subtle air of intimacy. Inxiang thoughtfully arranged the bowls and chopsticks for Yugao, who sat down opposite him upon her return. Still warm, and it smells delightful, Yugao remarked, taking in the aroma. I shall begin. Inxiang rested his chin on his hand, quietly watching her eat. As she continued, Yugao felt increasingly bashful, her face inexplicably flushing. You could sit on the couch instead. It feels a bit awkward with you watching me like this. All right. Inxiang acquiesced with a nod and a smile. When exactly did Yugao become pregnant? It must have been after the mission at the Temple of Fire, when Naruto and the others brought back the empty vessel infused with tailed beast power. The realization likely occurred after the Leaf Village dealt with the invasion by the 4-man team, during a moment when Kakashi and Asuma were conversing. And Yugao mysteriously called Asuma away. It was probably around that time. Yet even as Inxiang settled on the couch, his gaze remained fixed upon Yugao, who felt too shy to voice any further objections and hastened to finish her meal in silence. On the other side, Inxiang had long since grown impatient while waiting for Akai's clone and decided to pursue him along the route of his mission. Their task this time was to eliminate a band of thieves at the border of the Land of Fire, and logically, they should have returned by now. Upon reaching the border, Inxiang fortuitously encountered Akai's team, returning and immediately obstructed their path. Halt. The 4 members promptly ceased their movements, gazing up at the imposing figure of the night god above them. Who are you? Shaoli exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of the others. Li, stand down. Akai's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon seeing Inxiang. He restrained Shaoli behind him. While the Jinin and Chunin were unfamiliar with this individual, the Jonin were well aware of his identity. This is the night god, a figure of considerable strength, Niji remarked. He was the first among the Konoha 12 to ascend to Jonin rank. Night god? Who is that? Tion questioned, utterly perplexed. He certainly exudes an imposing aura. Shaoli nodded in agreement. Mate Kai, I challenge you, the night god declared, pointing at Might Guy. Eh? The 4 were momentarily taken aback. three of them simultaneously turning to gaze at Might Guy. The opposing figure did not seem benevolent. Kai-sensei, you cannot accept his challenge. Tian urged Kai. Since a challenge has been issued, it must not be refused. Otherwise, well, would that make a man? Kai cheerfully responded to Tian. Come forth. I accept your challenge. He then turned to the night god, declaring, everyone, step back. Understanding Kai's nature, the three companions complied and distanced themselves. Let it be known, this is a challenge, not a life-and-death struggle. The eighth gate of the Eight Gates formation must not be opened. The night god leaped down from the tree, taking a step back before addressing Might Guy. The concept of the Eight Gates was too terrifying, even with his current strength. He had yet to reach the Six Paths level. The Six Paths level Madara had nearly been dispatched in a single blow, and he certainly could not withstand that now. The first directive for Konoha Jonin is to capture or eliminate the night god. If necessary, I will exert my utmost effort, Might Guy proclaimed, extending a hand and taking a firm stance before the night god. Hey, that mission has been cancelled, hasn't it? The night god interjected hastily. Following his previous confrontation with the five Kage, the mission had indeed been rescinded due to its excessive danger. Is that so? Kai inquired, tilting his head. Yes, Kai-sensei. Niji affirmed from behind. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I accept your challenge. Kai responded with renewed enthusiasm. Honestly, this scatterbrained fellow, the night god lamented. Feeling a headache coming on. Let us proceed without further ado. With that, the night god vanished and reappeared in front of Kai, launching a swift kick aimed at his face. How fast? Kai's pupils dilated in shock, but he quickly raised his hands to block the attack, absorbing the force of the night god's kick, and then pushed him away with a powerful thrust. Prelude to power. After propelling the night god backward, Kai pursued him relentlessly, executing a direct kick aimed at his opponent. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The night god was not there to engage in a physical contest. Instead, he unleashed a fire dragon bullet that compelled Kai to alter his trajectory. With remarkable control over his powerful physique, Kai executed a somersault in midair before landing on the ground, narrowly evading the fiery assault. Such formidable power, and without any hand seals, Niji exclaimed, observing the fierce battle through his Byakugan. Lightning release, earth walk. The night god landed, striking the ground with both hands, sending arcs of electricity racing towards Kai. Simultaneously, he unleashed a water dragon bullet into the air, effectively blocking any escape route for Kai to leap upward. In a moment of urgency, Kai shouted, If I don't receive support soon, I'm done for. Chapter 61. The fierce duel between Kai and the night god. Kai swiftly extracted his nunchaku from his bag, discarding the backpack as he leaped into the air, shattering the night god's water dragon projectile. He then struck downwards with his nunchaku. The night god immediately evaded, leaving behind a large crater where he once stood. Acknowledging the use of weapons, the night god unsheathed the dagger at his waist, and the two charged forward in perfect synchrony. Their blades clashed, the nunchaku ensnaring the dagger. The night god quickly withdrew his blade, producing a piercing sound as it scraped against the nunchaku, creating sparks. He then kicked at Kai, who reciprocated with a kick, their legs colliding in midair. They swiftly separated, and yet again engaged in a fierce exchange of nunchaku and dagger, their weapons clashing over 100 times within 5 seconds, producing crisp, crackling sounds. These two are simply extraordinary, one onlooker remarked. Go, teacher Kai, Shaoli shouted in encouragement. The speed of both combatants was astonishing. Ningxi, observing with his Byakugan, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He could see clearly that each of their attacks was lethal, yet they deftly countered one another, rendering the strikes harmless. Any ordinary ninja would have met their demise hundreds of times over. With a final resounding clash, the night god's dagger shattered, the blade splintering and embedding itself into the ground. Their confrontation momentarily paused. Heh, mate, Kai chuckled, tucking one end of the nunchaku under his arm, revealing a gleaming smile. The night god's dagger dissipated into smoke. It had merely been a shadow clone's weapon, its lifespan now expired. Impressive, the night god conceded, aware that his swordsmanship was at its peak, yet Kai had effortlessly countered his every move, even breaking his weapon as if he were using a cheat code. Realizing he was now unarmed, The night god swiftly retreated and resorted to ninjutsu. Would release. Birth of the trees, he declared, his hands forming a series of seals as countless trees erupted from the ground, surging toward Kai. Kai, now serious, ceased his laughter, wielding his nunchaku with precision as he retreated, severing numerous tree trunks in his path. Quick, retreat, Ningxi urged, leading Xiao Li and Tian Tian away, aware that such a large-scale jutsu could endanger them. What is that? Xiao Li exclaimed, astonished by the cascade of trees. It's the first Hokage's exclusive jutsu, the wood release technique. I can't believe he can use it, Tian Tian explained, revealing her knowledge to Xiao Li. What an immense chakra, Ningxi observed, noting the abundance of chakra coursing through each tree trunk. The relentless onslaught of trees advanced toward Kai, overwhelming him and preventing any defensive maneuvers. Soon, he found himself ensnared, his chakra being siphoned away. The night god intended to drain Kai's chakra entirely, leaving him just enough to breathe, thus securing a victory. 8th gate of the chakra. 6th gate, the gate of joy, open, Kai exclaimed, feeling the draining of his chakra. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 6th gate, a powerful surge of green chakra erupting from him, sending the surrounding trees flying. His complexion darkened, and his hair stood upright due to the explosive force. Goodness! Confronting this power directly is indeed shocking, thought Yagami. In the next moment, Kai appeared before him instantaneously, truly in an instant. There was no time to react. Akin to the initial kick he had delivered to Kai, Susanoo, Yagami immediately activated the first stage of Susanoo to block Kai's kick, which shattered the Susanoo entirely. Damn it. We agreed not to hold back, Yagami thought as he swiftly leapt away. Unbeknownst to him, as he jumped, Kai had already materialized behind him, the bandages on his hands unfurling, a prelude to the Tsubaki Lotus. Before Yagami could make a move, Kai's bandages ensnared him. Yagami quickly employed the Great Serpent Substitution technique, extricating himself from his original body and landing some distance away. Kai slammed Yagami's original form heavily to the ground, followed by a frenzied barrage. Yagami was fortunate to have escaped swiftly. It seemed he would need to take this battle more seriously from now on. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Yagami stood his ground, unleashing the Great Fireball towards Kai, its immense power akin to a meteor, igniting the entire forest in flames. Niji and the others immediately leaped from the forest, gazing at the inferno. Kai-sensei will be all right, won't he? Tintin expressed her concern, staring into the blazing woods. He'll be fine, Niji remarked, observing the situation with his Byakugan. Kai had already arrived at the other side of the forest, near a river. Before long, the entire forest lay in ashes, reduced to cinders by Yagami's singular Great Fireball. Enscathed amidst the remnants, Yagami activated the second stage of Susanoo. Once the flames subsided, the forest continued to emit thick smoke. Chakra Peacock. Kai leaped into the air, launching a flurry of punches against Yagami's Susanoo, creating shockwaves and flames through the air. Countless strikes landing upon Yagami's protective form. Reluctantly, Yagami ascended to the 3rd stage of Susanoo, finally able to withstand Kai's onslaught. Subsequently, Yagami commanded Susanoo to deliver a decisive slash, but Kai evaded just in time. The strike cleaved a new trench between the forest and the river, redirecting its flow. What is that? It looks incredibly powerful. Tintin marveled at the sight of Yagami's Susanoo. In essence, it is a manifestation of chakra. A colossal chakra forming a humanoid shield around the user, exhibiting formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, Niji explained, observing the enormous chakra through his Byakugan. Did they not agree to avoid a deathmatch? This certainly appears to be one, Tintin remarked anxiously. We should assist, Niji suggested, preparing to move, but was halted by Li. That is Kai-sensei's duel. We absolutely cannot interfere. Li called out to the two. That, right there, is Kai-sensei's youth. Youth my foot. At this rate, Kai-sensei will perish. Tintin shouted at Li. Behold the expression on Teacher Kai's face, exclaimed Xiao Li, pointing at Kai. The two turned their gazes and observed that, despite his disheveled appearance, Kai wore a smile, appearing quite exhilarated by the encounter. Do you understand now? Xiao Li called out to the others, who exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Continuing like this must place a considerable strain on your body, Night God remarked to Kai, who was enveloped in Susanoo. Indeed. That is why I must conclude this battle swiftly, Kai replied to Night God. Chapter 62, Conquering the Setting Sun. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. The 7th Gate. The Gate of Shock, open. Blue steam erupted from Kai's body as he unleashed the 7th Gate. Yagami understood that under the onslaught of the 7 gates, his third-tier Susanoo would not endure. However, if he further augmented his Susanoo, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Thus, maintaining the Susanoo rendered him a mere target, and he chose to withdraw it. In that fleeting moment, Kai appeared before Yagami, who had activated his Sharingan. Perceiving Kai's movements clearly, he stepped back to evade a kick, then sidestepped to dodge another. In this manner, Yagami skillfully avoided over 30 strikes, while the once flourishing forest lay utterly decimated beneath Kai's relentless assault. Perhaps realizing this approach was futile, Kai ceased his kicking as he closed in on Yagami. Instead, he clasped his hands together, forming an unusual seal. In the next instant, a white chakra surged forth, the daytime tiger. Yagami, in a flurry, summoned his Susanoo along with wood and earth techniques to shield himself. Nonetheless, he was still sent hurtling through the air by the daytime tiger, skidding a considerable distance before finally crashing against a mountainside, causing the very earth to tremble. This marked Yagami's first instance of suffering in combat against a ninja. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable, and the attack merely left him with a slight ache. Kai soon reached Yagami's side. Among all the martial artists I have faced, I, Yagami, declare you the strongest, he spoke as he rose slowly from the ground. To still be standing. Kai was equally astonished. This was nearly his most potent attack without opening the 8th gate, yet the individual before him remained unscathed, even his attire intact. Of course, the clothing is a transformation technique, so it remains unharmed. With that, I concede defeat, Kai said, dissipating his chakra and weakly kneeling on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Niji and the others rushed over, while Yagami approached Kai step by step. Kai-sensei has surrendered. What more do you desire? Lee interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Kai. Niji and Tintin, though aware they were no match, joined in safeguarding Kai. Rest assured, I shall not strike again, Yagami assured as he stood before Lee, giving a reassuring pat on his shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie that eased Lee's tension. It's all right. I know he will not attack again, Kai reassured the trio. Through their earlier encounter, he had come to realize that he was far from being Yagami's equal. Even with the 8th gate, he would likely stand little chance. At that moment, he had no intention of retaliating. Only then did the 3 lower their guard. Yagami moved to Kai's side to tend to his injuries, and under Yagami's exceptional medical ninjutsu, the weakened Kai soon rejuvenated. Have we met somewhere before? Kai inquired, gazing intently into Yagami's eyes. You seem oddly familiar. Not at all. We have never crossed paths, Yagami replied, a chill running down his spine. Kai's intuition was astoundingly accurate, suddenly reminding Yagami of the moment he recognized Kakashi without his mask, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. With a sudden sound, the night deity vanished, startling everyone present. It was neither a substitution technique nor a body flicker. He was merely an avatar. Each of the 3 exclaimed in unison. Could it be that such formidable power resides solely in a mere avatar? Kai furrowed his brow as he surveyed the devastated forest behind him, pondering, what a remarkable individual. Yet I feel as though I have encountered him before. He promptly received the memories from the avatar, realizing the mission had been accomplished. The modifier within Yin's mind also alerted him, granting him a chance to draw a prize. Just as Yin was preparing to open the treasure chest, he was interrupted by Sunset Red's voice. Yin, the fish has escaped. She called out to him. At that moment, the 2 were leisurely strolling through the streets, attempting to catch fish with a small net, a rather challenging endeavor, especially without the use of ninjutsu. However, with Yin's aptitude for learning, he grasped the technique after observing the vendor demonstrate it just once. Yin quickly and deftly maneuvered his wrist, successfully retrieving the fish and placing it back into the tank. Impressive, exclaimed Sunset Red, her delight evident. This mature and composed older sister appeared almost like a giddy little girl before Yin. Oh dear, this time I've encountered a master, the vendor lamented, clearly pained as he regarded the young man's precision. His small tank was now filled with over a dozen fish. Thank you, kind sir. Yin replied with a smile as he returned the fishing net to the vendor. He then headed home with Sunset Red. stopping along the way to buy groceries to prepare dinner for her, while also sending food to Tsunade via his avatar. Indeed, having an avatar was quite delightful. Are you certain it's fine not to visit Lady Tsunade? Sunset Red inquired as she observed Een setting the dishes on the dining table. No worries. I've taken care of everything concerning Lady Tsunade. One must also indulge in personal time now and then, Een replied with a grin. So your personal time is dedicated to preparing meals for me? Sunset Red approached the table upon hearing this. Indeed. Hinata and the others are all members of their respective clans, currently in standby mode and training under the guidance of their elders. The Jonin have their own disciples to mentor and missions to attend to. Wouldn't you find it rather dull to be home alone? I'm here to keep you company, Een said nonchalantly as he returned to the kitchen, his demeanor effortlessly charming Sunset Red. Her heart swelled with emotion. As she seated herself at the table, Een then brought out the soup, a perfect array of 4 dishes and a soup. The sunlight is rather blinding. May I draw the curtains? He asked. Yes, Sunset Red nodded in agreement. Een moved to pull the curtains closed, and with the absence of light, the room became dim. Oh dear, I forgot to turn on the lights, he remarked, making his way toward the door to switch them on. However, as he passed by Sunset Red, she grasped his hand. Een, do you like me? She questioned in the dimness. Een turned to face her, and though she shyly lowered her gaze, she dared not meet his eyes. Through Yin's hidden Byakugan, he could see that Sunset Red's cheeks were flushed. For the atmosphere had grown so intimate that she boldly ventured to inquire. In this moment, even without a modifier, Een Xiang could discern the feelings of Shi Ri Hong. If she did not harbor affection for him, she would not have posed that question, nor would she have grasped his hand to inquire. Moreover, her palm was clammy with sweat, and it trembled slightly, indicating her evident nervousness. Een Xiang said nothing. He simply leaned down and pressed his lips against those of Shi Ri Hong. After a brief moment, he received her response, and after a prolonged embrace, they finally parted. At this point, words were unnecessary. Shi Ri Hong gradually released her hold on Een Xiang, who then moved to the door and turned on the light, revealing a face flushed with joy and delight. Chapter 63, The Technique of Flying Thunder God. The events that will transpire between the two this evening are all too evident. The following day, Asuma's team returned, reporting that the culprits were likely neither the Akatsuki nor the Rain Village. The true mastermind had been apprehended. It was merely a band of marauders seeking to profit through deception and violence, attempting to frame the Rain Village. Naruto's grave-robbing mission also concluded, successfully recovering 4 stolen corpses. Originally, this was to be a tale of the 12 Guardians, but it veered into the realm of the anime group's creativity. And the destruction wrought by 4 individuals upon Konoha was rather implausible, treating the Konoha ninjas as mere trifles. I had chosen to skip over this segment entirely. Upon returning to Konoha, Asuma's first action was to seek out Kurenai, but she appeared somewhat distant, leaving Asuma perplexed and unable to fathom the cause. His immediate suspicion was that Einshur had taken advantage of his absence to undermine him. However, Kurenai dismissed this notion, stating that Einshur was far too young for her, and that she had simply developed feelings for someone else. This revelation dissuaded Asuma from confronting Einshur for clarity. And when he inquired about the identity of this individual, Kurenai remained reticent, prompting Asuma to relent. Einshur, concealed in her bedroom, eavesdropped on their conversation. Although she felt remorseful towards Asuma, Kurenai's allure was undeniable. She resolved that, should the opportunity arise, saving Asuma's life would serve as adequate compensation. After all, having Kurenai by her side was preferable to enduring solitude. The words that Kurenai relayed to Asuma were indeed suggested by Einshur, despite her entanglements with Tsunade, Ino, and Kurenai. One consistent truth remained: Einshur had never professed her affection or intentions to any of them. Moreover, they were unaware of each other's circumstances. A fortunate outcome attributed to the compliance granted by the modifier. Once the level of compliance reached sufficient heights, even if they became aware of one another, it would not alter their dynamics. Perhaps Einshur could even indulge in a triad scenario. Beep, beep, beep. The previous phase's tasks of courting Ino and defeating Might Guy have been completed. New tasks: Strategy Task, Court Konoha's Umbu, Yuzuki Yugao, Task Reward, Modification Point X1. Combat Task, Defeat the Immortal Duo. Reward. Modification Point X1. Lottery X1. Prestige Task. Achieve 30 Prestige. Current Prestige. 10. Prestige Reward. Revive any Ninja X1. Suddenly, a plethora of modifier tasks flooded Incher's mind, including a new prestige task. This 10 prestige likely reflected her standing within Konoha, leading the shadows of the village. And yet her prestige was merely 10? Considering her identity as Yoru Shinigami, who had bested the 5 Kage, did she not command greater respect? Upon reflection, Incher deduced that the humiliation of the 5 Kage was likely suppressed, preventing the news from spreading. Currently, the identity of Yoru Shinigami was known only to the Konoha elite and the Akatsuki, rendering her prestige approximately 10%. How can I attain greater prestige? Incher pondered in her thoughts. The methods to gain prestige include completing tasks for the Leaf Ninja, subduing rogue ninjas, rescuing villages, and protecting the 5 Kage, among others. As long as it is a means to make the entity's name known to a wider audience, it is valid. The term entity suggests that Yashiro is not included. And upon hearing the system's response, In Xiang understood why the prestige was so low. Asuma departed, and at that moment, Yuhi Kurenai entered the bedroom. Lying down beside In Xiang, she remarked that if Asuma had taken just a couple of steps further inside, he would have caught them in the act. Moreover, if he had dared to glance at her, he would have noticed that she was not wearing a bra beneath her nightwear. In Xiang nodded in agreement, suggesting that they should rise as they had yet to report to Lady Tsunade. He stifled a yawn, indicating the urgency of their departure. Kurenai's youthfulness surpassed that of Tsunade while being more mature than Ino. She possessed the merits of both without their respective flaws, one being overly eager and the other too naive. This combination rendered her superior to both Tsunade and Ino, much to In Xiang's satisfaction. After breakfast, In Xiang bid farewell to Kurenai. In truth, he was not in a hurry to meet Tsunade, considering that his shadow clone had accompanied her the previous day, and she still believed it to be the original. At that moment, he sought a quiet spot to utilize the lottery opportunity he had acquired yesterday. The bustling streets of Konoha in the morning were filled with people, and to avoid attracting attention should he win something remarkable, he stealthily entered a narrow alley. Crouching beside a trash bin, he prepared to draw. Suddenly, a knife was thrust against his throat. Looking up, he found himself facing a member of the Umbu with long purple hair. Upon recognizing In Xiang, the Umbu quickly retracted her weapon. I apologize, Lord In Xiang. Such a swift encounter, In Xiang mused, recognizing her as a direct subordinate of the Hokage. Thus aware of her identity, none other than Yuzuki Yugao. I noticed someone acting suspiciously and followed, never expecting it would be you. I am truly sorry. Yugao bowed slightly in respect. Stand aside and await your punishment, In Xiang instructed. This was an opportune moment indeed. Understood, she replied decisively, stepping to the side. After all, she had encroached upon the Umbu leader's territory and deserved to be reprimanded. It was her misfortune. In Xiang observed Yugao. Her figure was unremarkable compared to Kurenai and Tsunade. However, in his memories, she appeared quite attractive. Her partner, the swift Moonlight, had passed away long ago, and she had not sought another, proving her loyalty. Currently, she was deeply immersed in Umbu missions, having completely closed off her emotions, rendering her a challenging individual to approach. No wonder the system had assigned such a task. Although Yugao sensed In Xiang's gaze upon her, she remained perfectly still, hesitant to move. In Xiang subsequently withdrew his gaze and crouched down beside the trash can to commence a lottery, selecting the box situated in the center among 5. As the box opened, a flash of golden light emerged, and In Xiang retrieved a scroll, the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, In Xiang muttered, vexed. While others would undoubtedly revel in such fortune, why was In Xiang cursing? It was because he had originally intended to seek out the Book of Seals, and now, acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique felt like a squandered opportunity for a draw. Sighing, In Xiang resigned himself to the situation. Having drawn, he might as well learn it. He unfurled the scroll in his mind, and it dissipated directly into his consciousness, instantly etching the method of the Flying Thunder God into his memory. Rising to his feet, he turned to Xiyin and said, "Come back home with me. Help me find the votes my readers cast for me. I can't locate a single one." Chapter 64. Binding In Xiang subsequently rose, casting a glance at Xian. "Let us go," he said, leading the way while Xian silently followed behind. Her teammates exchanged wary glances, hesitant to accompany them, uncertain of their new leader's temperament. Had it been Danzo, Xian would likely have found herself in grave peril. However, this individual was still relatively young. After a hushed exchange among two Umbu operatives, they swiftly departed. Yin Xiang escorted Xian to the shadow base, guiding her directly to a solitary cell. There, two shadows secured her hands to a cross and locked her feet together, removing her mask before they exited. This chamber was surrounded by stone walls, completely soundproofed. Once the iron door closed, Yin Xiang sat at the interrogation table, observing Xian's face with a sense of satisfaction. "What punishments did Danzo impose during your training at Root for any infractions?" he inquired, casually producing a handful of sunflower seeds to crack. The current Umbu, directly under the Hokage, had undergone their training at Root before being entrusted to Tsunade, though some of the more exceptional individuals remained under Danzo's purview. Whipping, electric shocks, tongue extraction, bites from serpents and rodents, decapitation, dismemberment, Xian recounted, maintaining a facade of calm, though internally she was gripped by fear. A new value appeared on Yin Xiang's modifier, fear level, which fluctuated between 70 and 80. "Have you made any mistakes previously?" Yin Xiang queried, nodding thoughtfully. "Danzo certainly has a penchant for cruelty." "No," Xian replied, shaking her head as her fear level surged between 80 and 90. The tone of Yin Xiang was particularly intimidating, compounded by their current location. As Yin Xiang stood and approached her, Xian's fear level escalated to 90 to 95, teetering on the brink of her composure. To act against an Umbu officer was indeed a grave transgression, leaving her with no alternative. Yin Xiang circled Xian, scrutinizing her intently, contemplating whether forcing himself upon her would pose any repercussions. He unconsciously gravitated towards the instruments of torture, his fingers brushing against the whip and candles. Xian swallowed hard, her fear level stabilizing at 95, aware that reaching 100 might induce an involuntary reaction. This movement was entirely unintentional in such a setting. Finding a beauty inevitably stirred memories from Yin Xiang's past life, as though this scene had been witnessed before. Upon reflection, Yin Xiang realized that previously, Ino, Hinata, and Tsunade had all been subdued before their favorability reached 100, which had then instantly elevated to that mark. It appeared that once conquered, the modifier would automatically adjust the favorability to a perfect score. Given the circumstances, Yin Xiang inexplicably picked up a small whip and approached Xian, unfastening her dark vest. Xian closed her eyes, anticipating a punishment, but instead, the whip merely grazed her chest. It was not so much a gentle touch as it was somewhat ticklish. A soft moan escaped Xian's lips, her face flushing crimson as she slowly opened her eyes, only to find Yin Xiang leaning in to kiss her, causing her to widen her gaze in astonishment. "What kind of punishment is this?" she screamed inwardly, bewildered by the handsome man's audacity. In an instant, her hormones surged, and her affection for him skyrocketed. Who was that moonlight gale? Meanwhile, in the office of Tsunade, Yin Xiang's shadow clone prepared for a training session, only to discover that Kakashi was the one overseeing it this time. However, Kakashi's intentions seemed to differ from those of others. He had summoned him to train Naruto instead. Was that not backwards? "I paid you to spar with me, and yet you want me to train Naruto, and I still have to pay you?" Yin Xiang regarded Kakashi with a look of incredulity. Kakashi, unfazed, retorted, "Teaching others solidifies one's own understanding. I'm assisting you in reinforcing your knowledge." "Ah, indeed." He wore a mask, seemingly indifferent to his own appearance. Yin Xiang forced a smile, slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Naruto was practicing chakra nature transformation with shadow clones, honing his Rasengan technique. Yamato utilized ninjutsu to alter the terrain, creating a waterfall, and constructed a wooden bridge amidst it. Naruto and his numerous shadow clones were attempting to cut through the waterfall. "What's the purpose of this training?" Yin Xiang inquired, feigning ignorance. "Oh, you might not know yet. Naruto possesses a technique called Rasengan, inherited from the fourth Hokage, which is quite powerful. He aims to create a new jutsu by combining Rasengan with nature transformation," Kakashi explained. "Oh," Yin Xiang nodded. I've heard you're the genius among geniuses, a born ninja. I would like to witness your prowess. Do you have any valuable suggestions? Kakashi asked. What suggestions could I possibly provide? I can merely grasp things at a glance. Can you demonstrate that Rasengan for me? In-seong replied, looking at Kakashi. Well, I suppose I can. Kakashi nodded, then reached into his pocket and produced a Rasengan. In-seong followed suit, retrieving one of his own. Wait. Kakashi, being of such high caliber, almost cursed in disbelief. Naruto had trained for an extended period, nearly exhausting himself to master it. And yet In-seong could replicate it with just a glance? Indeed, that's just how I am, In-seong affirmed with a nod. Kakashi dissipated the Rasengan in his hand, scrutinizing In-seong's version, noticing that it was not only identical in appearance, but also in power. In-seong then directed his Rasengan toward the ground, creating a spiraled crater. It was truly an authentic Rasengan. Kakashi nodded upon witnessing the scene before him. This young boy was indeed a true genius. How could he, Kakashi, even consider himself as one? What if he were to incorporate wind release chakra? Kakashi turned to In-seong and inquired, Are you capable of doing that? I shall give it a try. In-seong replied. The technique of the Rasengan had been learned the very first time he encountered it. He raised his hand, forming a Rasengan, and gestured for Kakashi to stand back. Once Kakashi had distanced himself, In-seong commenced infusing it with wind release chakra. Chapter 65, The Eloquent Kakashi. In-seong raised the Rasengan above his head, infusing it with wind chakra. In an instant, for sharp, transparent blades materialized around the Rasengan, gradually expanding and causing the grass beneath to uproot from the ground. Even the waterfall near Naruto was drawn towards it, capturing Naruto's attention. Dozens of shadow clones turned their gaze toward In-seong. Incredible! This is happening? Yamato, who had been intently focused on Naruto to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, was also drawn to In-seong's display. That is, Naruto dispelled his shadow clones, his eyes widening in astonishment at what In-seong held. The blades had now expanded to about a meter in length. Naruto, get out of the way, In-seong shouted. Naruto quickly leaped away from the waterfall, distancing himself as In-seong hurled the spiraling shuriken towards it. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire waterfall was shattered, leaving a massive crater in the rock face, at least 5 times larger than the Rasengan itself, and the shape was not spiral but irregularly jagged. So this is the Rasengan infused with wind chakra. Kakashi stared wide-eyed at the crater. This ninjutsu must be at least S rank. What is that? Naruto exclaimed as he jumped closer to inspect the gaping hole. That is the Rasengan after being enhanced with wind nature chakra, Kakashi explained, joining Naruto's side. With just a glance at the Rasengan, he was able to incorporate wind chakra, transforming it into this. Just a glance? Naruto turned to look at In-seong, pondering what it meant to be a genius. He had never believed in the concept of genius. He thought that with effort, anyone could become strong. But to learn the Rasengan with a mere glance and develop a ninjutsu he had studied for so long. Is this what genius truly is? Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Naruto questioned why he wasn't that genius. However, thinking of Sasuke quickly lifted his spirits. In-seong, please teach me. In-seong shot Kakashi an incredulous look. This training session is a failure on your part. How can that be a failure? I taught you an S-rank ninjutsu, exceeding the task requirements, so my commission doubles. Kakashi replied with a sly grin. You bastard. In-seong muttered under his breath, unable to voice that he already knew this technique. At least treat me to a meal. Okay. Kakashi nodded. We can discuss that later. In-seong, please teach me that Rasengan technique from earlier. Naruto interjected, blocking In-seong's and Kakashi's conversation. All right. In-seong relented with a sigh. Let's call it the spiraling shuriken for now. This technique cannot be thrown without sufficient power. Remember, Naruto, at first, you could only wield the Rasengan for close combat until you mastered Sage Mode, which perfected the technique, allowing you to throw it. Upon observing your training, I wish to impart a straightforward method. First, create 2 shadow clones. In-seong contemplated for a moment before addressing Naruto. All right. Naruto nodded and moved to an open area. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed, summoning 2 shadow clones. The original extended his right hand. In-seong instructed Naruto, who promptly stretched out his right hand as well. One shadow clone began to form a Rasengan. In-seong continued. The shadow clone on your left should utilize the Rasengan in your hand. The other must infuse it with wind chakra. Remember, this technique transforms wind chakra into fine needles that are slender and sharp. You must seek this sensation. The shadow clone nodded in understanding and immediately commenced infusing the wind chakra. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Naruto's Rasengan gradually manifested needle-like projections, followed by faint white blades appearing around the sphere. "I've got it," Naruto exclaimed joyfully, but just then, the Rasengan in his hand detonated, causing both of his shadow clones to explode as well. Fortunately, the Rasengan was merely a visual replica without any real power, or else Naruto's hand would have been rendered useless. Naruto has trained for so long without success, yet with just a bit of guidance. He grasped most of the concepts. Truly a remarkable genius, Kakashi thought, casting a discreet glance at Inxiang. That is the feeling. However, you have yet to master the transformations of wind chakra. For now, practice cutting the waterfall, Inxiang said, pulling Naruto up from the ground and gesturing towards the waterfall, which had expanded due to the large pit Inxiang had created. "All right," Naruto, having tasted success, resolutely declared, "although this means I am no longer the developer of this ninjutsu, mastering it will still make me formidable." He nodded, then leapt onto the wooden bridge. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto once again produced over 20 clones, beginning his practice on cutting the waterfall. "Hey, wait a moment." Yamato quickly turned and pointed at Naruto, concerned that his excessive chakra consumption might cause the Nine-Tails chakra to leak. "Such energy," Kakashi remarked, observing Naruto with admiration. "Well then, is today's training session concluded?" Inxiang inquired, looking at Kakashi. "Of course. Unless you wish to stay a while longer, I wouldn't mind," Kakashi replied with a nod. "Perhaps not. Remember, you owe me a meal." "I'm off," Inxiang said, waving goodbye to Kakashi as he left, reflecting on how, in other classes, he was warmly welcomed and accompanied in training. Yet, upon arriving at Kakashi's class, he hadn't even seen all of Kakashi's team members. Truly the class of the protagonist. "Wait, I am the protagonist." Inxiang shook his head, then returned to Tsunade to attend to other matters. Coincidentally, upon his return, Tsunade had assembled the 20th team of Konoha, a group composed of elite and mid-ranking ninjas, totaling 80 members, organized to respond to emergencies such as an Akatsuki invasion or incursions into the nation's borders. The quartet from Asuma's team, including Steel and Kamizuki Izumo, found themselves in a perplexing situation. "What has transpired?" In inquired, addressing Tsunade, who was beside a disheveled monk from the Fire Temple, his appearance suggesting he had endured a fierce battle. "Has something happened at the Fire Temple?" "Indeed. The monk from the Fire Temple has been abducted by members of the Akatsuki organization," Tsunade confirmed with a nod. "What? The monk has been taken?" Asuma exclaimed, his expression filled with concern. Having once been one of the 12 guardians of the Fire Temple, he shared a deep bond with the abducted monk, who was an old friend. Chapter 66, A Confrontation with Haiden. The Akatsuki organization, renowned for its immortal duo, was now the target. Having just completed her mission, Shiin was now tasked with defeating this notorious pair, simultaneously aiming to accumulate prestige. It was imperative for Inxiang to venture out under the guise of his identity. Betting on the honor of Konoha and to safeguard the Land of Fire, it was essential to prevent those miscreants from wreaking havoc any longer. Although there was curiosity regarding their ultimate objective, each member of the duo was a formidable adversary. Allowing them to escape the Land of Fire was simply not an option. If capture proved impossible, they must be eliminated on the spot. Tsunade commanded the group, "Go forth, disperse." Immediately, the 80 individuals scattered, spreading out to search the periphery of the Land of Fire. "I shall also accompany my shadows," Inxiang informed Tsunade. She replied nonchalantly, "The adversaries are strong. Retreat at the first sign of danger." She did not deter him, recognizing that Inxiang and his shadows possess considerable strength. "Rest assured, I have yet to fully relish this experience," Inxiang chuckled, giving Tsunade a playful pat before departing. Once out of her sight, he dispelled his shadow clone, as this matter required his true self's involvement. As the clone vanished, Inxiang received the memories of its experiences. At that moment, Shiin was indulging in the moment. Her legs spread, hands suspended above her head as she sat on the table. It seems today's escapades must conclude here, Inxiong mused, placing the candle aside. Realizing Shi Yin thoroughly enjoyed this sensation. Get dressed. Should you challenge me again, I shall not hesitate to impose punishment, he remarked, caressing her chest. Yes, Lord Inxiong, Shi Yin replied. Her cheeks flushed, the fear long dissipated, replaced by anticipation for the next encounter. Subsequently, Inxiong exited the interrogation room, leading 5 skilled shadows to commence the pursuit. Kigen, dispatch the insects to locate Asuma's whereabouts, Inxiong instructed. Nodding in agreement, Kigen promptly released a swarm of insects to search in all directions. If memory served correctly, Asuma had perished during the battle with the immortal duo, having lost his life for a cause that warranted recompense. The insects quickly traced Asuma's route, leading towards the fire temple. Without delay, Inxiong and his 5 companions set off for their destination. The fire temple lay in a remote area. They did not arrive until the following morning. Upon their arrival, they discovered the temple in a state of disrepair. Several homing pigeons taking flight as Asuma and his companions emerged. Then we shall proceed to the nearest exchange office, Asuma suggested to Shikamaru, Ganji, and Kamizuki Azuma. Noting that the 10th squad was not part of the same team. Not far to the north, there's a restroom, Kamizuki Azuma informed them. Let us go, Inxiong said. Leading his 5 companions ahead toward the exchange office, still a considerable distance away. Just past the midday meal, they reached the vicinity of the exchange office, only to spot Haydn seated at the entrance. Inxiong immediately instructed his companions to conceal themselves behind the trees. The attire belongs to the Akatsuki, without a doubt, remarked Tsugen as he cast a distant glance. He released a small venomous insect, stealthily directing it toward Haydn, while the others prepared to encircle him. Upon receiving the signal, they would strike simultaneously. Inxiong communicated with gestures, and the group nodded in agreement before quietly dispersing, leaving only Inxiong and Tsugen in their position. Tsugen unleashed a diminutive poison insect that stealthily advanced toward Haydn. This tiny creature possessed the potential to take a life. Yet Inxiong did not believe Haydn would succumb to its venom. Its purpose was merely to incapacitate him. Once everyone was in position, Asuma and his team arrived. Inxiong promptly signaled for silence and instructed them to remain still. Observing the shadows surrounding them, Asuma nodded in understanding. Now, Inxiong declared, his fingers slicing forward, prompting Tsugen's poison insect to dart toward Haydn. Suddenly, Haydn opened his eyes and cleaved the insect in 2 with his scythe. In that moment, 5 shadow members surged forward, wielding iron chains to ensnare Haydn. They pulled tightly on the chains, causing Haydn's scythe to clatter to the ground, rendering him immobilized. The Konoha ninjas launched their ambush. Haydn, surveying the surrounding umbu, remained unfazed, confident in his immortality. He exerted all his strength, but the 5 members pulled counterclockwise, making escape impossible. Secure the entrance. Inxiong commanded Asuma and the others, who nodded in compliance, acknowledging Inxiong as their supreme commander. The 4 swiftly moved to the entrance. Just as Kakuzu emerged with a large box in hand, a clear indication of his recent dealings involving the corpses of the deceased. Honestly, I knew you'd be this tedious, Haydn lamented, exerting force to retrieve his scythe through the rope, swinging it around. Inxiong immediately intervened, positioning himself on the chains to seize Haydn's weapon. Here we go again. Haydn grimaced at Inxiong, recognizing this as his last chance for escape. We are the shadows of Konoha, currently executing a mission to either capture or eliminate members of the Akatsuki. Do you wish to live or die? Inxiong proclaimed, standing on the chains with Haydn's scythe poised at his head. Haydn scoffed dismissively. Try and kill me if you can, you bastard. At that moment, Kakuzu attacked, aiming a punch at Shikamaru, who barely evaded, creating a large crater in the ground. Inxiong swiftly relinquished his hold as the 5 shadows tightened their grip on Kakuzu, then began to constrict the chains binding Haydn, disarming him in the process. Now, the odds stood at 10-1. Haydn, you worthless fool, Kakuzu shouted at Haydn. What can I do? Hurry and save me, Haydn cried out from the ground. In this sudden assault, was specifically targeting Fade Wan, relying on his seemingly immortal nature. He typically would not evade attacks. However, he did not anticipate that someone would rush in at the outset to thwart his movements, leaving him with his weapon seized and forced to lie flat on the ground. Kakuzu observed the unfolding situation, The 5 individuals confronting Ian were all elite Jonin. And while Asuma was also an elite Jonin, the capabilities of the other 3 remained uncertain. Kakuzu then turned his attention back to Ian. "You are the leader of the Hokage, are you not?" Kakuzu remarked, gazing intently at Ian. "Alas, dear friends, please engage more actively. Otherwise, I may starve and be unable to continue my writing." Chapter 67, Ignite, Kakuzu. "You are the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, Inxiang, correct?" Kakuzu addressed Inxiang. "What brings you here?" Inxiang nodded and replied, "Do not presume that our acquaintance will elicit mercy from me. I shall not oblige. I have taken down 80 million bounties." With that, Kakuzu swiftly closed the distance, launching a punch towards Inxiang. The crowd reacted instantaneously, yet Inxiang signaled them to stand down. Just as the fist was about to connect, Kakuzu's movement abruptly ceased, halted mere inches from Inxiang. Shadow binding technique. Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise as he observed Inxiang's shadow intertwining with Kakuzu's, marveling that no hand seals were necessary. Such a trivial trick. Kakuzu attempted to break free, but found himself utterly immobilized. It must be acknowledged that Kakuzu possessed formidable strength. Binding him with the chakra cultivated by Inxiang proved challenging. Thus, Inxiang employed the power of the Azura, the Modifier's strength, rendering the confrontation with Kakuzu remarkably effortless. Bind him, Inxiang instructed the 5 individuals behind him, who promptly produced new chains to ensnare Kakuzu. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu displayed remarkable obstinacy as the earthbound cursed mask upon him began to surge with energy. Summoning 2 black figures adorned with white masks from his shoulders. Fire release. Fire tongue. Lightning release. Earth walk. Inxiang, witnessing this, was compelled to retreat momentarily, disrupting the shadow binding technique. "What is this?" Asuma and the others hastily dispersed, knowing that the earth walk was targeting their vicinity. Now, 10 individuals formed a larger encirclement around Kakuzu. "Save me, Kakuzu. Let me deal with them." Haiden writhed on the ground, calling out to Kakuzu. "Silence. You are insufferably loud." Kakuzu shouted back, his mind already devising an escape plan. His gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately fixating on Shikamaru, who bore no ninja tools and appeared non-combative. Realizing Kakuzu's intent, Inxiang and Shikamaru exchanged understanding glances. Inxiang swiftly dashed in front of Shikamaru, and indeed, the next moment Kakuzu materialized at that very spot. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Inxiang executed a sweeping kick mid-air, forcing Kakuzu back. Fire release. Fire tongue. Following this, he formed seals and utilized Kakuzu's own jutsu, prompting Kakuzu to retreat, sustaining only minor burns on his legs. Lightning release. Earth walk. Inxiang then employed Earth walk, compelling Kakuzu to leap to greater heights, thus falling into Inxiang's trap. Rasen Shuriken. Inxiang's shadow clone descended from above, delivering a Rasen Shuriken directly onto one of Kakuzu's masks, having activated the shadow clone technique while traversing the forest. Bang! Kakuzu was smashed into the ground, subsequently receiving an electric shock from Earth walk, while the mask struck by the Rasen Shuriken shattered instantly. Was this truly his first experience in actual combat? Shikamaru pondered, observing Inxiang before him, while Gongzi, Tai, and Kamizuki Izumo looked on in astonishment. "It seems he held back when battling me." Asuma, wielding 2 chakra blades, contemplated in his heart that even if he held back, he was still no match for his opponent. Has he been eliminated? Kamizuki Izumo inquired, gazing at the prostrate Kakuzu on the ground. Kakuzu swiftly answered this question, as one of the 2 Earth Grudge fear entities standing behind him unleashed a water release technique, water barrier technique. Instantly, Izumo countered with his own water release, conjuring a mist in midair. Looking back at Kakuzu, he had vanished from the ground. He had launched a surprise attack on Steel Iron, sending him flying. Kakuzu sprinted towards the nearby forest, and the Earth Grudge fear returned to his body. "Hey, Kakuzu, you bastard, don't leave me behind," Haiden shouted in frustration. But Kakuzu did not even glance back as he disappeared into the depths of the woods. After him, Izumo commanded, with Asuma taking the lead in pursuit. Kigen. You 2 take this guy back. Be extremely cautious. The 3 of you continue to chase after me, Izumo instructed F and Kigen. Understood, they nodded, picking up Haiden's discarded weapons and escorting him toward Konoha. Upon catching up to Kakuzu, they found themselves thwarted once more as he slipped away. leaving one Earth Grudge Fear to impede Izuma and the others. You deal with him. I will continue the chase. Izumo called out as he passed them. Leave it to us, Izuma replied, nodding in agreement as he engaged with the Earth Grudge Fear. After pursuing for a distance and failing to catch a glimpse of Kaku, Izumo quietly activated his Byakugan to search, eventually locating Kakuzu buried underground, panting heavily. Give it to me, come forth, Izumo declared, channeling his immense strength to deliver a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth to collapse and trees to topple. Kakuzu hastily emerged from the ground, having already lost 2 hearts in this confrontation. Originally, he had wasted 1 Earth Grudge Fear to stall them, but now it seemed futile. However, with only 4 enemies remaining, perhaps there was still a chance to fight. With this thought, Kakuzu extended his arm, aiming to strike one of the Umbu. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. The shadow of Izumo was no mere bystander. It quickly erected a wall to block the attack and leapt over it, hurling shurikens towards Kaku. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shurikens rained down from the sky towards Kakuzu. Wind Release. Pressure Damage. Kakuzu formed a hand seal, unleashing a gust to disperse the shurikens, while 2 other shadows flanked him for an attack. Observing this, Kakuzu plunged his arm into the ground, reappearing before them, delivering a punch to each, both of which were deflected by their short blades. Painful Heavenly Foot. Seizing the opportunity, Izumo descended from the air, landing a kick on Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu evaded swiftly, resulting in Izumo only stepping on one of his arms. Damn it! Kakuzu glanced at his arm, realizing he could not afford to linger in this entanglement. He promptly summoned another Earth Grudge Fear and unleashed Wind Release. Pressure Damage, dispersing Izumo and the others once more, allowing him to escape again. Leave it to you. I shall pursue. Izumo instructed the 3 shadows. Lord Izumo, Lady Tsunade has commanded that you must not face danger alone. One of the shadows shouted at Inxiang. It's nothing, Inxiang replied, resolutely charging forward, believing that confronting Kakuzu alone would grant him greater freedom. Once out of sight of the 3, Inxiang swiftly utilized lightning release to stimulate his cells, propelling himself at an astonishing speed toward Kakuzu, flames igniting in his hand. Where do you think you're going? Such speed. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback by Inxiang's rapid approach, and in the next instant, Inxiang stood before him, grasping Kakuzu's neck and lifting him off the ground. Burn. Chapter 68. Subduing Kakuzu with flames igniting in his hands, Inxiang engulfed Kakuzu in a blaze, causing the latter's neck to transform into a dark line, severing from Inxiang's grasp. Hastily, Kakuzu unleashed his water release technique, conjuring a powerful water cannon aimed at Inxiang. In response, Inxiang raised a hand, summoning a wooden wall that completely obstructed the watery assault. Kakuzu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the wooden barrier, unwelcome memories flooding back. It was this very technique that had once instilled a deep-seated fear within him, wielded by the first Hokage. Realizing the potency of Inxiang's abilities, Kakuzu concluded that even alone, he stood no chance against him. It was evident that Inxiang had been holding back. He possessed secrets that must not be discovered by the Leaf Village, and Kakuzu was determined to escape. With a resolute decision, Kakuzu leapt into the trees, abandoning his companion, and fled, his heart racing as he left behind only his last remaining heart. Meanwhile, the Earth Grudge Fear lunged at Inxiang, who effortlessly appeared before it, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the creature instantly, leaving it no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Inxiang materialized before Kakuzu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Kakuzu scrambled to his feet, stretching his remaining arm towards Inxiang in a desperate attempt to ensnare him. But Inxiang invoked the almighty push, severing Kakuzu's other arm in one swift motion. With relentless precision, Inxiang appeared before Kakuzu once more, delivering a barrage of kicks while Kakuzu was still airborne. In a mere 3 seconds, he struck Kakuzu multiple times. It dawned on Kakuzu that this was not merely a technique akin to the lightning release. It was something far swifter, Flying Thunder God. After enduring the relentless assault, the armless Kakuzu crashed to the ground, helpless and bewildered, resigned to his fate. Task completed. Defeated the immortal duo. Rewards acquired. Modification points X1. Lottery X1. Though he had not personally vanquished Haiden, Kakuzu had led his shadowy counterpart to victory, earning his share of credit. Observing the motionless Kakuzu before him, In Xiang devised a plan. He approached and helped Kakuzu to his feet, who was now devoid of any fighting spirit. "Kill me," Kakuzu implored, casting a defiant glance at In Xiang, embodying the spirit of one who would rather die than face humiliation. While the remnants of the money exchanged for his earthgrudge fear lay scattered around him. "Do not be so hasty to seek death," In Xiang replied, retracting the wooden wall. "I offer you a chance to live. Will you accept?" "What do you mean?" Kakuzu inquired, looking up at In Xiang with curiosity. "Join the shadows." In Xiang smiled, a grin that struck fear into Kakuzu's heart. "You could it be?" Upon hearing the name of shadows, Kakuzu's eyes widened in astonishment. The shadows were notorious within the Akatsuki, and although Konan had returned from her last mission to announce a collaboration with them, Pain still cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. To his surprise, the young man before him was Yagami, the king of the night, indeed. In Xiang nodded, declaring to Kakuzu, "Who was the first to learn his true identity? You are the first to know who I am. Should you dare to speak of it, I shall make you regret ever being born into this world. Then you might as well kill me." Kakuzu averted his gaze, stating, "I have no reason to join your organization. Does this count as a reason?" In Xiang retorted, pulling out a large stack of bills from his pocket, one after another, soon surpassing the 30 million he had just mentioned. "I have an abundance of this. I can hardly keep track. If you're willing to join, I can provide you with as much as you desire, and you may spend it as you wish." Kakuzu was famously fond of money, and In Xiang was certain he could not resist such temptation. "Where did you procure so much money?" Kakuzu gazed into In Xiang's embrace, astonished, as it seemed like a bottomless treasure chest. "How could one possibly conceal such wealth?" "That is of no concern to you," In Xiang replied, placing the money back into his modified space. "So what say you? Will you join? Not only will I manage your finances, but I can also spend freely?" Kakuzu inquired tentatively. "Indeed, I speak only the truth," In Xiang affirmed with a nod. "Since acquiring wealth, I have found little use for it, and now it serves a significant purpose. I will join," Kakuzu decisively declared. "Follow my shadow clone. He will escort you to the base, which is not far from here." In Xiang nodded in satisfaction, dispatching a clone. "As for the earthgrudge fear, you may leave it behind as a means to obstruct me. I shall claim you have fled." "Understood," Kakuzu acknowledged, retrieving his severed arm and collecting the scattered money from his box, then following In Xiang's clone in haste. Before long, Asuma and the other members of the shadows arrived. Observing the disarray and the shattered earthgrudge fear mask on the ground, they quickly surmised what had transpired. "Let him escape," In Xiang addressed the group. "However, capturing Haydn is a reasonable outcome. We should return to report." "Very well," Asuma and the others nodded in agreement, simultaneously exhaling in relief. Despite their numerical advantage, they remained apprehensive, as their adversaries were the Akatsuki, and Kakuzu was already a legendary ninja in his own right. Asuma lit a cigarette absent-mindedly, unaware that he had just survived a perilous encounter. "Perhaps you should smoke less. The scent lingers and is hard to mask," In Xiang advised Asuma. "Ah, I understand," Asuma nodded. When Kurenai was by his side, he could manage to control his habits. Now that she was gone, he found himself smoking more than ever. He was utterly perplexed, wondering who had so cunningly undermined him. The group subsequently signaled their retreat, and by the time they returned to Konoha, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Haydn had already endured discussions and interrogations. The enigmatic figure, Fade Wan, seemed to find pleasure in his own agony. The interrogation methods proved utterly ineffective. Even the adept interrogator, Ibiki, found himself at a loss. In fact, Fade Wan appeared to derive a peculiar satisfaction from the ordeal. Members of the mountain clan also attempted to invade his mind, but he resorted to biting his own tongue in a desperate act of suicide. After a brief interlude of death, he returned to life, only to perish once more under further probing. This relentless cycle persisted throughout the night, leaving the interrogation team utterly frustrated and devoid of any significant revelations. Upon his return, Ian witnessed the exasperation etched on Tsunade's face. Fade One not only remained tight-lipped, but his incessant ramblings about the cult of the evil god only served to irritate everyone further. Chapter 69, Dismembering Faden to Feed the Dogs. Do not be irate. Leave him to me. If he cannot extend his reach, I shall eliminate him. In Xiang's hand slid repeatedly down Tsunade's back, soothing her, as Feiden's incessant chatter had become intolerable. Indeed, Tsunade nodded in agreement. That Kakuzu has fled. I intend to arrange a pursuit team. Do you have any commendable recommendations? Kakuzu posed a considerable challenge. Only the seasoned Kakashi could contend with him effectively. To be on the safe side, we could let the original Team 10 or Kurinai's tracking squad accompany us, Inxiang suggested. He had no intention of volunteering, for Kakuzu had long since concealed himself within the base using his shadow clone, erasing all traces, rendering any search futile. Going out now would merely squander time. Kakashi. But Naruto is still honing his new jutsu. How about this? Inform them that if Naruto can master the new technique within 24 hours, they are to pursue. Tsunade contemplated, having already rid herself of her habit of biting her fingers. Very well. Inxiang nodded. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. Upon arriving at Naruto's location, he found Naruto practicing the Rasengan, already forming a shape. Ah, I hear your mission performance has been quite remarkable. Capturing an Akatsuki member and severely injuring another with but a single encounter, Kakashi remarked upon noticing Inxiang's presence. Just fortunate, really, Inxiang modestly replied. Since capturing Feiden, the ninjas of Konoha had begun to boast about Inxiang's prowess, leading to a notable increase in his reputation, which soared by 30%, surpassing the system's initial target and reaching 40%. Consequently, he received system rewards, 2 modification points, 2 lottery draws, and the ability to resurrect any ninja once, ensuring their complete obedience to him. He reserved 1 modification point for Itachi, gleaned from memories exchanged with his shadow clone. Simultaneously, he experienced an intimate sensation with Konan. A delightful encounter marked by her exquisite figure and beauty. It was a remarkably pleasurable experience, especially as it was his first. The other modification point remained unutilized. But he pondered whether it would be prudent to erase everyone's memory of Feiden before allowing him to join the shadows. It felt somewhat wasteful. So Inxiang decided to retain it for the time being. The 2 lottery draws would be addressed later in a secluded location. Naruto is progressing admirably, Inxiang remarked. Observing Naruto, he has successfully mastered the wind nature transformation. Now it is merely a matter of incorporating that transformation into the Rasengan, Kakashi concurred, holding the book Ika Paradise, which Inxiang leaned in to examine. Truly, a work of Jiraiya's genius. The occasional illustrations are rather voluptuous. At your age, with your good looks, why do you indulge in such material? Shouldn't you focus on practical combat? Surely, there are countless admirers vying for your attention, Inxiang chided Kakashi. Well, let us consider this merely a way to pass the time. As for finding a wife, that has yet to cross my mind. Kakashi set aside his book, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I am here to inform you of your mission. He nodded and conveyed Tsunade's words to Kakashi. Understood. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and accepted the task, after which Iin departed. Subsequently, Iin arrived at the Umbu base, which was in close proximity to the Hokage building. Upon entering the interrogation room, he encountered Haiden, who was covered in blood yet maintained a smile on his face. Such minor injuries were hardly sufficient to subdue him. Lord Iin, the 2 Umbu present greeted him promptly, one of whom was Yugao, who trembled slightly upon seeing Iin for reasons unknown. Merely the thought of her encounters with Iin had already left her feeling flustered. Leave, Iin instructed with a nod, allowing them to exit. As Yugao departed, he casually grazed her behind, feeling a warmth beneath his hand. TSK, seems like a toy has been broken, Iin chuckled. You scoundrel, Haiden exclaimed, recognizing Iin and immediately launching into a tirade. Release me. I will challenge you to a duel to the death. I shall ensure that Lord Jashin showers you with favor. Enough noise, Iin retorted, swiftly seizing a nearby blade and severing Haiden's jaw, causing his tongue to fall alongside it. At last, silence ensued. Though Yin's intent was not solely to quiet him, but to glean insights into Haiden's immortality. However, Iin discovered that this particular technique eluded his understanding. In truth, Haiden's immortality was neither an innate trait nor a secret art. It stemmed from a chemical experiment conducted on him. Such knowledge fell beyond the realm of what Iin could learn. Listen carefully. First, the interrogation methods of Konoha are indeed ineffective against you. In discarded the bloody dagger and retrieved Hayden's jaw and tongue. Second, the only reason we keep you alive is to consume surplus resources. You serve no other purpose. With that, he forcefully stuffed Hayden's jaw and tongue back into his mouth, delivering a punch to his stomach to ensure they remained inside. Hayden, now rendered powerless aside from glaring menacingly at Ian, was at a loss for words. Third, I possess far more information about the Akatsuki than you could possibly imagine. Ian then approached the blade once more, lifting it high. Fourth, though you may be immortal, there are still ways to kill you. I shall dismember you and feed you to the dogs. With the knife poised before Hayden, Yin's words instilled a modicum of fear in Hayden, though only by a mere 10%. Hayden was beyond redemption, trapped within Konoha's confines. And with the interrogation entrusted to Ian himself, there was no chance of allowing him to escape. Doing so would tarnish his reputation and suggest incompetence. Ian then plunged the blade downwards, cleaving Hayden's body in two from the head, and with both hands, he swiftly dismembered Hayden into small, granular pieces. Then, Ian Seong picked up the broom and dustpan from the corner, whistling a soft tune as he swept the scattered chunks of flesh into the dustpan, leaving behind a pool of fresh blood on the ground. Despite this, Ian Seong was still able to perceive Fei Duan's vital signs through the white of his eyes. One must admit that the vitality of life is indeed remarkably resilient. However, after completing this series of actions, Fei Duan's fear level towards Ian Seong escalated to 60%. This fellow was unmistakably serious. Chapter 70, not envious of lovebirds or immortals, but envious of Ian Seong every day. After meticulously cleaning the pieces of meat, Ian Seong placed them into a bag and opened the door to step outside. Please tidy up inside, he instructed the two individuals waiting at the entrance. Shiyin and another member of the Umbu. They nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging glances at the ominous black bag Ian Seong carried, unsure of its contents. Subsequently, they entered the interrogation room. Suddenly, they burst out of the room, unable to suppress their nausea. Despite their experiences in war and having taken many lives, the gruesome scene inside was enough to make them retch. The floor was drenched in blood, with remnants of internal organs scattered about, and the stench of gastric acid permeated the air. It was utterly revolting. This, Ian Seong is far too ruthless. He must have thoroughly dismembered that Faden. How did you manage to provoke him and escape unscathed last time? Let us not discuss that, Shiyin replied, shaking her head. Hurry up and clean this up. Ian Seong made his way to the Konoha farm, initially intending to feed the pigs. However, reconsidering that these pigs would still need to eat, he opted instead to leave Konoha and found a cave inhabited by a nest of snakes, where he disposed of the remains. Watching the serpents devour Faden, he nodded in satisfaction before departing. Having completed his grim task, it was now midday. Despite the earlier events, Ian Seong still felt a hunger for a meal. He headed to Ichiraku Ramen, having dined there a few times before. The craftsmanship of the old man and Ayam was indeed exceptional, explaining their enduring success in Konoha, likely having nourished several Hokage in the process. After his meal, Ian Seong visited the home of Hinata, reclining on her lap while she lovingly massaged his head, allowing him to indulge in a mental lottery. For his first choice, he selected the second box on the left, which emanated a dim gray light. Inside, he discovered a scroll detailing the second Hokage, Tobirama's impure world reincarnation, and he learned it instantly. The potential of this technique was immense. And with Ian Seong's aptitude for learning, he had mastered the most advanced form of impure world reincarnation. Excitement bubbled within him as he anticipated the power it would bestow. For his second draw, he selected the far right box, which glimmered with a dark light. Although the box was empty, a phrase materialized in his mind: acquired a rank ninja. Uchiha Izumi, now integrated into the shadow, code name, Naruto. Simultaneously, an image of Uchiha Izumi appeared in his thoughts. Long black hair, appearing around 18 or 19 years of age. With an exquisite figure and striking beauty, rivaling Hinata, yet significantly younger, her eyes adorned with the Sharingan S3 Tomo. In Ian Seong's recollection, Uchiha Izumi was a character created by the animators, originally a 13 or 14-year-old girl who had perished on the night of her clan's massacre at the hands of Obito. Having shared a close bond with Itachi, It seemed the modifier had not only resurrected Uchiha Izumi, but also altered her age to that of 18. A change that greatly pleased In Xiang. The role of Uchiha Izumi is multifaceted. It can be enjoyed personally or be bestowed upon Itachi, instilling in him the desire to return to Konoha. Naturally, one could also retain Uchiha Izumi for oneself and utilize modification points to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan, ensuring they remain unscathed. This is precisely why In Xiang intends to leave Itachi a modification point. He is somewhat satisfied with the results of the recent lottery draw, followed by the enhancement of his talents. Currently, both his learning ability and physical strength are at their maximum, which alone suffices to overpower numerous skilled shinobi in the ninja world. Yet it is not enough. In Xiang yearns to unleash a single punch that could obliterate Uchiha Ibito and a kick that could vanquish Sage of Six Paths. He promptly allocated modification points to strength, elevating his power level to an astounding 99.99, reaching maximum capacity. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. A single blow could wreak havoc upon half of Konoha. What are you so pleased about? Kurenai Waihai observed a smile unconsciously forming on In Xiang's face and inquired softly. Nothing. I simply feel a profound sense of happiness, In Xiang replied, opening his eyes and gently grasping Kurenai's hand with a smile. Asuma, you're happy you. Beep, beep, beep. New task, strategy task, Konoha Special Jonin. Mitarashi Anko. Reward, modification point X1. Combat task, defeat Konoha S-Class Rogue Ninja, Orochimaru. Reward, modification point X1, Lottery X1. Prestige task, elevate prestige to 80. Reward, Elite Jonin team of 20, current prestige, 40. At this moment, In Xiang's mind was flooded with tasks from the modifier. Regarding the prestige task, he had yet to determine which ninja could be resurrected. This ninja would undoubtedly heed his command. He could directly resurrect Sutsuki Kenshiki, thus gaining a formidable ally. However, In Xiang preferred to reserve this opportunity for a future time, in case someone close to him perished due to unforeseen dangers, allowing him to revive them, or to resurrect someone during a critical moment. As for Orochimaru, In Xiang contemplated that he could address this matter later. When he received a task concerning Orochimaru, he could confront him under his own identity, defeating Orochimaru while simultaneously accruing prestige. A twofold benefit. Mitarashi Anko, a pupil of Orochimaru, seems to be a well-endowed girl with a round face, who has a penchant for snakes. This should be relatively easy to manage, considering Anko appears to be quite open-minded, as long as he could control her physique and ensure she does not indulge excessively, avoiding any resemblance to the characters from Naruto. Upon contemplating Anko's attributes, In Xiang couldn't help but lick his lips, a surge of desire prompting him to sit up and lead Kurenai toward the bedroom. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why so sudden? It's only noon. Kurenai, bewildered, followed In Xiang to the bedroom, where he gently pushed her onto the bed, leaving her utterly confused. Let us indulge a little, In Xiang chuckled. You. Young people truly have remarkable stamina. Kurenai, regaining her composure, flashed a sultry smile, wrapping her arms around In Xiang's neck and leaning in for a kiss. Several hours later, In Xiang departed from the residence of the setting sun, stretching languidly as he prepared to return to the Hokage building to assess the situation. As fate would have it, he encountered Ino head-on. She joyfully dashed towards him, and had it not been for In Xiang's quick reflexes, she would have leaped into his arms. Calm down. There are so many people around, In Xiang promptly advised her. I just missed you so much since it's been a while, Ino replied with a playful smile. You haven't come to find me for several days. Remember to visit me tonight. The window will be open, she whispered softly in his ear. Rest assured. I will definitely come, In Xiang responded with a smile, reflecting on the envy he felt towards those who were in love, wishing for the same daily joy. Chapter 71. Undertaking a mission with Anko that evening, Tsunade had dispatched Asuma's team for pursuit. If Naruto could master the new technique within 24 hours, he would be able to join them. However, the chances of success were slim. Unfortunately, Ino missed a chance for intimacy with Shikamaru. Ino reported to Tsunade about the handling of Haiden, confirming that the immortal had finally met his demise. Unexpectedly, through an intense night of training, Naruto successfully employed the spiraling shuriken, a smaller variant of the wind release, spiraling sphere. While he could throw the smaller version, he struggled with the full-sized shuriken. Naruto was permitted to pursue, but he returned empty-handed that afternoon. Upon inspecting Naruto's body, Tsunade discovered numerous injuries from his training and realized that the spiraling shuriken could gradually damage his arm cells, thus categorizing it as a forbidden technique. Meanwhile, due to the nature of the spiraling shuriken, which could be thrown without harming oneself, Ino was free to use it. The following morning, Tsunade received a message via a carrier pigeon from the Umbu, which somewhat confirmed the location of Orochimaru's base. However, before they could ascertain the precise coordinates, they were ambushed, leaving them gravely injured and unable to continue the investigation. Thus, a new team needed to be dispatched. Naturally, Tsunade's first thought was of Kakashi, yet Ino proactively volunteered. After the recent encounter with Akatsuki, Tsunade had gained a renewed respect for Ino's abilities. Perhaps the role of a ninja suited him better than that of a secretary. That being said, Ino was still not even a genin, promoting him to J-nin. Well, with the backing of the shadow leaders and his achievements, the others would likely accept it. Let it be decided then, Tsunade said, retrieving a Konoha forehead protector from her drawer. At that moment, Ino was officially recognized as a Konoha ninja. From today onward, you shall relinquish your duties as my secretary and be designated as a Konoha J-nin. Afterward, you may collect your J-nin vest. Tsunade handed the forehead protector to Ino. Understood, Ino nodded. Of course, you can continue to stay at my home, Tsunade added. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Naturally, as I have no means to rent a place, Ino replied, gently touching Tsunade's hand as he accepted the forehead protector. Enough with the banter. Select a few shadows to accompany you. If you require the mobilization of Konoha J-nin, report to me, Tsunade instructed, withdrawing her hand. Orochimaru poses a threat even greater than that of the Akatsuki. Rest assured, I will ensure he is dealt with accordingly. Ino replied with a confident smile before departing the office. If he wished to elevate his prestige, he would need the support of other Konoha ninjas to spread the word. The shadows were discreet, and utilizing this mission to choose a Konoha ninja to accompany him seemed prudent. Ino pondered, wouldn't Anko Mitarashi be perfect for this? Securing Anko's assistance would yield multiple benefits. With this thought in mind, he promptly sought out Anko Mitarashi. Having met Ino a few times and engaged in conversation, Anko was somewhat familiar with him. When Ino extended the invitation, Anko readily accepted, likely motivated by the mission's target being Orochimaru. Eliminating him was her lifelong ambition. In order to embark on a quest with Hongdo, Inxiang decided to forego the company of others. When Inxiang took Hongdo to report to Tsunade, her immediate reaction was to refuse. It is far too perilous for just the two of you to confront someone as dangerous as Orochimaru, Tsunade cautioned them. The more people there are, the easier it is to be discovered. Besides, we are merely going to gather intelligence, and Hongdo has a certain familiarity with Orochimaru. She is the most suitable candidate, Inxiang replied to Tsunade. What if a conflict arises? Tsunade inquired. We will undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity, I assure you, Inxiang declared, raising his left hand in a solemn vow. Tsunade met Inxiang's gaze for a moment before finally nodding. Proceed with utmost caution, ensuring your safety is paramount. Understood. Inxiang and Hongdo both acknowledged before departing. Let us gather our belongings. We shall convene at the entrance of Konoha in 10 minutes. Inxiang instructed Hongdo after leaving the Hokage's office. Will 20 minutes suffice? Hongdo asked. Is there something else you need to attend to? Inxiang queried, puzzled. This mission may take quite some time, and I will surely miss Konoha's famous dango. I must purchase some more. Hongdo exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Just be mindful not to indulge excessively. It could lead to weight gain, Inxiang cautioned. Rest assured, I will not put on weight. Hongdo waved her hand dismissively before departing. Inxiang returned home to prepare, which entailed little more than gathering some ninja tools and a change of clothes, and soon made his way to the entrance of Konoha. Master Inxiang, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. Oh, it's Naruto, he acknowledged. Naruto, the alias of Uchiha Izumi, had met with Inxiang the previous afternoon. Indeed. Quite impressive and obedient, he mused. I wish to accompany you on this mission to ensure your safety, Naruto stated. I suppose you primarily wish to see Sasuke, Inxiang chuckled. While Nariku was generally compliant, her deep affection for Uchiha Itachi remained unchanged. She would heed only Inxiang's commands, and without hesitation, she would act against Itachi if ordered. Yes. Nariku nodded, not daring to deceive Inxiang. Very well, you may accompany us. Having Nariku along would not hinder his pursuit of Hongdo, as she was currently his most loyal servant. Before long, Hongdo arrived with her backpack, holding 2 large bags of dango. Hey, are there others besides us? She asked, glancing at Nariku. Yes, this is a member of the Shadows, codenamed Nariku. She will be joining us, Inxiang confirmed with a nod. A female shadow, quite impressive. Hongdo remarked while studying Nariku. But, it seems I've bought too few dango. Feel free to keep those for yourself. I have no fondness for them. And Nariku will not entertain your request, Inxiang responded, exasperatedly observing Hongdo. Is that so? How wonderful. Let us set off. Upon hearing that Maruko need not share, Hongdo felt a surge of joy. She extended her left hand above her head and exclaimed, causing her bosom to quiver slightly. Hiss. In comparison to Tsunade, there's hardly a difference. Inxiang couldn't help but glance at her. Her figure, accentuated by the fishnet lining, exuded a captivating allure that made it difficult not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Quickly, he averted his gaze to avoid detection by Hongdo. Let us proceed. Inxiang nodded, taking the lead. Their destination this time was the land of rice, and considering the time, Deidara and the others should have already arrived. Chapter 72. A flying thunder god, I will seize the red bean. Our destination is the land of rice, which borders the land of fire. Given our pace, we shall arrive swiftly. Red bean lagged slightly behind the 2 of us, according to the intel relayed by the Umbu. This is indeed the location, the border of the land of rice. Inxiang nodded, and the 3 of us engaged in conversation as we advanced at full speed. By dawn, we reached the border of the land of rice, adjacent to the lifeless body of a leaf Umbu, which had been reduced to mere ashes. This is the place. Inxiang observed the ashes on the ground, raised 2 fingers, and began to scan the surroundings. Soon, he discovered a cave, revealing iron doors within, along with severely injured individuals and others who had already succumbed to death. There is a cave over there. It appears to be a prison, but it is filled with corpses. It seems they have already evacuated, Inxiang informed the others. Is your sensory ability truly this remarkable? Red Bean marveled. Approximately within a 2-kilometer radius. All lies within my perception, Inxiang replied with a smile. Impressive. Red Bean nodded in acknowledgement. There are traces over there. It seems about 20 individuals have departed. Beneath the mask of Izumi, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered. Let us pursue them, Inxiang decisively proclaimed. The trio immediately gave chase. After covering some distance, Inxiang abruptly halted, sensing a fluctuation of chakra ahead. Boom. As Inxiang spoke, a pillar erupted not far away. Crystal? Izumi gazed at the pillar. That is a conglomeration of chakra. It must be a bloodline limit, Inxiang deduced. Crystal release? He nodded, observing the crystalline pillar, which then shattered into dust with a soft sound. A female ninja has eliminated 16 others, all of whom bore a sinister chakra, adorned with numerous markings that alter their appearances. Inxiang formed seals with his hands, declaring, the crystal release ninja is none other than Hong Lian. That is Orochimaru's cursed seal. It seems our pursuit is on the right track. This must be the direction towards Orochimaru's stronghold. We shall follow from a distance and, should the opportunity arise, eliminate him, Inxiang stated. Red Bean nodded in agreement. Hey, our mission is merely reconnaissance, Inxiang remarked, noticing the murderous intent radiating from Red Bean, who seemed more eager than himself. If the chance presents itself, I still wish to eliminate him. Red Bean replied stubbornly. The female ninja departed, encountering 4 others, each bearing the same cursed seal. The 5 of them moved together. Wait. Inxiang furrowed his brow slightly. The opposing side also has sensory ninjas, using bats for detection. We cannot approach any closer. Bats. If we eliminate the bats, won't he notice? That is likely, but his range of detection is not as extensive as mine, and during the day, his abilities would be considerably diminished. Inxiang noted. Then let us maintain this safe distance. Inxiang continued, stating that once they began to move, the trio commenced their journey. maintaining a safe distance until the following morning when the five of them entered a wooden cabin. The Kunoichi adept and Hiratian departed, leaving the four of them behind. With the Hiratian Kunoichi gone and the bat also absent, it was an opportune moment to strike. As he spoke, Quan drew a short dagger from beneath his cloak. "Wait for me here," Inxiang instructed, glancing at Hongdo and Quan before producing a kunai, enveloping it in lightning release, and throwing it through the cabin window. As if he had merely waved his hand. Flying Thunder God. What swiftness in that kunai! Quan marveled, perceiving the flash of light with his Sharingan. Even with the Sharingan, he could only discern a mere beam of light. When he turned back to look for Inxiang, he found him nowhere in sight. Is that the Flying Thunder God? He can actually use it? Hongdo exclaimed in astonishment. Inxiang had already informed Tsunade of his mastery over the Flying Thunder God, claiming to have researched it based on certain records. Though taken aback, Tsunade was pleased. This was one of the reasons she agreed to allow Inxiang to come here. After revealing his ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God, Inxiang no longer felt the need to conceal it. So fast. Hongdo observed through the window. Witnessing that the occupants inside had no time to react, unable to even spot Inxiang, as one by one they collapsed. To leave no trace, Inxiang refrained from inflicting wounds. Instead, he shattered their skulls with a single punch. Wait just a moment. Inxiang's fist hovered steadily above one person's head, and only then could he finally discern Inxiang's figure. "You are of no use," Inxiang declared, delivering a punch that echoed with a cracking sound, taking down all four individuals within the cabin before they could even make a move. "All right, let us proceed," Quan suggested. And the two swiftly entered the cabin using body flicker technique. "I can't believe you have actually mastered the Flying Thunder God," Hongdo exclaimed excitedly upon entering. In her time, the most admired figure was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage was not only handsome and powerful, but also exuded a strong sense of responsibility. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God captivating countless young kunoichi and girls, Hongdo included. Now witnessing a young man even more handsome than Minato employing the Flying Thunder God, she felt exhilarated. Could she not win over Inxiang as she did not with Minato? "I just learned it a few days ago and have yet to fully master it. Let us hasten to clear this place," Inxiang said. The three of them then dragged the four bodies outside and disposed of them over a cliff before returning to the cabin. "We'll wait for that woman to return and disguise ourselves as them," Inxiang suggested, using shadow clone technique to transform into one of the individuals. And along with his real form and the two others, they all assumed the appearances of their foes, uncertain of how long it would take for the woman to return. Inxiang's thoughts were now entirely focused on winning over Hongdo. He noticed that after demonstrating his mastery of the Flying Thunder God, Hongdo's affection for him had soared to 60%. Now, gazing at myself, I appear utterly infatuated, as if a few more flirtatious remarks would surely win over Hongdo. "Do you also harbor a fondness for the fourth Hokage? Have you mastered any of his other jutsu?" Before Inxiang could respond, Hongdo eagerly initiated the conversation. "Of course. I hold a great admiration for the fourth Hokage and have even learned his Rasengan." Upon saying this, Inxiang demonstrated the Rasengan, and Hongdo's affection for him surged to an impressive 80%. "This man, he is simply my ideal type," Hongdo exclaimed inwardly as she gazed at Inxiang. Chapter 73, Torrential Rain. Dilapidated house, two women. Entwined upon witnessing Hongdo's rising affection, Inxiang smiled. It seemed his expectations were met, as Hongdo was indeed easily won over. "Let us rest for a while. I haven't slept since last night and need to recuperate," Inxiang suggested. "I will keep watch. You both should sleep," Quan replied. "All right. I will take over after you." Inxiang nodded, fully aware of the unspoken purpose of their slumber. The air in this place was quite chilly, and Hongdo's attire was rather thin. Once asleep, her excitement would dissipate, making it easy for her to snuggle into his embrace. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Hongdo sought the warmth of his arms. Inxiang noticed her affection had increased once more, leading him to conclude that she had not truly fallen asleep, she was merely feigning it. Nonetheless, this suited Inxiang perfectly, as holding Hongdo, feeling her softness against him, brought him immense joy. 2 hours later, Inxiang awoke first and urged Quan to rest. When Hongdo finally stirred, he did not require her to keep watch. Thus, Inxiang, Quan, and his other self took turns on duty. However, as evening fell, none had seen the woman return, and a torrential downpour began outside. With such heavy rain, she likely won't return tonight, Quan remarked, gazing out at the deluge. There is no help for it. We shall wait another night, Inxiang said, tightening his garments against the chill. Noticing Hongdo shivering, he wrapped his arms around her for warmth. Quan, come join us. It will be warmer with all three together. Very well, Quan nodded, nestling into Inxiang's embrace. But why don't we use fire to warm ourselves? There's no firewood inside. Everything outside is drenched, Inxiang replied, casting an exasperated glance at her and playfully pinching her lightly, urging her to remain silent and not disrupt the atmosphere. Hongdo, seemingly oblivious, soon fell asleep in Inxiang's arms. Perhaps being held by him brought her a sense of security. Inxiang decided to abandon pretense and discreetly placed a small pill into Hongdo's mouth. The effects of the pill were soon evident as she began to feel a warmth engulfing her, stripping down to her undergarments and exploring Inxiang's body. A smile crept across his face. It appeared that the pill he had chosen was indeed quite effective. You should take one too, Inxiang offered the pill to Quan. Although she understood the implications of Hongdo's current state, she trusted Inxiang and swallowed the pill without hesitation. In the midst of the storm, within the confines of the dilapidated wooden house, the air soon filled with a symphony of soft moans, a melody so enchanting that any passerby would be rendered speechless. After a night of intimacy, they took a brief respite, awaiting the afternoon's arrival. She is here, came the announcement. Inxiang abruptly sat up from the sofa and declared, they will arrive shortly, just 1 kilometer away, 2 individuals. Be prepared. If they lead us to Orochimaru's stronghold, we shall follow. If not, we will subdue them and extract information. Inxiang then used a transformation technique to revert to the appearance of the previous individual. And Hongdo and the others nodded in agreement, also changing back. At last, they arrived. Moments later, Hong Lian stood atop a hillside behind a house, accompanied by a young boy named Yugui Wan, who possessed the ability to control the 3 tails. Where is this? Yugui Wan inquired, glancing at the house. If they have not betrayed us, they should be waiting for me here, Hong Lian replied, gazing at the dwelling. Inside the house, Inxiang, facing away from the hillside, feigned rolling dice while actually sensing the surroundings. Hong Lian, along with Yugui Wan, descended from above and entered the house. I'm back, Hong Lian announced upon entering. Older sister Hong Lian, Inxiang, disguised as Lin Air, turned and smiled at her. Lin Air was the individual he had halted during his attack. At the moment he struck, he had utilized a secret technique of the Mountain Clan to extract the man's memories. Had it been anyone else, it would have been too late, but for Inxiang, it was not. You all managed to gather here without fleeing? Hong Lian remarked as she settled onto the sofa, observing them. At this point, what more is there to say? We have resolved to follow you, older sister Hong Lian. Inxiang responded with a smile. By the way, which do you prefer, the red camellia or the white camellia? Yugui Wan asked, sitting beside Hong Lian and looking at Inxiang. Perhaps the white one. Inxiang replied after a brief pause, then added, but who is he? As he regarded Hong Lian. He is an important figure entrusted by Lord Orochimaru, Hong Lian replied, casting a glance at Yugui Wan before rising from the sofa. Listen closely, everyone. Lord Orochimaru has issued a crucial task. Safely escort this individual to a certain lake. Failure is not an option, Hong Lian stated firmly. A lake? Aren't we going to Orochimaru's stronghold? Inxiang questioned Hong Lian, immediately regretting his choice of words, as it revealed their intentions. As expected, Hong Lian frowned, and in the next instant, a crystalline spike materialized, piercing Inxiang's form disguised as Lin Air. The body dissipated into smoke, revealing that the individual he had conversed with earlier was merely Inxiang's shadow clone. Using the surrounding matter to forge weapons through crystal manipulation, Inxiang's figure had already appeared behind Hong Lian, a kunai poised at her throat. What? Hong Lian's body trembled. The person who had been seated moments ago had now positioned a blade against her neck in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Quan and Hong Do rose from the ground, returning to their original forms, as Inxiang transformed back as well. The Leaf Sambu? They've actually tracked us here, Hong Lian remarked upon seeing Quan's attire. Do not attempt any tricks. Suddenly, Quan hurled a dagger towards Inxiang, who remained motionless. For it was inconceivable that Quan would wish to harm him. Indeed, in the next moment, the dagger shattered the crystalline spike that had been launched from behind Yin Xiang. All three of them were formidable individuals. Upon witnessing this, Hong Lian hesitated to make any further moves. Not only was the one who had thrown the dagger a threat, but the person who had previously restrained her neck was already in motion, preparing to evade. Furthermore, another woman had also made her move, rendering her own ambush utterly futile. "Please, do not kill her." Yu Guiwan leapt from the sofa, grasping the kunai held by Yin Xiang, imploring him. Yin Xiang's pupils constricted as he observed the blood seeping from Yu Guiwan's hand, yet he was reluctant to relinquish the kunai. Nevertheless, Yin Xiang was not a man given to sentimentality. With unyielding resolve, he delivered a ruthless kick, sending Yu Guiwan sprawling away. Chapter 74. A single encounter takes down Sasuke. I inquired, "Is the Three Tails truly here?" At that moment, Deidara and Sasori soared above the expansive lake atop a bird crafted by Deidara, having searched for an entire day without a sign of the Three Tails. "Let us blow it up," Sasori suggested. "Are you certain?" Deidara asked, recalling the scolding he had received from Yagami for his previous reckless bombings, almost resulting in a physical altercation. "There's no other option," Sasori nodded in agreement. "Very well, then let us proceed," Deidara affirmed, a smile gracing his face. As he thrived in such endeavors, he rummaged through his bag, retrieving some clay, which he chewed and molded with his chakra. Countless small spiders were launched into the sea, scattering explosive clay within a kilometer radius. Now, Deidara formed hand seals, and with a resounding explosion, the entire sea erupted in enormous waves, initially revealing a multitude of dead fish. Soon after, the waters churned violently, and a colossal turtle emerged, lumbering onto the shore. Roar! It was the Three Tails, bellowing at Deidara and Sasori above. "It's here. Leave it to me." Sasori refrained from intervening, Deidara urged, to which he received a confirmatory nod. He produced more clay, fashioning several small flying creatures. Art is an explosion. With that, 3 small birds collided with the Three Tails, nearly toppling it over. The Three Tails, realizing the threat, began to gather its tailed beast ball. "That doesn't look good," Deidara remarked, hurling more flying creatures. His speed far surpassed that of the Three Tails, and the birds dove into its mouth, exploding within its belly and interrupting the formation of the tailed beast ball. Sensing danger, the Three Tails attempted to retreat beneath the waves. But Sasori swiftly summoned the white puppet. "Ice release. Ice sealing." Sasori directed the white puppet to leap from the great bird, landing on the ocean's surface and encasing a substantial portion of it in ice, leaving the Three Tails with no escape. "Where's Orochimaru's base?" Yin demanded, pressing a kunai against Hong Lian's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "Humph, don't be foolish. I will never tell you," Hong Lian retorted defiantly, "even in such dire circumstances. Even if you find Lord Orochimaru, you will never be his match." "Is that so? It seems you have outlived your usefulness." Yin then plunged the kunai into Hong Lian's throat, piercing through, and upon withdrawing it, blood flowed from the wound. As Yin released her, Hong Lian fell lifelessly to the ground. The location of the base had been discovered through ninjutsu, and with the crystal release mastered, along with Hong Lian's unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, there was no possibility of defection. Her lack of beauty also contributed to the decision. Eliminating her would alleviate considerable trouble. "No," Waiki cried out upon witnessing Hong Lian's demise, rushing towards Yin and delivering a flurry of ineffective punches and kicks. Yin raised the bloodied kunai, aiming it at Waiki's head. "Yin, no." Upon witnessing the scene, Hongdo urgently called out, as Yin Xiang's kunai hovered perilously close to Yuguawan's head, mere centimeters away. Had it been a second later, Yuguawan would have been a lifeless corpse. "He is but a child. Spare him," Hong Lian implored Yin Xiang. "Yet, he is a child of the enemy nation, deeply entwined with this woman. To eradicate the root of the problem is essential. Who knows when the spring breeze might revive him, allowing him to return for vengeance against Konoha." After Yin Xiang made this declaration, Yuguawan ceased his weeping, as the kunai pierced through his skull. Thud. Yuguawan's body fell to the ground, landing atop Hong Lian's corpse. While Yin Xiang retained the kunai in his grasp, Hongdo held her tongue. After all, Yin Xiang's reasoning was sound. She had merely felt a momentary pity for the young boy. "I have already discovered the location of Orochimaru's stronghold," We must hurry, Inxiang said, crouching down to cleanse the blood from the kunai with Honglian's clothing before stowing it away in his gear. A sudden realization struck him. Orochimaru was now significantly weakened, making it the perfect moment for Sasuke to strike. If he did not hasten, his mission would surely fail, while the consequences of failure remained uncertain. Inxiang was resolute in not allowing himself to falter. The trio swiftly departed the wooden cabin, with Hongdo and her companion trailing behind Inxiang towards Orochimaru's lair. As they traversed a wooded area, Inxiang detected the presence of Do, who was heading towards the gathering place of Honglian and the others. There was no time to engage with him. Inxiang led the two on a detour, pressing onward to Orochimaru's base. The distance to their destination was neither particularly close nor far, roughly equivalent to the journey from Konoha to the Temple of Fire. It would take nearly a day to reach. At this rate, they would likely be late. I will go ahead. If I continue in this direction, I should reach a half-buried earthen wall within a day. Beneath it lies a well, which serves as the entrance to the stronghold. I fear we may not make it in time, Inxiang informed the others. Understood, Hongdo nodded in agreement. Without delay, Inxiang accelerated, swiftly distancing himself from them. Once out of their sight, he utilized lightning release to hasten his pace, attaching a flying thunder god seal to the kunai. With maximum effort, he hurled it 2 kilometers away, teleporting to its location before casting it once more. This method was repeated, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. With a flash of lightning, a kunai embedded itself beside the well cover. A shadow swiftly emerged, retrieving the kunai. In a place like this, resembling a rat, Inxiang mused as he gazed at the well cover before lifting it and descending inside. Through his sensory abilities, he quickly grasped the layout of the entire base. A passageway led to a figure clad in malevolence, a man bearing a sword, advancing toward Orochimaru's chamber. It was none other than Sasuke. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Upon sighting Sasuke, Inxiang immediately made his way to Orochimaru's room. As he passed by Sasuke, he merely exchanged a glance before casting a genjutsu that rendered Sasuke unconscious, collapsing against the wall without even realizing what had occurred. Inxiang presented Sasuke with a vision, himself entering Orochimaru's chamber, effortlessly dispatching the illusion of Orochimaru, only to succumb to the latter's poison, collapsing to the ground. When he eventually regained consciousness, everything would seem strikingly normal. How weak you are, dear brother. Inxiang then relocated Sasuke to another room before proceeding towards Orochimaru's quarters. At that moment, Orochimaru lay in a state of considerable weakness, barely able to rise from his bed. Inxiang pushed open the door to Orochimaru's room and stepped inside. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Inxiang. Chapter 75. A Fatal Kick to Orochimaru. Inxiang, the newly appointed leader of the Hidden Leaf. How did you arrive here? This is the first encounter of Inxiang's true self with Orochimaru. The last time was when he trailed Naruto and his companions to the Heaven and Earth Bridge, a time when he appeared far more spirited. Presently, Orochimaru's face is ashen, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming as he attempts to speak. Yet, true to his reputation as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, even in the face of imminent death, he manages to maintain a semblance of composure. What can I say? I have indeed come to kill you. Inxiang slowly retrieves a kunai from his pocket. I just dispatched Hong Lian and that child. Now, it is your turn. By the way, speaking of saving your life, I just did so. It seems only fair that you now repay me with yours. Save my life? How so? Cough, cough, cough. Despite Orochimaru's effort to feign calm, his body betrays him, violent coughing causing blood to spill forth. Uchiha Sasuke just attempted to kill you, but I incapacitated him. He is currently in the adjacent room. Given your condition, it appears you may not last much longer without my intervention. Inxiang leaps to the foot of Orochimaru's bed, crouching to meet his gaze. At this moment, Orochimaru can no longer articulate words, only gasping for breath. Inxiang, observing this, refrains from attacking, choosing instead to watch in silent contemplation. After a moment, Orochimaru manages to catch his breath, a smile returning to his face. You truly know how to choose your moments. Under normal circumstances, you would be dead by now. That may not be the case. Inxiang replies with a smile. In the next instant, Orochimaru strikes, unleashing a phosphorescent white serpent from his mouth, a manifestation of his true self. It lunges at Yin Xiang with its gaping maw. With a mere tilt of his head, Yin Xiang effortlessly evades the attack, but the serpent wraps around him, attempting to strangle him. At this moment, Yin Xiang's power reaches its zenith. He casually yanks the serpent's body away from him. Gripping its tail, he swings it in a wide arc before slamming it into the ground. Crash! The earth is instantly cratered by the impact. I cannot believe such formidable strength exists. Orochimaru's face is pressed against the ground, eyes wide with astonishment. How does it feel? In your prime, you would still be no match for me. Orochimaru had expected Yin Xiang to have exhausted his strength, only to find him smiling effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Yin Xiang reappears before him, thrusting a kunai toward his eye. Orochimaru hastily rises to evade. Yet for reasons unknown, the kunai penetrates his eye nonetheless. Ah, ugh. Orochimaru howls in agony, realizing that as he lifted his gaze, Yin Xiang had already arrived at the position he intended to rise to, not only strength, but speed as well. Crash! Yin Xiang did not grant it any additional time to react. With a swift turn in the air, he delivered a powerful kick to its head, causing it to crash once more into the ground. The kunai embedded in its eye struck the earth, piercing directly through its brain from the pupil. That kick had utilized a mere 50% of Yin Xiang's strength. Even without the kunai's penetration, the creature's skull would have been shattered by his blow. Thus, the legendary Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin of Konoha, met his demise beneath Yin Xiang's foot. Yin Xiang felt no trepidation about not needing Orochimaru's abilities in the future. He had already mastered all that Orochimaru could offer. Except for the great 8-headed serpent, he still required a summoning beast, not for combat prowess, but merely for appearances. After all, it would be rather awkward to stand alone while others summoned their beasts during a confrontation. His first target was, in fact, Orochimaru's summoning beast. The Dragon Cave, renowned for its formidable attack power, abundant numbers, and toxic abilities, as well as the opportunity to learn sage techniques from the Dragon Cave itself. Thus, upon confirming Orochimaru's demise, he departed from the lair, only to encounter Kabuto head-on. Could it be Kabuto gazed at Yin Xiang, then at the serpent on the ground? Pondering momentarily, Lord Orochimaru? He inquired tentatively, as it appeared as though Orochimaru had simply changed into a new body. Why is this brat here? Wasn't he on his way to the wooden cabin? Yin Xiang frowned slightly. It seemed the earlier journey to the cabin had been either a shadow clone or a deception. Without further ado, Yin Xiang delivered a punch to Kabuto's abdomen. Thud! Kabuto's body slammed against the wall, rendered unconscious by the blow. It seemed necessary to revise the illusion concerning Sasuke. After eliminating Orochimaru, encountering Kabuto as an obstacle and subsequently knocking him out was a fitting plot twist. Yin Xiang reapplied the illusion on Sasuke and imposed a similar one on Kabuto, portraying Sasuke as emerging from Orochimaru's chamber while also incapacitating Kabuto. He then scoured the entirety of Orochimaru's base, yet regrettably could not locate the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave, leading him to abandon the search. Once outside, he sought refuge beneath a tree, pondering whether the heavens had conspired to accentuate the fall of the legendary genius Orochimaru. As the setting sun cast a crimson hue upon the horizon, before long, Sasuke emerged, a confident smile illuminating his face, convinced that he had vanquished Orochimaru. With such meager abilities, how dare you covet my body? Ridiculous, Sasuke muttered to himself, his expression shifting back to its defiant demeanor as he strode away from Orochimaru's base. A naked man trailing behind him Kisame Hashigaki. Yin Xiang observed their departure, grappling with a dilemma. Should he report to Sasuke that he had slain Orochimaru to avert complications, or claim the glory for himself to elevate his own standing? At the same time, Deidara and Sasori had successfully defeated the Three Tails, dragging the barely alive creature back to the Akatsuki base. One could only wonder how they would react upon discovering that this Three Tails had been offered as a bargaining chip by Yin Xiang in exchange for Conan's body. Though they had already departed from the Akatsuki, were they still serving its interests? In truth, Yin Xiang harbored his own ambitions. Once the Akatsuki gathered all the Jinchuriki and summoned the Ten Tails, he planned to utilize the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path Golem, absorbing it into his own being and thus becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, catching them completely off guard. The current situation was not one where In-seong was aiding the Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. Rather, the Akatsuki, having sacrificed Conan without their knowledge, was unwittingly providing free labor for In-seong. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to report to Sasuke about Orochimaru's demise. There was no rush regarding prestige. Chapter 76. Tsunade's overwhelming loneliness. As night fell, both Hondo and Izumi finally arrived, utterly exhausted. Upon seeing them approach the manhole cover, In-seong leapt down from the tree. "Let us take a moment to rest," he suggested to the two. No time for rest. What is happening here?" Hondo gasped, leaning against In-seong. "Orochimaru is dead," In-seong replied. "What?" Hondo exclaimed, springing to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is that true? When I arrived, he had already been slain by Uchiha Sasuke. Now, Sasuke has left with someone, and Kabuto has also departed. Orochimaru's body is likely still down there." In-seong confirmed with a nod. Really? Hondo still found it hard to believe. After all, this was Orochimaru. From what I observed, he seemed to be in a weakened state for quite some time. Sasuke took advantage of his vulnerability to deliver the fatal blow. "It's best if you don't go down there. Let us return and report," In-seong said, wrapping an arm around Hondo's shoulders. Hondo nodded. Her feelings for Orochimaru were complex. Despite the wrongs he had committed against her, he was still her mentor. Knowing that his body lay beneath them made her reluctant to look. "Take a moment to rest. I will use Flying Thunder God to bring you back," In-seong added, patting Izumi's shoulder. Both of them nodded and sat by the manhole, appearing lost in thought, likely contemplating Sasuke and Orochimaru respectively. After they had rested sufficiently, In-seong employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them back to Konohagakure. It was late by the time they arrived, and he instructed both to return home and rest before heading to report to Tsunade. Upon entering Tsunade's room, In-seong's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed she had grown restless in his absence, taking matters into her own hands. Startled by his entrance, she quickly covered herself with a blanket. You. In-seong stepped into the room, a mischievous smile adorning his face. "I've only been gone a day or two, and you're already this eager?" He shut the door and, without hesitation, lifted the blanket from her. "Well, I missed you," Tsunade replied, her cheeks flushed. The two then engaged in an intimate exchange. After attending to their personal matters, In-seong finally reported the details of their mission to Tsunade, including the elimination of the Crystal-style ninja and Sasuke's assassination of the traitorous Orochimaru. "Orochimaru is truly dead?" Tsunade asked. Disbelief etched across her face as she lifted her gaze to meet In-seong's eyes. "I can assure you he is dead," In-seong affirmed with a nod, having been the one to strike the fatal blow. However, he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility of resurrection, recalling how he had witnessed Orochimaru's return in the anime of his previous life. "It's hard to believe. Has Sasuke's strength truly grown to the point where he can defeat Orochimaru?" Tsunade lowered her head in contemplation. "Next, it seems I must seek out Uchiha Itachi. It is likely that he left with another individual, presumably in search of team members, for Itachi is now a member of Akatsuki, requiring others to divert the attention of its members. These individuals are probably former subordinates of Orochimaru." In-seong nodded in agreement. During their conversation, his hand unconsciously climbed to Tsunade's weapon, and amidst the array of weapons, Tsunade's was undoubtedly the most formidable, large and soft, a wonder how it was achieved. As he touched Tsunade's weapon, In-seong couldn't help but think of a woman named Terumi Mei waiting for him in the Mist Village, and he needed to seize the opportunity to indulge. Thus, to locate Sasuke, it was essential to track down Itachi. He would summon Jiraiya tomorrow to inquire about the situation. Tsunade then spoke to In-seong. "All right, I shall convey the message to him," In-seong replied with a nod, moving to the window to open it. He whistled, and an eagle swiftly appeared. In-seong wrote a note and tucked it into the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's leg before releasing it. Turning back to Tsunade, who was unclad, he couldn't help but feel a stir of desire and pounced once more. Let us momentarily cast aside those matters. The following morning, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. His reconnaissance had remained within the borders of the Land of Fire, as his principal mission was to protect Naruto, and he would not venture far. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Inxiang and Kakashi's team convened early to discuss the matter. Moreover, since Inxiang had been promoted to Jainin, Shizun resumed her role as Tsunade's secretary. If we could capture a member of Akatsuki for interrogation, we might uncover Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts, Sakura remarked, emphasizing the necessity to track Itachi to find Sasuke. It's not that simple, Kakashi interjected. Given the current circumstances of our encounters, we hardly have the leisure to consider capturing him alive. Only Inxiang managed to subdue that hidden fellow, but Kakashi's sentence trailed off, leaving the implication understood by all. Thus, we shall have to rely on sheer determination to locate Itachi, Kakashi continued. Now then, Inxiang, you shall serve as the commander. Leading Kakashi's team and selecting another squad to assist in the search, Tsunade instructed Inxiang. Eh? Inxiang? Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. Why am? Having been away for some time. He was unaware of Inxiang's recent accomplishments. Also, I found it curious that he managed to capture a member of Akatsuki. You may not be aware, but Inxiang is now Konoha's most formidable Genin. He is a natural-born ninja, capable of mastering all ninjutsu with but a glance, save for bloodline limits. Tsunade proclaimed with pride. Impressive, isn't it? Is that true? Jiraiya questioned, eyeing Inxiang skeptically. I never imagined the little brat we rescued would be so formidable. He didn't even possess chakra at the time. Haha. Inxiang scratched his head sheepishly, aware that Jiraiya had long harbored suspicions about him. What are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. Naruto, filled with urgency, spoke to the crowd, urging them not to panic and to return and prepare while awaiting the assembly order. Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, and after a moment's hesitation, Naruto cast a glance at Kakashi before bowing his head and departing first. Observing this, Jiraiya followed suit. For tracking, we must certainly call upon Inuzuka Kiba and the others. I will notify them to gather at the entrance of Konoha at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Inxiang addressed Kakashi. Understood, Kakashi replied with a formal tone, acknowledging Inxiang as the team leader. Chapter 77. The meeting of the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, a torrential rain began to pour as Itachi and Kisame pursued the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Old Purple. It was evident that Kisame was doing all the work, engaging in combat with Old Purple, rendering him unconscious. The two found shelter from the rain. It seems like it's going to pour, Kisame remarked, throwing Old Purple to the ground. Itachi lifted his gaze towards the rain-soaked sky. Let us take cover beneath the trees. We wouldn't want to catch a chill. Kisame hoisted Old Purple over his shoulder with his samahata. The leader is awaiting our communication. Once we capture him, the sealing of both the Three Tails and Four Tails will commence simultaneously. It won't hurt to make them wait a bit. Once the sealing begins, we will be occupied for a while, Kisame replied. As Itachi walked past Kisame, he glanced at the barely conscious Old Purple, noting his frailty. Be cautious when dealing with the elderly. You would say that if you understood him, Kisame retorted. Following Itachi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki isn't as weak as you might think. You have no idea of the struggles I faced without engaging him directly. After a brief silence, Kisame spoke again. But it was I who suggested going alone. How about I incapacitate your target instead? The target he referred to was Naruto. Stop fooling around, Kisame. Itachi shot back, giving him a sidelong glance. I'm a bit weary. I wish we could capture all the tailed beasts sooner. The two ventured deeper into the woods. No point in rushing. We still need some time, Itachi remarked, turning back to Kisame. Is that so? There is not much time left, though. The Nine Tails must be sealed last. That's a predetermined fact. Otherwise, the balance will collapse, and the ceiling will shatter. The leader has stated that we must capture the Jinchuriki alive, which means we need to quickly find and bind them, Kisame explained. They paused beneath two large trees, and Itachi settled down on the ground. That is acceptable. Even Deidara failed, so capturing him last is feasible. Besides, the Akatsuki is rather conspicuous now. If we capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki too hastily, Konoha will become more proactive. Indeed, Kisame chuckled, then carelessly tossed Old Purple onto the ground. Konoha has close ties with other ninja villages, and involving others will complicate our endeavors. We must remain inconspicuous until we capture the Eight Tails. Completing our objective swiftly is the wisest course. I see. That makes sense. Kisame paused mid-sentence. Did someone call for us? Itachi sensed it too. Have we been discovered while slacking off? Kisame lamented, as both began to form their illusions to regroup. That was too slow, Pain remarked as they arrived. Having just captured the power of the human pillar, I took a moment to bind him securely, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Now, what brings you to us? Haydn fabricated a small lie for himself. Despite nearly beating the man to death, there was no need for binding. There is urgent intelligence that must be shared. Orochimaru has been slain. Pain addressed his members. Humph. Haydn scoffed with a couple of derisive chuckles. After a decade away from Akatsuki, does this spare us the trouble of killing him ourselves? I truly wish to witness the expression on his face at the moment of his demise, as well as Haydn's own end. The aforementioned zombie partners refer to Haydn and Kakuzu. Haydn is one of our comrades. Refrain from such remarks. The pressing matter is the whereabouts of Kakuzu. Pain responded to Haydn. My apologies. At that time, it was indeed. Haydn began, but his words were cut short. It was that group from Konoha. Led by the prodigy known as the New Copy Ninja, the shadow leader of Konoha, In-seong, Zetsu interjected. Share the details, Pain instructed Zetsu. It is known that he seems to possess abilities comparable to those of Yagami. Aside from his bloodline limit, he can master jutsu with just a glance. His prowess was evident during his encounter with Haydn. When he captured him in a single confrontation, Zetsu reported to the assembly. That Haydn, who didn't even get the chance to showcase his immortality, was captured so swiftly, Haydn remarked. Indeed, Zetsu nodded. Moreover, this In-seong is ruthless. When Haydn refused to divulge our secrets, he dismembered him and fed the pieces to snakes. Even if one wished to rescue him, it would be futile. Truly formidable, that individual, remarked Deidara, who had replaced Sasori. Pain sighed, resigned. Yet, to have taken down Orochimaru is no small feat. Who accomplished such a task? Haydn inquired further. Uchiha Sasuke, Pain replied, casting a glance at Itachi, whose expression remained unchanged. Naturally, the news of Uchiha Sasuke's slaying of Orochimaru was disseminated by In-seong. Impressive indeed. He certainly lives up to being Itachi's brother, Haydn said with a grin. Currently, he is gathering allies, all of whom are troublesome characters. Zetsu, as an expert in intelligence gathering, was the first to learn of Sasuke's movements. Such as? You should be familiar with one of the members, the Hozuki brothers from the Hidden Mist Village, Pain said, looking at Haydn. It must be Suigetsu. How nostalgic. Hozuki Mangetsu is deceased, so Haydn knew it could only be Suigetsu. Additionally, the formidable J-Go is also involved. Be cautious, Itachi and Haydn. It seems they have set their sights on you both. Others should also remain wary of Uchiha Sasuke, as he may attempt to gather intelligence on Itachi and Haydn. Using Akatsuki as a channel for information, Pain warned. It must be said, Pain's caution towards Itachi and Haydn was entirely superfluous. Haydn, what kind of person is this Suigetsu? Deidara inquired, looking towards Haydn for insight. That was a decade ago, a time when a child with a charming visage smiled. A being referred to as the Demon Man and the prodigy of the No More Decapitation. Kisame remarked. Let us set that aside for now, Itachi, Kisame. Swiftly bring forth the Four Tails. We must seal it alongside the Three Tails. The Akatsuki members are also en route with the Three Tails, Pain instructed Itachi. Members of the Akatsuki? Could it be Sasori and Deidara? Kisame inquired upon hearing this. Indeed, Pain nodded in affirmation. How remarkable. These two traitors can still come and go freely within our organization, Kisame remarked with a click of his tongue. Chapter 78. Pursuing Itachi and Sasuke, how did you persuade Yagami to cooperate? Itachi inquired about the Akatsuki organization, marking his first proactive engagement in the conversation. After all, he was acutely aware of the identity of the Akatsuki leader, In-seong, and now, through their discourse, he had come to learn conflicting information regarding In-seong and Yagami. What was Yagami thinking, especially considering he was aiding the Akatsuki in collecting tailed beasts? Was he still one of Konoha's own? It was Conan who undertook the negotiations. Pain remarked, casting a glance at her. Although Conan appeared expressionless, a sense of tension gripped her heart. At that moment, Pain had not delved deeper into the matter. But now he feared Itachi would probe further, inadvertently revealing something that might be discerned by those all-seeing Sharingan eyes. Itachi glanced at Conan, yet he chose to remain silent. In any case, let us first retrieve the four tails, Pain continued. Understood, Itachi nodded, and with Kasame, they vanished from sight. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a sudden downpour enveloped the land of fire. In Xiong and his companions, clad in white raincloaks, arrived at the gates of Konoha to convene. Due to the past shadows cast by the battle between Hong and Itachi, In Xiong allowed Hong to rest at home, summoning only Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Kakashi led their team, while Yamato guided Naruto and his group, with In Xiong serving as the overall commander. Isn't it better to have a few more people? Naruto turned to Kakashi and asked. It's not merely a matter of numbers, Kakashi replied. In this situation, forming two small teams is more ideal, with fewer targets to apprehend. Deploying more than 3 teams would heighten the risk of detection and create confusion within our command structure, ultimately slowing our operational pace. Capturing alive requires far more finesse than merely eliminating, Jiraiya interjected, given the necessity for collaboration among teams. Selecting individuals who have cooperated for a significant duration thus far is preferable. This is the best composition we can muster at present, Tsunade concurred. In Xiong's selections are quite commendable. However, this weather is rather unwelcoming for our departure, Kakashi observed, gazing at the sky. Rainy weather fuels passion. In Xiong countered with a smile. All right then, let us set forth, Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fists. For that overly zealous fellow, this rain is rather fitting, Kiba remarked. Looking at Naruto. Now, I hereby declare the execution of the mission to search for and capture Uchiha Itachi. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Tsunade called out to the group. Affirmative. Everyone replied in unison before dashing out. The group arrived at a small town near Konoha in the Land of Fire, where they commenced their search. By the time they reached the town, the rain had mostly subsided. They settled atop a rooftop to strategize, according to Lord Jiraiya's intelligence, the Akatsuki. In their pursuit of Naruto is likely to have already entered the Land of Fire. We will begin our search with a radius of 5 kilometers from this town. In the case of a 5-kilometer distance, the radio would be rendered ineffective. What if an emergency were to arise? Furthermore, the search protocol necessitates pairs. In the event of danger, mutual support would be essential. Upon hearing this, Sakura immediately expressed her concerns. This responsibility falls upon Kakashi. In Xiong directed his gaze towards Kakashi, who understood and employed a summoning technique, calling forth 8 ninja dogs. The dogs, with their far-reaching barks and heightened sense of smell, could immediately alert everyone in case of an emergency and assist in the search. Each member would be accompanied by a ninja dog to prevent any mishaps involving Naruto, Yamato, who can suppress the 9 tails chakra, and Hinata, possessing Byakugan, would accompany him. In Xiong turned to Naruto and said, Please, I look forward to your guidance, Naruto-kun. Hinata stepped up behind Naruto, affirming the sentiment. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, I shall dispatch shadow clones to accompany you. In the event of an emergency, I will disperse the clones and rush to your aid, In Xiong declared as he created 8 shadow clones. Won't this be too taxing for you? Kakashi inquired. Noting that even elite ninjas usually manage only 4 or 5 clones. Not at all. I still possess ample chakra, In Xiong replied cheerfully. Very well. If there are no further issues, let us reconvene here. Disperse, he commanded with a smile, and the group scattered at his behest. In Xiong's original self remained seated atop the rooftop. Shall we not venture forth? Kakashi's ninja dog inquired. I've dispersed too much chakra. It's rather exhausting. In Xiong replied with a grin, though in truth, he preferred to relax and take it easy. Yet you were quite defiant just moments ago, the ninja dog remarked, lying down at In Xiong's feet. Well, this allows me a moment's respite. The group scoured the town throughout the day. Naruto's team encountered Kabuto, who had absorbed Orochimaru's remains into his own body, resulting in a portion of his skin resembling that of Orochimaru. He provided Naruto and his companions with intel regarding the Akatsuki organization. Just as Naruto and Yamato were about to apprehend Kabuto, he managed to escape using a substitution technique. Meanwhile, Sakura encountered Kyuka in town, and Sasuke and his team had also arrived in search of Itachi. However, after a few turns, Kyuka managed to lose Sakura, as she was not only adept in medical ninjutsu but also possessed keen sensory abilities. Aside from Kabuto and Kyuka, The other ninja dogs picked up Sasuke's scent, but ultimately, it vanished within a dense forest. After regrouping on the rooftops, the group proceeded to this forest, utilizing Kiba's ninjutsu to enhance their sense of smell. They successfully tracked down Sasuke's scent and followed it to his location. After a night of pursuit, they arrived at a neighboring town. And by now it was the following morning. The group required a period of rest and recuperation. Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, Jiraiya encountered Tsunade, informing her that he had discovered the location of the Akatsuki organization's base. Tsunade, filled with excitement, insisted on immediately dispatching a team for a raid. However, Jiraiya proposed that they indulge in a drink together. Although Tsunade publicly asserted that, as Hokage, she could not partake in leisure while her ninja were on the front lines, she soon found herself in a tavern with Jiraiya. After sharing a few drinks, Tsunade became considerably more at ease and began discussing Orochimaru. To her astonishment, she grappled with the reality that Orochimaru had indeed perished. After all, he had once been her comrade, and she felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, Jiraiya seemed reluctant to dwell on such matters, swiftly shifting the conversation to the situation in the Rain Village. He had learned that the Rain Village was a reclusive nation, where all information was tightly controlled to conceal domestic scandals. The village had long been divided, with one faction led by the Akatsuki. Chapter 79, Jiraiya's Farewell and Itachi's Resolve. As dusk approached, Inxiang and others continued their search for Sasuke, while Tsunade and Jiraiya had just exited the tavern. The Akatsuki. The leader of such formidable individuals possesses unfathomable strength. Moreover, your decision to go alone seems akin to walking into the enemy's trap. Sitting on a park bench under the twilight, Tsunade and Jiraiya found themselves immersed in the moment. It was nearly time. I must take my leave, Jiraiya announced as he rose from the bench, addressing Tsunade. Promise me you'll return alive. Tsunade murmured, her gaze cast downwards. Jiraiya turned to face her. If even you were to perish, Tsunade's emotions were tumultuous. From the former Saratobi team, only she and Jiraiya remained. The thought of Jiraiya's death would leave her profoundly lonely. Would you weep for me? That would truly bring me joy. Yet, it couldn't possibly compare to that time. Could it? Jiraiya jested. You fool, Tsunade scolded. Then let us gamble using your favorite method, Jiraiya proposed, prompting Tsunade to lift her gaze towards him. Bet that I will die, for you always lose when you gamble. If I return alive. At this point, Jiraiya looked at her seriously. Pausing for a moment. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Jiraiya chuckled. A man becomes stronger after being rejected. It means that without the courage to make light of such matters, one cannot truly become a man. This could serve as material for my next novel. He raised his manuscript. Is becoming stronger truly a man's mission? Tsunade inquired. I suppose so. And a man must not solely pursue happiness, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Humph. What are you trying to show off? Tsunade laughed in response. If you don't even have a woman, how can you even be rejected? Haha, that's a point, Jiraiya chuckled, then turned to gaze at the setting sun. The two lapsed into a moment of silence. After a brief interval, Tsunade spoke. If anything were to happen, have the toad contact me, and I will rush over immediately. No need. Do not leave the village. The village revolves around you now, Jiraiya countered. There are still many candidates for Hokage, Tsunade remarked. If the Hokage keeps changing, the village cannot find stability. Currently, no one is more suited for the role than you, Jiraiya stated, his seriousness still exuding a manly charm. What about Kakashi? And now there's Inxiang, who excels in many aspects and has helped me tackle numerous challenges. Besides, Naruto will grow in time, Tsunade chuckled. Haha, you truly hold Naruto in high regard. Well, I can understand. Your brother, Shinsuke, and your former love, Dan, both spoke of their dreams to become Hokage. Naruto carries a part of their legacy, doesn't he? Jiraiya reflected. The two engaged in a fragmented conversation. As Jiraiya picked up the scroll leaning against the chair, preparing to depart, Tsunade nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. All right, I'm leaving, Jiraiya said, turning his back to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Goodbye. Jiraiya waved his hand as he walked away, and as his figure gradually faded into the distance, Tsunade found tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Meanwhile, In received a communication from Itachi and discreetly dispatched a shadow clone to rendezvous with him. Itachi was indeed nearby, evading the pursuit of the Konoha ninjas. I just met with Naruto, Itachi said as they met deep within the forest, explaining the matter concerning Shusui's Kodo Amatsukami, revealing that one eye was in his possession and had been implanted in Naruto's body. As long as Sasuke uses his Manjiki on Naruto, Kodo Amatsukami will activate the protective jutsu for Konoha, ensuring Sasuke's loyalty to the village. Understood, he nodded, feigning ignorance about Kodo Amatsukami. Why are you helping Akatsuki gather the tailed beast regarding the three tails? Itachi directly questioned, voicing his confusion. I have my own plans. The three tails is a masterless beast, located near the borders of the Land of Fire, which could easily incite turmoil. As long as Naruto isn't captured by them, their plans can be thwarted. You can rest assured that I will safeguard Naruto, Ine explained, naturally concealing his true intentions. I see. Itachi nodded. The four tails has already been captured, and the three tails is now in Akatsuki's possession. The next step is sealing it. This should be my final report to you. Final report? What do you mean? Ine frowned, suddenly recalling that Sasuke intended to confront Itachi. I will meet with Sasuke afterward. This time it will likely be a fight to the death. I will bestow my Sharingan upon him, granting him the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The next time he encounters Naruto, he will become a strength for Konoha in my stead. Itachi stated calmly. Are you planning to throw your life away? Ine asked. I suppose so, Itachi nodded. After orchestrating everything for so many years. Is this truly the conclusion? I had thought you, Uchiha Itachi, were a person of great intelligence, Ine remarked, laced with sarcasm. To obtain the eternal Manjiki, one must utilize the eyes of a brother. I cannot bring myself to harm Sasuke. The power of hatred will amplify the capabilities of the Sharingan, and I desire for Sasuke to attain such strength. Have you not considered that, rather than power, what Sasuke truly needs is familial affection? Ine countered. These words struck a chord with Itachi, rendering him momentarily silent. Yin's reasoning was indeed sound, yet the situation had escalated to this point, making it too late for any changes. For now, this is the only way. Only the power of hatred can enable Sasuke to unlock the eternal Manjiki with my eyes. Itachi said, gazing at Ine. Can you be persuaded? Ine asked seriously. Not at all, Itachi replied immediately. If it is an order from the organization that forbids you? Ine Xiang continued. In that case, I intend to disobey, Itachi replied decisively. Ine Xiang fell silent. For the sake of Sasuke, he was truly willing to sacrifice everything, even defying the last command of Konoha, to which he had been loyal for a lifetime. The Itachi before him was likely a mere shadow clone, and his true location remained uncertain. It seemed there was no way to prevent this. Well, do as you wish, Ine Xiang said, waving his hand as he dispelled the shadow clone. After all, even if he were to perish, he possessed the means to bring him back. Chapter 80. The Rescue of Jiraiya. Once the shadow clones dispersed, Ine received the memories from his original self. Indeed, Itachi had gone. As I recall, when Naruto and his companions were en route to Sasuke, they seemed to have been intercepted by the Akatsuki. Now, eliminating Sasuke had also become one of the Akatsuki's missions, given that Sasuke's target was a member of their organization. Wait, Ine suddenly halted, standing atop a tree with a look of panic. What is it, Ine? Kakashi and the others noticed his distress and gathered around him. And nothing, Ine stammered, shaking his head. His alarm stemmed from the realization that it was the moment when Jiraiya was heading to the Rain Village, coinciding with Itachi's demise and consequently, Jiraiya's death. His modulator could only save one person at this moment. Ine promptly contacted Yagami. Given the current circumstances, as the squad leader, it was impossible for him to leave the team or let them know he had prior knowledge of certain events. Upon receiving the command, Yagami immediately rose, startling the trio of Kakazu who were dining before him. What is going on? You scared me, Deidara exclaimed. I have something to attend to. You three stay at the base and await my return, Yagami stated before vanishing from their sight. What a jittery day, Deidara murmured, gazing at the spot where Yagami had stood. Why are you cursing? Is your organization so casual? The boss can just curse at will? Kakuzu remarked, still adjusting to the dynamics as a newcomer. Isn't that a bit too lenient? What do you mean your organization? What is the difference from being in the Akatsuki? Aren't we all just a few? Deidara nodded in agreement. Enough chatter. "Let's eat," Scorpion interjected, sitting nearby, though he had no need for sustenance. Yagami hastened to the rain village. Uncertain how many days Jiraiya had been on his journey, it would take a minimum of 3 hours to reach the rain village. Even without mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking this, Ian felt a surge of urgency, as he enveloped himself in lightning release. He also attempted to augment it with wind release. To his surprise, upon trying, Yagami shot forth with a burst of speed, far exceeding that of lightning release. Almost imperceptible to the naked eye. What is happening? Yagami thought as he watched the trees below whiz by. Lightning release combined with wind release? This sensation felt familiar. It's called swift release, which significantly enhances speed upon activation. At this moment, if anyone were beside Yagami, they would have seen nothing at all. He appeared almost transparent. With this velocity, Yagami reached the rain village in merely an hour. By now, it was evening, and the weather in the rain village was gloomy, with heavy rain pouring down. Utilizing chakra perception, Yagami sensed nearby, discovering that Jiraiya was engaged in battle with Pain near a lake by a drainage pipe. Jiraiya had been forced into Sage mode and had already lost his left arm. This unexpected turn of events brought a moment of clarity to Yeshin, who swiftly grasped the method of utilizing Sage mode. Meanwhile, the 6 bodies of Pain had already manifested, and Jiraiya found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Having just established an alliance with Akatsuki, this situation is quite unfavorable, Yeshin pondered, transforming himself into the likeness of Inxiang. Yet, perhaps this isn't the ideal course of action either. If he were to rescue Jiraiya in the guise of Inxiang, it would be absurd for Inxiang to handle the formidable 6 paths of Pain, whom even Jiraiya struggled against. Damn it, never mind. Ultimately, Yeshin reverted to his true form, realizing that preserving Jiraiya's life took precedence over any alliance with Akatsuki, especially as Jiraiya was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Jiraiya seized a fleeting opportunity, dragging the animal path into the sea and bringing him into the barrier, which was filled with the acidic essence of a toad's stomach. Here, Jiraiya dispatched the animal path. But in its dying moments, it retaliated, piercing Jiraiya's right shoulder with a black rod. Had Jiraiya chosen to escape at that instant, he could have survived, however. Upon eliminating the animal path, he was struck by a sudden realization. This was a man he had encountered before, one from the Wind Demon clan with whom he had clashed. This recognition, coupled with his deduction that Nagato was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, compelled Jiraiya to remain. Since this was his own disciple, he felt it was his duty to conclude the matter himself. Despite the urging of the 2 elder toads assisting him in Sage mode, Jiraiya dismissed their counsel. If I leave now, I may very well be killed, but this is a singular opportunity to ascertain Pain's true identity. If I flee, I doubt anyone would come so close to Pain again. He addressed the fallen animal path before him. Moreover, it was precisely the moment that the great sage Fukasaku had spoken of, an occasion of critical choice. Please, my esteemed elder and sister, return with all the intelligence gathered on Pain and this body to Tsunade. The elder and sister referred to were none other than the toads Fukasaku and Shima perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders. This task would be best suited for the child's mother, Fukasaku remarked. However, Jiraiya cast a worried glance back, realizing that this was indeed a venture towards his own demise. Make sure to return before dinner, Shima instructed Fukasaku. Rest assured, after it's over, I will return to dine with young Jiraiya, Fukasaku assured her with a nod. Shima nodded in agreement, and Jiraiya expressed his heartfelt gratitude, deeply moved by Fukasaku's willingness to accompany him into peril. Come out now. I'll help you escape, Yeshin urged anxiously from a short distance. Watching the surface of the lake, where the 5 Pains lay in wait for Jiraiya's appearance. In the next moment, Jiraiya emerged on the water's surface, hurling a shuriken at the Azura path. The Pains, whose vision was interconnected, swiftly crouched to evade the projectile. The 5 Pains then leapt into action, encircling Jiraiya. In that instant, Jiraiya realized that all these figures were ninjas he had encountered before. It dawned upon him, suddenly illuminating the truth of Pain's true identity. At that moment, a hand emerged from the depths of the sea, seizing Jiraiya by the throat. The other 4 Pain figures leapt high into the air, brandishing their black rods, and aimed to strike Jiraiya. Night God immediately rushed forward, employing the swift technique, to rescue Jiraiya in an instant, leaving their attackers empty-handed. Are you all right? Night God promptly utilized medical ninjutsu to assess Jiraiya's condition. His throat had been utterly devastated, but thanks to Night God's healing arts, he was able to preserve his voice. You are. Jiraiya opened his eyes, gazing at Night God, and weakly uttered. Chapter 81. A fist for each little Pain. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Night God, Pain hesitated to strike further. What does this mean? Tendo inquired. Gazing at the Night God. He cannot perish yet. The Night God had concluded the treatment of his throat and was now staunching the bleeding from Jiraiya's arm. Such medical ninjutsu surpasses even Tsunade, Jiraiya marveled, feeling his throat had evidently mended at an astonishing pace, rendering it beyond mere medical ninjutsu. Who are you? The sage Fukasaku, resting on Jiraiya's shoulder, fell into the sea and regarded the Night God. I am the king of the night, the malevolent punisher, the Night God. It had been quite some time since he introduced himself thus, and it felt remarkably evocative to do so again. At that moment, Jiraiya's hand reached for the Night God's mask. Had the Night God not reacted swiftly, Jiraiya would have succeeded. I just saved your life, brother. Is it too much to inquire about my identity? The Night God retorted, continuing his healing. Jiraiya, however, remained silent. Shall we conclude our collaboration here? Pain continued to address the Night God. Conan emerged from the rear passage, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the Night God. What is this fellow up to? Not entirely. It primarily depends on your willingness to let me take him away, the Night God replied to Pain as his healing efforts came to an end. So, they have indeed formed an alliance. Even in such dire circumstances, Jiraiya remained vigilant in gathering intelligence. That is impossible, Pain declared resolutely. He has acquired my intelligence and cannot be permitted to leave. Moreover, this is Akatsuki's territory, since you have arrived and acted in this manner. You shall remain here with us. How troublesome, the Night God mused, clicking his tongue. It seems you will not be satisfied until I deliver you a beating. Then do try if you can, Tendo Pain challenged. Freaky bomb fire arrow. The Azura path of Pain launched an attack, his fist detaching from his arm and hurtling towards the Night God and Jiraiya. The Night God swiftly seized Fukasaku from the surface of the sea and, with Jiraiya, leaped away in an instant. Crash! The ocean erupted with a spray of water as the Night God, accompanied by Jiraiya and Fukasaku, landed atop the ruins of a wall. The human path of Pain appeared behind the Night God, wielding a black rod aimed at Jiraiya, evidently intent on eliminating him first. The Night God released Fukasaku, grasping the black rod of the human path, who attempted to wrench it from his grasp but found it utterly immovable. The Azura path surged from the ground, transforming his hand into a cannon, a beam of chakra converging towards Jiraiya. Quickly, you both must leave. Do not hinder us here, the Night God shouted to Jiraiya, then casually waved his hand, summoning a Rashomon gate without the need for summoning. Crash! The chakra beam struck the Rashomon, completely deflecting the Azura path's assault. Subsequently, the Night God gestured for the Rashomon to vanish. Jiraiya cast a deep glance at the Night God, then at Tendo Pain, forming a one-handed seal before disappearing into his own barrier. The obstructive figure has departed. I had no intention of engaging with you, yet since you wish to provoke conflict, let it commence, Night God declared, delivering a single, devastating punch that obliterated the human realm's figure clinging to the black rod into a mist of crimson, a fate from which even the realm of hell could not resurrect him. In the air, imperceptible to the naked eye, a cylindrical wave of force surged upward, piercing the heavens and dispersing the ominous clouds above the hidden rain village, a feat accomplished with a mere 70% of Night God's strength. The swiftness was astonishing, and the force overwhelming. Nagato, the Deva path, furrowed his brow and gazed up at the scattered clouds, realizing that Night God's speed was so extraordinary that even if he had perceived it, he would have had no time to react. In an instant, without uttering a word, a flash of light appeared, manifesting as a serrated tail sprouting from the back of the Azura path, lunging towards Night God with the intent to cleave him in twain. Clang! Night God did not flinch, allowing the jagged edge to strike his form, yet the anticipated division did not occur. Instead, a resounding clash echoed, leaving Nagato wide-eyed. He had witnessed it with utmost clarity. The blade had indeed connected with his flesh. Why did it produce the sound of clashing weaponry? Was his physique truly so formidable? Then, with another punch, Night God sent the Azura path crashing into a crimson mist, the force of his strike reverberating through the ruins beyond, reducing them to mere dust. In disbelief, Nagato uttered expletives that transcended the boundaries of this reality. Night God had grown stronger since their last encounter. Was he a monster? With the animal path previously vanquished by Jiraiya, the human and Azura paths were now rendered obsolete, leaving only three Pain figures. The Hell path, devoid of offensive capability, and the Hungry Ghost path, merely serving as Night God's targets, stood no chance against his swift onslaught. They could hardly catch a glimpse of Night Goddess form. In a blink, Night God materialized before them, swiftly dispatching the Hell path before they could even react, then appearing before the Hungry Ghost path. Having witnessed several of Night God's movements, the Hungry Ghost path barely managed to perceive his silhouette. As it extended both hands to absorb chakra, Night Goddess punch, devoid of any chakra, annihilated the Hungry Ghost path completely. Next, Night God charged at the remaining Deva path. Anticipating the attack, Nagato raised his right hand to unleash Shinra Tensei. However, Night God's velocity was insurmountable, and his fist was already mere inches from Nagato's face. No, Conan interjected, stepping in front of Nagato with outstretched arms to shield him from the impending blow. Night God's fist halted a mere centimeter from her, and had it not been for his exceptional control over his strength, Conan would have been obliterated. Even the stoic beauty of Conan was moved to tears by the sheer intensity of Night God's strike. Do you not realize this punch would reduce you to a mist of blood? Night God questioned Conan, releasing his fist and gently wiping away her tears, for she was indeed his beloved. Yet, that was Yahiko's body. Xiao Nan, having her tears wiped away by Yagami, appeared even more aggrieved. To her, Yagami had become a significant presence, much like Yahiko and Nagato, while everyone else seemed inconsequential. The thought of Yahiko's body being destroyed weighed heavily on her. What if I cannot restrain you? How foolish. Yagami playfully struck Xiao Nan's forehead. In that fleeting moment, Nagato seemed to grasp an understanding. Realizing why Yagami would assist Akatsuki in capturing the Three Tails, why he would agree to cooperate with Akatsuki, it dawned on him that he and Xiao Nan shared a connection. From a distance, Nagato was also startled by Yagami's punch, as he too feared for Yahiko's physical well-being. A blow like that could truly spell doom. Chapter 82. After more than a decade of serious illness, the exhilaration of walking again was palpable. For the sake of Conan, let's just call it even, Night God remarked to Pain. Call it even? Pain was taken aback. You entered my territory, rescued someone I intended to kill, and obliterated all my clones, and you say we should just let it go? Indeed, let it go, Night God affirmed with a nod. Then, let it go. Pain conceded, fully aware of his disadvantage. Come back with me to the Akatsuki, Night God then said to Conan. That's out of the question. Pain, despite his fear, positioned himself protectively in front of Conan, shielding her from Night God. Nagato, it's all right. Conan gently tugged at Pain's sleeve. You just revealed my identity. Pain stammered, turning to Conan. He realized that she would only use his name in private, indicating that she no longer viewed Night God as an outsider. Could it be? It's fine. Conan shook her head and wrapped her arm around Night God's. At this point, I might as well tell you, the two of us have. Before Conan could finish, the implication was clear. Even Pain, usually stoic, displayed a look of utter astonishment. What a revelation. After more than 20 years together, he had never succeeded in winning her over. Yet Night God had accomplished it in a single encounter? This. Pain stuttered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. But I can't go with you to the Akatsuki. Pain needs me here, Conan asserted to Night God. Let us find a secluded place to talk, Night God suggested. And after receiving a nod from Pain, who cast a wistful glance at the bloodstains on the walls, the trio made their way to a hidden chamber where Nagato was located. Is it safe here? What if we are discovered by Toby? Night God inquired as they entered the dim room. It's secure. We've set up barriers specifically to deter Toby, Nagato's true self responded. Very well. Night God nodded and promptly leaped onto Nagato's wheelchair. Wah, what are you doing? Despite knowing Night God meant no harm, Nagato felt uneasy. What is there to fear? If I intended to kill you, Would you even have a chance to react? Night God retorted, his hands emanating a green glow as he pressed them against Nagato's back, eliciting an immediate sense of relief. As he treated Nagato, Night God extracted the black rods embedded in his back. The moment the last rod was removed, Nagato could finally straighten his back. After dedicating an hour to healing Nagato's hidden ailments, Night God's efforts were visibly rewarding. Nagato's complexion improved, although he still resembled a skeletal figure. Yet, he was now able to move freely. Make sure to consume more meat and replenish your protein. With time, in 3 to 5 months, you will return to your former self. Consider it compensation for destroying your clones. That should suffice, right? Yushins jumped down from his wheelchair and said, "This is." Nagato raised his hand, feeling an unexpected absence of pain and a sense of lightness. In the past, even the slightest movement would have caused him considerable discomfort. Can medical ninjutsu truly achieve such results? Konan observed Nagato's noticeably improved condition and expressed her astonishment, her face radiating joy. Ordinary medical ninjutsu would be insufficient. I have shared a portion of my life essence with him, effectively trading 10 years of my lifespan for his healthy body, Yushin stated. However, this was a fabrication. He had not employed any life essence. His medical ninjutsu was indeed of the highest caliber, capable of revitalizing anyone as long as they still drew breath. The mention of 10 years was merely a ruse to deceive Nagato, who was easily gullible. Hans the Salamander had effortlessly lured the three into a trap with a casual remark, while Obito had spun them around with just a few words. And Naruto had coaxed him into self-sacrifice with mere banter. Now it was Yushin's turn to deceive Nagato. Upon hearing that Yushin had sacrificed 10 years of his life, both were visibly shocked. Even if he and Konan were together, surely he would not sacrifice a decade of his life for Nagato, would he? Why are you looking at me like that? Yushin, sensing the success of his scheme, decided to stoke the flames further. I am just over 20. While Konan is in her 30s. If I sacrificed 10 years of my life, I could leave this world with her. Yishin's. Upon hearing this, Konan was indeed moved. She had not anticipated such a motive. She tightly embraced Yishin's arm, tears welling in her eyes. Wasn't this the essence of love? Little did she know that Yishin's was spinning tales. He was merely 18 and had no intention of growing old with Konan. Thank you, Nagato said, looking at Yishin's with gratitude. In this light, it seemed quite favorable for Konan to be with him. All right, enough of the sentimentality. Let's see if you can walk. Yishin's instructed Nagato. Nodding, Nagato supported himself with his hands and stood up from the wheelchair. After so many years of immobility, he found it quite unfamiliar. After taking a couple of steps, he attempted to let go of his hands and found he could control his legs. He jumped down from the wheelchair, landing on the ground with a joyous expression. He had never imagined he would walk again in this lifetime. Regarding Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Yishin's mention Madara, both Konan and Nagato looked up in surprise, not expecting him to be aware of this. What I mean to say is that the person you encountered is not Uchiha Madara, Yishin's declared, undeterred by their astonished expressions. I had my suspicions as well. Konan nodded in agreement. He merely possesses the Sharingan. That does not confirm his identity as Uchiha Madara. How did you come by this information? Nagato inquired, regarding Yishin's with curiosity. Well, I have my own channels of intelligence. The one who incited you to establish the Akatsuki and who manipulates the organization from behind the scenes is not Madara. His name is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito? The two repeated the name, exchanged glances, and shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. However, the entity known as Black Zetsu was indeed connected to Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu was the manifestation of Madara's will, consistently serving as a conduit for communication with Obito, subtly manipulating him to undertake certain actions. If one were to consider the true puppeteer behind the scenes, it would undoubtedly be Black Zetsu. Yagami addressed the two, though he was well aware that Black Zetsu bore little relation to Uchiha Madara. Chapter 83. Konan joins the Akatsuki. Who exactly is Uchiha Obito? Nagato inquired. You are familiar with Kakashi Hatake, correct? Yagami said. Nagato nodded. And do you know Minato Namikaze? Nagato nodded again. He is a disciple of Minato, a comrade of Kakashi Hatake. As for how he has come to this point, I cannot say. After disappearing from the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, No one has seen him. Everyone thought he was dead. When conversing with Nagato, 8 out of 10 statements from Yagami are false. He knows everything, but is reluctant to share. His intentions are not for world peace. Rather, he seeks to obliterate the current world. Hasn't he already mentioned this to you? He did mention it. To annihilate the existing ninja world system, to destroy the 5 great nations, and afterward, let the Akatsuki govern the world, ensuring no more wars. Nagato nodded, saying, "It seems somewhat different from what you said. Your mission to dismantle the current ninja world system is, in fact, to exploit you to gather tailed beasts for world destruction. Of course, it is different," Yagami declared. "It is not too late to halt this now. Trust me, I will create a peaceful world." You? Nagato was taken aback. Isn't the Akatsuki also founded to create a peaceful world? Certainly. I, too, am a child of war and desire a world without conflict. Our aims are aligned, though our paths diverge. Yagami nodded. Follow me, Nagato. Join us in establishing a truly peaceful world. And how do you plan to achieve this? First, recruit members. Konan and Nagato were at a loss for words. You might as well recruit others from the Akatsuki, but now you aim to recruit the leader, all while speaking so sanctimoniously. Then, quell the wars of small nations and subdue the leaders of the 5 great nations, compelling them to heed my command. Quelling the wars of small nations is within your capabilities, but subduing the leaders of the 5 great nations is impossible, Nagato remarked. Just conquer and subdue them. I have my methods. We can start with calming the wars of the small nations, Yagami replied confidently. The two were again at a loss for words. The Akatsuki was established by Yahiko and us. We will not abandon this organization, Konan stated, gazing at Yahiko, who had now become pain. Then let the Akatsuki merge into the Shadow Organization, becoming its subsidiary. The question is whether you can take anyone else from this organization. Otherwise, it will just be the 3 of you. Yagami glanced at Yahiko. Konan and Nagato exchanged glances and contemplated. Most of the members were recruited by Obito, Scorpion. Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu were all his recruits. Now, Scorpion and Deidara have become members of the Shadow Organization. Haiden is deceased, and Kakuzu's whereabouts are unknown. Zetsu and Kasame are undoubtedly loyal to Obito, and Uchiha Madara was brought in by him as well. By this reckoning, it truly leaves only the 3 of them. Even if only 3 remain, we must retain the name of the Akatsuki. Nagato subsequently addressed Yagami, stating, "All right, I concede to your request. The organization will henceforth be named Akatsuki. Is that satisfactory?" After Yagami spoke, he felt an odd sensation lingering in the air. Akatsuki. Akatsuki. It sounds remarkably similar to Inxiang. I wonder if it's mere coincidence or some unseen force aligning our names so closely. Might it come off as somewhat unappealing? Konan whispered. This time, Yagami fell silent. The name of the organization shall simply be Ying, divided into several smaller teams, with yours being named Xiao. Is that acceptable? This arrangement seemed quite reasonable to Nagato, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur, Konan said, a rare smile illuminating her face. She felt genuinely happy today. Nagato had spared their teacher's life, regained his health. And both Yagami and Nagato had forged a friendship, allowing her to remain by Yagami's side. Then, at the very least, allow me to see your true visage. Nagato then requested of Yagami. Konan turned her gaze toward Yagami as well, recalling how he had worn a mask during their last intimate encounter. Yagami pondered for a moment. Obito had always concealed his identity behind a mask, which had obstructed their ability to genuinely trust him. If he were to now remove his mask and reveal his features, they would surely place their trust in him. Especially Konan. Upon witnessing his strikingly handsome face, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. After a moment's deliberation, Yagami reached for his mask, and both Nagato and Konan gazed intently at him, their anticipation growing with the mystery surrounding his face. As Yagami lifted his hood and removed the mask, both were taken aback. I can't believe. He's so handsome. This feels like a stroke of luck. Konan thought, her cheeks flushing. Isn't this the Inxiang from Konoha? Nagato exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. He had never expected this. Rumors had circulated that Inxiang and Yagami possessed the uncanny ability to learn all ninjutsu with a mere glance. However, while Yagami could master even the bloodline limits, Inxiang could not. This strongly suggested that they were indeed the same individual, with Inxiang merely masquerading as someone inferior to Yagami. Was this a strategy to prevent Konoha from pitting him against Yagami? Now, do you believe in my sincerity? Yagami observed their astonished expressions before donning his mask and hood once more. No wonder you sought to save Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato remarked, astonished. If you had killed Jiraiya, would Konoha have spared you? Wouldn't my vision of world peace be utterly destroyed? Yagami chuckled. All right then, let us return. As he spoke, he took Conan's hand. All right. I'll go anywhere, Conan replied, gazing at Yagami's face, utterly captivated, uncertain if she had truly comprehended his words. You're not usually this infatuated, Nagata remarked, looking at Conan with a hint of exasperation. You wouldn't understand. This is what we call love. Yagami spoke each word with deliberation, then took Shionan's hand and walked out, with Nagato following closely behind. From this moment forth, Obito's Akatsuki had effectively disbanded. Meanwhile, Obito was obstructing the lively and spirited Akatsuki member, Zetsu, from approaching the Uchiha clan's secret hideout, preventing any interference in the decisive battle between Itachi and Sasuke. One could only wonder how he would feel upon realizing that the ground beneath him had been pulled away. Chapter 84. The interruption by Akatsuki thanks to Yagami's intervention. The destruction of Konoha is unlikely to occur. Over here, everyone, follow me. In called out as Naruto's clone spotted Sasuke and made its way toward him. Wait a moment. Naruto, that chakra is. Hinata urgently shouted from behind Naruto, but he had already leaped forward. Hello, everyone. Akatsuki suddenly appeared, startling Naruto, who tumbled down from the tree. What is going on? Naruto exclaimed as he landed unceremoniously on the ground. Oh dear. Hello, my friends. What a surprise to encounter the esteemed members of Konoha here, and what a peculiar scenario, 9 against 1. I truly am unfortunate, ha ha ha, Akatsuki remarked, looking at the group with a grin. At that moment, everyone gathered around Naruto, gazing up at Akatsuki perched on the branch. The intel left by Do did not document this individual, Kakashi observed, scrutinizing Akatsuki. Ian felt a twinge of concern, without revealing his Rinnegan or Sharingan. Relying solely on the ninjutsu displayed in front of Konoha's shinobi would not suffice to capture the elusive Akatsuki. I am but a newcomer. I hope to learn from you all, Akatsuki said with a playful tone. Woof, woof. Akamaru barked at Akatsuki. Such nonsense. Stop pretending to be so composed, Kiba retorted, undeterred by the presence of an Akatsuki member. After all, with so many allies around, what was there to fear? Do not act rashly. Let us first assess the situation. Ian advised the group behind him. Indeed, in terms of numbers, we hold a significant advantage. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Oh dear, are you underestimating me? Akatsuki responded, feigning offense. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clone charged from behind. Don't get in my way. With a kunai in hand, the clone aimed to strike at Akatsuki. However, Akatsuki turned around, and Naruto passed straight through him, landing on the ground in a moment of confusion. The enemy possesses a penetrating type of ninjutsu. Ordinary attacks cannot land. Ian informed the group. Truly worthy of the leader of Konoha's shadows, you saw through my technique at a glance. Ah, how terrifying. Yet, as a newcomer, I am still rather impressive. Ha, 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 Akatsuki said with a coy demeanor. Damn it. Naruto's shadow clone turned back, brandishing a kunai and charging at Akatsuki once more, with Naruto's true form following closely behind. Stop, Naruto. Ian grasped Naruto's physical form just as the clone surged forward. The kunai passed harmlessly through Akatsuki's form, and in response, Akatsuki delivered a punch, sending Naruto's shadow clone flying, resulting in an explosion midair. Let me go? Sasuke is just ahead. We must defeat this person quickly and move on. Naruto struggled against Yin's grip. Have you ascertained the enemy's capabilities before charging in? Yin released Naruto's cloak, stating, the enemy can pass through all physical attacks, including the earlier Rasengan. His ninjutsu can also penetrate, but he must materialize to strike. Upon hearing Yin's words, Naruto fell silent. Next, we simply need to have Shino unleash a multitude of insects to create a disturbance, allowing us to break through. If he attempts to obstruct us, he must manifest physically, at which point we can launch our attack, and he will be unable to stop us. In Xiang remarked, gazing intently at Akatsuki. Akatsuki, now devoid of any jest, pondered, has he discerned my intentions with just a couple of moves? Who exactly is this little brat? Turning to Shino. In Xiang signaled him to proceed, and Shino immediately released an overwhelming swarm of insects to disrupt the enemy. Everyone, disperse and break through. In Xiang commanded. The group promptly scattered, advancing towards the enemy's rear from various angles. This is utterly revolting. So many insects. Akatsuki exclaimed in panic as he witnessed the approaching swarm. Shino commanded the insects to commence their assault, but it was evident that their efforts were in vain. Ninja art. Roadblock technique. Akatsuki declared from atop a tree trunk, subsequently vanishing into the ground, leaping in different directions to create confusion among the group. Shino directed the insects to pursue, yet the opponent's movements remained erratic, leaving the insects disoriented. Shino, the next target is Naruto. Hinata shouted, activating her Byakugan. Understood. Shino's swarm immediately surged toward Naruto. At that moment, Akatsuki emerged from the ground to attack Naruto. However, the insects swarmed in, forcing Akatsuki to become intangible, causing his punch to miss as Naruto continued to charge forward. This is bad, Akatsuki screamed, clutching his head. He then activated Kamui, absorbing Shino's insects and reappearing directly in front of the group, successfully blocking their advance. Raikiri. When it was In Xiang's turn, he executed a Raikiri, sprinting forward with determination. Just as Akatsuki appeared before him, In Xiang reached out, prompting Akatsuki to hastily become intangible. In Xiang pressed on, suddenly turning back. Akatsuki's hand reached from behind him. The Raikiri collided with Akatsuki, who was still in his physical form, his Sharingan widening in surprise at In Xiang's unexpected maneuver. The speed was so swift that becoming intangible was too late. Akatsuki quickly retreated, but the Raikiri severed one of his arms. We did it. The group rejoiced, elated at their success. Do not stop. Continue the pursuit. I will intercept him. We will catch up soon, In Xiang urged, and the group nodded in agreement, hastening towards Sasuke's direction. It seems we cannot hold him back, Black Zetsu remarked, appearing from a distance. And with Kisame, the individual Sasuke brought will likely obstruct them as well, he added. The battle over there should be commencing shortly, White Zetsu noted. Let us go and observe, Black Zetsu concurred, and the two vanished back into the trees. The smile has faded, In Xiang observed, gazing at the masked Akatsuki. Although his arm was severed, there was no blood. The detached limb lay on the ground, pure white. White Zetsu's arm. Ha ha, they managed to escape. But without those pesky insects to interfere, you would find it impossible to strike me. A Fei remarked to In Xiang, forcing a cheerful demeanor as he smiled at him. That may not be the case, In Xiang replied, still unaware of the situation on the side of the night god. Ninjutsu. The art of capturing hands. A Fei suddenly charged towards In Xiang, extending his remaining arm. In Xiang rushed directly towards a Fei, hurling a shuriken that sliced through the air, narrowly missing his head. Just as a Fei was about to make contact with In Xiang, he materialized, and in an instant, In Xiang appeared at the location of the shuriken, delivering a spiraling attack. Bang! Chapter 85, Sasuke and Itachi, the Battle of the Open Sea. With a resounding crash, Akatsuki was forcefully struck into the ground by the flying thunder god, Rasengan. What is this? Akatsuki's eyes widened in shock, recalling how his teacher had once dealt with him in a similar fashion. Overwhelmed by unwelcome memories after being hit by In Xiang's technique, Akatsuki swiftly activated his Kamui and vanished. Just like the fourth, I won't be scared off that easily. In Xiang observed Akatsuki's departure without making any attempt to stop him. Naruto, Kakashi, and others soon arrived at the secret hideout of the Uchiha clan. Contrary to expectations, Akatsuki had not fled. He had come here instead. Suigetsu and the others, upon seeing Naruto and his companions, momentarily allied with Akatsuki and the others to prevent their entry. In Xiang, how did you end up here? Kakashi inquired, his gaze fixed on Akatsuki. Akatsuki offered no response to Kakashi's question. The others exchanged wary glances, startled by Akatsuki's reaction. Could it be that In Xiang has been killed? That's impossible. In Xiang can use the Flying Thunder God technique. If worst comes to worst, he could escape. He wouldn't have died, Kakashi asserted, shaking his head. Given Akatsuki's current disheveled state, he might very well be the one who fled, Yamato remarked, nodding in agreement. Akatsuki appeared quite battered, having lost an arm and with a gaping hole in his clothing. Indeed, In Xiang is remarkably powerful, Sakura added, affirming the sentiment. Let us quickly eliminate them, Kiba concurred, acknowledging In Xiang's formidable strength from personal experience. Woof. Akamaru displayed a fierce expression. You seem to have suffered quite a setback. Hoshigaki laughed at Akatsuki, who was not in a playful mood. What is happening inside? Akatsuki inquired. A battle has commenced. The two combatants are evenly matched. Zetsu emerged from beside Akatsuki, stating, Evenly matched? Akatsuki questioned, fully aware as a member of the Uchiha clan that the Sharingan could hardly contend with the Manjiki Sharingan. It appears Itachi is at a disadvantage. Zetsu clarified, understanding Akatsuki's confusion. Everyone, step aside. Naruto, reassured by the knowledge that In Xiang was safe, sent forth his shadow clones, forming Rasengan as he charged forward. Suigetsu, taking the lead, effortlessly cleaved through Naruto's clone with his sword. So, they really have caught up to us. Is that the decapitating sword? Kakashi frowned upon seeing Suigetsu's weapon, noting his exceptional skill in wielding it. Isn't that the sword of the infamous Sabuza? Naruto remarked, recognizing the weapon. Indeed, judging by his proficiency. He must have trained extensively, Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. That must be the descendant of the Hozuki clan mentioned in the intel, Hozuki Suigetsu. His brother, Hozuki Mangetsu, was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and is adept with all 7 swords. He is likely a prodigy in swordsmanship, Yamato informed the group. The woman beside him is the one I encountered in town, possessing sensory abilities, Sakura pointed out, looking at Karen. As for Reijin, they knew nothing beyond the fact that he was an experiment of Orochimaru. Each of them was indeed a troublesome character. Kakashi gazed at the 5 individuals across from him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although his side boasted 8 members, the opposition was far from easy to handle. 1 or 2 of them were truly vexatious. Naruto called out to the adversaries. 2 spheres of chakra were engaged in a fierce battle, one belonging to Sasuke. Hinata, employing her Byakugan, directed her gaze towards the secret hideout of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was just ahead. There was no time to linger here. In a fit of impulsiveness, Kiba urged Akamaru to unleash their humanoid jutsu and charge forward. At that moment, In Xiang's figure abruptly appeared beside Naruto. To ensure caution, he had previously marked Naruto with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon arrival, he witnessed Kiba's reckless advance and swiftly intervened to halt his charge. Kiba, realizing the situation, quickly came to a stop. Hey, are you all right? Kiba anxiously scrutinized In Xiang's hand, which bore no signs of injury. You know, rushing in like that is just asking for trouble, In Xiang admonished, shaking his head. With Kisame's Semihata raised high, any forward movement from Kiba would undoubtedly result in a punishing blow, leaving him either lifeless or bloodied. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the Uchiha secret hideout, the roof being shattered as Itachi leaped from a cloud of smoke, forming seals with remarkable speed. He unleashed a great fireball towards the gaping hole in the ceiling. Emerging from the flames was Sasuke, now in his cursed seal state. Fire style, great fireball. Itachi and Sasuke simultaneously conjured their fireballs, colliding midair, recognizing their equal prowess. Itachi invoked Amaterasu upon his fireball, sending black flames surging towards Sasuke. As their fireballs were consumed by the Amaterasu, Itachi closed his right eye, halting the inferno just as it was about to engulf Sasuke. Startled by the black flames, Sasuke stumbled back, momentarily frozen in shock. Once he regained his composure, he dashed across the rooftop, prompting Itachi to resume his pursuit with Amaterasu. If this was not a mere display of restraint, the flames pursued Sasuke, soon igniting his wings, causing him to roll on the ground in agony as the surrounding forest blazed from Itachi's relentless assault. The onlookers, including In Xiang and his companions, were left in stunned silence, astonished by the ferocity of the brothers' conflict. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Sasuke engulfed in flames. Just then, Sasuke transformed into a puddle of mud and vanished. Itachi, seemingly weakened by his ocular strain and physical condition, collapsed to the ground, coughing. Itachi, you sly one. Are you attempting to help him dispel the curse seal? In mused inwardly, yearning to rush in and rescue Itachi, but the multitude of witnesses rendered his intentions futile. What an intense battle, indeed, Kisame remarked, observing Itachi struggle with a bemused smile, choosing not to intervene, as his objective was merely to obstruct them without engaging in conflict if possible. Sasuke. Sakura gazed at the ground where Sasuke had been, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Sasuke on the ground transformed into a puddle of mud. It was Orochimaru's substitution technique. A slender crack appeared on the ground. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke formed seals below, and a massive, dragon-shaped flame erupted from beneath, creating a larger gap. Itachi immediately leaped away from his original position as the fire dragon soared into the sky. Soon after, more fire dragons surged forth from the ground, all of which Itachi evaded, although one scorched a sleeve. Subsequently, the entire roof nearly collapsed. Still alive, Sakura exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 86. The Chilin and Susanoo. Can we not disturb them and allow them to engage in their decisive battle? Kisame remarked, observing the crowd. Could you possibly remove your head and let me play with it? In retorted, gazing at Kisame. The little imp. Kisame chuckled at the unexpected boldness of the young boy. He immediately drew his sword, intending to strike, but was halted by Afe. He's formidable. Do not act recklessly. Afe whispered to Kisame. That little brat? Kisame inquired, perplexed. The injuries I sustained were inflicted by him, and he is also the commander of this squad. Afe affirmed quietly. What a surprise. Could he be the one named In? Kisame mused, examining the young man before him, who, devoid of a headband and wearing a simple black kimono, appeared as though he were merely out for a stroll. Indeed, Afe nodded. What are you muttering about? Are you going to fight or not? In shouted at the two, aiming to provoke them into action, hoping to create chaos to rescue Itachi amidst the turmoil. You can endure this. If I were you, I would have already charged at him, Suigetsu taunted Kisame, his tone laced with mockery. As the temporary alliance seemed on the verge of disintegration. Boom, boom. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, followed by flashes of lightning and the onset of a torrential downpour. Sasuke leapt from the ground onto the rooftop wall, seizing the high ground as the sound of Chidori crackled in his hand. This technique is called Chilin, Sasuke declared, lifting the Chidori above his head, channeling the lightning towards his palm. Come forth. The lightning coalesced in the air, ultimately transforming into the shape of a Chilin. That ninjutsu. Kakashi and the others gazed in astonishment at the creature. It was at least an Ultra S-rank ninjutsu. Yamato observed. Such overwhelming power. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Sasuke. He had thought that mastering the Raisin Shuriken would enable him to contend with Sasuke. Yet he had not anticipated Sasuke wielding such formidable ninjutsu. Let it vanish along with the thunder, Sasuke proclaimed, waving his right hand, causing the Chilin to descend. The rooftop was utterly obliterated, collapsing entirely, preventing In and the others from witnessing the unfolding events inside. I shall accept the Chilin. In contemplated as he gazed skyward. As the base crumbled, Itachi lay on the ground, his outer garment missing, motionless, seemingly devoid of breath. At that moment, Itachi had fallen into a state of apparent death, and within In perception, Itachi's chakra had vanished. But suddenly, Itachi's aura surged, as if there were unfinished business. Is it over? Sasuke pondered, observing Itachi's stillness, allowing himself a sigh of relief as he slumped to the ground. Has Sasuke triumphed? Sakura anxiously inquired, glancing toward the scene. It seems so. Another chakra has vanished. Wait, it has returned. Hinata gazed intently in that direction and spoke. Is this the death you wish to recreate? Just as Sasuke was on the verge of losing consciousness, Itachi's voice resonated once more, startling Sasuke into lifting his head. To his astonishment, Itachi, who had seemingly lost his breath, began to rise from the ground. Damn it! Sasuke roared, entering his cursed mark state once again, albeit without wings this time. Itachi stood up, blood staining the corners of his mouth. A crimson chakra igniting around him as he grew increasingly imposing. He had manifested Susanoo. Without this, I would truly have been defeated. You have indeed grown stronger, Sasuke. Itachi remarked softly, bowing his head slightly. What is that? The towering Susanoo was visible even to In Xiang and the others, though they could only discern its head. Susanoo is the mightiest ability bestowed upon the Uchiha clan upon awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, In Xiang explained to the group, who had yet to encounter the concept of the Meijiki Sharingan. During the last battle with Deidara, had it not been for the interference of Yagami, Kakashi was prepared to activate his Meijiki, but the disruption rendered it unnecessary. Whose is it? Sakura inquired, turning to In Xiang. If all goes as expected. It belongs to Uchiha Itachi, In Xiang replied. Sasuke-kun's chakra is nearly depleted. Hinata expressed her concern, glancing at Naruto. If something happens to Sasuke, Naruto will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Damn it, Naruto shouted, leaping towards Sasuke, only to be swiftly repelled by Kisame's blade. We must hurry to save Sasuke. If this continues, he will perish, Xiangling urged anxiously. Let him die. He told us to wait here, Suigetsu remarked indifferently. His indifference stemmed from the fact that Sasuke's life or death bore little significance to him. He had primarily followed Sasuke in pursuit of the 7 ninja swords. Thus, for Suigetsu, Sasuke's fate paled in comparison to the immediate prospect of examining the Samahata. In Xiang refrained from ordering the team to force their way through because he did not wish for Naruto and the others to disrupt Itachi's plans. This was the final act of loyalty he could perform for Itachi while he still lived. He was presently imparting the knowledge of how to wield Susanoo to Sasuke. Allow me to reveal my ultimate trump card, Susanoo, Itachi declared, gazing at Sasuke. Susanoo? Sasuke replied, puzzled. When you acquire the abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Another technique resided within those eyes. Sasuke, have you exhausted your jutsu? If you possess any hidden strength, do not hesitate to unleash it. The true performance is just beginning. Itachi urged Sasuke. Meanwhile, the dark clouds above dissipated, restoring clarity to the sky. During the battle, Itachi had discerned the presence of Orochimaru's power within Sasuke, indicating that Orochimaru had indeed taken refuge within Sasuke's body and was not yet deceased. This was a realization that In Xiang had not anticipated. He never expected that after his departure, Sasuke would enter Orochimaru's chamber to absorb his power. This act effectively granted a new lease on life to the deceased Orochimaru, rendering Sasuke's actions a form of self-destruction. It seems that the technique he had just employed could only be utilized once. Absolutely, he remarked, gazing up at the sky. At that moment, Susanoo expanded once more, enveloped in layers of flesh and armor, ascending to its 3rd stage. What is the matter? Have you exhausted your chakra and found yourself at a loss? Itachi inquired, observing the retreating Sasuke. Chapter 87. In Xiang infuriates Naruto. After Itachi's relentless efforts, Sasuke found himself devoid of the chakra needed to suppress Orochimaru. As expected, in the next moment, Orochimaru erupted from his body, taking the form of the monstrous Yamata no Orochi. Is that Orochimaru? In Xiang gazed at the 8-headed serpent, astonished that this creature had managed to survive. Such resilience is truly remarkable. In truth, In Xiang understood that he could never eliminate Orochimaru. No one could. He was akin to a glitch in the ninja world. So long as there existed a trace of his curse seal, or even a sliver of his chakra, he could return to life. The crowd was taken aback by the sight of these 2 formidable beings. Meanwhile, Itachi's Totsuka blade had severed one serpent head after another, leaving only one remaining when Orochimaru emerged from within. Orochimaru? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Wasn't he dead? Naruto turned to In Xiang, who had been the one reporting on the mission. He is indeed dead, but I suspect he has somehow become a parasite within Sasuke's body. When Sasuke weakens, he seizes the opportunity to take control, In Xiang explained to Naruto. Well, if it's Orochimaru, it wouldn't be surprising if he found a way to return, Kakashi remarked. Truly, he is remarkable, indeed, Deo commented. Sasuke's body shall be mine. I must thank you for exhausting his chakra, which granted me this opportunity to emerge, Orochimaru chuckled as he spat out the Kusanagi sword. Itachi saw no need to engage in idle chatter. He had neither the energy nor the inclination. He thrust the Totsuka blade through Orochimaru. Do you think this meager power could kill me? I am the immortal Oro. Orochimaru's expression shifted from exhilaration to horror. Is that the Tatsuka blade? So you had it hidden away. Orochimaru, along with the Yamada no Orochi, was reduced to a puddle of flesh, drawn into the gourd that contained the Tatsuka blade. In the end, a small white snake slithered out, disappearing into the cracks of the wall. What was that creature? It appeared quite formidable, White Zetsu inquired. The Tatsuka blade is a sealing sword, said to confine the pierced individual eternally within a dreamlike world. The sword itself is one of the Kusanagi swords, which Orochimaru has long sought, Black Zetsu responded. This moment subtly illuminated the fact that White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were not the same entity, though it seemed no one had taken note of this distinction. Indeed, Itachi is no ordinary ninja, White Zetsu remarked in admiration. It's time to conclude this, Sasuke. With this, your eyes shall be mine. As Itachi prepared to approach Sasuke, he suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, his Susanoo diminishing from its third to first stage. Witnessing this, Sasuke swiftly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag, and amidst the ensuing smoke, a shield emerged, Itachi's other divine artifact, the Yata mirror. Under the formidable presence of the eight-span mirror, Itachi rose once more, his steps labored as he advanced toward Sasuke. The overwhelming aura of Susanoo instilled fear in Sasuke, causing him to retreat several steps, ultimately inciting his wrath. In a fit of anger, he brandished a series of shuriken and explosive tags, hurling them at Itachi. As expected, they were effortlessly deflected by the eight-span mirror. Indeed, it was a spiritual artifact capable of repelling all forms of assault, alongside the Ten-Fist sword, making it virtually invincible. Black Zetsu, filled with trepidation, lamented the situation, wishing fervently to eliminate Itachi directly, for his prowess and cunning posed a significant threat to his battle plans. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke, wielding the Kusanagi, charged forward and struck fiercely at Susanoo, only to be repelled and land unceremoniously on the ground. Perhaps only when confronted by someone like Danzo, who could pierce Susanoo with kunai, would he comprehend the folly of his actions. Rising from the ground, Sasuke retreated, feeling utterly powerless. I will die. If this continues, I will perish, he cried inwardly, until he found himself against a crumbling wall, with no further retreat possible. Is this the end? Despair filled his heart. Itachi approached him, extending 2 fingers of his right hand. What has transpired? What is the outcome? Naruto inquired anxiously, unable to see what was concealed from view. No, Sasuke-kun has exhausted all his chakra, Hinata remarked, observing the scene. Itachi Uchiha is now before him. Think of something. You call yourself the team leader, yet you are halted by a mere few individuals. Naruto implored Ine. Even so, I cannot risk the lives of my team members for a rogue ninja, and my chakra has been significantly depleted, Ine replied with resignation. Indeed, Ine had previously divided his chakra among many shadow clones and faced that masked man alone, leaving him with little energy. Yamato concurred with a nod. A rogue ninja? Naruto echoed Yin's words. Sasuke is our comrade, not a rogue ninja. He shouted back. He has merely been blinded by hatred. I will bring him back. Say what you will, but to me, he remains a rogue. For a rogue, I cannot afford casualties among my first team, Ine responded indifferently. Naruto, visibly angered, felt his eyes redden. This is troubling. Kakashi observed Naruto's state with concern. Yamato, he called urgently. Understood. I see it. Yamato nodded in affirmation. It is over. Absolute, having burrowed underground for a clearer view of the outcome, discovered Itachi collapsed beside Sasuke. It appeared Sasuke had emerged victorious. Sasuke had won. But where is Sasuke? Ino inquired anxiously. We have already relocated to a secure location. We should depart soon as well, said Absol. It appears that you are in trouble. Perhaps we can play together another time. At that moment, Afei's tone had shifted from its previous levity to one of grave seriousness, as if he were an entirely different person. In that fleeting instant, Kakashi discerned the Sharingan in his eyes. Following his words, Afei demonstrated his space-time ninjutsu, promptly transporting Water Moon and the others along with him. Chapter 88, The Gathering of the Akatsuki Organization. At this moment, the onlookers had little interest in whether they would leave or not. A layer of tailed beast chakra had already enveloped Naruto. Damn it. Inxiang cursed upon witnessing this. Indeed, Sasuke had proven to be a rogue ninja, and as soon as he spoke, Naruto exploded with rage. Yamato, take action. Kakashi called out to Yamato, urging everyone to disperse. Upon hearing this, the group quickly spread out, encircling Naruto, while Yamato promptly employed would release. Don't move. I must teach this brat a lesson today. Inxiang was visibly displeased, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to confront Naruto. Hey, this is not the time for a tantrum. Kakashi swiftly positioned himself in front of Inxiang, restraining him, while Yamato utilized wood release to confine Naruto within a wooden prison. In truth, Inxiang was merely feeling resentful. Itachi's death had already put him in a sour mood, and Naruto's petulance was evident to anyone with discernment. It was clear that Itachi had shown mercy. With Kakashi intervening, Inxiang found a way to save face and refrained from advancing. Naruto-kun. Hinata gazed at him with concern. Thanks to Yamato's efforts, Naruto's tailed beast chakra was finally quelled. Once he regained his composure, Naruto feigned ignorance, asking, What is happening? Where is Sasuke? What about those Akatsuki guys? You brat. I will definitely make you pay. Inxiang, furious at Naruto's apparent forgetfulness, shouted through gritted teeth. Hey, don't engage with him, Kakashi admonished, firmly holding Inxiang back. They have already departed. It was Sasuke who triumphed. Hinata blushed as she approached Naruto. They utilized space-time ninjutsu, making it impossible to track their target. Kakashi then released Inxiang, who charged at Naruto, delivering a punch to his head. Is this the attitude you showed towards the master who taught you the Rasengan? What the? Why did you suddenly hit me? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered, refusing to back down. Enough of that, Sakura interjected, covering Naruto's mouth. So, what shall we do now, Kakashi-sensei? Yamato inquired, turning to Kakashi. That is, of course, for the captain to decide, Kakashi replied, glancing at Inxiang. This mission has unfortunately ended in failure, Inxiang remarked with resignation. To have my first mission as a leader conclude in failure is indeed unfortunate. Given the current situation, we can only report back what we have witnessed, including information regarding that individual who employed space-time ninjutsu. What about Sasuke? Naruto asked, concerned. There is nothing we can do. Space-time ninjutsu cannot be traced, and Kiba likely cannot pick up any scent, Inxiang stated, looking toward Kiba, who nodded in agreement. Hinata, you can no longer sense anything either. Can you? Inxiang then turned to Hinata, who also shook her head. What about Shino? Did the insects provide any information? Inxiang inquired, directing his gaze toward Shino. Why do you know? A look of confusion seemed to appear on Shino's thoroughly composed face. If I were in your position, I would secretly place bugs on them, Inxiang remarked with a smile. You are the first person who has not forgotten my existence. Shino expressed her gratitude, and then continued, the bugs have drifted too far to sense them now. Well, as you can see, we cannot catch up. And we must wait for another opportunity. Inxiang then glanced at Naruto, as if he were the captain of the team. How frustrating. Naruto murmured in disappointment. There will be another chance. Let us return for now, Sakura said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Subsequently, the group offered their encouragement, but ultimately, it was up to Inxiang, who promptly led the team back to Konoha. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki's headquarters, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Nagato, Konan, Kakazu, Sasori, and Deidara sat around the table, with Yashin occupying the main seat, exchanging awkward glances. Hey, could this still be the Akatsuki? Deidara whispered to Sasori, keeping his head down. It's too quiet. Everyone can hear what you're saying, you fool, Sasori retorted, casting a glance at Deidara. I didn't expect you to be here, Kakuzu, Konan remarked, looking at him. There is no choice. He has given too much. Kakuzu, now in his 90s, felt a tinge of awkwardness. This isn't the establishment of a new organization. It's merely a rebranding of the Akatsuki, Nagato stated, directing his gaze at Yashin. Well, isn't that rather good? We are all old acquaintances, Yashin's laughter carried a hint of awkwardness. Let us discuss some serious matters, shall we? Starting today, our organization's primary objective is to invade. I mean to persuade small nations to join our ranks. The Rain Village, being an old territory of the Akatsuki, must be the first to integrate into our organization. especially since Nagato is here. Yashing instructed Nagato to brief them on his situation. They then realized that previously they hadn't even known what their leader looked like. To seize the Rain Village, we must first expel your old teammates, Zetsu, Kisame, and Akatsuki, and this task will be assigned to Nagato and Konan. Agreed. Nagato and Konan nodded in affirmation. Next, we have the Land of Honey, a small island situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. We need to subtly take control of this nation to dominate trade between the two lands. Since this operation requires stealth, it will be entrusted to Kakuzu, who possesses assassination experience. Understood. Kakuzu nodded. Then, we have the Land of Rice, which was previously Orochimaru's stronghold. Now that Orochimaru is dead, this territory requires someone to take charge. As it necessitates the reorganization of the Land of Rice, Sasori, this task falls to you. Sasori, with numerous spies under his command, is undoubtedly an adept manager, and he has some knowledge of the complex situation in the Land of Rice. Understood. Sasori nodded. And what about me? Only Deidara remains unassigned. And he immediately leapt up to inquire. Do not rush, Night God replied, for your ability to fly means your destination lies a considerable distance away, here. He pointed to a corner of the map. This location is far removed from the 5 great nations. The status of the islands is uncertain, and their composition remains unclear. However, it is an ideal spot for establishing a stronghold. So, does that mean I must conduct reconnaissance? Deidara asked. Chapter 89. The Resurrection of Uchiha Itachi. In a location far removed from the 5 great nations, it would be convenient for you to detonate, as necessary. Night God nodded in agreement. All right. I am fond of this mission. Deidara responded with a cheerful nod. Complete everything within 3 days. Failure will result in dire consequences. Off you go. Night God instructed the group, even more stringent than Akatsuki. Kakuzu sighed in resignation as he stood up, prompting the others to rise and hastily depart. For time was of the essence. On the other hand, Tobi had returned to the secret base of Akatsuki in the east, where he proceeded to brainwash Sasuke, persuading him to enlist the aid of the 3 members of the Ghost Lantern. Shortly thereafter, Zetsu approached Tobi. I cannot reach Pain, nor can I find Konan. Furthermore, Pain's original body has vanished, Zetsu remarked, emerging from underground to face Tobi. What is happening? Tobi felt a twinge of anxiety at the news. I do not know. The intelligence from Amigakure indicates that an invasion occurred, leading to a confrontation with Pain, who was subsequently rescued by Night God. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Zetsu replied with a shake of his head. Could it be? Tobi furrowed his brow, glancing at Zetsu. Could it be that Night God has turned him? Black Zetsu added. Surely not. White Zetsu exclaimed in disbelief. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Without the Rinnegan, summoning the Outer Path Golem would be impossible, rendering our efforts to collect the tailed beasts futile, Black Zetsu articulated. Having already gathered 5 tailed beasts, would we be handing them all over to Night God? White Zetsu pondered. Tobi felt increasingly uneasy, his mind buzzing with the implications. He had never anticipated that Night God possessed the capability to sway Nagato. We must immediately verify this with the Shadow Organization base. Understood, Zetsu nodded before slipping away underground. Encountering difficulties? Kisame emerged from a shadowy corner. Yes, it appears that Akatsuki may be left with you alone, Tobi admitted candidly. Is that so? In that case, gathering the tailed beast will be exceedingly challenging, Kisame replied with a resigned smile. Although he would not betray Tobi, the task of retrieving all 5 tailed beasts alone, while also collecting others, seemed insurmountable. Let us wait for Zetsu's return. Have Sasuke and the others departed? Indeed, Kisame confirmed, noting that Sasuke's first mission with Akatsuki was to capture the 8 tails. It is said that the 8 tails Jinchuriki has now fully harnessed the power of the tailed beast. Let us hope they do not perish at his hands. The Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan is not one to falter easily, Tobi proclaimed, his Sharingan flickering with crimson light from beneath his mask. Let us hope so. I shall now seek out the 6 tails, Kisame said, shouldering his sword and departing. It seems the task of the 7 tails falls to me, Tobi mused after Kisame's departure. However, the priority remained to secure the tailed beasts for first. They must ascertain the whereabouts of Nagato and the others. While returning to Konoha, Inxiang and his companions unexpectedly encountered the summoning beast of Tsunade, the giant slug. Lord Slug, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, addressing the slug with the honorific, as it held a significant status in Konoha, worthy of respect even from Tsunade herself. Have you come specifically to greet us? Kiba asked. Since Lord Slug is here, it must indicate that an urgent matter has arisen, Inxiang remarked, shaking his head. Indeed. The slug nodded. During the Third Shinobi World War, the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, a practitioner of the curse technique known as the Wielder of the Earth Spider, devastated an entire village. Due to the perilous nature of this technique, the third Hokage mandated its classification as a forbidden jutsu. In exchange, he pledged that Konoha would intervene should the Tsuchigumo clan find themselves in peril. The slug elaborated on the situation. Given the urgency, Inxiang decided to escort Yuhi Kurenai and her team back to report the mission status, while the others would hasten to Katsuragi Mountain for support. Understood, Inxiang affirmed. Then you should head to Katsuragi Mountain immediately. He then turned to Kakashi and the others. Acknowledged. Kakashi nodded. Dismissed, Inxiang commanded, prompting Kakashi and the others to depart, with the slug vanishing as well. Inxiang continued on with Kiba and the others towards Konoha. Meanwhile, on the side of Yoru no Kami, he had already utilized the opportunity to resurrect a ninja, targeting none other than Uchiha Itachi. Upon selecting Itachi, a flash of light appeared, and as the radiance faded, Itachi materialized before Yoru no Kami. Devoid of the Akatsuki cloak and clad in the attire he wore when he perished alongside Sasuke. Beep. S-rank ninja, Uchiha Itachi successfully resurrected. Abilities restored to their peak. Yoru no Kami pondered, is this a direct resurrection, or has a new Itachi been formed? If it were a direct revival, would Itachi's body, currently in the possession of Obito, cease to exist? Beep. It is a reformation. Ah. So there is a semblance of humanity to this process, Yoru no Kami mused internally. Itachi opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and examining his hands. Could this be the rebirth technique? He was quite certain he had met his demise, vaguely recalling that before losing consciousness, he had commanded Amaterasu to incinerate the small serpent belonging to Orochimaru. Why not consider it as the rebirth technique and test the state of your eyes? Yoru no Kami chuckled, settling onto the sofa. Eyes. Itachi raised his gaze, activating his Sharingan, which transformed into the Manjiki. He sensed the unmistakable nature of his ocular power. You saved me, but what of Sasuke's eyes? Was everything I did in vain? Moreover, what is the nature of these eyes? Why do they appear so vivid? Itachi surveyed his surroundings, his vision nearly extinguished, yet now, reminiscent of the clarity he experienced before awakening the Sharingan, everything appeared vividly distinct. Do not panic, this is not your true self. Your eyes will also be possessed by Sasuke, he reassured. Yagami smiled gently. Please, take a seat and let us converse. Itachi, seated across from Yagami, wore a puzzled expression. I fail to grasp your meaning. What has transpired? Yagami continued. Consider this a secret technique. I have crafted a brand new version of you. The present you is both the same and yet entirely different from your former self. Chapter 90. A new mission. Does that mean I've been replicated? A version of me at my peak? Itachi inquired. Indeed, your understanding is quite profound, Yagami acknowledged with a nod of admiration. Such a technique must exact a considerable toll on the practitioner, correct? Itachi ventured. You need not concern yourself with that, Yagami replied, waving his hand dismissively. Understood. Itachi responded decisively, suddenly reminded that the resurrected ninja would be entirely obedient to his commands. From now on, you shall be part of the Akatsuki, concealing your identity for the time being. Wear this mask. Yagami produced an entirely black mask, placing it on the table before handing it to Itachi. Nodding in agreement, Itachi donned the mask, as if all members of the Uchiha clan, save for Sasuke, were compelled to wear one. Yagami then briefed Itachi on the current composition of the Akatsuki and the respective missions of its members. Itachi's assignment would be arranged later, to which he expressed no dissent, merely nodding in understanding. What of Sasuke now? Itachi subsequently asked. Sasuke has likely joined the Akatsuki, following that masked man, the very one who extinguished your clan, Yagami responded. How could this be? I have already placed Amaterasu upon Sasuke. Should he approach that man, he would be incinerated by its flames. Itachi frowned at the revelation. Are you not familiar with the Uchiha clan's techniques? Yagami countered. Izanagi? Itachi quickly deduced, realizing that only this technique would allow one to survive under the onslaught of Amaterasu. Precisely, Yagami confirmed with a nod. Should we bring Sasuke to the Akatsuki? Itachi cautiously suggested. What is it? Do you wish to protect him up close? Yagami chuckled at the notion. That individual is exceedingly dangerous. Being in close proximity to him could put Sasuke at constant risk, Itachi affirmed. Let us deliberate further. Sasuke's current objective is to seek vengeance against Konoha. Can you guess who his first target might be? Yagami's lips curled into a smile. Tobi, Itachi replied. Tobi is dead. And the third has also perished. So, who could his target be? You, who oversee the route. After a moment of silence, Itachi stated. Indeed. Yagami said with a playful smirk. I wouldn't mind toying with him a bit. It would also serve to hone his skills. Do not kill him. You promise me. Itachi implored, gazing intently at Yagami. Rest assured, Yagami nodded. Come, I shall arrange a room for you. Someone is approaching. As Itachi rose, his Sharingan activated, sensing a presence. It's Zetsu. Perhaps he has noticed that Nagato and Konan are missing. Yagami replied with a nod. Do not concern yourself with him. Let us go. Yagami led Itachi to a room for him to acclimate, while he himself exited the Akatsuki's main door. No need to look. I'm the only one here. Discovered? Black Zetsu exclaimed, swiftly submerging into the ground to make his escape, wary of Yagami's formidable presence. There are two individuals inside. The other is neither Pain nor Konan. I am uncertain who it is, White Zetsu remarked. After the presence of the Absolute vanished from Night Goddess' perception, he let out a sigh. This Absolute had a tendency to appear as if it were merely visiting, dropping by without reason. Once Deidara finished his tasks over there, it would be best to relocate swiftly. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Night God prepared to return, the modifier chimed, signaling the imminent issuance of a new task. Beep, beep, beep. A new mission is here. Strategy task. Court the Hokage's secretary, Ket Shizen. Task reward. Modification point X1. Combat task. Defeat Uchiha Obito. Task reward. Modification point X1. Lottery X1. Prestige task. Raise prestige to 80%. Current progress. 40. Task reward. Elite Shinobi Troop of 20. Speaking of which, the last lottery had yet to be drawn, and 2 modification points remained unused. Now, with a total of 3 modification points, 1 reserved for Itachi, the remaining 2, along with the Elite Shinobi Troop of 20, were something Night God anticipated greatly. That was indeed a formidable force, wholly loyal to him. He contemplated how to ensure they learned techniques such as the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, Wudan-Ti that constitute a powerful army akin to the 4th Hokage's. Prestige modification, 100%, suddenly. An epiphany struck Night God. Why not simply elevate his prestige using the modifier that could alter all things? It was far less complicated than he had previously thought, and he realized he had been overly cautious. Beep, beep, beep. Prestige elevated to 100%. Task completed. Acquired an Elite Shinobi Troop of 20. Uniform of the Unified Shadow Organization has been integrated into the organization. It was time for Night God to refresh his memories. In also received a prompt from the modifier, completely unaware of the situation on the other side. He knew only that it was operating within the system. Fortunately, this was his clone, mirroring his thoughts and incapable of acting against his interests. As night deepened, the group returning to Konoha required rest. Seizing the opportunity, Ein dispelled Night God's clone, assimilating the memories, and subsequently created another shadow clone to head towards the Shadow Organization's base. Sage Mode. Swift release. Strategic layout. He has even recruited Nagato and Konan. Impressive. Truly a reflection of my prowess. After receiving the memories, Ein felt elated. It appeared his clone had been diligently engaged in endeavors, particularly with Swift Release and Sage Mode, both of which were highly practical. However, this alteration in events may reshape the plot. I wonder what Obito will do to obtain the Rinnegan. Well, it matters not, with my strength. Even if Tsutsuki Ishiki were to arrive, he would have to reconsider his chances against me. After a moment's contemplation, Ein came to terms with it. Only those lacking strength needed to concern themselves with the narrative. With power at his disposal, he had no fear of whatever may transpire. Now, let us proceed with the lottery. Ian turned to glance at Ya and the others, who had already succumbed to slumber. He found himself on watch for them. So he closed his eyes and commenced a lottery. Selecting the box in the center, it shimmered with a dark purple glow. Ian reached inside and retrieved a large scroll. Upon unfurling it, he discovered it was the summoning contract scroll for the Dragon Cave. The item I failed to find in Orochimaru's lair has now been won in the lottery, he mused. After inscribing his name on the scroll, he tossed it directly into the space provided by the modifier. Within this realm lay a Byakugan, pried from the eye of a blue-eyed individual. However, for Ian, who had now attained reincarnation, this Byakugan had become somewhat superfluous. Initially, he contemplated shattering it, but then considered that bestowing it upon Scorpion might yield a favorable outcome. Chapter 91. The Trail of Jiraiya. Subsequently, there was but a single modifiable point, yet Yin Xiang felt that with his current strength, there was no necessity for any alterations. This modifiable point could serve as a contingency for unforeseen circumstances. With this thought in mind, Yin Xiang deactivated the modifier. You should rest now. It's my turn. Shino suddenly appeared behind Yin Xiang and said, Yin Xiang replied calmly, nodding slightly to ensure Shino perceived no hint of impropriety. He then leaped onto a tree branch, leaning against it to take a brief respite. As dawn broke the following day, the group resumed their journey. Nagato and Konan had already purged the Rain Village, eliminating all associated with Akatsuki and Zetsu. The Rain Village had been renamed the Shadow Village, and news was disseminated that from that moment forth, the Shadow Village would be the domain of the Akatsuki organization. Since the incident of the head tree and the deliberate leaking of information by Scorpion, the reputation of the Akatsuki had spread throughout the ninja world, renowned for the ruthless night god, who had mercilessly eradicated over 30 elite ninja in an instant. The mere mention of the night god's organization instilled fear, yet for all this time, they remained oblivious to the appearance of the organization's leader. Left with no choice, Akatsuki members Zetsu and Tobi had to vacate all former bases to evade the night god's pursuit. As agreed, I have brought the Eight Tails, Sasuke declared upon returning, unceremoniously discarding Killer Bee onto the ground. Though he appeared near death, it was merely a tentacle of the Eight Tails. Sasuke's team bore the marks of their ordeal. He was battered and bruised, Suigetsu reduced to a puddle, and Karen had fainted, leaving only Yugo in a somewhat manageable condition. Well done. I knew you could accomplish this task, Akatsuki nodded approvingly. Sasuke said nothing, turning to leave. Where are you going? Akatsuki called after his retreating figure. First, I need to recuperate, then to Konoha, Sasuke replied, glancing back. Let us have a conversation, Akatsuki urged as he rose, leading Sasuke to a table. I have an important question for you. Now that you are aware of Itachi's way of survival, you could choose to inherit his will and continue to protect Konoha. Honestly, what do you intend to do? Itachi had exemplified the path of safeguarding the village with his life, yet for me, the sorrow of losing Itachi eclipsed the impact of that survival path. Undoubtedly, the peace achieved at the cost of Itachi's sacrifice is not what I desire. I have come to know the truth. I cannot inherit Itachi's will to protect Konoha. Sasuke's fist clenched tightly as he spoke. Moreover, I shall never forgive those three at the top. Those who welcome peace at the expense of Itachi's life share in the guilt. The three Sasuke referred to were Danzo, along with the aware Shinichi and Mido. Danzo is already dead, Akatsuki remarked. Dead? Sasuke's pupils constricted at this revelation, for he was a primary target of vengeance. In Xiang, a renowned jonin from Konoha, was slain. The organization formerly known as the Root has now rebranded itself as the Shadow, and he is its leader. Afe nodded thoughtfully. In Xiang? Who is that? An unknown origin, yet remarkably powerful. He has supplanted Kakashi as the copy ninja. It is said he can master any jutsu with merely a glance. Though this does not extend to bloodline limits. A new copy ninja? Could he be of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke inquired upon hearing of such capabilities. Not quite. Afe shook his head. His eyes possess a power surpassing the Sharingan. Rather than replicating jutsu, he utilizes an enhanced form of them. In our last confrontation, I gained no advantage. If your target includes him, I advise you to reconsider your pursuit. I shall not relent, Sasuke asserted resolutely. Are you truly serious? You would destroy what Itachi risked his life to protect? You once questioned why Itachi spared my life. To him, my existence holds greater weight than the village. I feel the same. Itachi's life is more precious to me than the village. It is as simple as that. Sasuke met Afei's gaze with determination. The differential treatment of the Uchiha clan led to his patricide, fratricide, and ultimately, his descent into despair. The Konoha elite, along with those who idolize the Senju clan, are all but detritus. They are all targets of my vengeance. By the end, Sasuke's voice became a fierce roar. Even if you perceive me as a mere emotional child. Inheriting Itachi's will is simply a pleasant phrase. It is the folly of those ignorant of hatred. Should anyone dare to deny my path of existence, I shall annihilate everyone they hold dear. Perhaps then, they might grasp the weight of my hatred. Simultaneously, In Xiang and his companions returned to Konoha to report to Tsunade. Itachi Uchiha is dead? Tsunade was taken aback. I did not foresee Sasuke's power escalating to such heights. I am not so certain. Itachi may have deliberately held back during their confrontation, In Xiang remarked from his seat on the sofa. Regardless, the outcome stands as is. Locating Sasuke again will likely prove challenging. Tsunade nodded, her expression clouded with unspoken worries. Shizun, please step out for a moment. In Xiang instructed. Yes. Shizun nodded and exited the office. What troubles you? In Xiang approached Tsunade from behind, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Indeed, Tsunade replied softly. Jiraiya mentioned he discovered the Akatsuki's base and went there alone. I have yet to hear from him. He hasn't returned? In Xiang furrowed his brow. Given his medical ninjutsu prowess, Jiraiya would not require time to recuperate. He should be able to move freely. Why has he not returned yet? Even the summoned ninja hawks have failed to locate him, and the frogs sent for communication have not responded. Tsunade shook her head, sighing deeply. Let us hope nothing has befallen him. Rest assured, that is Jiraiya, whose strength far surpasses yours. As for the Akatsuki members, Naruto and the others are more than capable of dealing with them, not to mention Jiraiya. Even if he cannot overcome them, he would surely manage to escape. In sought to comfort Tsunade, yet his thoughts were occupied with pondering the whereabouts of Jiraiya. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the Akatsuki's base, a toad was gently leaping along the edge of a wall in a secluded chamber, its pupils resembling human eyes, scanning the surroundings. If this is not Jiraiya, then who could it possibly be? Chapter 92. The Kaleidoscope of In Xiang. You truly complicate matters for me, Lord Jiraiya. Night God emerged from the wall behind Jiraiya, utilizing the wood release technique, wood root concealment. Moments later, the toad on the ground indeed spat out Jiraiya, who, despite his severed arm, fixated his gaze on Night God. Aware of Night God's formidable sensory abilities, he had maintained his sage mode to remain undetected, but such power could not be sustained indefinitely. By the time Jiraiya contemplated escape, it was already too late. In Xiang, you are indeed problematic. Jiraiya directly called out In Xiang's name. You even know my name. When did that happen? Perhaps when I was treating Nagato. Night God pondered, simultaneously removing his hat and mask, revealing his face. Jiraiya realized Night God's true identity. It seemed that Night God could no longer let him go. I had long suspected Night God was an insider in Konoha, but I never imagined it would be you, the one I personally brought into Konoha. Jiraiya rose from the ground, addressing In Xiang. Yet I have not done anything detrimental to Konoha. Look at the current state of the village. Is it not thriving more than before? The safety of the Hokage is assured, and Konoha has gained additional strength. Is that not splendid? Nevertheless, you remain a dangerous individual, one who poses a risk to Konoha. Jiraiya stated gravely, his eyes fixed on In Xiang. Do not jest with me, my brother. I have arranged matters in Konoha meticulously. I have dealt with Akatsuki members appropriately, some captured, some eliminated. I have ensured Naruto's safety without fail, and I have managed Tsunade's affairs impeccably. I even saved your life. What more do you desire from me? Night God replied with exasperation. He was genuinely frustrated. He had rescued Jiraiya, yet this man was now shadowing him for information. While this behavior was indeed characteristic of Jiraiya, he now faced a dilemma. To kill Jiraiya would mean exposing his identity. In Xiang was not afraid of exposure. Rather, he was concerned that if his identity were revealed, his little wives in Konoha would flee. And maintaining their unwavering loyalty was no guarantee. They might very well lose all affection for him. Jiraiya said nothing, forming hand seals in preparation to flee. He understood well that battling pain had proven exhausting. It would be futile to challenge the effortlessly powerful In Xiang. It is useless. Do not strain yourself. I set up a barrier before entering. Your chakra is now inaccessible, Night God remarked to Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya threw a punch at In Xiang, who effortlessly blocked it with his left hand, grasping Jiraiya's fist firmly. Jiraiya exerted all his strength but could not extricate his hand, the expression on his face revealing his effort. What should I do? You leave me no choice. I do not wish to kill you, In Xiang said, his expression betraying a hint of anguish. Jiraiya's death would not only sadden Naruto, but would also deeply affect Tsunade. He remembered weeping upon witnessing Jiraiya's demise years ago. Must I truly take the life of Jiraiya myself? Jiraiya found himself unable to extricate his hand and took a step forward, delivering a kick that was intercepted by In Xiang's knee. Subsequently, he swung his long hair towards In Xiang, who seized Jiraiya's hair with his right hand, effectively ensnaring him in this predicament. Futile, you are no match for me, In Xiang declared, gazing at Jiraiya. Haha. Jiraiya remained silent, breaking into a smile. In Xiang immediately sensed something amiss and looked down, realizing that the frog that had just ejected Jiraiya had vanished. Jiraiya, oh Jiraiya, In Xiang sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that Jiraiya had already transmitted information regarding himself and Nagato. Without delay, In Xiang contacted his main body through a ring. The main body received the message promptly. Currently engaged in a tender moment with Tsunade, but the sweetness evaporated as he released her shoulder. What's wrong? Tsunade inquired, noticing the change in In Xiang's expression. How does the frog that connects with Jiraiya usually communicate? In Xiang asked, fixing his gaze on Tsunade. Suddenly, a loud thump resounded as a frog resembling a gourd appeared on the table. This was Jiraiya's gourd frog, containing a barrier that could conceal Jiraiya within it. It was indeed the very frog that had just been sent away. Just as I mentioned it, it arrives. Jiraiya must have, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the gourd frog. However, In Xiang swiftly rendered Tsunade unconscious with a precise strike and seized the gourd frog, crushing it in his grip. Jiraiya, you have brought me trouble, In Xiang mused, gazing at the lifeless frog in his hand. My lord In Xiang, this is... Shuin and Feng, stationed outside, rushed in upon witnessing In Xiang incapacitating Tsunade and killing the frog used for communication with Jiraiya. Though they maintained a composed exterior, their hands subtly hovered over their blades. Nothing to worry about, In Xiang replied, lifting his gaze toward them. His right eye transformed into a cross-shaped kaleidoscope Sharingan. And in an instant, as he glanced at Shuin and Feng, they were reduced to a cloud of ash, scattering upon the ground. This was the unique ability of In Xiang's kaleidoscope. Any enemy he beheld would instantaneously disintegrate, provided his chakra made contact with them first. Subsequently, In Xiang employed the Rinnegan in his left eye to peer within the gourd frog, discovering a corpse, the very beast path of pain that Jiraiya had dispatched. In Xiang's eyes reverted to their original state, while the Rinnegan in his right eye morphed into a kaleidoscope, also in the shape of a cross. However, the abilities differed. In Xiang utilized medical ninjutsu to awaken Tsunade. The moment her eyes opened and locked onto In Xiang's, he subtly cast an illusion upon her. Although it was termed an illusion, it was not a mere trick. This eye possessed the power to alter an individual's memory of established facts. In essence, it replaced a person's memories, ensuring they would not doubt the authenticity of the revised recollection, making it feel as though they had genuinely experienced those events. In Xiang referred to the ability of his left eye as judgment and the illusion of his right eye as memory severance. As for why the ability of the left eye is referred to as judgment, it is because this technique only manifests when the adversary harbors intentions of killing. The conditions for its activation are more challenging than those of Amaterasu. It necessitates a direct gaze between the two parties, simultaneously requiring one's chakra to make contact with that of the opponent. Upon locking eyes, there exists a probability of survival, thus it is deemed judgment. Jiraiya has perished? Tsunade, regaining her composure, widened her eyes and tears began to flow. Chapter 93, The demise of Sage Shinzaku. The unrest of my Bokuzen. Recently, Inxiang had altered Tsunade's memories to reflect that Jiraiya had infiltrated Amigate Cure, only to be slain by Pain, ultimately sacrificing his life to return with a corpse of Pain, along with the intelligence that the 6 individuals were merely shadow clones. After imparting this information, the toad known as Gourd had met its demise. Jiraiya is dead? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks, with no doubt clouding the authenticity of this harrowing revelation. Indeed, Inxiang nodded gravely, confessing to himself that he felt a twinge of sorrow. He had never anticipated that he would be the one to take Jiraiya's life. The blame, however, lay solely with Jiraiya's relentless pursuit of information. He had heard what he should not have and witnessed what was never intended for him. Meanwhile, the night god refrained from executing Jiraiya, attempting instead to manipulate Jiraiya's established beliefs using his Mangeki Sharingan, but to no avail. It appeared that such powers also had their limitations, forcing him to confine Jiraiya within a solitary chamber. A barrier was erected around the room, rendering Jiraiya incapable of utilizing chakra. An elite Genin was stationed at the door, tasked with overseeing Jiraiya's sustenance. The room, albeit a prison, was equipped with basic amenities, including a restroom. Please reside here temporarily, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Do not compel me to end your life myself. The night god warned Jiraiya before turning to depart. Even the guard possesses the strength of an elite Genin? Jiraiya mused, sensing the chakra emanating from the individual at the door. The leader aspires to unify the world, does he not? The perspective shifted back to Inxiang. Although he had successfully altered Tsunade's memories and dispatched Gourd, he had learned from his clones that Jiraiya had not been killed but merely detained. However, there was another who was privy to the night god's intervention, Sage Shinzaku of my Bokuzen. Should Sage Shinzaku detect any anomalies, he would undoubtedly reach out to Tsunade, exposing not only the rescue of Jiraiya but also Inxiang's manipulation of Tsunade's memories. Thus, Inxiang resolved to infiltrate my Bokuzen and eliminate Sage Shinzaku. After a brief bout of tears, Tsunade wiped her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. This fool. Shizun. Tsunade called out into the hallway, prompting Shizun to rush in. Retrieve the body from the toad and conduct an examination immediately. Yes, Shizun replied, taking the toad from Inxiang's hands and hastening away. Jiraiya fought valiantly for Konoha and the shinobi world. Do not mourn excessively, Inxiang consoled, placing a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Rest assured, I comprehend, Tsunade affirmed, her gaze resolute. Having endured countless farewells, she declared, what I can do now is seek vengeance for Jiraiya, based on the intelligence he provided. Yet, with Gourd deceased, their only lead was the knowledge that the 6 were clones, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Perhaps the other toads might possess insights? She ventured tentatively. His role here does not permit him to know Jiraiya's abilities. He cannot speak of Shinazaki's name directly, but can only guide Tsunade to mention it, thereby discovering Shinazaki's whereabouts. By the way, I possess a scroll that can transport one directly to Mount Myaboku. Please assist me in locating a sage named Shinazaki, who is essentially Jiraiya's mentor, Tsunade said, an epiphany striking her as she retrieved a scroll from her drawer. Very well, Inxiang nodded, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Tsunade assumed this was a reaction to receiving news, unaware that Inxiang was actually elated at the prospect of reaching Mount Myaboku. Hurry there and back, Tsunade instructed, handing the scroll to Inxiang. Understood, Inxiang replied, taking the scroll and settling onto the sofa. He unfurled the scroll and employed reverse summoning technique, arriving directly at Mount Myaboku. To say the scenery of Mount Myaboku is splendid would be an understatement. Numerous frogs greeted his eyes upon entry. Just as he stepped inside, a colossal frog leaped before him. Who are you? The frog inquired, lowering its head to regard Inxiang. I hail from Konohagakure, Inxiang replied, producing his forehead protector. I urgently seek Sage Shinazaki. I see. Sage Shinazaki resides in a small hut over there. Proceed in that direction, and you will find him. The large frog nodded, indicating the way. After all, he was a ninja from Konohagakure who arrived via reverse summoning, thus he could be trusted. Thank you, Inxiang acknowledged, tucking away his protector and heading toward the direction indicated. In the next moment, the giant frog's head rolled to the ground. Before long, He encountered a small hut with an open door where Shima and Shinozaki were dining. Shinozaki appeared to be deep in thought. After our meal, I must visit Konohagakure. Shinozaki stated at the dining table. What is the current status of little Jiraiya? Shima inquired, nodding. He insists on investigating the Akatsuki organization and urged me to return first. I am uncertain of his situation now, which is why I need to check on him in Konohagakure. If Jiraiya has not yet returned, I must inform Tsunade and the others about pain, Shinozaki expressed with evident concern. At that moment, In-xiong entered the hut. Who goes there? Shima and Shinozaki simultaneously turned to face In-xiong, preparing for a confrontation. I am from Konohagakure, In-xiong stated, producing his forehead protector. There is no need for alarm. From Konohagakure? Shima and Shinozaki exchanged glances, easing their guard. Just as we were about to head to Konohagakure, someone from there arrives. Come, sit with us. You can join us for lunch. I have come at Lady Tsunade's behest to inquire about Lord Jiraiya, as we have been unable to establish contact with him, In-xiong explained, refraining from taking a seat at the table. Regarding this matter, I intend to speak with Tsunade directly in Konohagakure. Please, have a seat. After our meal, we shall return together, Shinozaki nodded. Very well, In-xiong replied, approaching Sage Shinozaki. In the next instant, a kunai pierced through Sage Shinozaki's throat, and before Shima could react, In-xiong appeared before her, meeting the same grim fate as Shinozaki. Boss. Before In-xiong could prepare for evacuation, sounds emerged from outside the door. With a couple of loud thuds, 3 imposing figures appeared, led by the formidable Wentai. Boss, we have a situation. There's an invasion at Miyamu Mountain, and Gama Lu has been killed. At that moment, Wentai was unaware that Shinzaku had already met his demise. Who are you? He stammered. Boss. The smaller Gama-ji, upon arrival, immediately caught sight of the deceased Shima Xianren in In-xiong's grasp. It seemed that leaving in a cheerful manner was no longer an option. In-xiong sighed as he gazed at the figures outside. Chapter 94. The Appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. Would you grant me a favor for the Sage of Six Paths? With a swift motion, In-xiong extended his right hand, unleashing an imperceptible wave of light that radiated from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire Miyaboku Mountain in an instant, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settled, In-xiong emerged from the ruins of Miyaboku Mountain, employing the Earth Explosion Star technique. He cast forth a black orb, drawing all debris towards it, including the remnants of countless toads, which coalesced in the air to form a colossal stone sphere. The malevolent figure who had decimated Miyaboku Mountain, a man with violet eyes, materialized from the wreckage. Among the ruins, a gargantuan, ancient toad crawled forth, its immense size a testament to its age. And the force of the earlier shockwave had caused it to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, it quickly regained its composure, harnessing its sage power to restore its physical state. As it surveyed its surroundings, it realized that all the other toads had been drawn into the Earth Explosion Star, leaving it as the sole survivor. Is that the Great Toad Sage? In-xiong pondered, recognizing the aged amphibian as a potential relic from the era of the Six Paths. Perhaps once a summoned beast of the Sage of Six Paths, its strength was likely formidable. Ninjutsu, Iron Cannonball. The Great Toad Sage's belly swelled, and a cannonball of iron hurtled towards In-xiong with tremendous speed and force. In-xiong, utilizing his swift evasion technique, narrowly dodged it and positioned himself before the Great Toad Sage, driving a kunai toward its throat. Just then, a hand seized In-xiong's wrist. He looked up in astonishment, his eyes widening. The Sage of Six Paths? In-xiong could hardly believe that the Sage of Six Paths would appear in this place. The Sage's eyes. How curious. Why do you possess such eyes? The Rinnegan within the feathered sage's pupils gazed into In-xiong's own Rinnegan, conveying that he was not meant to intervene in such matters. Yet, as the great Toadmaru was his companion, he could not bear to see it meet a tragic end. So he summoned the residual chakra he had in Miyaboku Mountain to manifest physically and protect the great Toadmaru, the great Toad Sage. Yuhui. The great Toadmaru gazed in surprise at Yuhui, his prophetic dreams having forewarned him of a violet-eyed youth who would bring destruction to Miyaboku Mountain. Though the outcome remained unknown, he had not anticipated Yuhui's appearance here. In-xiong attempted to withdraw his hand, and Yuhui did not resist, allowing him to pull away freely. Do you know me? Yue inquired, having heard Yin Xiang call him the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, I recognize you, Atsutsuki Yue. I never imagined you would be here. Yin Xiang replied, sheathing his kunai. For what threat could it possibly pose to the Sage of Six Paths? To think you know my name, Yue responded, a hint of surprise crossing his otherwise placid countenance. You possess the powers of Ashura and Indra, yet you do not appear to be their successor. May I request permission to eliminate it? Yue glanced back at the great Toadmaru, who was now panting heavily. The aged sage had exhausted all his strength merely using a water cannon. Grant me a favor. Spare him. He has but a few years left to live. Yue turned to Inxiang and spoke. I cannot provide that. Inxiang responded decisively. Yue was taken aback, not expecting this young man, fully aware of his identity, to oppose him. Inxiang felt a twinge of frustration. It was uncertain whether he was truly a match for Atsutsuki Yue. However, the great sage, the Toad Sage, must perish here today. In Inxiang's perception, there were no other living toads remaining in this vicinity. The situation had escalated to such a degree that there was no room for regret. Observing this, the Sage of Six Paths refrained from further dialogue and unleashed a wave of impact from his body, executing the Shinra Tensei. As Inxiang's own Shinra Tensei was still and cooled down, he could only retreat momentarily, vanishing to a considerable distance in an instant. Wood release. Birth of the World of Trees. Inxiang clasped his hands together, causing countless trees to surge towards the Toad King. The Sage of Six Paths, witnessing this, did not hesitate to respond, summoning a multitude of trees behind him, also invoking the birth of the World of Trees. The two opposing forests collided, and in that moment, Inxiang's figure vanished from sight, darting towards the Toad King at an inconceivable speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, the Sage of Six Paths managed to catch sight of Inxiang's trajectory. Just before Inxiang could strike, a Seeker's Jewel materialized, shielding the Toad King's back. With a resounding thud, Inxiang's kunai struck the Seeker's Jewel, which, devoid of any enhancement from sage techniques, remained unscathed. Subsequently, another Seeker's Jewel was hurled towards Inxiang, who attempted to block it but was sent flying instead. More Seeker's Jewels followed, bombarding Inxiang relentlessly, each possessing the force capable of piercing the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The multitude of Seeker's Jewels crashed into the earth, producing a cacophony and stirring up clouds of dust. Is he dead? The Toad King inquired. No. Yue shook his head, as 9 Seeker's Jewels appeared behind him, circling in vigilance amidst the smoke. As the mist dissipated, Inxiang stood unscathed at his original position. Initially intending to block, he soon realized it was futile, and thus opted to endure the blows. After all, his body was resilient enough that even the impact of the Seeker's Jewels caused him only slight discomfort. How could he possibly be unharmed? The Toad King gasped in disbelief. Once more, Inxiang's figure vanished, delivering a punch towards the Toad King. The 2 Seeker's Jewels beside Yue immediately expanded, enveloping the Toad King. However, this time was different. Inxiang shattered the Seeker's Jewel with a single punch, piercing through the Toad King's abdomen. What? Yue frowned. Realizing that Inxiang's eyes had transformed into a singular line, he had entered sage mode in an instant. Blood splattered from his hand as he withdrew it, staining both his hands and clothing. Looks like I need to clean up before heading back, Inxiang remarked, glancing at the blood on himself. Witnessing his longtime companion perish before his very eyes, even the Sage of Six Paths found himself engulfed in fury. The trees behind him surged once more towards Inxiang, their speed formidable. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his legs and rendering him immobile. The branches that advanced towards Inxiang transformed into menacing spikes, intent on impaling him like a hedgehog. In a moment of desperation, Inxiang invoked the art of fire release, great fire destruction, without the need for hand seals. Fierce flames ignited around him, instantly setting the surrounding trees ablaze. He leapt from the inferno, executing a graceful backflip in midair, and conjured a magnificent bird of clay, soaring amidst the chaos. In the next instant, Yue appeared behind Inxiang, his Sage's staff morphing into a formidable black blade, aimed with lethal precision at Inxiang's waist.